Chapter 1: The Fiery Fate of Cultivation, commencing with mastery of the exorcising blade technique. Robbery, hand over your brains, forthis de mondesirable off brain soup. In the Clearwater dungeon. With a blood-curdling scream, a prisoner collapsed on the azure stone floor, a large pool of crimson seeping beneath him. Brother, wasn't it said the Thumon braincerethatastiest? What oest high sonatasta sound appetizing, lacking any flavor. Up in hearing the cries, a dazed Zhou Ping struggled to open his eyes, only to be met with the sight of twa grotesque creatures resembling minoid pigs. Standing at a tower in 8 feet, they were full 2 head taller than the average person, their green face adorned with jagged teeth and deep-set grooves. On after rotund pig demons was voracious sly devouring Philophelus body in the ground, while the other, aeonid pig demon, surveyed the surroundings with impatience. Have you eaten enough? Let us not forget the purpose for visit, the oni-eyed pig demon grumbled. As Zhou Ping regained his senses, a searing headache assaulted him, a torrent of memories flooding into his mind. Ancien university student, Zhou Ping had been struck by a bolto flight ning while playing Gagami, transporting him to Thishtiadi Creole Mof Demon Sandminsters. In this world, demons coexisted with humans. Zhou Ping found himself in a nation called Aoyang, where the imperial court established demon suppression officito kelthester of demons. Daliang was divided into Nina provinces, with Jingshui Countess situated in the King's Argent. Each province housed Dabranchoft demon suppression office, extending to various prefectures and counties. The original owner of this body'll Sabarathin named Zhou Ping. Orphaned, he inherit demeanor official position from his father and 2 cup due Tingshui County. Since becoming demeanor official in the King Schweibranchoft demon suppression office, Zhou Ping indulged in lavish festivities, associating with corrupt officials and neglecting his duties, spending his days reveling with his subordinates, supported by 3 all residents of T County. Though he had accomplished little, he had never committed any heinous acts, yet this striking good Luke Shadrant Heaton Shino Faitham Ephatal, incurring thyro of a certain young master, Li. The Lithimally was onoft hemist prominent in Qingshui County, and the young master, Li Wenjia, waist sole hair, raised in extravagancy and growing into a notorious figure. Upon discovering that his beloved favored Zhou Ping, Li Wenjia beat against them. However, due to Lithimali's formidable influence, the original Zhou Ping had away chosen to avoid confrontation. Yet, this time, Li Wenjia hadn't snared Zhou Ping's superior, Captain Xiao, luring him into the dungeon, where he was struck unconscious before colluding with the pig demon Sof Wang Shiling outside the city to eliminate Zhou Ping of his remains. This cunning plan wooed Levino of Idency and shift Thebla entirely on top the demon crime. As Zhou Ping digested these memories, Hitachi had tobacco fished, feeling the sticky warmth of blood trickling down it. Damn it, that was quite a brutal blow. The heavy foot fall soft tetwa pig demon secco edaminously on the stone floor, drawn jever closer to Zhou Ping. Feeling to rush a fancy, Zhou Ping, an ordinary person, found himself lost in such a dire situation. In a moment of daze, he perceived a flickering, luminous electronic screen before his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar chimere sonate in his mind, accompanied by an electronic voice. Host Zhou Ping. Identity minor official of Jingshui branch of Demon Suppression Office. Cultivation level 4th stage of body refinement. Remaining lifespan 40 years. Technique body refinement, mixed origin true young technique. Martial arts. Exorcising blade technique beginner. Dog form fist minor accomplishment. To his astonishment, a system had indeed manifested. Zhou Ping was well acquainted with such matters, having spent countless horse-indulgent Genovel sand games. If wielded wisely, this golden finger could transform a vinthemist mediocre individual into a formidable force, capable of toppling themiti and confronting ancestral spirits, paving the way to greatness. Before he could full bask in his newfound joy, Adalugio formation regarding the system flooded his mind. Fate-consuming systemus longagia possess sufficient lifespan. This size stem can grant our rapid cultivation, enabling Jiao sin to mortality. The system allows to talizi our life spanter fin technique san martial arts, liberating ufro marjuistraining wily effortless lie, acquiring formidable strength. Zhou Ping felt a wave of skepticism wash over him. This system's medrather dubious. What if his life spawn were exhausted? Would it not perish instantly? Rest assured, host. The system also possesses the capability to absorb lifespans. By slaying demons, you can acquire their remaining lifespans. Leaning against the azure stone wall, Zhoping finale monogetries, feeling gas thof his botawazant the verge of collapse, every musk leeching. Brother, I see so mething gover here. A storied footsteps approached, Zhoping berla lifted ish before him a sieve, thick blade dead knife came crashing down. Fortunately, his quick reflexes followed him to evade the strike. However, he was soon met with a devastating punch from the rotund pig demon, sending his frail body hurtling like a cannonball. He crashed against the stone wall behind him, tasting the metallic tang off blood in his throat as she coughed dupa mouth full off crimson. It seems I must risk my lifeto survivathizer deal. Zhoping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to discover the could discern the cultivation levels of his assailants. Fat Pig Demon 6th Stage Off Body Refinement. One-Eyed Pig Demon 7th Stage Off Body Refinement. Theone-Eyed Pig Demon Clutchedite Shivi Blade. Muttering, Brother, don't keep personally. Someone has spade for your demise. Don't blame us on Thero at Tathielo Springs. Zhoping Linseed at the system panel. At this moment, the exorcising blade technique washes quickest dro utedo enhancing his strength, being a martial artishubith demon suppression office. Having cultivated for so long, had only reached 4th stage off body refinement. With so little lifespan remaining, what if that technique proved ineffective? System, initiateth exorcising blade technique form. Alan. Ash's lifespan when led rapidly, the deduction commenced. In the first year, you began your arduous training in the blade technique. However, duet one indulgent sane carnal pleasures, your bodire remained wake, and progress was sluggish. In the third year, after relentless practice, your exorcising blade technique finally made some headway, breaking into the proficient triumph. By the 5th year, through our unwavering efforts, the exorcising blade technique was thoroughly studied, yielding Samir Salt Sandak heaving minor success. In the 9th year, after countless repetitions soft exorcising blade technique, you gained deeper insights, cleaving thruff boulders, reaching the Grand Master level. By the 17th year, your understanding of exorcising blade technique had reached a point of complete integration even Amaraglan C could convey boundless blade intent, attaining perfection. In the 24th year, after performing the technique innumerable times, Yusin said he existence of more profound moves, thought the remains elusive. In the 30th year, you finally distilled a more powerful bladed technique from the original moves, naming it exorcising true young blade, achieving the pinnacle of mastery. Remaining lifespan 11 years. Exorcising true young blade pinnacle mastery. To his astonishment, third year shad and skillsto such an extent that he had transcended his previous techniques, evolving into superior blade. It was as if Zhoping had genuine Liddy decada 3 decades sto cultivating the blade, eschewing all distractions, now exuding an overwhelming gao ray of bladianant. His garments billowed without wind, on an air of confidence irradiated from him, resembling an old swordsman who had melded with his blade. With renewed focus, Zhoping unleashed a dackling blady intent, embodying Thesan Siofa Slayer, utterly familiar with the blady eyes waist, akin to an old friend forged through ear soft companionship. Captain Shao, your grave mistake who is leaving me blady at my side. Chapter 2 Breaking Through to 10th Stage Off Body Refinement. Avenge. Thetwa pig demons sensed the bone chilling Gaurond were a baffled Bethesda Surgine, Zhoping's formidable presence. Theone-eyed pig demon steelidite self-fan charged at Zhoping. Zhoping smirked slightly, drawing his blade. With Aswiftark, the blade cleaved through the pig demon's neck, bloodgishin for the nader rent. In a single stroke, the head and body were resevered, a heft-high pig head tumbling onto's to kai floor. Seeing Zhoping skunning act, the rotund pig demon turned to flay. However, Zhoping would not grant them an opportunity, delivering a single strike they tended his life. Apaganda Bladatrulli, the exorcising true young blade lived up to its reputation as a technique designed for slaying demons, allowing a mere 4th stage body refinement cultivator Tovenquish 12 Fosoff higher cultivation. Slaying 6th stage pigdemon grant 35 8 years so lifespan. Slaying 7th stage pigdemon grant 30 Savini years so lifespan. Remaining lifespan 93 years. What the delight fuel experience, does lifespan and lyceum sta multiply. The cis not merely spending in sown life fitus and doubted limine sto cultivate using the live soft demons. Watermarkable bargain. Hello, please helpful I cultivate my technique. In the first year, you practice said but our finment me ketterage and true eyeing technique. Thetic nika ways intricate and difficult to comprehend, require in joudo toil day and nitalas, progress waslow. By the third year, your cultivation advanced, and your limbs felt invigorated, breaking into fifth stage off body refinement. In the nth year, you felt a fullness cine armoridians, realizing jit was thetic ni case affect, breaking into sixth stage off body refinement. In the 12th year, while diligently training, one a day your body expelled numerous impurities, as if undergoing gay fire refinement, breaking into 7th stage off body refinement. In thin and eddy nth year, de-spittle limit adapted, thruff relentless fort, your physique underwent another transformation united be any martial art, you could capture fierce tiger with the hour bari hands, breaking into 8th stage off body refinement. In the 27th year, after enduring countless days so frigorous training, Ison said Thadi Hadriched the corporeal limit soft physica former denary blade scood, no longer inflict tharm upon. Annie had transcended the 9th level off butter finmet. By the 35th year, he had attained the utmost pinnacle of his martial arts who died Sareto elevate my cultivation further. Im must persaic ni queso fairty and brain I through 10th level off butter finmet. Remaining lifespan 58 years. Cultivation level 10th level off butter finmet. Zhoping felt an intense heat coursing through his entire being, as though had been tempered by searing flames, rendering his body harder than steel. Achieving thetanth level off butter finment is considered exceptionally formidable within this count in my superior, Xiaozongqi, Ismarelia thinth level. Toda ingreator hates, one must possess the corresponding technique case otherwise, your soft cultivation would be in vain. The optimal method to acquire such technique cases through the demon suppression division, thus a must diligently fulfill duties and effectively vanquish the demons. In me current state, I could easily dispatch the recent pig demons, without a need for weapons. Gazing at the corpses in the ground, Zhopinga ferret a faint smile. Forgiveness and not in miniature. Xiaozongqi, you needn't they've maturitimized what you do insist on meddling in such affairs? Before his words faded, Zhoping's foot moved, causing Thebluestone slab where his stood utter instantly. Havana shadinta the night. In the county of Qingshui, the Red Moon Pavilion is savenuity decaded is serving the affluent and powerful. During the day, its grand doors remain tight lie shut, as if unin habited it. With a fall of night, the Red Moon Pavilion transforms into the brightest localine theme Tyra County. Adorned young maidens, dressed in vibranter, follow the matron as he greets the incoming guests at the entrance. Sir, come and enjoy. Have ye a drink, young master? The matron, why thy thesis obming beans, glared fire Celia the maidens soliciting customer Sanny Jilho failed to shout, loud enough wooed face seen listerment. Just as the matron wore a smile, Ayin Gath Tindan approached her, saying, Madam, Miss Chunce still refuse esto play the lut for young master Libeth Xiaozonki and young master have been waiting for quite some time. What do I suggest? Up in hearing this news, the matron, Hoha just Beanals miles, sudden lie trembled with dread. Li Wenju is notarious for his madness if Huari to take offense, Heku di Salirazi the entire Red Moon Pavilion. Not a mention, with Xiaozongqi holding significant power, Inthasagerif with demons, the Demon Suppression Division wields immense authority local official Sofin cannot intervene in thyro operations. If Xiaozongka were to Bekamin ridged, Heku di Salifine da protects to shutter Thread Moon Pavilion for several days. I believe if this girl is skirting deathy hadal ready reluctant, Lie agreed to her selling airbada but now shy spelling thunt. Fuming, Thematron ass and dead thestairs, with Theon Gath Tendant hurried lie trailing behind. On the second floor, in approvator room, Ayanman Cladina Blackrobe, adorned with Thage dependent tath thrice waist, wash drinking heartily of the middle league Edmund opposite to him. The youngman in blackestly Wenjia, the hereoff lifeamily, Willa Themidly Jedman is Zhoping superior, Xiaozongqi. Xiao, my brother, your arrangements are sound, I trust? After all, the era from your demon suppression division what if semi own. From above comest, investigate. Li Wenji expressed concern, aware of that, Zhoping's identity was anything ordinary. Xiaozongka set down his cup, reassuringly Wenjia, do not fret, my young friend. Ehavial really conspired with the pig demon soft wang shiling, instructing them to send 12 formidable men with Zhoping at the 4th level off but our fimid, his son like Latorman intact. Upon hearing Xiaozong kiss repeat assurances, Li Wenji's again in relief. Excellent. I have devoted me heart and soul to Chuansu and never imagine Ed Schwood fall for Amaragin your officer. If I don't know to limit him, is Xiaofin no peace? Li Wenji's visage contorted, asked the anguish Xiaofin requited love seemed meant to drive into madness. Intermittent subscued be heard behind a screen, a delicate young woman wept, hair tears resembling grain so a ked pear blossoms, morning Zhou Ping, themon she's cretly cherished. Chuansu, I have along told out Hattie warming to bimin, Li Wenji remarked, histone es softening gaze dath reflection off her silhouette upon the screen. However, his gentle words soffered na solistion continued to weep softly. Xiaozonkashukisht ha hadel reedy heard talsoft lithamalai seldis and bein gutter la captivated be a woman, and witness in jit first hand confirmeth those rumors. Li Wenjido nedno third drink, on la toe sudden la field driplets falling from above. Reaching up, had discovered it was blood. In the next moment, Zhou Ping, drenched in blood, leaped from Thebeam subuvion tothitable, his sodden garments continuously oozing crimson. Li Wenji was sab out out for help, when Zhou Ping swift lysolin said him with a knife to the throat, blood gushing 3 feet thigh. Xiaozongqi, witnessing this frombumbud, wash filled with terror he could not comprehend how Zhou Ping, pusheld have been a corpse, was nowhere. Xiao, isn't tight particular lip perplexing? Upon hearing Zhou Ping's voice, Xiaozongqi instantaneous lyric and discomposure, gritting at the share plied. Zhou Ping, during to slay young masterly, evenified tin lives, it tooled not suffice a toatone. Xiaozongka glanced at this word, reaching for it, but Zhou Ping drew his blade, piercing thruffus bodied. In the depths of Xiaozongka starer, a slowly succumbed to the ground. Y'all were real slain by pig dim and swat concernus thoughtome. Chapter 3. A murderous escape. The county officials and soldiers mobilized. Zhou Ping exhaled a heavy sigh. The difference between the 4th and 10th levels of body refinement was stark and undeniable. The speed at which he drew his blade had left even Xiaozongqi, a practitioner of the 9th level, utterly unprepared. It appeared that his swordsmanship had indeed reached an unparalleled mastery. Slaying a 3-fold evil cultivator in the body refinement realm rewarded him with an additional 3 years of lifespan. Killing a 9-fold evil cultivator granted him 5 years. Remaining lifespan, 66 years. The system would deduct 90 years for seizing human lifespan, yet the host must primarily focus on slaying demons. 90 years it is. Even a mosquito is meat, after all. Zhou Ping crouched down, surveying the chaotic scene he had orchestrated. He casually took Xiaozongqi's blade and made several deep gashes in the wall, fabricating the appearance of a fierce struggle. After all, it was implausible that a person of Zhao's caliber could be so easily dispatched, even by a pig demon's ambush. Suddenly, sounds came from behind the barrier. Zhou Ping, without even unsheathing his blade, cleaved the barrier in two. Chun Su quickly retreated to a corner, curling up and exclaiming, "My lord, please don't misunderstand. I saw nothing and heard nothing." Oh, how astute she is, Zhou Ping thought, a slight smile gracing his lips. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. The old madam's raspy voice called out from outside, "Li Xiaoya, let me in." During the earlier confrontation, Zhou Ping had made every effort to control his strength, ensuring minimal noise. Yet, someone was still at the door. With no time to further arrange the scene, Zhou Ping shot Chun Su a warning glance before leaping through the nearby window. Splash! Zhou Ping plunged into the lake behind Hongyue Tower. The night was shrouded in darkness, rendering the surface of the lake invisible even from the building above. He barely surfaced, his head the only part of him visible. The old madam and a servant just pushed open the door, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a shadow plummeting from the window, unable to discern if it was human or not. Chun Su, regaining her senses, began to scream, "Ah, there's a demon." The old madam was so startled that she collapsed to the ground, having never witnessed such carnage before. The gruesome fates of Li Wenjie and Xiaozongqi were harrowing. The walls bore numerous knife marks, resembling the aftermath of a brutal battle. "Where is the demon?" The old madam looked around frantically. "Mom, a demon rushed in, and I fainted from fright. When I came to, I found both of them dead. Chun Su fabricated a tale on the spot. Given the gravity of the situation, the old madam was too shaken to analyze Chun Su's words. Grabbing the servant, she stammered, "Hurry to the yamen. Tell them there's been a murder. Quickly." The servant complied and dashed outside. Before he could exit Hongyue Tower, Zhou Ping had already swum to the opposite shore of the lake. The Qing Shui branch of the Demon Suppression Division lay on this side, facing Hongyue Tower across the water. A massive courtyard with tightly shut gates stood before him, flanked by stone lions towering at a height of 1.5 men. Exuding an air of grandeur, the plaque at the entrance clearly displayed the gilded characters. Qing Shui County Demon Suppression Division. Zhou Ping wiped the water from his face and used his inner energy to evaporate the moisture from his body. White mist rising steadily. Once dry, he swiftly made his way to the rear courtyard. Many of the officers were not locals, residing in the accommodations at the back of the Demon Suppression Division. Unless assigned a task, they generally refrained from venturing out at night. Zhou Ping had a capable subordinate named Qing Wu, a formidable figure, along with 8 others under his command. For a junior flag officer to have such a following was quite impressive. Xiao Zongqi commanded 5 junior flag officers, while the entire 100 household unit comprised 3 senior flag officers, 1 deputy 100 household, and 100 household. Zhou Ping kicked open the door, abruptly awakening those who had been sound asleep, their groggy heads snapping up in protest. Cheng Wu was the first to recognize Zhou Ping, despite the darkness, able to identify him by his stature. "Boss, what are you doing up at this hour?" Cheng Wu grumbled, frustration evident in his voice, having finally drifted off after a long day. "Weren't you with the senior flag officer in the dungeons? How come you're back so soon?" "Indeed, I'm back. No need for the theatrics," Zhou Ping replied, patting the blade at his waist. "Wake up, we have work to do." In front of Hongyue Tower, a large contingent of county officials and soldiers had surrounded the premises, preventing any escape. A short man with a distinct mustache stood at the entrance. He was Huang Shiya, a trusted aide of the county magistrate. Upon hearing that a young master of the Li family was involved, he had summoned all available constables, numbering 30 to 40, who worked without pause to seal off the entire Hongyue Tower. Seeing Huang Shiya arrive eased the old madam's anxiety. "Thank goodness you're here." "Shiya, I was on the verge of losing my mind." Huang Shiya stroked his mustache, brow furrowed. "Before I arrived, no one left the Hongyue Tower, correct?" The old madam nodded, recounting the events as they transpired. Upon hearing that the suspect might have escaped through the window, Huang Shiya immediately ordered all personnel to mobilize and seal the county. "Keep an eye on the lake surface. If anyone appears suspiciously nearby, soaked to the bone, apprehend them and bring them to the yamen." "Yes." Following his orders, Huang Shiya ascended to the 2nd floor, intending to interrogate the only witness, Chun Su. At that moment, Chun Su had regained her composure and organized her thoughts, looking at the body of the young master from the Li family with less fear than before. The next instant, the door swung open, and the diminutive Huang Shiya entered. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly began to survey the surroundings. Running his fingers along the knife marks on the wall, he could not help but inquire, "What kind of material are your walls made of?" "Such deep gashes," the old madam explained. "Our guests value their privacy, so our walls are built from stone. They are particularly soundproof. Crafted from mountain rock. It is said that even the monsters in the mountains sharpen their teeth on such stone." Whether or not the monsters actually sharpened their teeth was beyond Huang Shiya's knowledge, but he acknowledged the hardness and expense of the stone. The depth of the knife marks indicated that the assailant possessed considerable skill. As he examined the wounds on Xiao Zongqi and Li Wenjie, his unease grew. The wounds were all lacerations requiring immense skill and power to inflict. "This is Xiao Zongqi of the Demon Suppression Division. a master of the 9th level of body refinement. And yet he died so tragically? This is no ordinary matter. I must report to the county magistrate. A chill coursed through Huang Shiya. The assailant's strength was unfathomable, suggesting a possible level of mastery beyond his own capabilities. Chapter 4. The Pig Demon Strikes. The case resolved. Huang Shiya's gaze suddenly shifted to Chun Su. Who killed them? Do you recognize the assailant? Chun Su's eyes darted nervously. My lord, I truly do not know. A shadow flashed before me, and I fainted. When I awoke, this was the scene before me. Huang Shiya sniffed sharply, lowering his voice. Think carefully. The deceased include the young master of the Li family and a high-ranking official from the Demon Suppression Division. This matter must be reported to the capital. A single misstep in your words, and you shall suffer dearly. Before Chun Su could respond, a commotion erupted from downstairs. What is happening below? Huang Shiya glanced at the old madam as a servant rushed up. Breathless, Madam Shiya, several high-ranking officials from the Demon Suppression Division have arrived, claiming they wish to take over the investigation. Upon hearing that officials from the Demon Suppression Division were present, Huang Shiya furrowed his brow. He feared only two types of people in the county, the powerful families and these officials from the Demon Suppression Division. To practice cultivation, one must have access to suitable techniques, but those techniques are not available to the average person. Only by being noticed by the Demon Suppression Division does one have the opportunity to learn. What do they want? Huang Shiya grumbled, yet he hurriedly made his way downstairs. The old madam followed closely, gesturing for Chun Su to leave quickly. Having paid a hefty sum to acquire her, she could not allow her to be taken so easily. You may not earn much in salary, but it's not worth risking your life. Cheng Wu stood in front of Hongyue Tower, quietly observing the officials blocking his path. The officials appeared troubled, as Cheng Wu and his companions bore the imposing insignia of the Demon Suppression Division. A sight that instilled fear in most. An older constable, forced to smile, said, My lord, please forgive us. We are merely fulfilling our duties, and you understand the consequences of defying orders, do you not? As the saying goes, one should not strike those who wear a smiling face. Had it been anyone else, they would certainly have shown respect to the old constable. However, Cheng Wu was unconcerned with such matters. He offered a slight smile, stepped forward, and unleashed his inner strength, causing the redwood doorframe to fracture with several cracks, some even extending to the plaque above. The onlookers were all terrified and retreated, scattering food and drink everywhere, while the officials stationed at the entrance were thrown back, landing amidst the cluttered floor. The once lively Red Moon Tower was soon filled with pained groans. Cheng Wu, possessing a martial talent far superior to that of Zhou Ping and his ilk, had reached the 8th level of body tempering even while only practicing the most basic techniques of the Demon Subduing Division. Unfortunately, his straightforward nature and humble background had led to the position that rightfully belonged to him being usurped by others. The same could be said for Xiao Zongqi, who, despite having ample resources to support him, had merely attained the 9th level of body tempering. His secret dealings with monsters had yielded significant gains, enabling him to occupy his current position. Otherwise, given his strength, he would have remained merely a minor flag officer. Dio, you truly think you can stop me? Who dares to obstruct the Demon Subduing Division? Cheng Wu bellowed, sending everyone present stumbling back 3 steps in fear. Why must matters escalate to such a tense standoff? Huang Shiya descended step by step, maintaining a smile on his face. Cheng Wu returned the gesture, leading his men directly inside. Observing the personnel from the Demon Subduing Division as they occupied the 2nd floor and sealed the room, Huang Shiya refrained from immediate interference, instead retorting, Have the esteemed gentleman of the Demon Subduing Division Wang Baihu once again distanced himself from his connections. Solely desiring to bask in his modest domain and seize one last substantial fortune before his retirement, he remained indifferent to everything else, as long as it did not affect his own interests. Rest assured, my lord, it is absolutely foolproof. Upon exiting, Zhou Ping could no longer conceal the joy etched upon his face. Ascending to the position of general standard implied that he would now have access to the techniques of the bone refinement realm. What more could he possibly await? Furthermore, he could conveniently acquire a more formidable martial art to enhance his own prowess. After traversing several courtyards, Zhou Ping arrived at the most secluded one, which served as the repository for all techniques and martial arts. In this world, it could be said that martial techniques were far more precious than gold, for opportunities to access such knowledge were exceedingly rare. Once mastered, they could facilitate a transcendence across social strata, rendering them immensely appealing to the common folk. To his surprise, such a significant place was merely guarded by a frail old man basking in the sunlight at the entrance. Zhou Ping discerned that this elder was far more than he appeared, as even Wang Baihu displayed utmost respect in his presence. Old Zhang had been dispatched from Qingyun Prefecture, under the jurisdiction of Qingshui County, specifically to oversee the safeguarding of these techniques and martial arts. In other words, all of these belonged to Qingyun Prefecture, merely available for their cultivation, with only Lord Baihu permitted to access the entirety of the techniques. Others faced certain restrictions, where beneath the general standard, one could only peruse the martial arts of the body refinement realm. With a cheerful demeanor, Zhou Ping approached and presented his general standard token. Old Zhang, I come seeking a technique, and perhaps to find a suitable martial art as well. Zhou Ping respectfully extended the token. Old Zhang raised his murky old eyes, a hint of surprise flickering across his brow. Your talent is mediocre. The previous technique is already sufficient for your cultivation. Do not be greedy, for excessive ambition may hinder your progress. Zhou Ping sighed, aware that with the system concealing his aura, others would remain oblivious to his true level as long as he refrained from revealing his hand. Yes, I understand, Zhou Ping nodded. Only then did the old man leisurely open the door, and as Zhou Ping stepped inside, he spoke. Congratulations on becoming the general standard. Except for the innermost room, feel free to peruse the other texts. Remember, these books are for reading only. You cannot take them out, and you may stay for no longer than an hour. Zhou Ping was pleasantly surprised by old Zhang's willingness to establish rapport. Naturally, forming a positive connection with such a formidable figure was highly advantageous. Thank you, old Zhang. The elder waved his hand dismissively, returning to his rest on the long bench. Chapter 6. Breaking through the bone refinement realm. Mastering the swift wind steps. Zhou Ping's last visit to this place was about a year ago when he had taken a martial art manual. However, upon this return, he found such levels of martial arts beneath his notice. If he was to seek something, it had to be the most challenging to master, for he need not toil in hardship. First, let me find a technique, as that is of utmost importance. Zhou Ping entered a room lined with 3 tiers of bookshelves. The tomes on the bottom shelf were suited for those lacking insight, offering less finesse compared to the upper shelves, yet with diligent practice, they could still be comprehended. The middle shelf boasted a higher caliber. But without a certain degree of talent, understanding them would prove exceedingly difficult. One might take 2 or 3 decades just to grasp the basics. Nevertheless, once mastered, the speed of advancement in the realm would far surpass that of the lower shelf, yielding a more formidable strength and a deeper comprehension of the entire bone refinement realm. Gazing at these techniques, Zhou Ping shook his head, seemingly unsatisfied. Were it not for the system, he might have lingered over the 2 lower tiers. Yet with the system's assistance, he sought only the most arduous path. He raised his gaze to the top shelf, which, unlike the lower tiers, contained only 3 tomes. The very placement of these texts indicated that they represented the highest grades of bone refinement techniques available to the Qingshui County branch. He reached for the one in the center, its cover a striking red, inscribed with the title Bone Refinement, 9 Harmonies Heavy Body Technique. After merely flipping through a few pages, Zhou Ping realized this was a pure body refinement technique, not aligned with his path. Reluctantly, he closed the book and picked up the one with a green cover. To his dismay, it too was misaligned, being a spirit-refining technique which primarily complemented certain magical arts, whereas he excelled in martial arts. Additionally, those who practice spirit refinement at the lower three tiers, body refinement, bone refinement, and blood chi, often found themselves inferior to their counterparts in physical training. However, as one ascended to higher realms, this gap diminished and eventually, spirit refiners could surpass their physical training counterparts at the same level. Zhou Ping shook his head. Such matters were not what he needed to contemplate at present. Why this classification? The final blue tome must undoubtedly be the one he sought. He opened it to the first page, where several bold characters caught his eye. Bone refinement. Eternal Yang Supreme Unity Technique. Indeed, this is the one. Zhou Ping quickly grasped it and proceeded to the martial arts section. At this point, his swordplay and realm were nearly equal, yet he desperately required a technique for body movement to compensate for his deficiencies in speed and reflexes. Body movement, Zhou Ping murmured as he paced back and forth, rejecting several options for either being too lowly ranked or possessing certain flaws. He had yet to discover one that truly satisfied him. Suddenly, he recalled the body movement technique employed by Wang Baihu during the demon-slaying campaign, which had allowed him to escape the clutches of several formidable foes. Zhou Ping had longed for such a technique, which could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. That's it. This is the one. Zhou Ping finally found it. The swift wind steps. It was said that even a master like Wang Baihu had taken nearly 10 years to nearly perfect this technique upon acquiring it, underscoring its arduous nature. Time was running short. He needed to hurry. Outside, old Zhang's voice echoed, reminding Zhou Ping that he had already spent a considerable amount of time inside. Fortunately, he had the system to assist him. Even if his talent might not match Wang Baihu's, his lifespan was undoubtedly far greater. System, let us commence. I will first cultivate the body movement technique, as I suspect my remaining lifespan may not suffice to fully comprehend the eternal Yang Supreme Unity technique of such caliber. Year 1. You dart through the jungle, seeking a unique method of movement, but your efforts yield little reward. Year 7. Standing atop a peak, as the gentle breeze caresses you, inspiration strikes, and you break through to the initial stage. Year 13. When you employ the body movement technique again, you navigate the complex forest without a single leaf touching you, effortlessly evading beastly attacks, achieving proficiency. Year 21. Your understanding of the swift wind steps deepens. A mere step allows you to traverse several meters, reaching the minor completion stage. Year 35. Your speed attains a terrifying level. Even the agile serpent demons cannot brush against your garments, reaching the major completion stage. Year 47. Decades of unwavering practice have transformed your body. Even without employing any techniques, you can move freely at will, attaining the state of perfection. Year 50. During this time, you feel an instinctual urge that the speed of this technique could be even greater. Yet an invisible barrier obstructs you. Stop. Achieving the great perfection of this martial art will require considerable time. This is sufficient for now. Zhou Ping hastily paused the simulation. Remaining lifespan, 16 years. Upon concluding the simulation, Zhou Ping felt significantly lighter than before, though otherwise unchanged. This place was not suitable for demonstration, so he restrained his inner excitement. What remained? He might as well expend it all, lest he be consumed by lingering thoughts. The system commenced the simulation of the Hengyang Tai Gong, a particular martial art in the first year. You began to grasp the fundamentals of bone-forging Hengyang Tai Gong, yet your limited talent hindered your deeper comprehension. By the 5th year, having attained a preliminary understanding of the technique, you endeavored to break through to the second layer of bone forging, only to falter at the final step in the 8th year. After dedicating countless days to your practice, you experienced a profound epiphany one crisp morning, feeling an intense heat coursing through your body, which naturally led to your breakthrough into the first layer of bone forging. By the 13th year, your mastery of the technique had deepened significantly, even rendering your bones notably denser, allowing you to transcend to the second layer of bone forging. Remaining lifespan, 3 years. The system now automatically ceased its function, indicating that further simulations would necessitate additional lifespan. Zhou Ping returned both volumes to their original places, having memorized them thoroughly after years of study. Upon stepping outside, he felt an inexplicable lightness, as if he glided effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the elder Zhang, whose previously relaxed eyes snapped open suddenly. Zhou Ping instantly sensed a formidable internal force locking onto him, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. Though it dissipated just as swiftly, that fleeting moment left Zhou Ping drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that his second layer of bone-forging prowess was utterly outmatched before the elder Zhang. To think you could grasp this level in merely an hour, you are indeed remarkable. Such talent would be wasted in Qingshui County. How about I pin you a letter of recommendation to serve in the demon-subduing department of Qingyan Prefecture? Elder Zhang's murky old eyes scrutinized Zhou Ping intently, seemingly having discerned his earlier moment of hesitation. You flatter me, esteemed elder. I am grateful for your recognition, yet I am not inclined to leave Qingshui County at this time. Chapter 7. Subduing Demons in the Countryside. A hidden conspiracy behind Elder Zhang reluctantly withdrew his gaze, exhaling a resigned sigh. Come find me when you have made up your mind. Zhou Ping nodded, offering a respectful gesture before departing the small courtyard. Not long after exiting, he encountered Xing Wu, accompanied by his fellow brothers, approaching him. Boss, I heard you've been promoted. Indeed, the news has spread throughout the entire demon-subduing department. They exclaimed in chorus, to which Zhou Ping could only respond with a smile. However, Cheng Wu's expression turned grave as he inquired, Boss, Lord Baihu has tasked you with dealing with the pig demon of Huangshailing. Isn't that a blatant act of bullying? Zhou Ping felt entirely at ease with Cheng Wu, knowing his family had several younger siblings to support, which placed considerable financial strain on him. Previously, Zhou Ping had provided assistance, helping Cheng Wu stabilize his situation, and Cheng Wu had never forgotten this kindness. I understand this mission carries significant risk, but since we serve in the demon-subduing department, we cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated by these demons. Zhou Ping's words left them all momentarily speechless. This was a stark contrast to his previous self, who would avoid such confrontations whenever possible, now exhibiting such elevated resolve. Cheng Wu, brimming with excitement, raised his arm in rallying cheer. Rest assured, boss, with us by your side, we will surely drive those demons away. His comrades echoed his enthusiasm without a hint of fear. However, Zhou Ping had no intention of bringing them along this time. Listen to me, this time it will only be Cheng Wu and myself. The rest of you should remain in the county. He patted a few of them on the shoulder. After all, apart from Cheng Wu, the others lacked sufficient strength. They could perhaps handle minor demons, as collaboration among numerous individuals could often secure victory, provided the disparity in cultivation levels was not too vast. However, confronting the pig demons of Huangshailing would be an entirely different matter. They had established a complete hierarchy and were considerably stronger than ordinary demons. Furthermore, some of these pig demons were also practicing demonic techniques, making them formidable adversaries. In the lower 3 realms, it is notoriously difficult for humans of equal level to triumph over demons due to physical disparities. Thus, bringing more people would only serve as a liability, and he would have to divert his attention to protect them. Cheng Wu and the others had no objections to Zhou Ping's arrangements. And after bidding farewell, they departed. Boss, when shall we set off? Cheng Wu asked, patting the hilt of his sword, his excitement palpable. This was his first time feeling such exhilaration, since Cheng Wu's parents had perished at the hands of demons. Leaving him with several younger siblings to care for, he had dedicated himself to training and joined the demon-subduing department, aiming to eliminate more demons. We'll leave now. We should reach near Huangshiling by afternoon. Qingshui, Li family.at, the very heart of the county town, stood an impressive estate with 3 courtyards. The entrance was guarded by 2 burly experts, their presence indicating a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of body refinement. The Li family not only thrived in Qingshui County, but also maintained numerous connections in Qingyun Prefecture, enough to buy half the county with their enterprises situated there. It was surprising that such a financially robust family had so few descendants. The elderly patriarch, Li Hong, had only just fathered a son at nearly 40. Tragically, Li Wenjie chose to provoke Zhou Ping, resulting in his untimely demise. Within the main hall, the weary Li Hong sat in a grand chair, his bloodshot eyes betraying his exhaustion. Since learning of Li Wenjie's murder the previous night, he had not closed his eyes, consumed by rage as he unraveled the chain of events. He had utilized all his connections in Qingshui County, determined to avenge his son by eliminating Zhou Ping. My child, rest assured, I shall ensure that Zhou Ping and that wretched woman accompany you in death. Li Hong's hands gripped the wooden armrests, splintering them in his fury, sending wood shavings flying across the room. Lie, returning from the demon-subduing department, pushed open the door to witness this scene, startled. Are the arrangements in place? Li Hong inquired. Lifting his gaze to Li Yi, with a trembling voice, Li replied, Yes, Zhou Ping should have set off by now. The pig demons of Huangshiling will ensure he does not return alive. You need not worry. My lord? Li Hong brushed the wood shavings from his garments and strode toward the door, with Li Yi following closely. However, what of the demon hunters you were to contact? No matter the cost. Bring them here. Li Hong spoke through gritted teeth. My lord, time is of the essence. The experts from Qingyun Prefecture cannot arrive in time. However, I have offered a handsome reward, and I believe many skilled individuals will come soon. Li responded. Li Hong shook his head, evidently dissatisfied with Li Yi's approach. He could not calm his mind until he laid eyes on Zhou Ping's corpse. The Li family had been in Qingshui County for quite some time and had nurtured some thugs locally. Yet none had reached the bone-forging realm. Typically, experts of this level would not bow to mere merchants. Even ordinary demon hunters could earn substantial wealth. Currently, there were only 2 bone-forging realm demon hunters in Qingshui County, and their fees surpassed those of some blood chi realm experts from Qingyun Prefecture. Before Li Yi could finish, he was interrupted by Li Hong. This is not for you to consider as long as we can secure Zhou Ping's head. Everything else is secondary. With Li Hong's statement, Li Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. My lord, I shall make the arrangements immediately. Child, oh child. The journey from the county town to Huangshiling spanned dozens of miles. Walking would surely exhaust one's feet. A lone donkey trudged along the muddy road, the bell around its neck jingling incessantly. The heavy rain from the day before had left the path drenched in mud and water. Child, oh child. Zhou Ping sat glumly at the back of the donkey cart, silent and sullen. He had initially intended to have Cheng Wu procure a horse-drawn carriage for a swifter journey, but to his dismay, the lad had opted for a donkey cart to save money. As darkness encroached and they had barely covered half the distance, Zhou Ping could no longer contain his frustration. Are you serious? At this rate, we won't reach Huangshiling by tomorrow. What if the demons flee by then? Zhou Ping fumed, for he was currently in dire need of lifespan. Both a premier martial art and a top-tier technique required a significant amount of it. Anyone who obstructed his path to slay demons was essentially threatening his life. Cheng Wu scratched his head sheepishly, having grown accustomed to frugality. Nevertheless, he raised his hand and called out, Master, could you please speed up? We have urgent business. The elderly man driving the donkey glanced at them and cracked the whip with renewed vigor. Child, oh child. The donkey's pace visibly quickened, and Zhou Ping had to grip the cart's edge to maintain his balance. Chapter 8. A Yellow Weasel Seeking Recognition? I see you are here to deliver experience points. An hour later, the donkey was panting heavily, Yet the road stretched endlessly before them. Child, oh child, as the donkey was trotting along, it suddenly came to a screeching halt, nearly throwing Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu off the cart. Subsequently, the stubborn creature stood rigidly, refusing to take even a single step forward. No amount of coaxing could persuade it otherwise. Enraged, the driver lashed out at the donkey with his whip time and again. Yet even as the whip cut through the air, the donkey remained obstinately unmoving. After toiling for a while, the driver wiped the sweat from his brow and awkwardly addressed the two men. "I apologize, gentlemen, but when this beast gets its back up, not even a bull can budge. It seems you will have to walk for a while." Zhou Ping leapt off the cart, and Cheng Wu followed suit. Weapon in hand, he had long since tired of the tortoise pace of the journey. They should have reached Huangshiling by now if they had been running master. "How far is it to Huangshiling from here?" Zhou Ping inquired. The driver glanced ahead and replied, "We should be nearing a village before we get to Huangshiling." After saying this, the donkey suddenly bolted in the opposite direction as if it had gone mad. Its bell jingled wildly as the driver struggled to rein it in, but to no avail. "Has this donkey seen a ghost?" Cheng Wu chuckled. "Whether it has seen a ghost is uncertain, but it has undoubtedly encountered a monster." Zhou Ping's voice was flat as he spoke, and Cheng Wu turned sharply to see a yellow creature racing toward them in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a half-human, half-weasel creature, its small head resembling that of a rat, and its tiny front paws raised as if in greeting, with a hint of mockery at the corners of its mouth. "Dear friends, please halt." A shrill voice pierced the air. The weasel spirit, also known as Huang Pizi, was an entity despised by both humans and demons alike. When they reached a certain threshold in their cultivation, they would randomly seek out a fated person to inquire whether they resembled a human or a deity. A response affirming their humanity would lead to failure in their breakthrough, possibly resulting in a decline in their cultivation level. However, they would hold a grudge against the respondent, haunting them like a persistent parasite until the individual paid a price. Conversely, if the answer was that they resembled a deity, the weasel would successfully break through, but the person would suffer a loss of fortune, and in unfortunate cases, even perish. Thus, regardless of the answer, the respondent faced significant risks. With no benefit to be gained, both humans and demons alike found themselves lamenting their misfortune upon encountering such a situation. The only recourse was to eliminate the questioner by force, yet the weasels were often quite cunning. They could discern a person's strength from a considerable distance, assessing whether they could overcome their opponent. Only when they were certain that their target was weaker would they gleefully approach to solicit their request. Therefore, those targeted by them found it exceedingly difficult to escape. In mere moments, the weasel spirit had closed the distance to within 10 feet of them. It clasped its front paws together in a gesture of respect and then opened its slender, pointed mouth. "Dear friends, do you perceive me as a human or a deity?" Cheng Wu, taken aback by the unexpected encounter, instinctively moved his right hand towards the blade at his waist, shifting slightly to the side to shield Zhou Ping behind him. In his mind, Zhou Ping was merely a novice with a cultivation level of 4, incapable of resisting such a creature. Cheng Wu had heard many tales from seniors and storytellers regarding the weasel's solicitations. However, due to their detestable reputation, such creatures were rare, and encounters were even scarcer. Those fortunate enough to survive such encounters recounted that a weasel's approach was always a sign of their confidence in overpowering their target. Otherwise, they would not take such a risk. Seeing Cheng Wu's defensive posture, the weasel felt insulted. Its fur bristled, and its claws extended to reveal long, sharp nails. "Friends, do tell me, do you see me as a human or a deity?" The tone of the weasel was now laced with a hint of menace, as if suggesting that they would be compelled to act if they did not respond promptly. Cheng Wu was drenched in sweat. Yet he stood his ground, his blade now drawn 3 inches from its sheath. Zhou Ping glanced at the weasel, noticing glowing characters hovering above its head. "Weasel spirit, cultivation level 10. Zhou Ping couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought it might be a formidable demon about to break through into a higher realm, only to discover it was merely a weasel that had yet to transcend the bone-tempering stage. It seemed the weasel had only perceived Cheng Wu's strength, while Zhou Ping, with the system's protection, would remain undetected even by a terrestrial deity. As it became evident that neither of them showed an inclination to assist in the weasel's breakthrough. It abandoned pretense, baring its sharp teeth. Cheng Wu, sensing the tension, drew his blade, positioning it defensively across his chest. Just as the situation escalated, a languid voice emerged from behind Cheng Wu. "I see you as a fool." The weasel blinked in confusion. Huh? Cheng Wu was equally taken aback. This world had no such term, leaving the weasel momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliarity of the phrase. However, upon realizing that the statement had not been directed at it, the agitated weasel lunged forward with its claws extended. Suddenly, Cheng Wu felt Zhou Ping vanish from behind him. In the next instant, a flash of silver light appeared. The weasel's body was cleaved in two, from its head to its hips, in the blink of an eye. This weasel, boasting a cultivation level of 10, had been dispatched by Zhou Ping in an instant. When Cheng Wu turned to look, Zhou Ping had already sheathed his blade. Slaying the cultivation level 10 weasel spirit grants 55 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 58 years. Zhou Ping remarked, not particularly impressive in appearance, yet it seems to have lived quite long. With that, he kicked the severed weasel carcass to the roadside. He then turned to Cheng Wu, who was still in shock. "Aren't you moving? The sun is setting, and we still have quite a distance to the village ahead." With that, Zhou Ping resumed his forward march, eager to slay more demons, for he had yet to complete the cultivation of the 2 tomes in his possession. "Boss, I didn't realize you were so formidable. Why haven't you acted all these years?" Cheng Wu hurriedly caught up, peppering him with questions. However, Zhou Ping deflected them with a few casual excuses. Believing Zhou Ping's reassurances, Cheng Wu's gaze shifted to one of admiration. Thus, the two continued on their path, the sun waning overhead. Chapter 9. A surge in lifespan, the abundance of pig demon Shurtsuan. This was the gateway to Huangshiling, beyond which lay an unbroken expanse of valleys. Huangshiling encompassed a vast area, home to dozens of villages. However, in recent years, a powerful pig demon had emerged, unifying the various pig demons within Huangshiling, creating a significant force. Even the Demon Suppression Division of Qingshui County had failed to achieve effective results in several attempts, allowing the pig demons to flourish and leading to the abandonment of many villages. Most of the villagers had fled to safer grounds, leaving behind only the elderly and children, who found it nearly impossible to escape the labyrinth in Huangshiling. Thus, they endured relentless torment at the hands of the demons, suffering greatly. At present, the pig demons had effectively driven out other types of demons from Huangshiling, and the region now teemed with no fewer than hundreds of pig demons. With the resident population dwindling, unable to sustain the large number of pig demons, the Demon Suppression Division had received numerous reports of pig demon attacks on surrounding villages and caravans. Zhou Ping had witnessed some of these incidents alongside Captain Xiao, and the scenes were truly harrowing now. Within Shurtsuan, all was eerily quiet, save for the flickering lights emanating from the central shrine. A few scattered fires burned outside, where several corpulent pig demons feasted on animal carcasses. What's the young master thinking? There are over 100 people inside who are not eating, yet they insist on gnawing on this unpalatable meat. One pig demon grumbled. Beside him, a pig demon with a scarred face quickly covered his mouth. "What are you blabbering about? Remember, the young master is just nearby. Do you want to get us all killed?" The scarred pig demon glared ferociously at the others. "Brother, when can we eat then? I see several folks inside have already frightened themselves to death. If we don't eat, it would be a waste." "Yeah, brother, considering we ventured outside Huangshiling. What if the Demon Suppression Division comes after us in full force? We might as well feast while we can. Seeing that he could no longer reign in the gluttonous demons, the scarred pig demon relented. This time, it's to draw out the demon suppression division. If you devour them all, how will we conduct our business? Upon hearing the explanation from the scarred pig demon, the other pig demons finally quieted down. However, the cries emanating from the ancestral hall soon began to irritate the scarred pig demon significantly. He turned around and pushed open the heavy doors of the hall. Inside were over 100 people of all ages, men, women, and children. Essentially the entire populace of Stone Village. Faced with the terrifying pig demon, the few little girls who had been quietly sobbing moments ago now burst into wailing cries, prompting the women to cover their children's mouths in fear of provoking the demon before them. They had heard tales of how these creatures could devour humans, leaving no bones behind. The cacophony was unbearable. After voicing his irritation, the scarred pig demon hoisted a hefty, bone-cutting knife onto his shoulder. The stench emanating from him permeated the entire hall, causing some individuals to faint from fright, and the scattered sobs gradually ceased. Observing that his underlings were nearly drooling, he reluctantly closed the door once more. The massive wooden door, which typically required several people to push, seemed as light as a feather in the presence of the scarred pig demon. Once the door was shut, several pig demons resumed their feast, completely oblivious to the two pairs of eyes watching them from afar. I say, boss, let's retreat this time. There are just too many demons out here. The two of us can't possibly slay them all. Changwu murmured while clutching a tree trunk. Standing on a branch, Zhou Ping smiled faintly. What are you saying? I wish there were even more demons. Just stay put and leave it to me. And remember, don't disclose anything you see to anyone else. If asked, just say you've killed them all. Zhou Ping's gaze was fixed intently on Chengwu, who nodded dumbly. In the next moment, Zhou Ping vanished from the tree. Brother, I can't hold back any longer. Even if we just eat one or two, it won't matter. Exactly. Worst case, when the young master returns, he'll just blame us. Several pig demons charged toward the ancestral hall. The scarred pig demon cast a glance but remained silent, pondering when the officials from the demon suppression division would arrive. Eating a few should pose no issue. The heavy door creaked ominously as all the children rushed into the village chief's embrace. The elderly chief Yushur stood resolutely in front of the children, trembling all over. There were hardly any young people left in the village. The gray-haired elders formed a protective barrier, terrified that the pig demons would burst in and snatch away the children. Do not fear, children. The officials from the demon suppression division will come to rescue us. With a tremendous crash, several pig demons managed to break down the door. Wow, so many children. Let us feast on the little ones first. Their flesh is the tenderest, indeed. The meat of these old geezers is hardly better than wood. Observing their fierce and drooling expressions, Yushur felt a profound sense of despair, clutching the children tightly in his arms. Just as the first pig demon was about to step into the hall, a flash of silver light streaked across, causing everyone to shut their eyes to avoid being blinded. When they reopened their eyes, the massive head of the pig demon had slid off its neck like a piece of butter. A foul stench filled the hall, prompting the crowd to cover their noses. The other two pig demons had yet to react when another pair to think that I was merely aiming to eliminate a person at the body refinement stage, yet unexpectedly encountered a master at the bone-forging stage. Indeed, upon returning, I must ensure they offer a significantly higher price. No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than two figures, one tall and the other slender, appeared on the main road of the village. Their shadows danced upon the ground, illuminated by the moonlight, as they approached with deliberate strides. Zhou Ping swallowed hard, realizing that these two had already been present when he made his move, indicating their strength was undoubtedly far superior to his own. Boss, these two are renowned demon catchers from Qingshui County. As long as the price is right, there is no demon they cannot subdue. Chengwu shouted from the side. Zhou Ping focused his gaze, and the information above their heads became apparent. Bone Forging Level 7. Bone Forging Level 7. You must be the esteemed Ding-Wan and Ding-Wu. Brothers, Zhou Ping addressed them. I am Zhou Ping, the chief of the Demon Subduing Division in Qingshui Town, here to exterminate demons at the behest of the 100 households. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here? The lanky Ding-Wan let out a hearty laugh as they closed the distance to Zhou Ping. Now merely 3 zhang away, he could clearly discern their attire. The slender Ding-Wan donned monk's robes, while the stout Ding-Wu appeared in garb reminiscent of a Taoist priest, albeit with a string of prayer beads around his neck. The duo presented an odd sight, neither resembling monks nor Taoists. Their clothing ill-fitting as if it had been forcibly taken from others. Perceiving Zhou Ping's scrutinizing gaze, Ding-Wan offered an explanation. We have a peculiar habit. After slaying someone, we take their clothing and wear it ourselves. Oh, this peculiar affinity of yours is rather curious. However, as demon catchers, why resort to murder? Zhou Ping inquired, gesturing for Chengwu to keep his distance. Ding-Wu chuckled heartily. As long as the payment is sufficient, we will slay whatever is requested, be it man or demon. Indeed, since the Li family has provided such funds, there must be ample grievances to settle. With that, Ding-Wan and Ding-Wu brandished their long knives. Zhou Ping smiled nonchalantly, feeling that his abundant lifespan could now be put to good use. Chapter 11. The simulation begins. Bone Forging Level 9 System. The usual protocol. Fill my martial arts. In the first year, you resumed your cultivation of the bone forging Hengyang Tai technique, yet could not grasp its profound truths. By the 9th year, while training outdoors, enlightenment struck you from the sun, propelling your cultivation to an unprecedented leap. Breaking through to bone forging level 3 in the 15th year, during a battle, you experienced significant insights, enabling you to internally examine your dantian, with your internal energy swirling like liquid gold within you. Expanding continually, breaking through to bone forging level 4. By the 21st year, after relentless training day and night, you overexerted yourself, suffering excruciating pain in your bones. Others urged you to rest, but only you understood it was a prelude to a breakthrough. In the 26th year, you sensed a qualitative change in your bones, becoming increasingly fused with your flesh and blood, breaking through to bone forging level 5 in the 33rd year. Despite your diligent training, your limited talent hindered your progress. By the 40th year, one day, your entire body burned with heat, and your bones unexpectedly grew larger, breaking through to bone forging level SIX in the 55th year. As an ordinary person, you realized how arduous it was to master such a pinnacle technique, yet you persevered day after day, breaking through to bone forging level 7 in the 76th year. You could now rend a fierce tiger with your bare hands and capture demons unarmed. Your bones as hard as meteorite iron, breaking through to bone forging level 8 in the 99th year. After nearly a century of cultivation, you finally comprehended the Hengyang Tai technique thoroughly, leading to significant enhancements in your sinews and blood. Breaking through to bone forging level 9. Remaining lifespan, 218 years. Fortunately, with the system, otherwise, I would have languished at the body refinement stage for my entire life, let alone achieve mastery of the Hengyang Tai technique. Zhou Ping felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, a testament to the high-tier technique. The mere attainment of bone forging level 9 had allowed him to grasp a hint of vitality, paving the way for further breakthroughs. This newfound sensation enabled him to execute previously elusive techniques and effects with newfound ease. Zhou Ping's gaze sharpened. Now, even without the system, he could discern the strength and depth of the two figures before him. Dingwu glanced nervously at Ding-Wan, his voice tinged with anxiety. Big brother, this kid seems different now. What should we do? Humph. In Qingshui County, aside from the pig demon of Huang Shiling and the 100 households of the demon subduing division, No one else is worthy of my attention. What is there to fear? Dingwen bellowed, bolstering his own courage. Zhou Ping's earlier gaze had been terrifying, akin to a hermit emerging from seclusion seeking a worthy opponent. It was a joy that was indescribable, leaving one feeling a chill down their spine. Brothers, you still have a chance to depart, Zhou Ping warned. Just as the two hesitated, a figure suddenly cast a shadow upon the ground. Illuminated by the moonlight, Dingwen and Dingwu looked up to see a pig demon standing atop a nearby rooftop. This pig demon appeared more anthropomorphic than the brutish ones lying on the ground. Exhibiting certain human characteristics, esteemed guests, we are all here for a transaction. Why begin without me? Zhu Gang said with a smile, his wolf fang club rhythmically tapping in his hand. This was the son of the pig demon from Huangshiling. And to think the Li family had even managed to enlist the aid of the pig demon from Huangshiling. They must have spent quite a fortune. Dingwen felt his confidence surge. Although this pig demon's son was not as formidable as his father, he had gained renown long ago and had trained in the mountains surrounding Qingyun Mansion upon breaking through to the body refinement stage. Years later, he returned with greatly enhanced strength, having led the pig demons of Huangshiling to defeat rival factions, solidifying their political standing in the region. Zhou Ping had certainly heard of his exploits and, upon glancing up, discerned Zhu Gang's cultivation level through the system. Bone forging level 9, Li family. It seems my life is worth quite a sum, Zhou Ping mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if the situation were still under his control. Zhu Gang leaped down from the rooftop, standing before Dingwen and Dingwu, who instinctively took a step back. Zhou Ping, I have never heard of you in Qingshui County before. I am acquainted with all the officials of the demon-subduing division, yet you have concealed yourself quite well. Zhu Gang regarded Zhou Ping's fair visage, a restless excitement simmering within him. Brother, if we three were to charge him together, we would surely be able to subdue him, Dingwen declared confidently. Yet, Zhu Gang merely turned to him with a dismissive glance. There is no need for you two useless ones. This is a transaction between me and the Li family. Furthermore, the entry of officials from the demon-subduing division and demon catchers is prohibited within Huangshiling. If you are wise, you will depart at once. Zhu Gang's disdainful words left Dingwen and Dingwu feeling humiliated. Dingwu, his face flushed with anger, reached for his knife to strike Zhu Gang but was halted by Ding Wei and eye in his eyes. This was the territory of the pig demons. Engaging Zhu Gang would make it exceedingly difficult for them to escape. Haha, two shameless fellows wish to collaborate with a demon, yet they are utterly disregarded, Dingwen. Your brother possesses more backbone than you. Zhou Ping could not resist throwing in a taunt. Dingwen's face turned pale with anger, yet he still pulled Dingwu back a bit. There is no rush. Our lives are far more precious than theirs. Do not be deceived by their current bravado. They will soon be beneath our notice. Upon hearing Dingwen's words, Dingwu quelled his anger. Zhu Gang, uninterested in their verbal sparring, directed his attention back to Zhou Ping, intrigued. Enough chatter. You will not leave Shizhuan today. With a swing of his club, clouds of dust and debris erupted into the air. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Ping vanished from sight. Swift wind steps? Zhu Gang had witnessed the 100 households use this technique. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the dust was violently dispersed. Zhou Ping had swiftly maneuvered to Zhu Gang's rear, and Zhu Gang only managed to block Zhou Ping's strike through sheer instinct, rather than any conscious reaction. Having failed to land a hit, Zhou Ping quickly distanced himself, causing Zhu Gang to stumble, nearly losing his footing. Zhu Gang shook his numbed arm in disbelief. The physical strength of this human surpassed his own? Impressive. I did not expect your power to rival mine. You cannot leave today, otherwise you will surely become a formidable adversary for us in Huangshiling. Zhou Ping smiled. Indeed, a grudge has been established. Chapter 12. Unexpected Gains. Zhang Family Thunder Technique. Zhu Gang pounded his chest, his entire being flushed as if engulfed in flames. Even under the cover of night, one could sense the steam emanating from him. He had actually mastered the vitality force. It seemed Zhu Gang was on the brink of breaking through to the vitality realm. If Huang Shiling were to possess two formidable demons of the vitality realm, they would surely trample all other demons in Qingshui County. Dingwen spoke with palpable excitement, as if in his eyes. Zhou Ping had already become a dead man. Zhou Ping swallowed hard, realizing that Zhu Gang's rise to fame must be attributed to his own merits, despite possessing an exceptionally high-level martial arts technique. He found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Zhu Gang, suggesting that the latter's innate talent in the demon realm was indeed formidable. Given this situation, there was no choice but to proceed as planned. System: max out all my martial arts abilities. Zhou Ping resolved to elevate his own strength to its utmost potential. In the first year, he endeavored to chase after flying birds using his speed, only to discover that he was neither as light nor as swift as the birds. By the 7th year, through relentless training day and night, he realized that he had not become faster or lighter, seemingly hitting an invisible barrier. After 15 years of diligent practice, although he had not accelerated, he observed that everything around him appeared to slow down. In the 23rd year, he found that he could manipulate the speed of his surroundings, even perceiving the droplets of water entering the surface before him with extraordinary clarity. By the 30th year, his rapid wind steps had finally reached a state of consummate perfection, achieving a level of fluidity akin to the wind itself. Remaining lifespan: 188 years. In the first year, he began to throw 1,000 punches daily, believing this would enhance his strength. By the 4th year, his fists had grown robust and powerful, capable of striking down a bull, thus breaking through to a higher realm. In the 9th year, he had gradually integrated his punching technique with other martial arts, resulting in fists that not only struck harder but also moved with increasing speed. Achieving a state of completion in the 13th year, in pursuit of understanding the essence of the dog fist, he observed wild dogs fighting, yet found himself unable to grasp the subtleties due to their simplicity. After the 18th year of tireless effort, he finally mastered the dog fist to a profound level, each punch resonating with an echo reminiscent of a dog's bark, breaking through to a state of consummate perfection. Remaining lifespan: 170 years. Zhou Ping expended several decades of his lifespan, refining all of his martial arts and techniques to their highest levels. As Zhu Gang surged towards him, his entire being radiating with vitality, Zhou Ping evaded him like a fleeting breeze. A blade struck Zhu Gang from behind, embedding itself 3 fingers deep before seemingly becoming stuck. Zhu Gang's vitality surged to envelop the blade. This time, Zhou Ping did not retreat. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Zhu Gang, whose only option was to absorb the blow. Zhu Gang was then propelled backward like a cannonball, the energy he had just gathered dissipating upon impact. Zhou Ping marveled at the explosive power that could be unleashed from seemingly inconspicuous martial arts when cultivated to their zenith. Before Zhu Gang could regain his footing, Zhou Ping was already at the spot where he landed. Awaiting him, this time, the Demon Slayer blade met no resistance, slicing into Zhu Gang's body as effortlessly as cutting through vegetables, the overwhelming inner force swiftly shattering his internal organs. Impossible, you are so young. How can your rapid wind steps be so much faster than Wang Ming's? Zhu Gang's eyes were bloodshot. Think about it down below. Zhou Ping swiftly followed up with several more stabs. The breath that Zhu Gang had so desperately held onto finally escaped him. Witnessing Zhu Gang's rapid demise, Dingwen and Dingwu quickly took flight, choosing not to make a sound. Yet, how could their speed possibly compare to Zhou Ping, who had perfected his rapid wind steps? With a single punch, Dingwen was reduced to a mist of blood, utterly lifeless. Dingwu was also swept away by the shockwave. Most of Dingwen's blood and flesh splattered upon him. Terrified, Dingwu knelt and pleaded for mercy. Lord Zhou, Please do not kill me. You mustn't. You absolutely mustn't. Zhou Ping couldn't help but smile at his demeanor. Oh? I've already slain the son of the local tyrant here. What makes you think I wouldn't slay a mere rogue like you? Give me a reason. The short and stout Dingwu hurriedly explained. I have a reason. If you spare me, I will provide you with a top-tier martial art. Specifically from the Zhang family of Qingzhou. To Zhou Ping's surprise, these two had indeed brought something of value, piquing his interest. What martial art? Seeing his chance for survival, Dingwu quickly produced an ancient book from his pocket. My lord, this is the ancestral thunder law of the Zhang family from Tianqing City in Qingzhou. It is never shared with outsiders. If you let me go, I swear I will keep today's events a secret. Zhou Ping casually accepted the martial art, noting the bold characters on the cover. Zhang family thunder law. He had indeed heard of the Zhang family from Tianqing City, the capital of Qingzhou, which housed 4 major families, the Zhang family being one of them, their strength unquestionable. Even among the other provinces, they were a renowned clan, their unique qualities contributing to their high standing in this chaotic era of demons and monsters. It was said that the Zhang family descended from the Taoist ancestral home of Longhushan, implying that their thunder law had some connection to the 5 thunders of Longhushan. However, it was rumored that the Zhang family's thunder law leaned more towards the 9 heavens divine thunder of the Shenshao sect. Or perhaps it was a simplified version of both. Longhushan and the Shenshao sect were among the top powers in the Great Liang, deterring the great demons from brazenly attacking humanity. Compared to them, the Zhang family was somewhat lacking, yet they were still a top force in Qingzhou, their martial arts undoubtedly beyond Zhou Ping's reach at this level. Indeed, it is the Zhang family thunder law. But how could it be passed to you 2 miscreants? Zhou Ping immediately discerned the crux of the issue. And why, Lord? Please don't ask so many questions. Just take the item and let me go. Dingwu clearly did not wish to divulge the source of the item. Yet, how could Zhou Ping let him off so easily? Oh, if that is the case, then you hold no value in living. Zhou Ping pressed the bloodied blade against Dingwu's cheek. No, my lord, we stole it, Dingwu blurted out in a panic. The young members of the Zhang family came to Qingyun Prefecture to train, and we happened to sneak in while they were staying there and took this martial art. Zhou Ping snorted coldly. So that's how it is, however. The blade still pierced through Dingwu's chest. I apologize, I might spare you, but the souls of those you have wronged will never forgive you. With that, Zhou Ping sheathed his dagger and slowly made his way back to Stone Village. Chapter 13. Zhou Ping's safe return. Li Hong's anger having just dealt with Dingwu, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Slayed a bone refinement realm pig demon, gained 77 years of lifespan. Slayed a bone refinement realm demon cultivator, gained 5 years of lifespan. Slayed a bone refinement realm demon cultivator, gained 4 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 256 years. More than 200 years of lifespan should suffice. Zhou Ping thought as he glanced at the ancient book in his hand before putting it away. This was not the place to read. He would take his time to peruse it once he returned to the office. In the distance, Cheng Wu was fiddling with Zhu Gang's side, and upon seeing Zhou Ping return, he joyfully extended his hand, tightly clutching a black orb the size of a copper coin. It appeared flawless. Undoubtedly the rumored demon core, boss. We've struck it rich. There truly is a demon core inside, and it's even larger than the one I saw at the county magistrate's house, whether for personal use or to sell. This find would yield considerable benefits, and acquiring a genuine one felt like striking gold. Put it away, and don't forget to behead Zhu Gang to claim credit. With this achievement, your promotion to Little Flag Officer should be assured. Zhou Ping instructed. Cheng Wu hesitated, waving his hands. How can that be? I did not lift a finger. It was all you. Enough. Your intentions are what matter. But do remember how much your current salary differs from that of a Little Flag Officer. Seize this opportunity to earn. Think of your younger siblings. Zhou Ping's few words convinced Cheng Wu to accept the situation, for according to the usual protocol, he should have been promoted long ago. Now that Zhou Ping had risen to the position of chief flag officer, if Changwu could not progress, his opportunities to assist Zhou Ping would dwindle. "Thank you, boss." Zhou Ping nodded and then instructed, "Have the villagers take care of the corpses, gather the items, and we shall return at once." The following day, bang. Wang Baihu smashed the table to splinters with a single palm. The head of Zhu Gang laid before him. "What? This Zhou Ping must be insane. I sent him to resolve the demon threat, and he dares to kill Zhu Gang. Is he not provoking that old pig demon into action?" Wang Baihu was so frightened that he trembled all over. It seemed that he had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The old pig demon had but one son, and now he had been slain by someone from the Demon Suppression Division. Surely all the grudges and grievances would now be laid at his doorstep. The more Wang Baihu pondered, the more his heart raced with dread. However, once he regained his composure, he began to feel a sense of unease. Something was amiss. Zhu Gang's reputation in the entirety of Qingshui County was no less than that of his father, and his strength was unquestionable. How could Zhou Ping possibly have killed Zhu Gang? Zhu Gang had been stuck at the 9th level of bone tempering for quite some time. Wang Baihu would even believe it if someone claimed he was on the verge of breaking through to the half-step blood realm. Even if he were to take action himself, it would be impossible to easily subdue Zhu Gang. How could Zhou Ping, a mere 4th-layer body refining cultivator, and Cheng Wu, who was only at the 8th layer, possibly have killed Zhu Gang? Could it be that the Li family scoundrels were deliberately setting him up? "You had better not let me catch any incriminating evidence, or none of you will have it easy." Filled with rage, Wang Baihu knew that the deed was done. He had to think of a way to salvage the situation. "Come here." A guard pushed the door open and entered. Wang Baihu, with a dark expression, commanded, "Draft a letter in my tone and send it at full speed to that pig demon at Huangshiling." "Yes, sir. However, Zhou Zengqi just came by and mentioned that Changwu has made quite a significant contribution this time. Therefore, he hopes to transfer the vacant junior flag officer position to Cheng Wu." Upon hearing this, Wang Baihu's fury surged, yet he still replied, "Approved. Inform Zhou Ping that he has done well. There will be more important tasks assigned to him in the future. Let him prepare thoroughly, as you command." At the Li family, Li Hong clutched his chest, nearly succumbing to the news brought by Li Yi. "Impossible. Who exactly is Zhou Ping? Investigate his background for me. It seems my son's murder was premeditated." Li Hong could hardly believe it. 3 masters of bone tempering could not subdue a single person in all of Qingshui County. Only Wang Baihu could have accomplished such a feat, my lord. "I believe we should take this matter slowly. Relying solely on the people of Qingshui County will likely not suffice to eliminate Zhou Ping. Moreover, we still do not know what kind of forces he is backing him. If he managed to kill Zhu Gang all by himself, that would be truly terrifying," Li Yi urged, recalling how recklessly Wenjie had been before, potentially provoking the wrong individuals during his trip to Qingyan Prefecture. "Is the demon catcher we summoned from Qingyan Prefecture not yet here?" Li Hong inquired. Looking at Li Yi hesitantly replied, "My lord, over a dozen masters of bone tempering have arrived, but after hearing about this incident, they seem reluctant to take the job. Zhu Gang had once resided in Qingyan Prefecture for a time, and any demon catchers at the bone tempering level had likely heard of his name. What about masters of the blood realm? If necessary, we could spend a fortune to hire a transcendent master. I refuse to believe that we cannot deal with a mere junior flag officer," Li Hong declared with resolve. The transcendent realm was above the lower 3 realms. As the name suggested, practitioners were on the verge of transcending the ordinary mortal form, enjoying greatly enhanced lifespans and physical abilities. The cost of hiring a demon catcher of this caliber was leagues apart from that of those in the lower 3 realms, my lord. It is quite difficult to hire a transcendent demon catcher. Some even refuse monetary compensation, demanding treasures, demon cores, and martial arts techniques instead. Li Hong ignored Li Yi's concerns. With his son lost, what good was all this wealth? Money was no object. as long as he could hire someone. He would not hesitate to drain his coffers. Given Li Hong's insistence, Li Yi had no choice but to comply. Inside the Demon Suppression Division of Qingshui County, Zhou Ping returned and promptly moved into the courtyard previously occupied by the late General Xiao. Only a general was permitted to have a small, independent courtyard within the Demon Suppression Division, and with General Xiao deceased, this space naturally fell to Zhou Ping. He hurried back to his room, swiftly locking the door behind him. The Zhang family's thunder method was of paramount importance and needed to be grasped as soon as possible, especially considering his current precarious situation point. One could never tell when another trap might be laid for him. Fortunately, this time he had earned a substantial amount of longevity from slaying the demon. He was confident that any demon below the blood realm would not be his match. If he could master the Zhang family's thunder method, he would even have the strength to contend with major demons of the blood realm. After all, he had killed the prince of Huangshailing, and retribution would surely follow. Before that happened, he needed to enhance his strength, at least to the point where he could resist the formidable demons of the blood realm. With such thoughts in mind, Zhou Ping slowly opened the ancient text. Chapter 14. Dual cultivation of spirit and martial arts. This martial art is exclusive to those who cultivate the spirit and can be combined with other martial arts. However, users in the lower three realms should exercise caution. If perfected, this method can even communicate with the heavens to summon divine lightning, but it demands exceptionally high talent. Those lacking in aptitude should cease their practice early to avoid wasting time. The Zhang family's thunder method originates from the Taoist five lightnings, derived from the cultivation of the clan's ancestors, proving highly effective in the extermination of demons and the dispelling of evil. This thunder method must not be disseminated. If acquired by outsiders, please return it promptly. The preface of the Zhang family's thunder method elucidated the martial art thoroughly. Once mastered, it could summon heavenly lightning, a power not to be underestimated. It was well known that among all the creatures of the world, demons feared pure and unyielding lightning the most. Should one be able to fully cultivate this technique? Would slaying demons not become as easy as slicing through vegetables? Such a sophisticated martial art would surely consume a staggering amount of longevity, especially considering his limited aptitude. Zhou Ping sighed in resignation. Those without talent might spend their entire lives without achieving anything significant in mastering this thunder method. However, Zhou Ping was different. If he couldn't succeed in one lifetime, he could try in two. Or even three, and after all, he was not sacrificing his own life but those of the demons. Yet this was a technique for cultivating the spirit. He was a martial artist. What was he to do? Upon finishing the text, Zhou Ping realized that only those who cultivate the spirit could practice this thunder method. He, however, was merely a martial artist, possessing only internal energy and no magical power. He wondered whether there were practitioners in this world who simultaneously cultivated both spirit and martial arts. He guessed there must be, as there was no shortage of reckless individuals everywhere. Regardless, with the system's support, cultivating an additional technique would not hinder his progress. Thus, he resolved to simultaneously cultivate spirit, martial arts, and body refinement. After all, he had plenty of time. With this in mind, Zhou Ping understood he needed many techniques, and the only place to acquire them would be from old Zhang. Whether anyone had ever successfully cultivated two techniques at once, he did not know, but he suspected he might be the only one attempting to cultivate three at the same time. Zhou Ping marveled at his own audacity. To avoid wasting time, he immediately set off for the small courtyard. Old Zhang had been resting in his chair, and upon seeing Zhou Ping, he asked in surprise, "You're back. How did the mission go?" "Thank you for your concern, Senior. It went very smoothly. I've come to seek more martial arts techniques." Zhou Ping replied with a smile. Old Zhang, puzzled, asked, "Oh, I recall you just visited yesterday?" Zhou Ping scratched his head and explained, "I couldn't memorize everything yesterday, so I had to return today. Time was too short." His excuse was reasonable, prompting old Zhang to wave him in. Once inside the room, Zhou Ping swiftly made his way to the same spot as before, where the 3 tomes lay just as they had. Bone tempering, 9 merging heavy body technique. Bone tempering, Xian Jade transforming soul scripture. These 2 techniques rested quietly, and the better the techniques used, the more complete the previous stages of cultivation became. Techniques of the lower 3 realms were generally compatible, meaning one could start practicing blood realm techniques from the body refining realm. However, the difficulty was significant, though the results were commendable, and no matter, time was limited. Zhou Ping decided to begin by deducing the Xian Jade transforming soul scripture. In the first year, you commenced your training in the Xian Yu Hua Hunjing, feeling a refreshing clarity in your mind, enabling you to break through to the first layer of body tempering. By the 3rd year, you began to perceive the burgeoning strength of your mental faculties. When you closed your eyes, the world appeared strikingly vivid, allowing you to surpass the 2nd layer of body tempering. In the 5th year, your dedication to cultivation intensified, leading you to withdraw from worldly affairs, resulting in a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of body tempering. By the 8th year, after enduring countless trials, you discovered a trace of magical energy within your dantian, controlled by your soul's power, thus achieving the 4th layer of body tempering. In the 11th year, while venturing into the wilderness, you found that you could combat foes of equal rank using only your magical energy, which had increased significantly, allowing you to break through to the 5th layer of body tempering. In the 15th year, after several years of seclusion, you finally encountered a barrier. However, through relentless training, you managed to surpass the 6th layer of body tempering. By the 21st year, with your magical energy continuing to grow, you sensed a corresponding enhancement in your mental power as the spiritual energy within you coalesced into a vortex, poised to erupt at any moment, thereby breaking through to the 7th layer of body tempering. In the 26th year, your mastery of magical energy allowed you to perform astonishing feats, even controlling flames and floods in the wilderness, leading to a breakthrough at the 8th layer of body tempering. By the 32nd year, after many years of refining your spirit, you felt as though you existed in a state of transcendence, with your magical energy accumulating ever more, thus surpassing the 9th layer of body tempering. In the 40th year, your comprehension of the Xian Yu Hua Hunjing had deepened significantly, and you sensed your magical energy expanding continuously, teetering on the brink of explosion, far exceeding its initial state, leading to a breakthrough at the 10th layer of body tempering. In the 43rd year, you began to venture toward the next stage, yet struggled to control the burgeoning magical energy, which had doubled in volume. In the 46th year, as your dantian housed both magical and internal energy, the two remained distinctly separate, akin to 2 rivers flowing side by side. By the 50th year, you successfully consolidated your magical energy into a jade-like orb. Yet the stored energy was several times greater than in its previously inflated state, achieving the 1st layer of body forging. Pause simulation. Remaining lifespan, 206 years. Zhou Ping, concerned that his lifespan might be insufficient, decided to distribute his time evenly, concluding that breaking through to the body-forging realm would suffice. He could now introspect, observing a piece of magical energy within his dantian, smooth and warm as jade, which should be adequate for employing thunder techniques. Simultaneously, Zhou Ping retrieved the Zhang family's thunder technique, recognizing that retaining it was akin to possessing a ticking bomb, as its origins were dubious. Dingwan and Dingwu had surely been discovered after stealing it. He pondered whether the Zhang family would trace their theft back to Qingshui County. Thus he resolved to hasten his training so that even if they pursued him, he would have already mastered the technique. Feeling the magical energy coursing through him, he experienced a jolt akin to an electric shock, realizing this was indeed magical energy. His simultaneous cultivation of 2 distinct techniques posed no discomfort to his body, affirming that this path was entirely feasible, albeit exponentially time-consuming. Zhou Ping smiled, confident that as long as this route was viable, other concerns were trivial. Chapter 15. A triad of approaches, mastery of thunder techniques. System, begin simulating the Zhang family's thunder technique. In the first year, you ascended a high mountain to summon thunder, only to be struck by lightning. In the third year, undeterred by the lightning strikes, you ascended the mountain during every thunderstorm, acquiring a trace of thunderous power within. By the seventh year, witnesses observed you singing atop the mountain, shouting defiantly despite being struck, leading onlookers to deem you foolish. In the 10th year, although repeatedly struck by lightning while training in stormy weather, you made little progress, save for recovering more swiftly after each strike. In the 15th year, after countless lightning strikes, you finally grasped the essence of thunder technique training, thus beginning to find your stride. By the 26th year, despite entering a more stable phase, results remained meager, until years later, you finally discerned a hint of thunderous intent in your features. In the 40th year, perseverance bore fruit, and you could summon a flicker of lightning. Albeit merely a finger's length, as you beheld the azure lightning swirling in your hand, you understood that your efforts were finally rewarded, marking your entry into the foundational level. In the 63rd year, the length of the lightning in your grasp gradually increased, its potency amplified. Through your relentless training, the lightning could even cling to your weapons. By the 85th year, the power of your lightning had escalated significantly. Even beasts of the body-forging realm would lose their mobility upon being struck. In the 106th year, although your cultivation reached a plateau, your control over the lightning improved markedly, allowing you to manipulate its form and speed at will. In the 131st year, after relentless training day and night, you commanded lightning that extended over 3 feet, coiling perfectly around your treasured blade. Achieving mastery in the technique. Pause simulation. Remaining lifespan: 75 years. Good heavens, this is absurd. Truly, the Zhang family's thunder technique is astonishing. If I do not pause, I fear I shall be unable to cultivate the next technique. Zhou Ping wiped the sweat from his brow. Although he yearned to witness the power of the thunder technique, the old man Zhang remained outside. This elder's strength was formidable, and he could sense every move Zhou Ping made within. Perhaps it was best to complete the final technique swiftly. System, commence simulation of the body forging. 9 merging heavy body technique. In the first year, you endeavored to shift a 1,000-pound boulder, yet it remained utterly immobile. Achieving the first layer of body tempering. In the third year, you attempted again to move the boulder, managing a slight shift, thus breaking through to the second layer of body tempering. In the 5th year, you endeavored to lift the 1,000-pound boulder, managing to hold it for only a few seconds, thereby achieving the third layer of body tempering. By the 8th year, unable to endure any longer, you struck the boulder with a fist, fracturing it at its core, astonished to discover your flesh was harder than stone, thus breaking through to the 4th layer of body tempering. In the 12th year, you meticulously studied the technique, uncovering that the 9 merging heavy body technique was far more potent than you had anticipated, allowing you to enhance your physique by increasing your own weight, thus achieving the 5th layer of body tempering. In the 17th year, you relentlessly trained beneath the waterfall to temper your body, advancing to the 6th layer of body tempering. By the 23rd year, years of experience and the technique's enhancement bestowed upon you the strength of 1,000 June, enabling you to shatter stubborn stones, thus breaking through to the 7th layer of body tempering. In the 29th year, upon reaching a certain physical threshold, you could effortlessly capture ferocious beasts without resorting to internal or magical energy, thus achieving the 8th layer of body tempering. In the 35th year, your physique underwent a qualitative transformation. Ordinary blades and swords posed little threat to you, and your strength saw a significant increase, allowing you to break through to the 9th layer of body tempering. In the 42nd year, under your control, your punches could fell a fierce tiger. Now, Relying solely on your physical prowess, you could vanquish beasts, thus achieving the 10th layer of body tempering. In the 50th year, your body resembled steel, having been tempered to a new realm, enabling you to shatter myriad techniques, thus attaining the 1st layer of body forging. Pause simulation. Remaining lifespan, 25 years. What a relief! Zhou Ping stretched his body, which crackled like popping beans. His physique now surpassed that of many renowned ferocious beasts, and combined with his martial arts, Zhou Ping felt capable of defeating anyone beneath the blood essence realm with a single punch. Upon surveying his current cultivation, he realized it had been meticulously categorized into 3 tiers: martial refinement, 9th layer of body forging, spiritual refinement, 1st layer of body forging, physical refinement, 1st layer of body forging. Moreover, he was concurrently practicing 3 techniques, likely making him the foremost individual in the entirety of the Daliang. The Zhang family's thunder technique had also reached mastery, though the lifespan required for complete mastery was extensive. For now, this sufficed. While it was difficult to ascertain, Zhou Ping felt confident that even if the great pig demon from Huangshe Ridge stood before him, he would dare to engage in a fierce battle of 300 rounds. Contemplating this, Zhou Ping glanced toward the innermost chamber, where only those of the 100 households could enter. Within lay the techniques of the blood essence realm, which Zhou Ping desperately needed, yet currently had no means to access. Time's up. Surely, I must have memorized it by now, the old man Zhang called from outside. Zhou Ping refrained from boasting, emerging with a cheerful demeanor, exchanging greetings before hastily departing. Observing Zhou Ping's hurried demeanor, old Zhang felt a twinge of curiosity. What on earth was this lad up to? Quite the mystery. Huangshe Ridge, the tallest mountain, once known as Huangshan, had now been renamed Pig Mountain. A pig demon, resembling a small mountain, sat upon a stone seat, glaring at the headless corpse of Zhu Gang, its eyes bulging with rage. Who did this? Its booming voice reverberated, sending shockwaves through the multitude of pig demons below, causing them immense distress. My lord, we do not know, they replied. The young master took his brothers out and has not returned. By the time we arrived, it was already like this, a group of pig demons, burdened with the corpses they had brought back, were engaged in a fervent defense. Zhu Lai's bloodshot eyes fixed upon one of the kneeling pig demons, seizing it and unceremoniously consuming it whole. The sound of cracking bones reverberated throughout the cavern, instilling terror in the hearts of the remaining onlookers, who trembled in fear. Why, lord, it appears that the young master contacted by the Li family sought to conspire to kill a captain of the Demon Suppression Division. After he went, he met such a fate, reported a trusted confidant of Zhu Gang, revealing the grim details. However, Zhu Lai was not convinced. He snorted indignantly, impossible. Gang's prowess is unparalleled. Who could possibly slay him, aside from the 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division? Could it be the demon catchers from the Qingyan house? It seems one called Zhou Ping was involved, and he even killed Li Hong's son, Li Wenjie. Zhu Lai clenched his fists, shouting, "Find me his whereabouts. Whoever killed my son shall pay with their life." Yes. Chapter 16. The Bai family caravan 3 days later, within a forest outside the city of Qingshui. The tranquility of the woods was abruptly shattered by a thunderous crack as a robust tree blackened and toppled to the ground. Zhou Ping stood nearby, his entire being crackling with electric energy, the long blade in his hand enveloped in azure lightning. What tremendous power! It seems my training in this thunder technique was indeed worthwhile. I wonder how formidable it will be when fully mastered. Zhou Ping mused, exhilarated by his significantly enhanced strength compared to just days prior. Alas, his internal mana was too depleted. He could only unleash the thunder technique once. Clearly, upon gaining longevity next time, he must prioritize enhancing his spiritual cultivation. Feeling the emptiness within his dantian, he realized that this single thunder technique had completely exhausted his mana. No wonder the texts warned of the need for caution when utilizing such power in the lower realms. Nevertheless, one strike was sufficient. He sensed that none of the demons he had encountered could withstand such an onslaught. Just as Zhou Ping prepared to further test his physical prowess, Cheng Wu approached from a distance. Calling out, "Boss, boss!" Zhou Ping quickly sheathed his blade, adopting an air of nonchalance. "What brings you here? Are you not aware that I am currently in training?" Cheng Wu chuckled, glancing at the charred tree and pondering the absence of thunder in recent days. "Boss, the medicinal caravan from the Chiyun house is passing through Qingshui County. Lord Bai Hu has instructed you to escort it." Zhou Ping furrowed his brow. He had intended to venture into the mountains to hunt demons, as his lifespan was running short, yet now he had been assigned another task. "Lead the way." In Qingshui County, at the entrance to the county office, Bai Hu and County Magistrate Chunzhong observed a dozen horse-drawn carts being prepared. At the forefront was Bai Liang, the manager of the Chiyun house, who appeared to be nearing 50. "Gentlemen, I truly appreciate your assistance. Unfortunately, all the demon catchers we hired have left on short notice, leaving us to rely on the officers of the Demon Suppression Division," Bai Liang said with a sheepish smile. Bai Hu, with a righteous demeanor, replied, "There is no trouble at all. The head of the Bai family from Qingyan House is an old acquaintance of mine. I assure you that with Captain Zhou leading the escort, there will be no issues." County Magistrate Chen echoed his sentiments, adding, "This Captain Zhou is no ordinary individual. He has even beheaded the notorious Zhu gang. With him present, none would dare to covet the medicinal materials." With their assurances, Bai Liang's heart swelled with joy. The Bai family of Qingyun House is a branch of the Bai family from Tianqing City, one of the 4 prominent families in Qingzhou, alongside the Zhang family. The Bai family primarily engages in the medicinal trade, in addition to holding various other interests. Their ability to safeguard such extensive assets speaks volumes of their strength. Not to mention their main family, the Bai family in Qingyun House is formidable in its own right. Yet, despite this, there are still individuals and demons who covet their medicinal materials, for it is indeed a lucrative prize. Even a mere taste would yield great rewards. Knowing this, I feel reassured. To be candid, this caravan is transporting highly valuable medicinal materials, and the young lady of the Bai family is among them. Bai Liang disclosed. This revelation startled both Bai Hu and County Magistrate Chun. The magistrate stammered, "Is it the daughter of Lord Bai?" "Indeed, it is Miss Ruai Yao. She wishes to accompany the caravan to seek out patients and enhance her medical skills." Bai Liang beamed with pride as he spoke of his daughter. It was well known that the Bai family's daughter was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also possessed exceptional medical prowess. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Whoever could marry Miss Bai would be truly fortunate, Bai Hu added in agreement. Bai Liang, upon observing their reactions, stated, "Indeed, the utmost priority is to protect Miss Ruai Yao. Even if we were to lose all the medicinal materials, we cannot allow her to come to harm." The 2 men nodded in acknowledgement. Bai Hu patted his chest, assuring them that he would gather all of Captain Zhou's men and prepare thoroughly. Bai Liang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, gentlemen. As soon as Captain Zhou returns, we shall set off without delay." As Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu made their way back, they were unexpectedly intercepted at the city gate by a brother from their ranks. "Boss, Cheng Wu's sister has found the Demon Suppression Division. She says that our little brother's condition has worsened, and he is now unconscious." Consequently, the 2 men did not head towards the county office but instead turned their mounts towards Cheng Wu's home. Upon reaching the entrance, they found Cheng Wu's sister, Cheng Yu, weeping profusely. The young girl was merely 16 or 17. At that age when one struggles to make decisions. "Brother, our little brother fainted again today." Cheng Yu sobbed. Cheng Wu and Zhou Ping hurried inside, where they found their younger brother, Cheng Yun, tossing and turning in bed, his face contorted in agony. Cheng Wu exclaimed, quickly, "Fetch a doctor. Spare no expense. We need him to bring everything necessary." Upon hearing this, the young girl responded with a quick okay before rushing out. Cheng Wu looked apologetically at Zhou Ping, unsure of how to articulate his predicament, simply stating, "Boss, I can't accompany you to escort the caravan this time. I must stay home with my brother." Zhou Ping nodded. He had heard of Cheng Wu's brother suffering from a strange ailment, causing him to faint periodically. "It's all right. I'll stay here with you. If there are expenses, I can cover them," Zhou Ping reassured him, having a demon core in hand that could fetch a good sum. Surprisingly, Cheng Wu shook his head, gently stroking Qing Yun's forehead as he said, "It's useless. We've consulted nearly all the renowned doctors in Qingshui County, and none could even diagnose the cause." At that moment, Zhou Ping realized that the ailment afflicting his younger brother was no ordinary illness. "Nonetheless," he suggested, "if it proves unmanageable, we can take your brother along with the caravan to Qingyun House. There are more skilled physicians there, and surely someone will be able to cure him." Hearing Zhou Ping's words, Cheng Wu nodded in agreement. However, news of Zhou Ping's absence from the county office quickly spread back. Bai Liang glanced at the sky, a look of concern crossing his face as he asked, "Lord Baihu, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't someone dispatched to find Captain Zhou?" Baihu smiled awkwardly. Just then a subordinate approached. "My lord, Captain Zhou has gone home with Cheng Wu." Baihu's anger flared. "With so many people waiting here, he dares to return home. It seems he is courting death. Bring him here at once. If he delays the delivery, he shall bear all the consequences," Baihu fumed. The subordinate could only reply, "My lord, it seems Cheng Wu's brother has fallen ill again, and this time it is quite serious. Who doesn't know about that ailment? It's been treated for years without success. This is merely a waste of time." Baihu retorted, "A condition that cannot be cured." Bai Ruiyao and the palanquin perked up at once, beckoning Bai Liang to approach, where she imparted a few instructions. Bai Liang nodded and then approached Baihu, asking, "My lord, what exactly is the nature of Cheng Wu's brother's affliction?" The latter hesitated for a moment, recalling the details. "He cannot perform any tasks and faints periodically. The renowned doctors of Qingshui County have examined him, yet none have been able to diagnose the underlying cause." Baihu's words piqued Bai Ruiyao's interest. A clear, ethereal voice emerged from the palanquin. "Bai Liang, since that is the case, let us assist this Captain Zhou. This way, we can expedite our journey." With that, a maiden clad in a white gown, her skin as pale as snow, gracefully descended from the palanquin, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. Such breathtaking beauty was unmatched throughout the entirety of Qingshui County. Baihu, concerned, advised, "Miss Bai, this individual's illness is rather peculiar. It would be wise for you not to involve yourself. I will command Zhou Ping to return immediately. We must not delay our progress." Wang Baihu's primary concern lay in the inadequacy of Bai Ruiyao's medical skills. After all, she was merely a young girl, and should word of her shortcomings circulate, it would tarnish the Bai family's reputation. Consequently, he feared that Lord Bai would harbor grievances against him. Thus he sought to prevent Bai Ruiyao from becoming embroiled in the matter at hand. Bai Liang snorted derisively and spoke, "Lord Wang, my esteemed lady's medical prowess has been honed under our family's tutelage. Even the master himself would feel humbled in her presence. There is no need for your concern. Do lead the way." Having reached this impasse, Wang Baihu had no choice but to wave his hand, instructing his subordinates to escort Bai Ruiyao to the Cheng family residence. Chapter 17. The Awakening of a Special Physique. For masters of qi and blood in pursuit, "Doctor, what is the situation?" Cheng Wu inquired. An elderly gentleman with graying hair shook his head repeatedly after feeling the pulse. "Why, lord, I truly cannot discern the nature of this ailment. I suggest a visit to Qingyun Prefecture for further examination." Upon hearing the physician's words, Cheng Wu felt utterly helpless and instructed his younger sister to assist him in leaving. Observing Cheng Wu's distress, Zhou Ping was at a loss for how to comfort him. Suddenly, Cheng Yun on the bed began to toss and turn, her hands clawing at her clothing, her entire body radiating heat, burning hot to the touch. Elder brother, I am so hot. It feels as though I am on fire. Cheng Yun cried out in agony, prompting Cheng Wu and Zhou Ping to hastily restrain her, yet her skin grew increasingly feverish, even emitting a charred scent. Just as they stood there in confusion, a delicate, snow-white hand reached forth, grasping Cheng Yun's wrist. Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu had yet to react when an attendant outside called out, "Lord Zongqi, this is the eldest daughter of the Bai family from Qingyun Prefecture, renowned for her exceptional medical skills." Hearing this, both men instinctively took several steps back. Only then did Bai Ruoyao settle herself at the bedside, channeling her inner energy into Cheng Yun. Gradually, the latter quieted down, though she continued to babble incoherently. "What have you given her?" "The energy within her body is utterly chaotic," Bai Ruoyao inquired, turning her gaze towards Cheng Yu. "Today, she only drank some water. She has eaten nothing," Cheng Yu responded. Bai Ruoyao nodded and began to take Cheng Yun's pulse, but as she examined her, her brow furrowed ever tighter, hesitant to ascertain the precise nature of the ailment. Without delay, Bai Ruoyao produced her silver needles and commenced acupuncture on Cheng Yun. The previously pained girl finally settled down. Noticing that his lady required time for treatment, Bai Liang promptly ushered everyone else out of the courtyard, leaving only Zhou Ping and a few others behind. "How old is she? Has she ever practiced cultivation?" Bai Ruoyao inquired, casting her gaze at Cheng Yu. Cheng Wu replied from the side, 13. She has never cultivated, as she has been frail and sickly since childhood. How can this be? How does she possess such formidable inner energy, and why is it so volatile? When I offered free medical consultations in Qingzhou, I encountered patients with similar symptoms. However, those individuals only possessed a meager amount of inner energy. Unlike her, even a practitioner at the 10th stage of body refinement would not have such dense inner energy. Bai Ruoyao closed her eyes, extending her spiritual awareness to probe Cheng Yun's internal organs, ultimately detecting a clue near her heart. As Bai Ruoyao opened her eyes and exhaled slowly, Cheng Wu, mustering his courage, asked, "Miss, what ailment does my younger sister suffer from?" "She is not afflicted by any disease, but it is unfortunate that this occurred in such a remote locale. If my assessment is correct, she possesses a special physique, the root of which lies within her heart." Bai Ruoyao rose and inserted several more needles near Cheng Yun's heart. "What kind of physique is it? How do we treat it?" Zhou Ping queried. "This young girl is the quintessential protagonist, born into hardship yet endowed with an innate special physique." Zhou Ping thought enviously. "I once encountered a similar case in an ancient text. He has yet to awaken his physique. Though I cannot recall its specific name," Bai Ruoyao elucidated to in the Bai family's medical texts, there were records detailing the awakening methods for such special physiques. However, these physiques were further categorized, and Bai Ruoyao could not clearly identify the type. Glancing around the dilapidated home, she voiced her concern. "Awakening her physique will require substantial resources. Other medicinal ingredients may be manageable, but I wonder if you can procure a demon core." Cheng Wu's eyes initially brightened, but then fell to hesitation. Zhou Ping, seeing this, promptly produced a demon core he had previously obtained and handed it to Bai Ruoyao, who accepted it without hesitation, a mid-level yellow-grade demon core. "How did you come by this?" Bai Ruoyao was taken aback, for as someone whose family dealt in medicinal herbs, she was acutely aware of the value of such a specimen. "We owe you a debt of gratitude. As long as you can cure my younger brother, money and resources will not be an issue," Zhou Ping assured before pulling Cheng Wu away. The two remained in the room, unable to offer any further assistance. Only Cheng Yu remained to assist, while Cheng Wu stood by, struggling to find the right words. "Brother, I will return the item to you later," Cheng Yu promised. Zhou Ping promptly refused, insisting, "You mustn't. Your brother is a true protagonist in the making. I cannot risk losing this favor over a mere demon core." Half an hour later, Bai Ruoyao finally emerged. "His physique is even more formidable than I anticipated." that demon core will only awaken a fraction of his potential. Yet even so, he has broken through to the 5th stage of body refinement. Should you find a better demon core, come seek me again. Zhou Ping's heart surged with a torrent of emotions. After years of painstaking cultivation, it seemed unfair that this young girl might awaken to a higher realm without the same effort. With that, Bai Ruoyao and Bai Liang took their leave. Before departing, Bai Liang glanced at the sky and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Lord Zongqi, if we delay any longer, we may miss our delivery. Some medicinal ingredients are still awaited at home." Zhou Ping exchanged a glance with Cheng Wu, who appeared troubled. However, Cheng Yun had managed to lean against the doorframe, her complexion visibly improved compared to earlier. "Brother, you should go. I am fine now." "See, I am much better." Cheng Yun's youthful voice carried a hint of lingering frailty. Cheng Wu nodded, and the two quickly mounted their steeds, hastening to the county office. Over 30 members of the Demon Suppression Division awaited Zhou Ping. Upon witnessing the preparations complete, Bai Liang issued orders for the convoy to depart the city. As the large procession of over 100 individuals made their way out of the city gates, Wang Baihu, who had been observing from the gate, wore a grim expression. "Remember, any action may be taken. But do not harm the Bai family's young lady. The consequences of such an act need not be elaborated. Subordinate will convey your message. Li family, master, the Bai family's convoy has exited the city." Li Hong acknowledged. Lai leaned closer to whisper, "Master, the demon catchers you requested have arrived. Would you like to meet them?" "Very well, let them in." Li Hong gestured with a wave of his hand. Shortly thereafter, 4 individuals entered the main hall, 3 men and 1 woman, among whom was even a monk. "Master, will you also participate?" Li Hong inquired. The bald monk smiled, hands clasped together in reverence. "This humble monk is known as Hui Ling. I have fallen upon hard times and come seeking a modest income." The other 2 men were a swordsman and a knife-wielding fighter, both evidently seasoned demon catchers, adorned with various pouches, ready to procure medicinal herbs and demon cores at a moment's notice. Their presence emanated a palpable aura, as if they had been steeped in the blood of demon beasts. "I am Yang Lu Lang, an adept with the knife and a demon catcher." "I am Zhang Chu, skilled in the sword and have been a demon catcher for decades." Listening to their resonant declarations, Li Hong's heart swelled with joy as he repeatedly expressed his approval. "Master, these are all my carefully selected individuals, each a master of the Qi and Blood realm. I sent the less capable ones back," Li Yi boasted proudly. His actions greatly pleased the master, who rewarded him with several accolades. The final female demon catcher stepped forward. Cupping her hands in greeting, "I am Yang Qing, a disciple of the Blood Knife sect in Qingyun Prefecture, and I have also been a demon catcher for many years." Everyone recognized the long knife at her waist, wrapped in black cloth, immediately understanding her identity and affiliation. The Blood Knife sect was one of the prominent factions in Qingyun Prefecture, wielding considerable influence, and the multitude of disciples under its banner contributed to its stature. However, the sect imposed few constraints on its disciples, which allowed many outer disciples to pursue careers as demon catchers. Nevertheless, the Blood Knife sect's disciples maintained a solid reputation among demon catchers, known for their decisiveness in execution. They rarely failed any tasks assigned to them. "A master from the Blood Knife sect? Please, take a seat." Li Hong promptly invited them to sit before transitioning into the main topic. "I trust my steward has informed you of the purpose of your visit?" Li Hong's face was beaming with a smile. Everyone nodded. For them, whether slaying men or demons was of little consequence. Yang Qing interjected, "In our line of work, we typically do not inquire too deeply. But since you are targeting the Demon Suppression Division this time, I cannot help but be curious about the nature of the grudge." The other 3 exchanged glances, each contemplating the same question in their minds. After all, as long as the money was right, any of them could carry out the deed. However, they had to consider each other's backgrounds. I have grievances against him. My son was slain by his hand, and I cannot let this vendetta go unavenged. Whoever brings me his head shall receive double the promised reward, and the rest of you will still be entitled to your share. I have but one request. Allow me to witness his corpse with my own eyes." With this, Li Hong made his intentions clear, prompting the four to rise in unison. Master Huiling clasped his hands together in sincerity, proclaiming, "Umitba, in that case, we have no further objections. Let this humble monk perform the rites for the benefactor." "Rest assured, my lord." With that, the four departed from the main hall. With the assistance of these four formidable experts, even Wang Baihu would find it impossible to escape, and at last, Li Hong felt a sense of relief. "My child, may you find peace in the afterlife soon." Chapter 18. Zhou Ping takes on two blood blade battles the pig demon on a rural road. A caravan of over 100 individuals made its way with great momentum. Dozens of horse-drawn carts, each flanked by at least one officer from the Demon Suppression Division, were on guard. More than 30 officers kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings, for rural paths often encountered lowly creatures seeking to ambush the caravan. The weaker the creature, the less intelligent it was. Some even failed to discern the strength of humans, charging recklessly at the convoy. However, such creatures were swiftly dealt with by the officers, each one dispatched with a single stroke. Zhou Ping, despite his eagerness to take action, found himself without an opportunity. The officers thought to themselves that such trivial demons did not warrant the involvement of their superior. Yet, Zhou Ping disagreed. Once they had slain the beasts, what was left for him to do? On one occasion, a demon approached him closely, only to be felled by Cheng Wu's blade, who then grinned at Zhou Ping with a mischievous smirk. Thus, the day passed without any increase in Zhou Ping's lifespan. "Boss, ahead lies the territory of Huang Shiling. Should we take a detour?" Cheng Wu rode closer. Zhou Ping, lost in thought, suddenly snapped back to reality and vigorously shook his head. "No, we shall pass through." Zhou Ping firmly rejected the notion. After all, if he did not slay some demons, he would be at a loss at a tea that moment. Bai Liang poked his head out from the cart, calling out to Zhou Ping, "My lord, we usually avoid Huang Shiling. It would take us an additional couple of days to go around. With so many demons within, should we not take precautions?" "Do not worry, shopkeeper. Previously, your trading caravan relied on demon catchers, which sufficed for ordinary demons. But those pig demons, when cooperating, are merely a disarray. We are different," Zhou Ping assured him. With Zhou Ping's confidence, coupled with the backing of the more than 30 officers from the Demon Suppression Division, Bai Liang was eager to hasten their return to Qinjianfu. Thus, he said no more and settled back down. The caravan slowly entered the domain of Huang Shiling, first passing through Shizhuan, followed by an endless stretch of mountainous roads. Zhou Ping gripped the hilt of his sword, riding at the forefront of the convoy in his mind. He urged, come on, the more, the merrier. Ideally, I could fully replenish my 2 techniques and the thunder technique today." After a fragrant incense had burned within Huang Shiling, the mountain range fell eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life or even the slightest whisper of wind. Bai Liang could not help but remark from the cart, "Truly, the Demon Suppression Division's presence has frightened the demons into hiding." Upon hearing Bai Liang's praise, the previously distracted officers instantly perked up. Zhou Ping, however, felt a twinge of perplexity, thinking it odd. Logically, he had slain Zhu Lai's son. Moreover, being a pig demon, it should not exhibit such restraint. Normally, one would expect a horde of pig demons to rush forth and engage them in battle before they even entered Huang Shiling. Could it be? Were they truly afraid of me? This thought flitted through Zhou Ping's mind, only to be swiftly discarded. How could it be possible? Zhu Lai, a powerful demon, would fear a mere practitioner of bone forging? If such a notion were voiced, no one would dare believe it. If there was fear, it would undoubtedly be towards those formidable forces. Within the Pig Demon Valley, The once ferocious pig demons were now on high alert. Tense as if facing a formidable foe, their anxiety stemmed from a seemingly frail woman. Yang Qing of the Blood Blade sect had encountered Zhu Lai the Great King before, and this time she had come on a mission to ensure Zhou Ping's demise, albeit without harming the Bai family. Therefore, she implored the king and his minions to refrain from intervening. Clad in striking red, Yang Qing stood out prominently in the cave. The aura emanating from her rivaled that of Zhu Lai, perhaps even surpassing him in murderous intent. Girl, are you threatening this king? Although your Blood Blade sect holds considerable power in Qinjianfu, this is Huang Shiling, my territory. Zhou Ping must die by my hand, and not a single member of this caravan shall escape. The goods they carry are all mine. Zhu Lai remained resolute, undeterred by the pressure of the Blood Blade sect. After all, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake, even if he incurred the wrath of the Bai family. With Huang Shiling's vast expanse, he could easily find a hidden spot to bide his time. Yang Qing understood Zhu Lai's thoughts and directly responded, if the king thinks so, he underestimates the Bloodblade sect. Should you refuse to grant me this face, my elders will come to collect. Humph, do not threaten me with your master. I do not believe that someone of his stature would lower himself to deal with me. Zhu Lai retorted defiantly. Ba, poor monk urges Zhu benefactor to grant us some consideration, for we all share the same goal of dealing with Zhou Ping. Should we provoke the Bai family, our lives in Qinjianfu would be untenable. Master Huiling arrived to mediate. Nonetheless, Zhu Lai was adamant about not conceding to this request. You bald donkey, who are you to preach to me? Out of respect for the Buddhist and Blood Blade sects, you too may leave. But Zhou Ping's slaying of my son cannot be resolved with mere words. After declaring this, Zhu Lai commanded his pig demons to encircle them. Ever since receiving word that Zhou Ping and his party had entered Huang Shiling, Zhu Lai had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. Yang Qing coldly snorted, yanking off the black cloth shrouding her blood blade, revealing its gleaming silver blade. Instantly, the scent of blood permeated the air. Prompting Master Huiling to quickly dissuade, let us discuss matters amicably. There is no need for violence. There is nothing to discuss. Zhou Ping must remain in Huang Shiling. Even if your Blood Blade sect's leader comes, there will be no negotiations. Hearing Zhu Lai's words, Yang Qing sneered coldly. Since negotiations had faltered, they would have to settle matters with force. Very well, let us see who can escape this cavern, within Huang Shiling. The caravan that had been traveling smoothly suddenly halted due to the appearance of two unfamiliar figures ahead. Zhou Ping inquired suspiciously, who dares to appear in Huang Shiling at such an hour? Yang Lulang and Zhang Chu silently drew their weapons, crossing a sword and a knife between them. We seek only Zhou Ping. The rest are of no concern to us, Yang Lulang stated coolly. Upon witnessing an interruption, Cheng Wu bellowed. Where are the officers of the Demon Suppression Division? 30 voices responded in unison, followed by a synchronized unsheathing of blades that sent shivers down one's spine. However, Zhou Ping halted them, as he could easily deduce that these were indeed individuals sent by the Li family. He had forgotten the previous encounter, yet with Li Wenjie's father so eager to court death, there was no remedy. Upon returning, Zhou Ping would resolve this trouble once and for all. Observing the glaring characters above their heads, Qi Shui Yitsang Qi Shui Yitsong, he felt a slight sense of relief. Given that he was cultivating 3 techniques simultaneously, this unprecedented endeavor indicated that anyone below the Qi Shui realm was merely walking to their doom. Well then, it's just the right opportunity to test my current strength. Besides, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. I shall accept their lifespans. Everyone, remain here and wait for my return. Be on guard against any beastly ambush. With that, Zhou Ping lightly stepped onto his horse's back and soared toward the valley. Yang Lulang and Zhang Chu exchanged glances before following suit. When they reached the valley's peak, they spotted Zhou Ping drawing his weapon, calmly awaiting them. Without a moment's hesitation, the two charged forward. Zhou Ping did not evade. He met their attacks head-on, staggering back several steps before regaining his footing and sending them both flying. As young Lulang landed steadily, he exclaimed, "What immense strength! Are you practicing martial arts or body refinement? I possess a modicum of skill in each aspect." Within the valley, blood splatters abound. Every time Yang Qing swings her blade, a copious amount of blood adheres to its surface. Strangely, however, the blood seems to vanish as if absorbed. Leaving the blade pristine once more it is as though the knife drinks the blood itself. Seizing the moment, Yang Qing thrusts the bloodied blade into the body of a pig demon, which, akin to having its artery severed, collapses instantly, its form shriveling away. Meanwhile, Master Huiling stands merely 2 zhang away from Zhu Lai, the 9 beads around his neck emanating a soft, milky white light that envelopes Zhu Lai, forming a colossal protective barrier that confines him securely. Zhu, the humble monk, is a cultivator of spirit refinement, proficient in defense. You need only observe closely with me. Upon hearing this, Zhu Lai's complexion pales, yet he realizes he cannot breach the barrier. Thus he reluctantly retreats a step. "Stop! I concede to your terms." Chapter 19. Slaying 2 masters of vitality and blood, Zhu Lai gazes upon the multitude of corpses strewn about, comprehending that his meager forces cannot possibly contend with 2 masters of vitality and blood. Yang Qing draws her bloodied blade, kicking a decayed corpse far away. "Umitba, had I known this would be the outcome, I would not have committed such acts of slaughter," Master Huiling admonishes, leaving Zhu Lai speechless. With negotiations concluded, they see no reason to linger, and Yang Qing along with Master Huiling depart the cave. Once they have fully exited, Zhu Lai rises from the stone chair, his eyes revealing a flicker of fury that no one can deter. "Convey my orders. All demons of Huangshailing are to mobilize. We must ensure Zhu Ping's demise." Outside Huangshailing, 3 figures engage in relentless pursuit atop the mountains. Zhu Ping, relying on his formidable physique and inner strength, surprisingly holds his ground against the 2 masters of vitality and blood. However, the disparity between the bone refinement and vitality and blood realms is significant, and the 2-on-1 scenario gradually overwhelms him. Yang Lulang, with a single stroke, cleaves through a sturdy tree. Observing this, Zhang Chu closes in on Zhu Ping but misses his strike. Such remarkable agility. Even I cannot discern his movements. This lad surely has a powerful family backing him. Zhang Chu thinks, his heart racing. Zhu Ping employs the swift wind steps to evade several lethal attacks, yet his inner strength is nearly depleted. Balancing precariously on a tree branch, the 3 stand in an uneven formation. This cannot drag on. The longer it continues, the greater Zhu Ping's disadvantage becomes. If Zhu Lai returns, he will be doomed. Listen to my counsel. Depart now while you still can, or witness my next move, which will leave you both without recourse. Zhu Ping positions the blade before him, his hair beginning to levitate. Yang Lulang and Zhang Chu exchange glances, both filled with uncertainty. "Humph, we are both rogue cultivators, unencumbered by ties and fear no retribution. Since we have accepted this task, we must see it through. Otherwise, how will we navigate the latter half of our lives?" Zhang Chu asserts with righteous indignation, "Fear not. You need not concern yourselves further." Suddenly, electric arcs begin to manifest around Zhu Ping's body, the azure lightning crackling ominously, wrapping around his blade. To their astonishment, both Yang Lulang and Zhang Chu realize Zhu Ping wields lightning techniques. In the blink of an eye, he appears beside Yang Lulang, thrusting his blade into the latter's body, the meager vitality within instantaneously obliterated by the lightning. As the blade penetrates, Zhu Ping's eyes blaze with blue electricity. Enveloping Yang Lulang in a storm of lightning in mere moments, he is rendered charred, the scent of scorched flesh wafting through the art. As the lightning dissipates, Yang Lulang lies still upon the ground, devoid of breath. This is the might of lightning techniques. Those of the lower realms possess no means to resist such ferocity. Bone refinement, body refinement, and now spirit refinement. Are you even human? Zhang Chu realizes with dismay that this unmistakably indicates a spirit cultivator. Stunned by the difficulty of this commission, he turns to flee. Slaying a master of vitality and blood earns me 7 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 32 years. Zhu Ping raises his hand again, only to find his inner power depleted. Curse it, having witnessed my lightning techniques, you shall not escape today's system. Consolidate my techniques. Year 1. You diligently cultivate, discovering that the emptier the environment, the faster your progress. Year 8. While training, you notice that the gym within your dantian grows increasingly full, breaking through to the second level of bone refinement. Year 15. After countless days and nights of rigorous training, you realize that the gym brimming with spiritual energy can be further compressed, allowing for greater storage of spiritual power, breaking through to the third level of bone refinement. Year 26. Through relentless compression, you now possess over double the capacity for spiritual energy since your breakthrough into bone refinement, further enhancing your strength and advancing to the fourth level. Year 31. Sensing a breakthrough in your soul's power, you attempt to expand the gym within your dantian once more, but alas, lack of preparation leads to failure. The simulation halts. Remaining lifespan, 1 year. Spirit refinement level, bone refinement 4th level. Following the conclusion of the simulation, Zhu Ping, previously feeble, regains his strength. The lightning, akin to a venomous serpent, surges forth once more, dancing around him. I told you, you shall not escape. A bolt of azure lightning arcs from his blade, striking Zhang Chu in the back before he can react. With a cry of agony, Zhang Chu falls, his back charred and emitting smoke as he collapses. By the time Zhu Ping approaches, life has already fled him. Slaying a master of vitality and blood grants me 6 additional years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 7 years. Now, Zhu Ping's eyes blaze with electricity, his entire being entwined with lightning, resembling a thunder god. This lightning technique is truly formidable. A mortal body cannot withstand such power. No wonder it is so challenging to master. Zhu Ping sighs, gradually dissipating the arcs of electricity. Having slain 2 masters of vitality and blood, he has gained over a decade of lifespan. Truly miserly, he muses, for slaying demons is far more gratifying. Just as he prepares to return to the caravan, a woman in red and an old monk suddenly appear not far behind him. Umitba, I did not expect you to be so ruthless. Slaying these 2 unfortunate souls, Master Huiling laments. Zhu Ping, observing the monk's beads and the red-clad woman's black cloth-bound blade, deduces that the 4 individuals are allied. It is astonishing how much the Li family has invested to eliminate him. The cost of hiring so many masters of vitality and blood must be considerable. They sought to kill me, yet I have vanquished them. Is there an issue with that? Zhu Ping remains unfazed by the monk's words. Yang Qing smiles faintly. Indeed, there is no issue, but we too have come to kill you. Is there a problem with that? Zhu Ping swallows hard, glancing up at their respective power levels. Red-clad woman, 9th layer of vitality and blood. Old monk, 7th layer of vitality and blood. No. Zhu Ping's awareness sharpens. Their strength is sufficient to sweep through the entire Qing Shui County. How could they be manipulated by money? He realizes he must exert every ounce of effort, or he will surely perish. The lightning that had just subsided surges forth once again. Lightning techniques? Yang Qing and Master Huiling exchange glances, their pupils wide with astonishment. Chapter 20. Trapped in peril, the black-clad swordsman comes to the rescue. The Bai clan's caravan. Over 100 individuals linger on the mountain path, awaiting orders from Zhoumu, hesitant to proceed. As half an hour passes without any sign of Zhu Ping's return, Bai Liang grows increasingly restless. Lord Cheng? Is it truly wise to remain here in the dead of night, exposed to the howling winds, amidst the domain of marauding beasts? Bai Liang questions as he parts the curtain to address Cheng Wu, who is currently beset by his own frustrations. What is there to fear? With us here, those beasts would dare not approach. Cheng Wu's resolute reply brings Bai Liang some reassurance. However, he suddenly notices an increasing number of glimmering dots appearing on both sides of the slope. Lord Cheng, what are those glimmering lights on either side? Bai Liang exclaims. All the officers draw their blades, and Cheng Wu feels the ground trembling, realizing that pig demons are indeed lying in ambush. As the bright dots draw nearer, it becomes clear that they are, in fact, the eyes of the pig demons, each drooling and sluggishly advancing toward the caravan. Upon realizing this, Bai Liang is thrown into a panic. Run! Suddenly, a multitude of eyes appear along the mountain path, suggesting they are surrounded on all sides. Brothers, defend the caravan and the people. Yes. Cheng Wu and his companions leaned against the cart, with no room to retreat in the face of numerous pig demons. As the first pig demon charged forward, the others surged in like a swarm of locusts, forcing the officials to engage in battle. For a moment, they managed to fend off the pig demon's assault. But as more and more appeared, Cheng Wu was left wondering how long they could endure. Impossible. How could you wield thunder magic? Yang Qing hesitated. This form of thunder magic, which was both young and rigid, was particularly effective against Yang Qing's sinister sword techniques, making it the last type of sorcery they wished to encounter. Amitabha, it seems I recall that only the Zhang family in Tianqing City has a legacy of thunder magic. Your mastery of it is so pure. You must be an inner disciple, Master Huiling discerned. Yet, this was not a mere secret. Thunder magic was profound and inscrutable, and it was unlikely that a small sect could create it independently. Moreover, the aura of thunder and righteousness radiating from Zhou Ping was unmistakably genuine, suggesting years of diligent practice rather than illicit acquisition. The two, previously confident, now found themselves wavering. If Zhou Ping truly belonged to the Zhang family, they would be in over their heads. I presume you have discerned my identity. I can offer you a chance to leave now, Zhou Ping said, adopting a commanding demeanor. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhou Ping realized he must not be swayed. Failure to convince them would spell his doom. Master Huiling remained somewhat at ease, being a rogue cultivator supported by Buddhism, which even the Zhang family would hesitate to provoke. However, Yang Qing was another matter entirely. The Blood Knife sect had been entrenched in Qingyan Prefecture, and that was a complication they could not overlook. Himph. Mere mastery of thunder magic does not prove your identity. What if you are not from this province? We have no knowledge of any sects outside that practice thunder magic, Yang Qing argued, convinced that Zhou Ping was not a member of the Zhang family. As they placed great importance on nurturing their younger generations, it was exceedingly rare for one so young to command such mastery of thunder magic, indicating that such a talent would surely be under family protection and would not be alone in such a remote area. The Zhang family would never allow a prodigy to take such risks. Zhou Ping snorted coldly, raising his long blade high, with crackling blue lightning encircling the blade. Anyone familiar with the Zhang family's thunder magic would recognize that this was the most orthodox form of it. Surely you all are aware that the Zhang family's thunder magic is not to be disclosed. This display made the two hesitate once more. After all, Zhou Ping's thunder magic was undeniably authentic, evident to anyone with even a modicum of martial knowledge. Seeing Yang Qing's wavering, Master Huiling interjected, "Since Yang benefactor is reluctant to act, allow me to take charge. Any consequences will fall upon me, and you shall still receive your reward." Yang Qing remained silent, her lack of response indicating her desire to distance herself from the matter. Master Huiling nodded. Some things need not be spoken, and silence could indeed signify consent. Just as Master Huiling prepared to take action, a thunderous explosion erupted from the valley below. The three turned to look down, where a brilliant blue bolt of lightning struck the valley floor. A master from the Zhang family. Their power must be at least at the transcendence stage. It truly is a member of the Zhang family. We must flee. Yang Qing felt an instinctive fear of such overwhelming thunder, prompting her to abandon Master Huiling and escape. Master Huiling was similarly startled by the lightning strike. Even with his full defensive capabilities, he could not withstand such a force. In an instant, two top-tier experts in the realm of Qi blood fled in haste. Zhou Ping, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground. Realizing how perilous the situation had been, on the mountain road, the cart train lay in disarray, scattered across the terrain. The ground was littered with the charred corpses of pig demons, all lifeless without exception. Cheng Wu, who had led his men in a fierce battle, sat on the ground, gasping for breath. All eyes turned to a figure in black, a swordsman who had just descended from the cart. Approaching the swordsman, Bai Ruoyao cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, master from the Zhang family, for your rescue. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Bai family." The black-clad swordsman had unleashed a storm of lightning throughout the valley, precisely obliterating all the pig demons. Anyone with discernment could see that the swordsman had employed the purest form of Zhang family thunder magic. The swordsman waved his hand and replied, "I am merely passing through on business and happened to see the Bai insignia on your cart. The Zhang family has long-standing ties with your family. There is no need for such gratitude for this trivial matter." With that, the swordsman vanished in an instant, his speed so remarkable that it left no trace. What incredible speed! Cheng Wu couldn't help but marvel. The last time he had witnessed Zhou Ping's swiftness in dispatching demons, he had been impressed. Yet this swordsman's speed surpassed even that. Bai Liang, seeing the swordsman depart, began to exclaim, "Indeed, the Zhang family's thunder magic lives up to its reputation. To eliminate so many demons in a single strike is truly remarkable." Bai Ruoyao climbed back into the cart, glancing into the distance only to find no sign of Zhou Ping, and in frustration declared, "Forget it. Let us move on without him." Chapter 21. Thunder magic is taken. Turning to slay demons for vengeance, observing the situation below, Zhou Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was well. He slowly rose, only to suddenly feel cold sweat trickling down his back. The black-clad swordsman, who had stood below moments ago, was now right behind him. Zhou Ping could only stiffly turn his head. "Thank you, senior, for saving us." From the swordsman's earlier actions, Zhou Ping had surmised that this individual was likely seeking him. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in his heart. Surely they couldn't have discovered him so quickly, considering that all those nearby had perished when he acquired thunder magic. Logically, there should have been no information to leak, but one could never be certain. Prominent families always had means of obtaining intelligence. "Are you Zhou Ping?" As the swordsman spoke, his aura locked onto Zhou Ping. "Yes, senior. How may I assist you?" The swordsman extended his right hand and stated, "Hand over the thunder magic, and we shall leave it at that. The Zhang family is not unreasonable. If it is not yours by theft, we shall not hold you accountable." Zhou Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had already anticipated this scenario, and the contents of the ancient tome were firmly imprinted in his mind. Even if he were to part with it, it mattered little. So he retrieved the ancient text from his robe and handed it to the swordsman. The latter examined it thoroughly, finding no issues, and left a stern warning. "Even if you have read its contents, do not divulge them. Otherwise, the Zhang family will assuredly take your life." With that, the swordsman vanished, his speed so incredible that Zhou Ping could barely comprehend it. Once the swordsman had departed, Zhou Ping finally regained his composure. How formidable! His power of thunder is even more terrifying than mine. Truly, he is from the Zhang family. I must exercise caution when using thunder magic from now on. Zhou Ping gazed down into the valley, where the cart train had already drawn far ahead. Leaving only a distant sight of its rear, however, he had no intention of pursuing the train just yet. After a night of turmoil, he had gained nothing and would not depart easily. I have but one flaw. I detest leaving loose ends. Since I have already become entangled, I shall not allow trouble to linger. After speaking, Zhou Ping glanced into the depths of Huangshe Ridge and then utilized the gale step to swiftly depart from the valley. In the cave, Zhu Lai glared at his charred subordinates, his heart ablaze with fury. What on earth happened? Why did only a few of you return after confronting so many demons? Did Zhou Ping manage to defeat them? Zhu Lai bombarded them with questions. An old pig demon, whose wounds were not too severe, sobbed, "My king, this caravan's background is truly formidable. They have masters protecting them. Indeed, as soon as we charged down, we barely reached the cart when there was a thunderous roar. A bolt of lightning struck the ground, and the entire mountainside was engulfed in blue arcs of lightning, instantly killing our brethren. We were fortunate to be at a distance, but those closest to the strike are unrecognizable." Several demons spoke in a flurry, sending chills down Zhu Lai's spine. The knowledge that only the Zhang family possessed thunder magic in all of Qingzhou was common knowledge, and it was well understood that outsiders would have no reason to venture into Huangshe Ridge to slay demons. It seemed this group indeed had ties to the Zhang family. Staying here any longer would be unwise, as provoking the Zhang family could lead to dire consequences. Zhu Lai hastily rose from his stone seat, preparing to lead the remaining subordinates to find a more concealed location within Huangshe Ridge. After all, with such a vast expanse, searching for them would require considerable effort. The Zhang family would not expend such effort for a mere Qi blood realm minion. However, just as they were about to exit the cave, a figure staggered in, causing the demons to drop to the ground in fear, believing it to be a member of the Zhang family. After all, anyone who had witnessed that bolt of heavenly thunder would never forget it, especially these demons, who were most afraid of such righteous forces. Who goes there? Zhu Lai discerned that the strength of the intruder was not as terrifying as anticipated. The one you seek is the very person who killed your son. Zhou Ping calmly unsheathed his dagger. He then gazed at the heads of the pig demons, each bearing the marks of severe injury. Level 4 Bone Forging, severely injured. Level 5 Bone Forging, severely injured. Level 1 Bone Forging, on the brink of death. Finally, he turned his attention to Zhu Lai, whose vitality was merely at level 2. He had expected the pig demon king, who had long dominated the region, to be formidable, but it turned out he was nothing more than a level 2 weakling. If your son were still alive, he might have replaced you in a few years. Zhou Ping had a knack for hitting the sore spot, prompting Zhu Lai to grit his teeth and declare, "So you are Zhou Ping. I had intended to let you escape this calamity and allow you to live a little longer. But you are determined to seek your own demise." With a furious roar, Zhu Lai's voice reverberated throughout the cave, causing several near-death pig demons to be instantly killed by the shockwave. Zhou Ping, in a state of panic, began to move frantically, refusing to wait any longer. He drew his blade and commenced the slaughter. 1 strike, 2 strikes. The perfected demon-slaying blade technique was executed flawlessly. Even uninjured pig demons of the bone-forging realm could not withstand Zhou Ping's sudden onslaught. In a mere few breaths, he had dispatched 5 or 6 of them. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 41 years of lifespan. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 35 years of lifespan. Slain body-refining pig demon, gained 20 years of lifespan. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 46 years of lifespan. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 51 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 200 years. What a relief! The remaining 3 agile pig demons had already taken refuge behind Zhu Lai. You 3 seem to be quite lively after being electrocuted. Your lifespans must be quite lengthy, Zhou Ping exclaimed with excitement, sending chills down the spines of the 3 pig demons. Zhu Lai's massive palm came crashing down, but Zhou Ping effortlessly evaded using his gale step. Flipping behind Zhu Lai, he dispatched the last 3 pig demons, claiming their lifespans as well. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 47 years of lifespan. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 52 years of lifespan. Slain bone-forging pig demon, gained 36 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 335 years. Zhou Ping systematically exterminated all the pig demons before Zhu Lai's very eyes. A profound insult to the latter. Zhu Lai pounded his chest, his fangs growing wildly, his entire being radiating a crimson hue, as the power of his vitality surged, due to the inherent strength of demons compared to humans. Their vitality was also more potent. The strength that a level 2 vitality could unleash could even rival that of a level 5 human master. However, Zhou Ping was currently overflowing with confidence and would not take any risks. System. Chapter 22, Divine Refinement Technique maxed out. 1 blade to annihilate Zhu Lai system. Refine my divine refinement technique to perfection. Year 1. You began to cultivate the Xian Jade Soul Transformation Sutra. Previously, insufficient spiritual energy led to a failed breakthrough, so you resumed your training. Year 7. After continuous day and night training, your spiritual energy finally reached a new level, and this time, the breakthrough to level 5 bone forging was successful. Year 21. You started attempting to merge your soul power with your magical energy, aiming to further condense the jade within. Although the fusion was unsuccessful, your spiritual energy was further refined, achieving a breakthrough to level 6 bone forging. Year 38. After one successful fusion, you transformed your soul power into clear jade, significantly enhancing your clarity and achieving a breakthrough to level 7 bone forging. Year 45. You sought to break through once more, but due to some barriers between the 2 jades, you struggled to use both powers together. Year 53. After years of cultivation, your magical energy surged forth, reaching the limit of what your dantian could contain, resulting in a breakthrough to level 8 bone forging. Year 60. Attempting to connect the jade transformed from your soul power with your dantian again ended in failure. Year 66. After a night of deep contemplation, you finally grasped the essence of this technique, perfectly merging the 2 jades. The magical energy stored within your dantian now greatly exceeded what was previously possible upon breaking through bone forging. Achieving level 9 bone forging, conclusion of simulation. Remaining lifespan, 269 years. Divine refinement skill level, bone forging 9. Zhou Ping closed his eyes, using only his mental power to perceive the entire situation within the cave with crystal clarity. This was the effect of cultivating the bone-forging Xian Jade Soul Transformation Sutra, greatly enhancing both his soul power and magical energy. Come, let me show you the might of lightning once more. Thick bolts of lightning spiraled throughout the cave, crashing against the stone walls, accompanied by the sound of falling debris. Zhou Ping swung his blade, sending several bolts of thunder hurtling toward Zhu Lai. Before he could utter a cry of despair, he was pierced through the heart by the lightning, his form ensnared in azure electricity. In a mere breath's time, Zhu Lai collapsed, his internal vitality shattered and pierced through from within. Zhou Ping's magical energy was also depleted at that moment, yet the power displayed was significantly greater than before. Slain Vitality Realm Pig Demon gained 81 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 350 years. Unexpectedly, even after breaking through to level 9 bone forging, he could not wield the lightning technique freely. It seemed that only upon truly entering the transcendence realm could he master such techniques. Zhou Ping sighed. Although he had held back, unlike the black-clad swordsman who had reduced those demons to cinders, had he done so, it was likely that the demon cores within them would have been obliterated as well. He used his small dagger to dissect the corpses of all the pig demons within the cave, discovering a surprisingly high drop rate. To his astonishment, he uncovered 3 demon cores, albeit all of low yellow grade. However, upon opening Zhu Lai's dantian, he found a demon core even larger than the last, an advanced yellow grade demon core, quite impressive. This was likely the best demon core that a lower-tier demon could yield. This old fellow was indeed stronger than his son. Zhou Ping collected them all. With these 4 demon cores, he should be able to fully enhance his younger brother Cheng Yun's physique, right? After thoroughly looting the area, Zhou Ping adhered to his principle of resolving matters in one go, searching the entire valley for half a day, but ultimately found no trace of the young pig demon, and thus departed with relief. As dawn broke, the Bai family caravan exited the Huangshe Ridge territory. Bai Ruoyao pushed open the window to gaze at the flat terrain outside, feeling a sense of relief that they were no longer under threat of attack. Liang Bo, has that person returned? Bai Liang glanced around before shaking his head. Just as he turned around, Zhou Ping leaped onto his horse from the side. Boss, you're finally back. What about the 2 others? Cheng Wu exclaimed excitedly. Taken care of, even visited the pig demon's lair. Look, Zhou Ping produced the 4 demon cores. Cheng Wu picked up the largest one, grinning. This one is bigger than the last. It must be advanced yellow grade. Right? Indeed. This should completely resolve my younger brother's physique. Zhou Ping patted Cheng Wu on the shoulder. However, Bai Ruoyao interjected from the carriage, that child's physique requires at least 1 mysterious grade demon core to awaken fully. Only demons of the Transcendence realm are likely to yield such cores. Upon hearing this, Cheng Wu's heart sank. Finding a Transcendence realm demon in the entire Qingshui County was nearly impossible, let alone slaying one for its core. And no worries, the Qingyun mansion must have mysterious grade demon cores. Zhou Ping reassured him. We'll think of a way when we get there. If all else fails, we can sell the demon cores we have to raise funds for a mysterious grade core. Zhou Ping stored the cores away. With Zhou Ping's comfort, Cheng Wu felt much more at ease. My lords, our Bai family pharmacy does indeed possess mysterious grade demon cores, but they don't come cheap. Bai Liang leaned in. After all, mysterious grade demon cores were extremely precious even in their Qingyun mansion. With commoners usually trading in yellow grade cores, it was already considered exceptional to come across a high yellow grade core, let alone a mysterious grade 1.1 should know that even the chances of a Transcendence realm demon yielding a mysterious grade core were slim, making their availability quite rare. Most people only sought them as a form of savings, given their status as hard currency, ensuring they would not struggle to sell them. Zhou Ping nodded, brazenly inquiring, so, Bai shopkeeper, what is the lowest price for such a demon core? Bai Liang grinned and held up a finger. Cheng Wu frowned. 1,000 taels? Are you joking? 10,000 taels, if that's too expensive for you. Then look elsewhere. Bai Liang closed the curtain, refusing to negotiate further. This left Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu with darkened expressions, as the price had indeed startled them. Zhou Ping's annual salary as the commander was only 60 taels, while Cheng Wu's position as a junior commander brought him 40 taels. This meant they would need to abstain from eating and drinking for 100 years to amass such wealth. No wonder the Demon Suppression Division is rife with individuals colluding with demons. Relying solely on a salary for sustenance merely suffices for basic survival. Observing fellow demon catchers of similar prowess earning substantial silver from their undertakings, it is only natural for one to harbor ulterior motives. The rarity of the Shintir demon cores is becoming increasingly apparent. As it stands, Bai Liang shows no signs of relenting, and the 2 parties choose not to prolong their entanglement, allowing the convoy to proceed methodically towards Qingyun Prefecture. They did not circumvent Huangshe Ridge but rather traversed it overnight, thereby significantly shortening their journey. After a day's passage, they finally beheld Qingyun Prefecture. Chapter 23. Qingzhou's Qingyun Prefecture and the 3 major forces. Qingyun Prefecture, one of the 12 prefectures in Qingzhou, is situated in the northern region. A mountain range bisects it, resulting in an abundance of demonic beasts and the emergence of various factions that stand in stark opposition to the local Demon Suppression Division. Apart from the Thousand Household Office and the official government, 3 dominant powers exert control over Qingyun Prefecture: the Bai family, the Blood Knife Sect, and the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce. These three entities represent the pinnacle of influence and strength in Qingyun Prefecture. Aside from the official authorities, the Bai family primarily engages in the trade of medicinal herbs and offers treatment for various ailments, possessing inherited alchemical techniques within their ranks. Most disciples of the Blood Knife sect earn their livelihoods as demon catchers. Yet the sect also oversees all commerce pertaining to demonic creatures, such as demon cores and the corpses of demonic beasts. Initially, the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce was a simple contractual organization, but under the recent leadership of its president, it has rapidly expanded its collective business, tightly binding the various families within the chamber, and has instituted an elder council, evolving into an organization with both martial strength and binding authority. Presently, approximately half of Qingyun Prefecture's industries are under the control of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce, rendering it the most formidable force in terms of comprehensive strength. While there are numerous other families and sects, they pale in comparison to these three in terms of scale. Even the second-rate and third-rate forces within Qingyun Prefecture are beyond the reach of the families or sects situated in the lesser county towns. Gazing upon the towering city walls and the broad gates, one cannot help but feel awed. Boss, Qingyun Prefecture is indeed far grander than our Qingshui County, Chengwu exclaimed, his demeanor reflecting someone unaccustomed to such sights. Zhou Ping, while equally astonished internally, maintained a composed exterior. The common folk queued at the city gates, each taking their turn to enter. Bai Liang presented a token to the guards, who immediately parted to allow the convoy passage. Once inside the city, both men were taken aback by the vibrant bustle surrounding them. The main thoroughfare teemed with vendors and a constant flow of people, the sounds of haggling creating an atmosphere rich with the essence of life. The Bai family's residence, located at the heart of Qingyun Prefecture, comprised an expansive courtyard with over 100 rooms, a testament to their esteemed lineage. Being backed by Tianqing City and engaging in non-competitive trade, the Bai family commands respect from all within Qingyun Prefecture. Their pharmacy, Qianfang, occupies the most prosperous area of the prefecture. Bai Liang dispatched several carts laden with medicinal herbs to Qianyaofang, while the rest accompanied him back to the Bai residence. Upon arrival, Bai Ruoyao disembarked from the carriage. Cheng Wu, keenly aware of her status as their savior, promptly offered a respectful salute. You two still have matters to attend to in Qingyun Prefecture. Your subordinates may temporarily reside at the Bai residence. Feel free to seek me out regarding that child's situation at any time, Bai Ruoyao stated before instructing Bai Liang to escort the remaining individuals back to the estate. Zhou Ping inquired, Miss Ruoyao, may I ask where I might procure martial arts techniques and skills within Qingyun Prefecture? If you wish to purchase items, the trading market of the Qingyun Chamber of Commerce is your best bet. There is virtually nothing they do not sell, provided you can afford it. However, if you seek to sell the demon cores in your possession, the black market near the Blood Knife sect in the northern part of the city offers higher prices. Bai Ruoyao replied before turning to return to the estate. Zhou Ping pondered for a moment. His lifespan was ample, yet he lacked martial techniques. Should he manage to acquire a technique suited for the Qi and Blood realm during this visit to Qingyun Prefecture, it would be a significant gain, not to mention his younger brother's Xiantir demon core. Chengwu glanced at Zhou Ping and resolutely declared, Boss, you focus on procuring the martial techniques. I shall find a solution for my brother's matter. A firm hand slapped his face, and Zhou Ping retorted, Do you have any idea how much 10,000 taels of silver amounts to? With your current cultivation at the 8th level of body refinement, you'll never amass such wealth. Chengwu lowered his gaze, realizing he had not a single coin to his name, having spent all his earnings on his younger brother's medicinal needs. After a decade of service in the Demon Suppression Division, had he been more astute, he could have saved a few hundred taels. However, Chengwu's rigid demeanor rendered him unable to mingle with others. Even with Zhou Ping's position as the chief banner officer, acquiring such a sum in a short time was implausible. He estimated that even if he were to embezzle for half a lifetime in Qingshui County, he could not amass that amount. Forget it, Let's first sell the demon cores we have on hand. The two continued their inquiries while heading towards the northern black market, hoping to strike a fortuitous deal. Blood Knife Sect? Did you say the target was a member of the Zhang family? An elderly man with graying hair sat upright in a grand chair. Yang Qing stood reverently beside him, pouring tea for the elder. Indeed, Master, I witnessed him accompanied by a formidable Zhang family expert, whose strength is at least at the transcendence realm. As you know, we in the Blood Knife Sect dread the Zhang family's thunderous techniques. Even a disparity of one major realm could lead to severe injury from their lightning strikes, let alone the expert beside him who far surpasses my abilities. Thus, I had no choice but to abandon the mission. Otherwise, my life would be at stake. The elder nodded. He was Yang Qing's master and the leader of the Blood Knife Sect. Yang Xiu, a top-tier powerhouse within the realm of Qingyun Prefecture. Yet, even he would choose to evade confrontation with the Zhang family from Tianqing City, recognizing the futility of such an encounter. The Li family from Qingshui County has delivered the funds. Since he deceived us, falsely claiming Zhou Ping to be a person of no background, we need not return the money to him, Yang Xiu stated, draining his teacup. The Blood Knife Sect has numerous outer disciples, yet he never fears them causing trouble outside. However, when confronted with the prominent families from Tianqing City, he prefers to maintain a low profile. Encountering other factions within the prefecture, he was far less accommodating. The 12 prefectures of Qingzhou, aside from Tianqing City, possess roughly equivalent strengths. Understood. Yang Xiu waved his hand, remarking, if there are no further matters, you may leave. Business has been brisk lately. As the eldest disciple, make sure to spend more time below. Yes, Master. Blood Knife Black Market. This place comprises several narrow streets filled with individuals milling about, who generally do not display their wares for trade. Instead, they negotiate prices before proceeding to inspect the goods together. As there is no authority here to oversee transactions, if items are stolen or taken, one can only accept their loss. Amidst the chaotic throng, Zhou Ping and Chengwu felt overwhelmed. However, Zhou Ping, having gleaned some experience from watching dramas in his past life, recognized that in such situations, one should not naively inquire about prices. Instead, one must gather information subtly to secure a better deal. Let us head inside and take a look around, he suggested, as they walked shoulder to shoulder into the Blood Knife Black Market. Chapter 24. Blood Knife Black Market. Manager Shin Brothers, don't leave just yet. That's the highest price I can offer. Can we negotiate further? If not, we can discuss. All right, you win. How could it possibly be worth this much? If you aren't sincere, I want to come to you next time. The cacophony of voices in the black market left Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu feeling perplexed. Yet, as they entered, the crowd instinctively stepped back, and the conversations quieted, drawing the attention of most present towards the two of them. Boss, why is everyone staring at us? What is so interesting about us? Cheng Wu felt a chill run down his spine under the scrutiny of so many men. The previously bustling black market grew significantly quieter, and before they could complete a single round, they found themselves unable to proceed further, as all eyes were fixed upon them. At that moment, a young man in a long robe approached, rubbing his hands together. Esteemed officials, may I inquire what brings you both to this place? Upon hearing the young man's words, Zhou Ping realized that they were both clad in the official attire of the Demon Suppression Division. Since the attire of the Demon Suppression Division is largely uniform across various locales, individuals in the black market mistook them for local officials of Qingyun Prefecture. Among the three major forces in Qingyun Prefecture, the one they most feared was undoubtedly the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, being in the black market, those selling goods here are typically fearless. After all, should trouble arise, they can easily vanish without a trace. However, they are most wary of government officials, especially those from the Demon Suppression Division. Thus, Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu, clad in the official attire of the Demon Suppression Division, strolled through the streets, naturally attracting the attention of passers-by. Most notably, It was the insignia badge of the chief at Zhou Ping's waist that commanded respect. Such a position was indeed a high-ranking one in Qingshui County, however. In the context of Qingyun Prefecture, it seemed rather moderate. Nevertheless, even so, it was not something that their group could provoke lightly. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ping puffed out his chest and casually exposed his badge a little more. There was nothing pressing. He merely wished to observe. The young man allowed the others to continue their transactions, creating an impression that the Blood Blade sect was overseeing matters here. Esteemed sirs, I am Shinfeng, an inner disciple of the Blood Blade sect, responsible for managing the black market. This area is primarily for small merchants and vendors to trade. May I inquire if you wish to sell or purchase something? Shinfeng greeted them with a broad smile, appearing quite accustomed to such scenarios. Zhou Ping raised his gaze to appraise him, noting his third layer of vitality. Well, he appears quite youthful, yet his strength is impressive. Indeed, to maintain order amidst the chaos of the black market, one must possess significant capability and cunning. The prowess displayed by the disciples of the Blood Blade sect was evidently formidable, explaining their primary focus on hunting demonic beasts. They seemed to be a collection of ruthless characters, hinting at a deeper foundation. I wish to sell some items. Might I inquire about your pricing? Upon hearing Zhou Ping's intention to sell, Shinfeng chuckled heartily and led them further back. Rest assured, our prices are undoubtedly the highest here. I am merely curious about what you intend to sell. Shinfeng inquired tactfully, while Zhou Ping deliberately maintained an air of mystery, refraining from disclosing specifics. This market is quite expansive. I wonder which items fetch the highest prices. Zhou Ping glanced at Shinfeng. Naturally, techniques and martial arts, as well as rare celestial treasures or high-grade demon cores, along with elixirs and spells, are our hard currencies. However, other items are also tradable, albeit they may be somewhat commonplace. Shinfeng provided a rough overview, indicating that the market's range was extensive, with both high and low tiers of goods. Transactions involving demonic beast pelts, meats, bones, and even offspring were commonplace. As long as one had the coin, anything could be procured here. After navigating several turns, they arrived at a particularly wide thoroughfare, flanked by vendors displaying their wares for selection. Gentlemen, this is your first visit to our black market, is it not? Allow me to show you around. Shinfeng guided them to the most bustling section of the entire black market. Indeed, this is my first time here. Zhou Ping responded briefly. Shinfeng's keen insight and ability to read the room were remarkable, surpassing even the seasoned veterans Zhou Ping had encountered in his previous life. The earlier streets were filled with minor dealings, where the Blood Blade sect rarely intervened. However, this main thoroughfare was directly governed by the sect, appearing orderly and resembling a legitimate trading market. Vendors primarily sold from the roadside, while some upscale establishments were situated in nearby shops, offering wares that were not meant for the common folk. As soon as Shinfeng arrived in this area, several individuals of apparent wealth approached to greet him. Good day, Supervisor Shen. Hello, Boss Li. Upon noticing Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu, these individuals straightened up and respectfully greeted Zhou Ping. He merely nodded, causing them to retreat in haste. It was unexpected that Shinfeng, having reached such a position of authority in the black market at a young age, had considerable backing within the Blood Blade sect. Coupled with his adept interpersonal skills and innate talent, he was destined to become a core figure in the sect. Esteemed sirs, your items for sale must surely be extraordinary. Let us proceed to the pawn shop established by the Blood Blade sect, just ahead at the largest establishment. Shinfeng pointed forward, directing them to a grand pawn shop at the heart of the market. Blood Blade Pawn Shop, the name, emblazoned in bold crimson letters, was striking. Although the interior was spacious, there were surprisingly few patrons. As the trio entered, an elderly gentleman, nearing his twilight years, approached to attend to them. Supervisor Shen? What brings you here? The elder's gaze flickered nervously to Zhou Ping's insignia. Shinfeng introduced, Esteemed sir, this is our esteemed manager, Wang. let us retire to a private room, Wang suggested, quickly comprehending Shan Feng's intent upon realizing that Zhou Ping and his companion were there to sell valuable items. Please follow me. Wang personally led them to a tranquil chamber. Despite Zhou Ping's silence and stoic demeanor throughout their journey, he felt an undercurrent of anxiety within him. He had yet to fully acclimate to this world and his current identity. As all four settled into their seats, Zhou Ping recognized it was time for him to speak. Chapter 25. Blood Blade Pawn Shop. A significant transaction. I happen to have several demon cores for sale. If the price is agreeable, I would be inclined to sell them all to you at once, Zhou Ping stated. Shenfeng and manager Wang appeared unfazed. Although the Demon Suppression Division typically dispatched multiple individuals for demon hunts, confiscating demon cores was common. Exceptions did arise. They were not overly concerned, as long as no trouble ensued. Rest assured, as long as the quality is good, we will offer the highest price. After all, in the realm of dealing with demonic beasts, no one in Qingyun Prefecture matches our expertise. Even the Bai family procures their demon cores from us, Manager Wang elaborated enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping and Chang Wu's eyes brightened. If they could purchase mysterious gray demon cores directly from them, they could bypass intermediaries and save on costs. Zhou Ping cleared his throat, then retrieved 3 low-grade yellow-tier demon cores from his pocket, neatly arranging them on the table. Upon inspecting them, Manager Wang gently shook his head, initially expecting a significant transaction but realizing it was merely 3 low-grade yellow-tier demon cores. While demon cores are indeed precious, their value is contingent upon their tier. He examined the cores meticulously before concluding. These 3 were likely extracted from demonic beasts at the bone refining stage. They appear well-formed, with ample internal energy, indicating they were recently harvested. Chang Wu chimed in, of course, they were killed just yesterday. They're still warm. Shenfeng chuckled and nudged Manager Wang. Uncle Wang, please provide an estimate for the esteemed sir. Since the items are commendable, let us quote a generous price. Undoubtedly, Shenfeng had a knack for making Zhou Ping feel quite at ease. His flattery was truly commendable, leaving one to wonder if he were advocating for a family member. Manager Wang nodded, contemplating for a moment before stating, in that case, I can offer 100 taels of silver per core, totaling 300 taels. For ordinary low-grade yellow-tier demon cores, we typically offer around 80 taels. Zhou Ping had a rough understanding of demon core pricing. In Qingshui County, they usually sold for around 80 or 90 taels. Thus, Manager Wang's offer of 100 taels per core was quite reasonable. It was noted that demon hunters earned considerable profits, with a single demon core often equating to over a year's salary for Zhou Ping as a chief. Yet, the chances of obtaining demon cores from beasts at the body refining stage were quite low. It was often the case that out of 100, only 1 would yield a core. Consequently, most cores were extracted from beasts at the bone refining and vitality stages, which had a higher likelihood of containing cores. Could you possibly offer a bit more? Zhou Ping pondered, deciding to negotiate further. After all, they were in dire need of funds, and every tael counted. Manager Wang glanced at Shenfeng, then shook his head with apparent reluctance. Esteemed sir, this price is already the highest I can offer. Should we resell, we would barely make a few taels. Manager Wang's smile was tinged with an air of resignation, indicating this was indeed his limit. At this juncture, Shenfeng wisely refrained from interjecting, allowing Manager Wang to manage the situation. In that case, perhaps you could consider this demon core? Zhou Ping produced a high-grade yellow-tier demon core. Manager Wang, who had been previously unresponsive, suddenly brightened, eagerly accepting the core with both hands. He examined it closely, ensuring he missed no details. It was evident that higher-tier demon cores were indeed quite valuable. Shenfeng quietly exhaled in relief, having anticipated that Zhou Ping would not settle for just 3 low-grade yellow-tier cores. With this singular core, Zhou Ping's share for the day was already secured. The core, extracted from a formidable beast at the vitality stage, was rich in energy and impeccably formed, truly a gem among yellow-tier demon cores. Mr. Wang continuously extolled the virtues of the exquisite demon pill before him, acknowledging that even in such a large pawnshop, it was a rarity to encounter such quality. Nevertheless, being a man of experience, he quickly regained his composure after a few compliments and turned to Zhou Ping with a beaming smile. This pill boasts a high grade, and it is challenging to find faults in any aspect. In my estimation, it should be valued at 1,000 taels. This price is already considered quite high among yellow-grade demon pills. As Mr. Wang spoke, he placed the demon pill on the table, occasionally casting furtive glances at it. Mr. Wang, let us settle on a fixed price. If this transaction is satisfactory, I assure you that I shall not sell any future demon pills to anyone else. Moreover, the next batch will only be of a higher grade. Zhou Ping proclaimed, painting a promising picture, regardless of whether it would come to fruition. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Mr. Wang's authority permitted him to offer only such a price, as anything higher would yield minimal profit. The group exchanged silent glances, and the entire room fell into a hushed at that moment. A woman clad in red entered the Blood Blade pawn shop. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" A junior apprentice rushed over. Visibly flustered, Yang Qing scanned the room but found no sign of Shen Feng or Mr. Wang. "Where are Manager Shen and Mr. Wang? Where have they gone?" The apprentice pointed towards an adjacent room. "Two officials from the Demon Suppression Division have arrived, and both Manager Shen and Mr. Wang have gone to attend to them." A chill ran down Yang Qing's spine, and an ominous premonition washed over her. She hastily made her way to the second floor. From there, she could observe the situation in that room. The apprentice followed closely behind, and when Yang Qing confirmed that Zhou Ping was indeed present, her anxieties finally subsided. "What are they here for?" Yang Qing inquired. In response to Senior Sister, the two officials have come to sell demon pills, and they are currently haggling over the price. Upon hearing that they were not there to cause trouble, Yang Qing let out a sigh of relief and called the apprentice over to relay a few instructions. "Gentlemen, how about this? I shall take all 4 demon pills for a total of 1,500 taels." Shen Feng immediately added an additional 200 taels in his eyes. Zhou Ping was someone with whom he could establish a long-term partnership. Given his ability to slay formidable bloodline beasts, it was certain he would return to sell demon pills again. Thus, he preferred to forego immediate profits to secure this deal. Mr. Wang attempted to interject, but Shen Feng silenced him. Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu exchanged glances, both agreeing that this price was already quite favorable. Just as Zhou Ping was about to finalize the transaction, a junior apprentice approached Shen Feng, holding a cup of tea, and whispered into his ear. After half a cup of tea, the apprentice finished speaking, and Shen Feng's eyes lit up. "Gentlemen, I must correct my earlier statement. We, at the pawnshop, are willing to purchase these 4 demon pills for 2,000 taels." Shen Feng's abrupt change of heart left the other 3 in stunned disbelief. "Manager, perhaps you should reconsider," Mr. Wang could not help but advise. Spending 2,000 taels would undoubtedly result in a loss, and not just a slight one. It could wipe out the pawnshop's profits for an entire day. Zhou Ping quickly asked, "Are you certain you wish to spend 2,000 taels?" Shen Feng nodded emphatically and immediately instructed the apprentice to bring forth a banknote, precisely 2,000 taels. Zhou Ping briefly inspected it and found no issues, thus agreeing to the transaction. Fearing a potential reversal, Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu swiftly departed from the pawnshop. Once they left, Mr. Wang slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Manager Shen, why did you suddenly offer so much money? How am I to explain this to the sect leader?" Shen Feng's expression darkened immediately, and in a tone that brooked no argument, he replied, "This is Senior Sister's command. Who dares defy it? Now, return to your duties." Chapter 26. Mastering Techniques for Free. "I am a professional boss. Why is he giving us so much money for free?" Cheng Wu inquired. Zhou Ping shook his head, dismissing the concern. "Although we sold the demon pills for a fair sum, We are still far from being able to purchase a profound-grade demon pill. I think we should first check the Merchant Guild to see if we can acquire a technique suitable for the bloodline realm. After stating this, the two made their way to the Qingyun Merchant Guild located in the city. The Qingyun Auction House, the largest enterprise of the Qingyun Merchant Guild, was collectively managed by the entire Elder Council. The ground floor featured a vast trading market where both official and private transactions could take place, allowing anyone to engage in trade. The guild's personnel managed the operations, ensuring no issues would arise. Thus, any family with a modicum of strength preferred to pay a little extra in commission to conduct business here, as it was far more reliable than the black market. Most items were clearly priced, making transactions relatively worry-free. The second floor housed the Grand Auction Hall, which hosted a monthly auction organized by the Qingyun Merchant Guild, permitting them to auction off others' items for a commission. The third floor was reserved for the guild's administrative affairs and was generally off-limits to the public. As Zhou Ping and Cheng Wu stepped into the first floor of the auction house, they immediately sensed the professionalism in the air. There were no raucous shouts. Everyone was engaged in their own activities. Appearing somewhat chaotic yet remarkably orderly, "Boss, where do we find the techniques?" Cheng Wu asked, gazing at the vast market in bewilderment. Suddenly, Zhou Ping recalled something. Why did he need to buy techniques at all? With the system at his disposal, as long as he could acquire the techniques, he could directly use the system to simulate them. Wouldn't that make them his own without the need for purchase? Upon realizing this, Zhou Ping broke into a wicked grin. Let us first take a look. Where might the best techniques for the bloodline realm be? After stating this, the two began to wander about the market with an easy demeanor. The people there reacted mildly to their presence, and occasionally, some would greet them. Eventually, Zhou Ping arrived at a shop that appeared to specialize in the sale of techniques and martial arts. He stepped inside, and the proprietor immediately approached them with enthusiasm. "Esteemed gentlemen, you truly possess discerning eyes. May I inquire what you are seeking?" The shopkeeper, adorned in opulent attire and sporting a jade ring on his thumb, approached them eagerly. Zhou Ping's heart raced with excitement. This was clearly a man of wealth. Such a prosperous shopkeeper would undoubtedly have a plethora of techniques and martial arts at his disposal. "Do you have any techniques suitable for the bloodline realm or advanced martial arts or spells?" Zhou Ping asked boldly, leaving the shopkeeper momentarily dumbfounded. "Esteemed sir, you jest? Techniques are inherently rare. A single technique of the bloodline realm could sustain an entire family. My store only carries techniques for the bone refinement realm." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping sighed. If that were the case, he would have to purchase from the Merchant Guild. Just as they prepared to leave, the shopkeeper slapped his thigh and leaned in closer, whispering, "Sir, if you are genuinely interested, I could bring out my family's ancestral tome. However, the price may be somewhat steep." Zhou Ping's eyes brightened at once, and with prodigious bravado he declared, "Price is not an issue. You must allow me to see it. If it suits my needs, I shall purchase it. If not, what use is it to me?" His words struck a chord with the shopkeeper, who, seeing Zhou Ping's official status, was hopeful that he might indeed possess the means to pay. "Please, follow me." The shopkeeper led them to the back, pouring them each a cup of tea. After rummaging through boxes for a considerable time, he finally produced a faded yellow book that appeared to have some age to it. "Why, if this is ancestral, do you not cultivate it?" Zhou Ping casually inquired. The shopkeeper patted his belly and chuckled ruefully. "If I had the ability to cultivate, I would have long since done so. Alas, I lack your innate talent. After 30 years of cultivation, I have only attained the body refinement realm." With that, Zhou Ping dispelled his doubts and accepted the book. Bloodline Tai Xian Classic Internal Technique. He meticulously examined the entire text and confirmed that it was indeed a technique for cultivating the bloodline realm, and it appeared to be of considerable quality. "Esteemed sir, this technique was painstakingly acquired by my ancestors. Even when compared to the techniques of the Blood Blade sect, it holds its own. The boss patted his belly in assurance. Zhou Ping found this somewhat credible, for the authenticity of a cultivation method could be discerned through practice. Seizing the moment while Cheng Wu and the boss were engrossed in conversation, Zhou Ping commanded the system to commence a simulation. In the first year of practicing the Tai Xian Jing internal technique, you began to circulate your internal energy throughout your meridians, only to discover certain areas remained obstructed, preventing the flow of energy. By the 9th year, you realized that your dantian housed some impurities, prompting you to utilize the surrounding heavenly and earthly spiritual energies to compress and purify your own. 17 years into your training. After years of persistent effort, you finally felt a breakthrough in your internal energy, with a significantly increased capacity for storage, yet communication throughout your body remained elusive. In the 30th year, after relentless refinement, you succeeded in unblocking all your meridians, allowing your internal energy to circulate completely and forming a cohesive circulation system, breaking through to the first layer of qi and blood. By the 46th year. Following the unblocking of all meridians, your dantian expanded once more, enabling the flow of internal energy throughout your entire body, thus achieving the second layer of qi and blood. In the 63rd year. Having grasped the profound mysteries of the Tai Xian Jing, you found that after establishing a major circulation system, it was necessary to open a minor one, which involved unblocking 360 acupoints, leading to a breakthrough into the third layer of qi and blood. In the 78th year, following the methodical flow of energy, you began to impact the acupoints one by one, filling them with internal energy from your limbs to your torso, gradually connecting them and breaking through to the fourth layer of qi and blood. By the 97th year. Upon further cultivation, you felt a remarkable smoothness throughout your body, akin to a rejuvenating experience, with a slight enhancement in aptitude and a deeper mastery of internal energy. Breaking through to the fifth layer of qi and blood. In the 122nd year, merging the major and minor circulations into one, you continued to challenge the remaining acupoints, completing the circulation of the Tai Xian Jing and gathering all internal energy back into your dantian, thus breaking through to the sixth layer of qi and blood. By the 155th year, you found that merely a thought enabled you to manipulate objects around you, as if the environment had become an extension of your body. Internal energy could circulate both within and outside, breaking through to the seventh layer of qi and blood. In the 189th year, you had thoroughly connected all 360 acupoints with internal energy. Yet you sensed that true internal and external connection remained slightly out of reach, achieving the eighth layer of qi and blood. In the 223rd year, you finally discovered the last acupoint within your body, and upon unblocking it with your internal energy, the 361st point completed the true circulation of the Tai Xian Jing, elevating you to the ninth layer of qi and blood. The simulation concluded. Remaining lifespan, 127 years. Martial cultivation, ninth layer of qi and blood. Chapter 27. The demonic beasts of Black Wind Ridge. What a relief! In just a few breaths, I traversed the path that took others over 200 years. Such is the allure of the system. Zhou Ping slowly closed the book, only to find both the boss and Cheng Wu staring at him. With a calm smile, Zhou Ping inquired, "Boss, are there any other qi and blood realm techniques? Perhaps methods for refining spirit and body?" The boss shook his head, exclaiming, "What a joke! With so many qi and blood realm techniques, why would I still operate a shop? I could establish my own sect. Why waste time here? I say, sir, you've been observing for quite a while. If you're satisfied, shall we discuss the price?" The boss felt something amiss and hastily urged Zhou Ping to make an offer. Zhou Ping chuckled and gestured for the boss to state a price first. "This is a family heirloom of mine. How about 3,000 taels of silver?" The boss feigned a look of great pain. Suddenly, Zhou Ping stood up and exclaimed, "Too expensive. I shall not buy with that. He dragged Qingwu away. It was only after they had distanced themselves that the boss realized the absurdity of the situation. Never have I encountered such a purchasing approach. What a waste of my time. Boss, that technique looked quite promising. You seem to have studied it for quite a while. Why not purchase it? Qingwu, under the impression that Zhou Ping was concerned about his younger brother, asked, "We don't have 3,000 taels. Let us search for something more affordable," Zhou Ping replied casually. After leaving, Zhou Ping and Qingwu traversed the entire market, only to find a single qi and blood realm body refinement technique. It then dawned on Zhou Ping that his body refinement level was merely at the first stage of bone tempering, making it impractical to switch techniques just yet. While it was possible to directly cultivate to the 9th stage of bone tempering, doing so would deplete his lifespan for practicing qi and blood realm techniques. Thus, Zhou Ping had no choice but to endure the loss. Throughout their search, they also sought after mystic-grade demon pills, but to no avail. It seemed such items were only held by the 3 major factions. The best they encountered in this market were merely high-level yellow-grade demon pills, which were of inferior quality compared to the ones they had sold. In light of this, there was little they could do. Fortunately, they had managed to acquire a qi and blood realm technique. If Zhou Ping could cultivate all 3 techniques to the 9th layer of qi and blood, he might very well be able to contend with formidable demons of the Transcendence realm. Then, he wouldn't have to spend money on such matters, allowing him to save more for other purchases. Qingwu sighed, realizing that this time, he could not procure a mystic-grade demon pill for his younger brother. The two exited the auction house, making their way toward the Bai family, as many of their brothers remained there. As they passed down a street, they noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly in a state of commotion. "Who can save my daughter? This mystic-grade demon pill belongs to her." Initially intending to leave, both men were instantly intrigued by this plea. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow, pondering if this younger brother was indeed the protagonist. It felt as though whatever he needed simply materialized. No, this was a leg to cling to. With that thought, Zhou Ping and Qingwu squeezed into the crowd. After considerable effort, they finally reached the front of the stage. Upon a raised platform, an array of rare treasures was displayed, with a snow-white demon pill positioned in the center. Indeed, it was a mystic-grade demon pill, and it even bore color. Zhou Ping felt a surge of excitement, as all yellow-grade demon pills were uniformly black, while only mystic-grade ones exhibited other hues. Moreover, this particular demon pill appeared to surpass the low-level quality, being classified as a mid-level mystic-grade demon pill. Zhou Ping hurriedly tapped the shoulder of a nearby onlooker and inquired, "What is the situation here? Why are there so many valuable items on display?" The onlooker, brimming with enthusiasm, explained, "You may not know this, but Lord Wang is the wealthiest man in our Qingyun prefecture. Even the Bai family, Bloodblade sect, and Qingyun Merchant Association have sought his financial assistance." Zhou Ping pressed further, "What has transpired? How can one claim these items?" Sighing, the onlooker continued, "Alas, yesterday, his daughter was married, and just as they left the city, she was captured near Black Wind Ridge, with the captors demanding 300,000 taels for her release. Lord Wang is currently offering a hefty reward to anyone who can rescue his daughter." That seems implausible. With so many demon hunters in Qingyun Prefecture, and given his wealth, couldn't he simply hire someone? Zhou Ping questioned, perplexed. The onlooker shook his head in resignation, responding, "That may be true, but no one dares to take the job. Even Bloodblade sect refrains from involving themselves. The primary concern is that the king of Black Wind Ridge is a vassal of the Gungjin Tiger clan. Who would dare provoke them? The Gungjin Tiger clan? Zhou Ping had never heard of this name before. The onlooker looked at Zhou Ping in astonishment, exclaiming, "You don't know of the Gungjin Tiger clan? They harbor a demon of king-level status, and even the Demon Suppression Department refrains from acting against them. Typically, only demons who reach the core formation realm are deemed demon kings. Above the Transcendence realm lies the innate realm, and above that is the core formation realm, often referred to as the earthly immortal realm, capable of summoning winds and rains and manifesting celestial phenomena. These three realms are known as the middle three realms, positioned above the lower three realms. It was no wonder that no one dared to accept this job. Provoking the demons of Black Wind Ridge was tantamount to inciting a demon of king-level caliber. It certainly sounded quite intimidating. Zhou Ping couldn't help but smile with excitement. The onlooker, assuming Zhou Ping was struck with fear, continued to observe the stage. "Boss, you don't intend to take on this task, do you? Even the 1,000 households of Qingyun Prefecture dare not accept such a job. Can we truly manage it?" Cheng Wu, sensing an ominous premonition, looked at Zhou Ping in the next moment. Zhou Ping was already standing atop the high platform. Lord Wang, who had been desperately calling out for help, felt his heart sink upon realizing that no one dared to rescue his daughter. Suddenly, a figure clad in the garb of the Demon Suppression Department appeared before him, reigniting a glimmer of hope. "Lord Wang, if I rescue your daughter, will all these treasures belong to me?" Zhou Ping sought confirmation. Upon recognizing the officer of the Demon Suppression Department, Lord Wang was overjoyed and quickly grasped Zhou Ping's hand. "Esteemed sir, as long as you can rescue my daughter, you may take whatever you desire. You may take these items now. No need to wait until the task is completed." Lord Wang waved his hand. Instructing his subordinates to begin gathering the treasures, he was anxious that Zhou Ping might suddenly change his mind. After receiving the items, Zhou Ping handed them over to Cheng Wu. That a brief glance revealed that aside from the demon pill, the remaining treasures collectively valued around 10,000 taels. "Take these treasures back to the Bai family. I will return once I have completed the task." Cheng Wu understood that, given his current strength, he could not assist Zhou Ping and could only wait patiently. Lord Wang hurriedly followed behind, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, my daughter is currently at the mercy of the demons, her life hanging in the balance. I implore you to depart at once." Zhou Ping's lips curled into a slight smile as he softly inquired, "I wonder if you still have 2 volumes of Qi and Blood Realm techniques to spare?" Chapter 28. Cleaning up the demonic beasts of Haifeng Ridge on an unmarked road within the Qingyun Prefecture. A significant geographical thoroughfare saw throngs of travelers passing daily. An elderly gentleman drove his cart slowly, laden with a multitude of goods. Yet, upon this vital route, a checkpoint had been established. Several fearsome demonic beasts guarded the area, collecting tolls from passers-by. "Hey, what are you doing? Leave everything behind," a boisterous black bear demon bellowed, startling a grandfather and his grandson. "Sir, please have mercy and leave me something," the old man pleaded, clutching his belongings tightly against the black bear demon. The surrounding travelers, indifferent to the scene, had grown accustomed to the predatory behavior of the demons, knowing all too well that their anger could not be expressed. After all, these demons were vassals of the Gongjin Tiger clan, brazen enough to rob openly. Outsiders might mistake them for officials. "Old man, do you still want more? You're courting death. If you don't leave your goods, just watch as I take your life." The black bear demon seized the old man's collar, ready to end his life. Even the Demon Suppression Division dared not intervene, and the onlookers urged the old man to surrender his wares. With a grin, the black bear demon taunted, "If I crush you to death, these goods will still be mine. Next life, be smart and run when you see me." In the blink of an eye, the boastful demon's head was severed, rolling on the ground as blood splattered onto nearby travelers. The remaining demons frantically searched for the assailant. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Zhou Ping, casually perched upon his cart, surveyed the crowd. Has the world truly changed? How audacious are these demons to rob in broad daylight? When did Qingyun Prefecture become the domain of such creatures? His words sent shockwaves through the onlookers. The demons of Haifeng Ridge had claimed countless lives. Those who passed through faced the grim reality of survival. Not only merchants avoided this path, but even the Demon Suppression Division took care to steer clear. Knowing that once a demon fled into the territory of Haifeng Ridge, pursuit would cease. This illustrates the level of arrogance these demons had reached under the protection of the Gungjin tiger clan. As they set up checkpoints akin to official authorities, a group of demons charged forward with weapons drawn, but in an instant, they were cleaved in two, by slaying the Black Bear demon of the bone-forging realm. Zhou Ping gained 33 years of lifespan. By dispatching the canine demon of the same realm, he acquired 45 years. Remaining lifespan, 385 years. After swiftly resolving the threat, Zhou Ping began to wipe his blade clean. "Thank you for saving me, my lord. You should leave quickly. The demons of Haifeng Ridge will soon pursue," the rescued elder urged. Seeing Zhou Ping's attire, they mistook him for an official from the Demon Suppression Division. It seemed the locals preferred to be rescued by someone without status, for they had lost all faith in the division. Despite the backing of the Gungjin Tiger clan, what good was it if the officials of Qingyun Prefecture lacked the will to eliminate demons? Clearly, the local Demon Suppression Division was utterly incompetent, allowing these demons to run rampant. Zhou Ping's remarks instilled fear, causing the crowd to disperse. Only the recently saved elder, visibly terrified, remarked, "My lord, you mustn't say such things. If others hear you, it could mean your death. Are you not one of our Qingyun officials?" Zhou Ping shook his head, astonished at the division's timidity towards demons while being so swift to punish their own. "All right, everyone should leave, quickly, or it will be too late when they return." Zhou Ping urged the onlookers to scatter, as he awaited the return of the Haifeng Ridge demons, knowing he was unfamiliar with the mountain paths. Not long after, a piercing howl echoed from afar. A yellow and white tiger, accompanied by a horde of demons, charged towards him, at least dozens in number. "How bold of you, human! Do you even know what demon you have slain?" The yellow and white tiger exuded an intimidating presence, instilling a palpable sense of pressure. Zhou Ping glanced at the information above the tiger's head. This beast was a formidable 5-layer qi and blood demon. Far more powerful than Zhu Lida, he wondered if it might yield a superior demon core. For Zhou Ping, any demon below the Transcendence realm was easily dispatched with a single strike. It seemed this tiger was not part of the Gungjin tiger clan. It appeared to be a hybrid. "Very well, let this tiger remain here. The rest may return. Make sure to deliver a message. Bring back Lord Wang's daughter, or prepare for my wrath," Zhou Ping declared with a smile. The yellow and white tiger, initially amused, suddenly felt a wave of pressure. Just then, its hind legs were struck, leaving a ghastly gash across its abdomen. The once proud tiger was now barely clinging to life, witnessing Zhou Ping's swift and powerful strike. The demons accompanying it scattered in fear. Zhou Ping stood his ground, never having moved an inch. "You should pray now. If I don't receive a reply within half an hour, I'll have to extract your demon core while you watch," he stated emotionlessly, uttering words of cruelty. The yellow and white tiger trembled, realizing it had provoked a formidable foe. "I advise you not to provoke me. I am a vassal of the Gungjin tiger clan. If angered, we could turn Qingyun Prefecture upside down," the tiger continued to threaten. Zhou Ping scoffed, and in the next moment, the tiger's hind legs were severed cleanly. Unable to bear the pain any longer, the tiger howled in agony. "Isn't this better? If you can't understand my words, I have other means to make you comprehend. Should they return with the girl in time, perhaps I may show mercy and only take your demon core." Sparing your life, Zhou Ping's devilish words sent the yellow and white tiger into unconsciousness, gasping on the ground, clearly nearing its end. Chapter 29. Dao Companion of Ziyun Palace in the Hall of the Haifeng Ridge Demons. 3 gilded characters adorned the plaque. A black-maned lion sat upon a stone chair, quietly surveying the gathered demons below. "My lord, Tiger Howl has been detained by a human, who demands we release the girl we previously captured." A group of lesser demons burst into the hall, chattering excitedly. The black-maned lion paused, realizing that Tiger Howl was a relative of the Gungjin tiger clan. If he were killed, it would have serious repercussions. "Who dares to touch us?" Those from the Demon Suppression Division must be tired of living. The lion roared and angered. A dark-furred black bear demon stepped forward. "My lord, allow me to bring back this human's head." The lion nodded in approval. "Remember to ensure his death. Inform Lord Wong that the ransom has increased. If he cannot produce 500,000 taels of silver, he may never see his daughter again." At the foot of Haifeng Mountain, many demons watched Zhou Ping from a distance. Under the shade of a tree, Zhou Ping chewed on a blade of grass, savoring the breeze against his face. Nearby, Tiger Howl groaned in pain, his severed legs and grievous abdominal wound causing him great distress. "Hey, keep it down, will you? Or I might just end your life," Zhou Ping warned, causing Tiger Howl to sensibly fall silent. Just as Zhou Ping began to feel the wait was tedious, a sudden cry echoed from afar. "What a massive tiger! Be careful, friend." Zhou Ping turned to see a young man and woman rushing toward him. Their urgency palpable. Upon reaching the tree, they simultaneously drew their swords and plunged them into Tiger Howl's chest. Poor Tiger Howl, who had just silenced himself in fear, was swiftly dispatched by the two reckless youths. The moment the swords pierced his heart, he succumbed to his injuries. Seeing the great beast slain, the young man sighed in relief as he slowly withdrew his sword, clad in white garments with flowing hair. The pair resembled a celestial couple. However, Zhou Ping was utterly taken aback. This tiger had decades of lifespan. How could they have so effortlessly slain it? The young man glanced at the tiger's hind legs and chuckled. "It was merely a crippled old tiger. Fortunately, we acted quickly." Zhou Ping, still in shock, remained speechless. The young woman then noticed Zhou Ping's attire and respectfully clasped her hands, saying, "I greet the official. We didn't expect this tiger demon to be your quarry. It seems we acted in haste." The intelligence of the young woman appeared to be intact, as she could discern at a glance that this tiger demon had been reduced to its current state by Zhou Ping. "I am Li Mingyun, and this is my Dao companion, Ningli. We both hail from the Ziyun Palace in the nearby Mengchuan Prefecture." Li Mingyun began by introducing their origins. "I am Zhou Ping, an official of the Demon Suppression Division." Zhou Ping, somewhat awkwardly, nodded. He had indeed heard of the Ziyun Palace. It seemed that the most formidable sect in the entire Mengchuan Prefecture was none other than Ziyun Palace, which even extended its influence to several neighboring prefectures, surpassing the Blood Blade sect of Qingyun Prefecture by a considerable margin. One might even assert that beneath the four prominent families of Qingzhou, Ziyun Palace could be regarded as a first-rate force, securing its place within all 12 prefectures of Qingzhou. To his surprise, they were indeed members of Ziyun Palace. When Zhou Ping raised his gaze, he noticed that the two possessed identical levels of strength, both at the 9th level of Qi and Blood. It seemed they were yet another pair seeking to transcend their current limitations through their travels. Generally speaking, breaking through the barriers of the lower and middle realms is exceedingly difficult through mere cultivation. Many gifted individuals manage to reach the 9th level of Qi and Blood in their 20s. Yet a myriad of reasons may impede them from crossing these barriers for decades, leaving them unable to enter the Transcendence realm. Ningli soon realized the misunderstanding and quickly apologized, saying, "My apologies. Fellow Taoist, I mistakenly thought you were cornered by this tiger demon." Upon hearing their words, Zhou Ping could only shake his head in resignation. "It's nothing. Who hasn't he killed? Your assistance in dispatching it has certainly saved me a great deal of effort." Upon hearing that Zhou Ping bore no ill will towards them, Ningli immediately grew more amicable. After a brief exchange, Zhou Ping learned of their purpose for traveling: to vanquish demons and eliminate evil, hoping to solidify their Dao hearts, thereby increasing their chances of breaking through to the Transcendence realm. "Fellow Taoist, may I inquire what brings you here?" Ningli suddenly asked. Zhou Ping simply replied, "To save someone." To his astonishment, the two became visibly excited. "Ali, since we have nothing pressing at hand, why not assist our fellow Taoist in his endeavor?" Li Mingyun said, tugging at Ning Li's arm. The two were so engrossed in their camaraderie that Zhou Ping's earlier good mood began to wane. Meanwhile, the black bear observing them from the mountainside wore an expression of rage. You killed Hu Shao and dare to rejoice? Truly courting death. Prepare to be hunted down by the powerful demons of the Gungjin tiger clan. With that, the black bear smashed its fist against the adjacent cliff. With a thunderous crash, the cliff shattered, and a massive boulder tumbled downwards, aimed directly at Zhou Ping and the two others below. Upon hearing the sound of the falling rock, Ningli and Li Mingyun swiftly employed their lightness skills and vacated the area beneath the tree. However, Zhou Ping remained seated in the shade, chewing on a blade of dogtail grass. Fellow Taoist, quickly take cover, Ningli shouted in alarm. For martial cultivators yet to transcend into the transcendence realm, they remained mere mortals, vulnerable to external forces. System, I am too lethargic to move. You handle it. The system began to simulate the bone forging technique. 9 harmonies of the heavy body. Year 1. You commence the arduous process of refining your physique, though progress is slow. You quickly find a rhythm. Year 8. You understand that body refinement is a laborious and protracted endeavor, yet you choose to confront it head-on, pummeling the falling stones with your fists beneath the waterfall until your body becomes immovable. Breaking through to the second level of bone forging. Year 15. You discover that your technique allows for the repeated expansion of your meridians to enhance your physique, prompting you to continuously strike your body, thus breaking through to the third level of bone forging. Year 24. You realize that body refinement is akin to blacksmithing. Though blacksmithing shapes iron, body refinement molds oneself and one's will. You apprentice at an iron shop, dedicating years to grasping the essence of body refinement, ultimately breaking through to the fourth level of bone forging. Year 35. After decades of relentless training, your physique rivals that of demons specializing in physical prowess. Your technique reaches great heights, and you achieve the third level of 9 harmonies of the heavy body, breaking through to the fifth level of bone forging. Year 48. You venture into the mountains, seeking body-refining demons and studying their methods. You train alongside these ferocious beasts, achieving 2 additional levels and breaking through to the 6th level of bone forging. Year 60. Feeling the heat surging through your body, you realize you have begun to tap into some of the chi and blood energy, yet you remain humble. You start crashing against cliffs like a wild beast, progressing to the 7th level and breaking through to the 7th level of bone forging. Year 77. Years of rigorous training have brought your physique to a peak state. Even demons at the chi and blood realm hesitate to confront you directly, perceiving you as an unyielding stone. Your technique has also reached the 8th level, breaking through to the 8th level of bone forging. Year 95. You push your technique to its utmost limits, achieving the 9th level, wherein the 9 harmonies merge into one, culminating in a formidable physique that pulses with chi and blood, breaking through to the 9th level of bone forging. Simulation complete. Remaining lifespan, 290 years. Chapter 30. Ziyun Palace. Step on the clouds with purple footprints upon reopening his eyes. Zhou Ping resembled a hermit who had endured a century of cultivation. He pondered deeply, his heart heavy with emotion. Observing his hands, now noticeably more robust than before, he understood that the system had imparted a century's worth of insights into his consciousness. Watching the boulder cascade down, the black bear roared with laughter, prepare to be crushed into a pulp. Zhou Ping stood, discarding the grass from his mouth, and with a powerful punch, struck the boulder. Bang! The massive stone erupted in a shower of fragments, scattering debris everywhere. Physical cultivator? Ningli furrowed his brow. Zhou Ping's physique doesn't appear to reflect that, does it? Is physical cultivation truly formidable? Li Mingyun inquired. Indeed. It is said that ancient physical cultivators possessed the ability to shatter mountains and seas with a single punch and could even rend the very fabric of space itself. Any cultivator reaching the final stages transcends common understanding, Ningli explained, glancing at Zhou Ping's weapon with a puzzled expression. The black bear grunted in surprise, though it did not exceed his expectations. Without hesitation, he leapt from the towering cliff, creating a massive crater upon impact, shrouding the area in dust. Transcendence Realm, first layer as Zhou Ping had anticipated. Although the Black Wind Ridge had the Gungjin Tiger clan backing it, they surely possessed formidable demons of their own. Why did you not bring them along? Zhou Ping queried. The black bear slammed its palms onto the ground, unleashing a shockwave, just as Zhou Ping prepared to engage. Ning Li and Li Mingyun rushed forward. Brother Zhou, allow us to handle this black bear, Ning Li declared, crossing swords with Li Mingyun to sever the oncoming shockwave into fragments. While Zhou Ping found their exuberance somewhat amusing. Their coordination was undoubtedly impressive. It seemed they practiced complementary techniques. The black bear, momentarily bewildered by the agile movements of the duo, found its attacks consistently evaded. Yun Mei, Ning Li bellowed, as they both soared into the air, unleashing a flurry of sword energy upon the black bear. The creature could only shield itself with its hardened arms against the onslaught. With remarkable speed, countless sword energies bombarded the black bear, raising clouds of dust around them. Roar! The black bear let out a furious roar, its powerful sonic wave deflecting all the sword energies back towards their wielders. Ning Li and Li Mingyun swiftly regrouped, exchanging smiles with Zhou Ping, who returned the gestured it. Seemed that as long as they were provided sufficient emotional encouragement, the duo could engage in fierce combat with a Transcendence Realm expert for hundreds of exchanges. As the two re-engaged the black bear, Zhou Ping couldn't help but chuckle. They truly were a remarkable pair. He settled back down, quietly observing them, despite the black bear's superior strength in all aspects. Ning Li and Li Mingyun's extraordinary agility rendered them elusive. As long as their internal energy remained intact, the black bear found it exceedingly difficult to graze their garments. Moreover, their combination techniques wielded immense power, capable of breaching the black bear's defenses. In this dynamic interplay, the black bear found itself increasingly vexed. You are from Ziyun Palace, are you not? This matter does not concern you, and I advise you to refrain from interference. The black bear reluctantly revealed its identity, hoping to dissuade Ning Li and Li Mingyun. However, Ning Li merely chuckled, maintaining the intensity of his attack. If you dare provoke Brother Zhou, I strongly suggest you surrender the person without delay. Otherwise, no words will suffice. Ning Li's declaration led the black bear to believe their ties were deeper than mere acquaintances, prompting it to contemplate whether this venture was worth the potential consequences. The tiger demon you killed was a vassal of the Gungjin Tiger clan. Do you comprehend the ramifications of your actions? The threat posed by the black bear may hold significance for others, yet it appears rather feeble in the eyes of Ning Li. This is largely due to the formidable backing of the Ziyun Palace, which is hardly inferior to the Gungjin Tiger clan in terms of strength, let alone a mere Black Wind Ridge. After all, the black bear has lived for many years as a creature of the wild, and he quickly recognized that Ning Li and Li Mingyun were employing the Ziyun Palace's cloud-treading purple steps. Such a technique is beyond the reach of outer disciples, with only inner disciples capable of mastering it. The inner disciples of Ziyun Palace are invariably guided by elders, thus placing them on a different pedestal compared to other disciples. The black bear fixated on Zhou Ping. Since he was restrained by Ning Li and his companion, it would be prudent to seek an opportunity to eliminate Zhou Ping directly, thereby eliminating unnecessary complications. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping was also contemplating strategies to counter the black bear. His own agility did not match that of the two, and with his current capabilities, he certainly could not contend with the black bear. With a sigh, Zhou Ping felt fortunate to have these two individuals shielding him. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. While speaking, Zhou Ping retrieved two manuals of techniques that he had borrowed from Wang Kaiju. At that time, Zhou Ping had claimed it was a loan, promising to return them immediately upon rescuing Wang Kaiju's daughter. After all, he would master the techniques in no time. The manual titled Chi Blood, 9 Transformations of Spirit Manipulation, was a meticulously selected godly technique, arguably the finest among Wang Kaiju's collection. Just as Zhou Ping prepared to decipher the technique, he suddenly recalled that even the combined might of Ning Li and Li Mingyun, both masters at the 9th level of Chi Blood, could not subdue the Black Bear. This starkly illustrated the immense disparity between the lower and middle realms. It was not merely a matter of wielding 2 techniques to vanquish a formidable demon of the 1st level of transcendence. Thus, it seemed that only the Thunder Law, a devastating weapon, could accomplish such a feat. Yet Zhou Ping's proficiency in the Thunder Law was still rudimentary, and the Zhang family member he had encountered previously was at most at an intermediate level. That individual had already demonstrated the capability to annihilate an entire valley of pig demons with a single strike. The sheer power of that thunder was on an entirely different scale. It was uncertain whether 290 years would suffice to elevate his Thunder Law to an intermediate level. If he could achieve that, dealing with the Black Bear would likely pose no issue. After contemplating this, Zhou Ping searched his mind for details about the Thunder Law and discovered that with his current mastery of the 9th level of bone refining, even if he were to cultivate the Thunder Law to an intermediate level, he would still be unable to wield it. This indicated that he would need to cultivate the godly technique further. Merely honing his skills in that regard would consume the remainder of his lifespan. Not to mention that mastering the Thunder Law would require even more of his life force. Had he known earlier, he would have simply dispatched that tiger demon. Zhou Ping sighed in exasperation. Raising his eyes, he noticed numerous demons observing the battle from the cliff above. Suddenly, he realized that his target had shifted. Letting those demons go was a grave mistake. Since he had chosen not to spare them, he would ascend the mountain to take them down. A slight smirk appeared on Zhou Ping's lips as he stepped out from the shade of the trees. On the mountain path, a group of lesser demons watched the fierce battle below with envy. "Uncle Black Bear's attacks are so powerful," exclaimed one. "Those human cultivators are quite impressive too. Their attacks are completely undetectable." This chatter continued, oblivious to the impending danger. With a swift motion, Zhou Ping dispatched a bone-refining demon with a single strike. As he acted, the surrounding demons scattered in panic, but they could not hope to match Zhou Ping's speed. The sounds of shattering bones mingled with the anguished cries of the demons as one after another of the bone-refining creatures fell upon the mountain path. The demons of Black Wind Ridge soon realized that Zhou Ping was climbing the mountain, and several formidable Chi Blood Realm demons charged down to confront him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping continued his relentless slaughter of the lesser demons in Black Wind Ridge. Slain a bone-refining pig demon, gained 33 years of lifespan. Slain a bone-refining ape demon, gained 41 years of lifespan. Slain a temper body fox demon, gained 21 years of lifespan. Slain a bone-refining dog demon, gained 34 years of lifespan. Slain a bone-refining bear demon, gained 26 years of lifespan. Slain a bone-refining bear demon, gained 35 years of lifespan. Slain a tempered body wolf demon, gained 19 years of lifespan. Slain a bone-refining wolf demon, gained 37 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 536 years. Zhou Ping glanced ahead and noticed that many demons had been so frightened by his onslaught that they leapt off the cliff. Had they not done so, he would have accumulated even more lifespan. Below, Ning Li and his companion witnessed Zhou Ping's ascent and began cheering him on. "Brother Zhou, go boldly and rescue them. We are here to support you," Ning Li shouted, and the two brandished their swords in unison. A pale purple sword aura surged forth, aimed at the Black Bear. To their surprise, the Black Bear could not withstand the force of the sword aura and had no choice but to pivot his body aside. Nevertheless, he was still wounded by the purple sword energy on his left chest. Yin-Yang profound slash of Ziyun Palace. The Black Bear was momentarily stunned by the high-level martial technique employed by the two. This was a top-tier martial art on par with the cloud-treading purple steps of Ziyun Palace. It was astonishing that such young individuals had managed to master it. Could it truly be that two individuals at the 9th level of Chi blood were capable of wielding such martial prowess? On the mountain path, 3 heavily armored black bears suddenly leapt down. The black bears below were also of the heavily armored variety. Their kind possessed thick armor covering their bodies, making it exceedingly difficult for martial arts to inflict significant harm upon them. However, cultivators of the godly refinement realm were their natural adversaries, for there were certain aspects that even their armor could not shield against. Point 3 at the 9th level of Chi blood. They truly overestimate me, Zhou Ping remarked as he sheathed his long knife. The blade was not particularly exceptional. He would rather not risk damaging it against such tough opponents. Given that martial arts were ineffective, he had no choice but to employ alternative methods. Besides the Godly Refinement Manual, there was also a Body Refinement Manual. Since the opportunity had presented itself today, he might as well elevate his overall power to Chi blood. Rising Dragon Body Refinement Technique. System. Commence the deduction. In the first year, you acquired the Ascending Dragon Body Refinement Technique, filled with joy to the point of sleeplessness, yet simultaneously terrified by the daunting training methods. By the 5th year, you began to traverse the realm, setting up stalls in crowded places, boldly displaying a massive sign inscribed with the words "Life Weary, Seeking Death," inviting others to challenge you. In the 16th year, as you journeyed across the land, each encounter left you battered and bruised, necessitating lengthy recuperation periods of 6 months. Over time, you discovered that your resilience was steadily increasing. By the 28th year, during a particularly brutal confrontation with a master of vitality techniques that left you resembling a beaten pig, your physique underwent a significant transformation, breaking through to the first layer of vitality. In the 41st year, buoyed by your previous success, you began to relish this method of cultivation. Consequently, you sought out larger cities, and your reputation grew, attracting an ever-increasing number of challengers. Through continuous battles, your physique advanced once more, breaking through to the second layer of vitality. By the 65th year, being challenged became a measure of honor. With your opponents growing ever more formidable, the attacks from vitality cultivators no longer inflicted substantial harm upon you, prompting the arrival of experts from the transcendent realm. Reluctantly, you accepted their challenges, achieving increasingly favorable outcomes and eventually breaking through to the 3rd layer of vitality. In the 93rd year, understanding that body refinement is a protracted and arduous journey, you remained acutely aware of its trials. Day after day, year after year, you endured assaults, rendering ordinary attacks utterly ineffective against you. Your cultivation in the mortal realm reached its conclusion as you broke through to the 4th layer of vitality, in the 121st year. You realized that mastering this technique required the blood essence of numerous magical beasts for the refinement of your body. Thus, you began hunting these creatures to extract their vital blood for your practices. This was an excruciating process, yet the results were unmistakable, allowing you to break through to the 5th layer of vitality. By the 144th year, you continued to refine your exterior and interior with the blood essence of magical beasts. Occasionally, the power of your vitality surged, further enhancing your strength. The quantity of blood essence used increased significantly, enabling you to break through to the 6th layer of vitality in the 175th year. The blood essence from Vitality Realm beasts had become nearly negligible in effect. A Vitality Realm ferocious tiger could not withstand a single blow from you. As your physique had grown to an alarmingly formidable level, allowing you to break through to the 7th layer of vitality, in the 199th year. After countless years of cultivation, your physique could effortlessly defeat any major beast beneath the transcendent realm. What appeared formidable to others seemed trivial to you, as you broke through to the 8th layer of vitality in the 232nd year. Following your last breakthrough, you found yourself stagnant, for the completion of this technique necessitated the blood essence of a beast-bearing draconic lineage, an exceedingly rare find. Any creature with even a trace of dragon blood would possess power surpassing the transcendent realm. Finally, in the 249th year, after scouring half of Qingzhou, you encountered a relatively weak black waterflood dragon. After a fierce battle, you successfully acquired its blood essence, and upon refining your body, you felt as though the voice of a dragon resonated within you, breaking through to the 9th layer of vitality. As the narrative concludes, your remaining lifespan stands at 287 years. Zhou Ping slowly opens his eyes, perceiving a faint dragon's roar echoing in his ears. At this moment, 3 heavily armored black bears exhibit signs of tension. Seemingly able to hear the distant dragon's roar as well as I in the next instant, Zhou Ping delivers a powerful punch to the foremost black bear, causing its pale gray chest armor to shatter. The force driving deep into its innards, the tremendous sonic boom reverberates along the mountain path, sending the surrounding beasts fleeing into the black wind ridge, afraid to venture out again. The renowned defensive strength of the heavily armored black bear is thus obliterated by Zhou Ping's single strike, exemplifying the might of body refinement. With the simultaneous cultivation of 3 disciplines, his abilities far surpass the 9th layer of vitality. The first black bear crashes to the ground with a resounding thud. The other 2 do not retreat. Instead, they close in, flanking Zhou Ping. Kill him! The multitude of beasts on the mountain roars in unison. The 2 black bears charge at Zhou Ping like 2 towering walls. But he merely smirks, and the 3 bodies collide. To his astonishment, Zhou Ping remains unyielding, while the 2 heavily armored black bears are sent flying, one crashing down the side of the mountain. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ping draws his long blade and employs the Zhengyang blade technique, swiftly dispatching one of the black bears. Though their bodies are encased in stone armor under the augmentation of his inner power, their defenses prove inconsequential. After easily overcoming these 2, Zhou Ping leaps downward. Given the height, the fall could not possibly kill the remaining black bear, and as he lands, he strikes down with his blade. He slays a Vitality Realm heavily armored black bear, gaining 85 years of lifespan. Slays another, earning 93 years, and yet another, securing 89 years. His remaining lifespan now totals 554 years. Unexpectedly, he has gained additional years. A most fortunate turn of events. Zhou Ping rises slowly, witnessing the slaughter of their kin. The black bears can no longer contain their rage, the stone armor on their chests transforming to a deep crimson hue. Ning Li and Li Mingyun find their attacks ineffective, leaving no mark on the black bear. In fact, their efforts barely affect the creature at all. After all, it is a powerful beast of the transcendent realm, having surely retained its hidden strengths to reach such heights. With a roar, Ning Li and Li Mingyun are momentarily thrown off balance by a shockwave, yet they manage to stabilize themselves through mutual support. They swiftly regroup to restrain the black bear's movements, creating a predicament for the creature, unable to strike effectively, yet unable to escape. Suddenly, Zhou Ping feels a powerful gust approaching, raising his arm to shield himself, only to be launched backward by an overwhelming force. Struggling to regain his footing, he realizes that even his formidable physique is nearly shattered by this impact, indicative of yet another transcendent realm beast joining the fray. This implies that the forces of Black Wind Ridge are not to be underestimated. They are indeed capable of holding their own within the realm of Qingyun Prefecture's beast domain, a yellow-furred tiger. Having observed the battle from its vantage point atop the mountain, is astonished to witness 3 seemingly insignificant humans slaying so many magical beasts. Thus, the yellow-furred tiger, without consulting the Lion King, leaps into battle. "Brother Bear, you focus on those 2. Leave this arrogant officer of the Demon Suppression Division to me." The black bear rejoices, responding eagerly, "Tiger Forest, your brother Tiger Howl was slain by him. We must take him down today. We cannot let our brothers down. Tiger Forest's claws rake the ground, nostrils flaring with thick wisps of white smoke, revealing the fury brewing within. Yet another beast of the transcendent realm emerges, signaling that it may be time to abandon this technique. In the first year of the cultivation of Qi and blood, under the auspices of the 9 transformations spirit communication technique, you discover that the jade within your dantian has some imperfections. Despite your earnest attempts to rectify it, you find yourself at a loss for methods. By the 8th year, all of your magical energy begins to gradually dissipate from the flawed area, dwindling from full to none. In the 19th year, although all of your magical energy has been depleted, you refuse to surrender, resolutely commencing the practice of a new technique, persistently endeavoring to restore your lost power. By the 33rd year. Through relentless refinement and years of practice, the once irregular spirit jade has been polished into a lustrous orb. The lost magical energy manifests as a faint blue vein upon the orb, signifying the first transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the first layer of Qi and blood. In the 52nd year, having established a solid foundation, your subsequent cultivation becomes significantly easier. The orb can now store over 100 times the magical energy it once could, requiring only steady practice. At last, a new vein appears upon the orb, marking the second transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the second layer of Qi and blood. By the 69th year, your years of diligent cultivation have led to an increased demand for mental fortitude as the magical energy within the orb swells. Balancing this is a formidable challenge, yet the foundation you laid previously allows you to manage. The orb now bears a third vein, marking the third transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the third layer of Qi and blood. In the 88th year, the internal space of the orb resembles an abyss, expanding further with each session of cultivation. Fortunately, time is on your side, and your skills are steadily advancing. The orb naturally manifests a fourth vein, representing the fourth transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the fourth layer of Qi and blood. In the 109th year, the spirit orb suddenly acts like a vacuum, voraciously drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You must exert considerable effort to refine the chaotic energies into magical power. Yet this process also elevates your own cultivation. The orb acquires a fifth vein, denoting the fifth transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the fifth layer of Qi and blood. By the 135th year, infusing all your magical energy into your meridians. A daunting challenge for others becomes a seamless endeavor for you, possessing a physique of the ninth layer of Qi and blood. The spirit orb successfully reveals the sixth vein, signifying the sixth transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the sixth layer of Qi and blood. In the 166th year, the lines upon the spirit orb begin to radiate light, and upon closer inspection, exhibit a wave-like undulation. As your magical energy reserves swell, there are moments when the intensity of your cultivation leaves you disoriented, yet in time, this challenge resolves itself. The orb manifests a seventh vein, representing the seventh transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the seventh layer of Qi and blood. In the 187th year, the spirit orb begins to siphon the magical energy from within your body, rapidly nearing its full capacity. Your own physique undergoes a profound transformation, as if rejuvenated, and the orb reveals an eighth vein, indicating the eighth transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the eighth layer of Qi and blood. By the 215th year, the spirit orb is finally filled to capacity with magical energy, its entire surface shimmering with iridescence, a veritable masterpiece. The final vein emerges, all veins now transformed into a golden hue, signifying the ninth transformation of the spirit communication technique, a breakthrough into the ninth layer of Qi and blood. The simulation concludes, Remaining lifespan, 339 years. Martial cultivation, ninth layer of Qi and blood. Spiritual cultivation, ninth layer of Qi and blood. Physical cultivation, ninth layer of Qi and blood. Zhou Ping exclaims with exhilaration, declaring himself the most formidable practitioner of the Qi and blood realm in history. Likely unparalleled by anyone of a stronger foundation, Tio assert that he is the strongest in the annals of the Qi and blood realm would not be an exaggeration, for even the second tier of the Transcendence Realm Tiger Demon before him is no match for Zhou Ping. With but a glance, he can perceive the essence of the being, a remarkable instinct in Chapter 33. Having achieved a modest mastery of the thunder technique, you eliminate a great demon of the Transcendence Realm with a single stroke. The tiger forest seems to sense a shift in the atmosphere. However, based on Zhou Ping's previous actions, which included vanquishing 3 heavy-armored black bears of the 9th layer of Qi and blood, it is evident that he has not yet reached the level of the Transcendence Realm. Zhou Ping sighs softly, acknowledging that Black Wind Ridge likely harbors more formidable demons than these 2 from the Transcendence Realm. If he cannot instill a sense of dread, rescuing anyone today may prove difficult. System, commence the simulation of the thunder technique. The simulation begins in the first year, while cultivating the thunder technique in the southern mountains. You inadvertently electrocute all the fish in the lake, prompting an elderly Taoist to pursue you for quite some time in the 7th year. Continuing your practice, you inadvertently strike down the peach trees cultivated by the Taoist of the back mountain, transforming them into thunderstruck wood, leading to a collective pursuit by the entire temple in the 15th year. Attempting to assist the temple with repairs, you inadvertently ignite a fire due to your inability to control the internal lightning, resulting in half the temple being consumed by flames, inciting the ire of the old Taoist who threatens to sell you for a profit. During a tempestuous night in the 30th year, you stand atop the back mountain, inviting thunder upon yourself, transforming the surroundings into charred remnants, and sparking the destruction of the vegetation. The Taoist, unable to bear it any longer, is compelled to expel you from the mountain. In the 55th year, after descending the mountain, you wander the world, seeking places rich in thunder and lightning for cultivation. The journey is arduous, yet the lightning within you grows ever stronger, allowing you to even manifest lightning into tangible forms. By the 99th year, after many years, you discover a thunder pool, a place that thunders year-round. The lightning dances within the pool, and without hesitation, you leap in, undergoing a baptism of countless bolts of thunder. In the 163rd year, after absorbing all the lightning from the thunder pool, a process that takes decades, the area is left devoid of any trace of thunder, yet your strength has seen a significant enhancement, and the hope of advancement seems within reach. In the 241st year, sensing the opportunity to break through, you traverse half a state, finally returning to your original Taoist temple, where the old Taoist disciples, now gray-haired, warmly prepare a room for you in the back mountain. In the 301st year, a bolt of heavenly thunder descends, obliterating the entire back mountain. Days pass, leaving remnants of residual thunder everywhere. Yet you emerge unscathed and successfully break through, achieving a modest mastery of the Zhang clan's thunder technique. The simulation pauses. Remaining lifespan, 38 years. Surprised at how the thunder technique becomes increasingly challenging with each passing year, you contemplate ways to enhance your innate talents, lest your lifespan dwindle in vain. After expressing this thought, Zhou Ping's pupils instantaneously shift to a cerulean hue, his hair billowing unnaturally. Faint tendrils of lightning begin to manifest across his body, extending to his long blade. Tiger Forest freezes momentarily, astonished, as Zhou Ping suddenly vanishes from sight, leaving behind only flashes of electricity, the faint outline of his form still discernible. In the next instant, the cerulean blade pierces Tiger Forest's back, and the mountains echo with the sound of thunder. Ningli shouts in alarm, pulling Li Mingyun as they flee into the woods. The black bear, caught in the chaotic discharge of electricity, is violently slammed against the mountainside. Its arms injured as if struck by a colossal force. Within a radius of several meters from Tiger Forest, nothing is visible, shrouded in the blinding blue light of electricity, the crashing sounds of thunder deafening. The pained roar erupts, reverberating through the heavens, as the unleashed thunder stretches several yards away. Even a demon of the Qi and blood realm would perish upon contact with these bolts. The lightning extending from the electric sphere writhes like a venomous serpent, unable to unleash its full power. The ground is illuminated as brightly as day, blinding the demons above, who cannot open their eyes. With Zhou Ping standing atop Tiger Forest, his garments cling tightly to his form, the excruciating pain penetrating deeply into Tiger Forest's body, shattering the meridians within. Yet the lightning shows no signs of abating, relentlessly surging into him. As the brilliance intensifies, the electric sphere reaches a critical point. Boom! The electric sphere detonates. A tremendous shockwave mingled with electric light dispersing into the atmosphere, continuously expanding outward. The lesser demons observing from the mountains are instantly rendered unconscious by the residual electric energy. After some time, the dust settles, revealing Zhou Ping standing upon the prostrate form of Tiger Forest, who lies motionless beneath him, devoid of life. You have slain the Transcendence Realm Tiger Demon, gaining 135 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 173 years. To slay a Transcendence Realm Demon with a single stroke is a feat few would believe if not witnessed firsthand. The ground beneath Tiger Forest has been blasted into a massive crater, where intermittent flashes of lightning continue to spark. This is the thunder technique of the Zhang family from Tianqing City. Ningli recognizes it immediately. Although the Xian Palace may not rival the Zhang family in power, they frequently encounter their techniques, and he quickly discerns that Zhou Ping has attained a modest mastery of the thunder technique. Impressive. I recall that only the elders of the Zhang family's innate realm can reach such a level of mastery. The only individual capable of achieving this in the Transcendence realm would be the leading figure of the younger generation, Zhang Qingwang. Li Mingyun muses aloud, while Ning Li stands in utter astonishment. The black bear struggles to rise against the rocky wall, and given that only the Zhang family employs the thunder technique in Qingzhou, they surmise Zhou Ping's identity. Zhang, a member of the Zhang family? The black bear had long since cast aside the memory of the 3 tribesmen he had slain. Upon hearing that the black bear was still alive, Zhou Ping turned to face him, and the lightning that had only just settled within him now surged back into a restless state. The crackling sound nearly sent the black bear into a panic. "Do not take action. My lord, release that person. We no longer require him," the black bear hastily explained. After all, that was the Zhang family. Even their powerful backing, the Gung Jinhu clan, had no standing before the Zhang family in Tianqing City, let alone their insignificant status as a mere vassal. If King Gung Jinhu were to learn that they had offended the Zhang family, it would likely take no more than a mere gesture from him to send monsters to deal with them. It was unexpected that the Black Wind Ridge's denizens, who had always used their connections to intimidate others, would one day find themselves cowed by another's influence. Zhou Ping smirked, somewhat resigned, as he sheathed his long blade. "This has been over a century of internal energy. What do you mean by surrender? Now that the matter has reached this point, the objective has been achieved. Further violence would be inappropriate. Hurry and bring the person out. Remember, he must not be harmed in any way. Otherwise, I shall be the one to deal with you first." After Zhou Ping concluded, the black bear immediately turned and fled. Chapter 34. Successful Rescue. Officer Wang orders return to base. Ning Li and Li Mingyun approached Zhou Ping, who quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thanks to the assistance of the two of you, otherwise, I would have had to exert considerable effort," Zhou Ping remarked with a smile. Had it not been for the two of them holding back the black bear and allowing Zhou Ping to strategize, it might not have been so effortless to eliminate the tiger forest. Ningli smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "Brother Zhou is too modest. We could see that with that one strike you delivered." "These two monsters posed no real threat to you," Li Mingyun chimed in. "Brother Zhou is truly a paragon among us. Not to mention, within the realm of blood and vitality, there is no one who surpasses you." Each of them complimented Zhou Ping, bringing him immense joy. "Thank you. You both require monster cores to aid in your breakthrough to the Transcendence realm, and this tiger demon fortuitously possesses one." Zhou Ping handed a monster core to Ningli, having just extracted it from the tiger forest. Ningli smiled slightly upon seeing it and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Mingyun, who intuitively accepted the monster core. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. This is precisely what we need," Li Mingyun said as she stepped aside. Ningli also clasped his hands in thanks, saying, "Brother Zhou, now that the matter is concluded, we shall take our leave." After a brief farewell, Zhou Ping watched them depart. Letting out a sigh, the black bear, who had just left, returned from the mountains carrying a youthful maiden upon his back, who was now clutching his neck. The girl was pale with fright, her demeanor having deteriorated significantly. With disheveled hair, she was still clad in the wedding gown she had worn when taken away. "You must be the daughter of Lord Wang?" Zhou Ping inquired. Miss Wang nodded, and the black bear hastily set her down. "My lord, now that I have brought her here, may I take my leave?" The black bear forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "Wait, are you just going to let us walk back? I see that you have no other business. Why not carry us both back?" Zhou Ping stated, looking at the black bear. The black bear appeared troubled. After all, he was a great demon of the Transcendence realm. If someone were to spot him carrying two individuals to Qingyun Mansion, would he still be able to maintain his reputation? "My lord, my back is steep and narrow. I think it would be better to find two of my clan bears to carry you back." "It would be much more stable," the black bear attempted to negotiate. However, Zhou Ping had set his sights on him, leaving the black bear with no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. At the gates of Qingyun Mansion, Lord Wang was anxiously waiting with his entourage. Upon spotting a massive black bear rushing towards them, everyone quickly fled into the city. The soldiers atop the city wall drew their bows. "Hurry! A demon!" The entire city gate was in chaos, with soldiers ushering everyone inside and beginning to close the gates. "Wait!" Zhou Ping leapt off the black bear's shoulder and soared out just before the gates closed, blocking their path. "This is our escort, do not be alarmed. He is a demon from the Black Windridge, and the Lion King of Black Windridge has promised us that he will no longer harm anyone coming from Qingyun Mansion," Zhou Ping explained, and with the black bear obediently standing at a distance, still bearing the maiden upon his back, Lord Wang soon recognized his daughter had returned and ordered his men to carry her back in a palanquin. Seeing her taken away, the black bear said, "My lord, the girl has been delivered. May I now return?" Zhou Ping waved his hand, and the black bear bolted away as if freed from a leash. Only then did everyone believe Zhou Ping's words. "Thank you, Lord Zhou. It is only with your aid that my daughter has returned today," Lord Wang said, his face alight with emotion as he wiped away tears. Zhou Ping took out the two manuals from his bosom, but Lord Wang immediately waved his hands in refusal. "Why, Lord? You should keep these. I do not practice cultivation, and they would merely gather dust in my possession." He said with a chuckle, however. Zhou Ping had little use for the manuals, having already mastered them entirely. What was supposed to be a loan must be returned, he insisted, and after some back and forth, Lord Wang reluctantly accepted them. Just after the manuals were exchanged, Zhou Ping subtly inquired if there were any manuals pertaining to the Transcendence realm available in Lord Wang's possession. "My lord, are you jesting? The manuals for the Transcendence realm are only available to the major families and factions within Qingyun Mansion, and are essentially the lifeblood of their sections generally. Only their core members have access to such knowledge. Even someone as wealthy as Lord Wang cannot purchase manuals of the Transcendence Realm. Perhaps they might turn up at an auction, he replied. Lord Wang was not particularly concerned about acquiring these manuals. Hence, he had not gone out of his way to seek them. Receiving this response, Zhou Ping sighed in resignation. If that were the case, then he would have to devise a plan slowly. Such matters could not be rushed. Fortunately, with his lightning techniques now honed to this level, typical Transcendence Realm practitioners were no longer his match, alleviating some of the pressure he felt. Very well, since that is the case. I shall make my way to the Bai family, he declared, preparing to leave with his subordinates. Suddenly, Lord Wang recalled, My lord, I forgot to mention. Earlier, someone from the Bai family came to say that Cheng Wu had taken his people back to Qingshui County yesterday and requested you to return promptly after completing your tasks. Zhou Ping nodded, understanding that given his trip to the Black Wind Ridge, it was reasonable for Cheng Wu to take his leave. It seems a bit urgent. Would it not be better for me to return with them? However, it is of little consequence. It is merely a day's difference. Zhou Ping smiled. Lord Wang continued, It seems that shortly after you left Qingyun Mansion, a swift horse rode into the Bai family, presenting the badge of the 100 households of Qingshui County, instructing you to return immediately with your people. Zhou Ping, upon hearing this, felt perplexed. Had they not been given the order to escort the Bai family's convoy under Lord Wang's command? Why were they now being urged to return? He sensed something was amiss, yet there was no time for further contemplation. Having ventured out and mastered all the techniques to their pinnacle, it was time to head back. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zhou Ping mounted the swift steed prepared for him by Lord Wang and sped towards Qingshui County. At the gates of Qingshui County, Cheng Wu and his men were about to enter the city. Suddenly, they noticed an unusual silence at the gates. Typically bustling with countless people queuing to enter, it was now eerily deserted. How strange. Is there no one in the county? Cheng Wu remarked. Just then, a horde of officers from the Demon Suppression Office, armed with long blades, surged forth from the surrounding woods, encircling them, while countless archers atop the city wall aimed their bows at them. What is happening? What are you doing? Cheng Wu shouted, and the 30-odd officers behind him immediately drew their blades, preparing for combat, forming a protective circle around him. The simultaneous sound of blades unsheathing sent shivers down their spines. Cheng Wu was still unaware of the situation, confused as to why they were suddenly being surrounded by their comrades. Where is Lord Bai? What is the meaning of this? What do you intend to do? Cheng Wu demanded sternly. A man clad in the uniform of the Deputy 100 Households of the Demon Suppression Office emerged from the city wall. Regarding Cheng Wu below, Cheng Xiaoqi, it has been reported that you and Zhou Zengqi killed Xiao Zengqi and the young master of the Li family. Now, Lord Bai has ordered your arrest, Deputy Zhang declared arrogantly. Deputy Zhang was a native of Qingshui, closely allied with the Li family. Following the recent failed ambush, Li Hong had demanded that Deputy Zhang apprehend them directly. After a series of maneuvers, Lord Wang had recently acquiesced to their request, joining the effort to eliminate Zhou Ping. Hearing Deputy Zhang's accusations, Cheng Wu felt a twinge of anxiety, but he gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. What a farce! You dare to level such baseless accusations against me? Bring forth Lord Bai. Let us confront each other directly. Cheng Wu spoke with unwavering confidence, leaving the surrounding officers somewhat bewildered. However, the tension in the air had noticeably eased. Deputy Zhang scanned the area, astounded to see the guards lowering their weapons, which ignited his fury. What are you all doing? Charge! Subdue them at once. This is an order from the Lord 100 House. I see you all are weary of life. The more agitated Deputy Zhang became on the city wall, the more silent the officers below grew. Even the soldiers stationed atop the wall relaxed their bows. Seizing the moment, Cheng Wu declared, If you suspect us, present your evidence. Otherwise, on what grounds do you imprison me? And why does the Lord 100 House not make an appearance? Is this your own decision? Everyone turned their gaze to Deputy Zhang, while several of Cheng Wu's trusted subordinates shouted in unison, "Seize Deputy Zhang! Seize Deputy Zhang!" Their fervor intimidated the officers encircling them, causing them to retreat. Deputy Zhang, infuriated, could only slap the city wall repeatedly, muttering incoherently, "Cheng Wu, I see you are plotting rebellion. This is a grave offense that could lead to the extermination of your entire clan. Who among you dares to follow him? Listen to my command. Seize him and imprison him." Deputy Zhang, not hailing from a background of officers, was unfamiliar to most of the guards of the Demon Suppression Division. He had not anticipated losing control of the situation and could only wave his hand, instructing them to bring Cheng Yun and Cheng Yu forward. Upon seeing his younger siblings bound and dragged to the city wall, Cheng Wu's eyes reddened with fury. "What do you intend to do? Release them." Observing Cheng Wu's fluster, Deputy Zhang relished the moment, saying, "Cheng Wu, I shall grant you but half a stick of incense to contemplate. If you do not surrender, I will throw them off the wall." "No." Cheng Wu extended his hands, casting his weapon to the ground. Following his lead, the surrounding officers also discarded their weapons. He remained motionless upon his steed. Allowing others to bind him, he was brought to the city wall. Deputy Zhang seized Cheng Wu by the hair, inquiring, "Where is Zhou Ping? Why did he not return with you?" The frail Cheng Yun struggled against his restraints, but lacked the strength to free himself. "Release my brother. I will kill you." Cheng Yun's youthful eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yet, as his abilities had not fully awakened, Deputy Zhang merely waved his hand, and the guards led them away. "Humph! Do you think you can take on the boss? Do not harbor such delusions. When he returns, your end will be nigh. I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant." Cheng Wu glared fiercely at Deputy Zhang. "This is no jest. He has assassinated officers of the Demon Suppression Division, and the extermination of 3 clans is a mere light offense. Once he reaches Qingshui County, he will be apprehended without fail. Rest assured, you will all be dragged to the execution grounds alongside him." Deputy Zhang, feeling rather pleased, ordered that Cheng Wu be thrown into the dungeon. Within the Demon Suppression Division of Qingshui County, Li spoke with a furrowed brow. "Brother Li, you have put me at great risk. If the murder was not committed by him, how shall we extricate ourselves?" Wang, the deputy 100 House, wore a troubled expression. After all, the reports indicated that Zhou Ping had slain the bloodthirsty pig demon at Huangshe Ridge. This particular demon had caused Wang considerable distress for years, with no viable solutions. To his astonishment, Zhou Ping had resolved the issue with ease during a single outing, suggesting that his strength undoubtedly surpassed Wang's. "My lord, I am at my wit's end. I sent 4 demon catchers of the bloodthirsty realm, and he dispatched 2 of them with ease. Relying solely on brute force will not suffice," Li Hong lamented, his hair now streaked with gray from the stress of planning. Wang lifted his teacup. "Having worked hard to attain his position, after enduring the tenure of so many deputies, it would be foolish to risk my life for a pittance. This fellow is truly elusive. I did not expect his strength to surpass my own. No wonder he has been so arrogant." Wang fumed, slamming his palm on the table. "And why, lord, you are different. Only you can contend with him in all of Qingshui County. Authority prevails. If we can pin this crime on him, he will not dare oppose the entire Demon Suppression Division, will he?" Li Hong had contemplated this for quite some time, realizing that leveraging the official line was their only recourse. Wang nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, my lord, once the deed is done, I shall deliver that high-grade demon core to you without delay." Hearing Li's declaration, Wang erupted into hearty laughter. Since we have reached this point, the matter must be executed. He would not dare openly defy my orders. Otherwise, there will be those above who will take care of him. Even if they do not eliminate him, they will surely turn him into a fugitive. At the border of Qingshui County, in Daohua Village, The villagers primarily earned their livelihood by setting up stalls due to its proximity to the main road. This village served as the gateway to Qingshui County, developing over the years into a bustling town, and had even adopted the name Daohua Town. Many travelers rested here, resulting in a considerable transient population. The village was also surrounded by vast forests teeming with demons. Consequently, numerous demon catcher teams would pause here, and several apothecaries, as well as vendors selling demon skins and meats, had emerged in the area. Zhou Ping rode through the night on a swift steed, finally entering the boundaries of Qingshui County. Observing the tantalizing scent wafting from a nearby food stall, he felt fatigued and decided it was time to rest. "Boss, bring me 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles and a plate of peanuts." After placing his order, he plopped onto a bench, casually tying his horse's reins to a wooden post. Nearby, a few tables were occupied by a group of burly men, each adorned with various scars. Some bore intimidating marks upon their faces, and all were armed, their boisterous conversations echoing around them. They were typical demon catchers, yet their appearance suggested they were not faring well, indicating their strength was likely not very high. Probably at the body refinement level in the woods, they would have to exert considerable effort to hunt down a few demons, all while remaining vigilant against injury, which would incur substantial expenses. Those at their level could hardly earn much. The most valuable items from demons were their cores, while other parts were affordable for the average household. Thus, Zhou Ping could easily discern their identities from their attire and demeanor. Chapter 36. Greetings. Protagonist, apprenticeship come, brothers, drink up. We must slay a few wolf demons on this expedition. Indeed. Whenever we gather, we must stir chaos among the demons in the mountains. I've heard that the fur of the white fox demon is quite valuable. Far more than its claws and such, however, it's not often encountered. What nonsense! If it were easy to find, it wouldn't be so valuable. Drink. Everyone must drink. The raucous laughter and chatter of the group filled the air, leaving nearby patrons and the stall owner wary of expressing their displeasure. After all, these men danced on the knife's edge of danger. Inciting their ire was far worse than provoking a demon. "Your noodles are ready," the owner approached with 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles, but upon noticing Zhou Ping's official attire, nearly dropped the bowls in shock. Thankfully, Zhou Ping quickly caught them. "Enjoy your meal." The owner hurriedly retreated, leaving Zhou Ping puzzled. As a public servant, why did the common folk seem so frightened of him? Shaking his head with a chuckle, he began to devour his noodles. "By the way, brother, should we still procure the blood wolf heart for Zhang the landlord?" The others turned to a man with a bushy beard, who chuckled. "That blood wolf is no easy foe. An adult typically possesses strength above the 8th level of body refinement. The risks involved are considerable." His words extinguished the group's enthusiasm. Yet, the sum promised by Zhang was substantial, prompting a few to waver, suggesting they might still attempt a confrontation if the opportunity arose, with many leaning towards the endeavor. The bearded man did not obstruct their path to fortune. After all, if danger arose, self-preservation would take precedence. Zhou Ping listened quietly, treating it as a mere story to accompany his meal, as entertainment was scarce in this world. And listening to others was a rare delight. Suddenly, he noticed a pair of eyes fixated on them. Turning around, he saw a ragged young boy standing across the street, likely around 12 or 13 years old, resembling Cheng Yun but somewhat leaner. The boy appeared dirty and seemed to lack parental care. He was watching the group of burly men drinking, his gaze fixed on the table laden with food, drool trickling from his mouth. Zhou Ping initially thought the boy was simply coveting their meal, and feeling a pang of sympathy, he called for the owner. "Boss, fry up a couple of meat dishes and bring me a bowl of wontons." At this moment, the young boy was making his way step by step towards the table where the bearded men were drinking, completely oblivious to his presence. It was not until he reached the side of the bearded man and tugged at his clothing that he spoke up. "Uncle, Could you teach me martial arts? I too wish to slay demons. His initial whisper went unheard, prompting the boy to muster up his courage and repeat his request. Where did this little beggar come from? Scram! The bearded man shoved him aside with disdain. That moment, the owner of the establishment approached with a bowl of wontons. Noticing Zhou Ping observing the young boy, "Sir, you wouldn't be considering feeding this child, would you?" Zhou Ping nodded in affirmation. "You are truly kind-hearted. This child is rather pitiable. 2 years ago, during a demon attack on our town, his parents perished, leaving no remains behind. It's a tragic tale. I often give him some food, but he always seeks out the demon hunters passing through our rice flour town, hoping to learn their skills and slay demons. Yet, how could they possibly share such knowledge so easily?" The owner sighed helplessly after relaying this. Zhou Ping suddenly recalled a familiar narrative. "What is this child's name?" The owner furrowed his brow in thought before responding. "He was born in the depths of winter, hence he is named Xiao Han." Perfect. The name and the backstory aligned perfectly. He was undoubtedly a protagonist. It seems this world is perpetually giving rise to children of destiny, though sadly, most do not survive, leaving only those who endure till the end as the true protagonists. Zhou Ping waved for the owner to depart. The young boy, undeterred, stood once more and asked the bearded man, "Uncle, I will heed your every word if you teach me martial arts. I will do anything." The bearded man, visibly irritated, drew a small knife and pressed it against Xiao Han's throat. "Did you not hear me speaking? Do you believe I wouldn't slice your flesh to accompany my drink?" Suddenly, a large hand slammed down on their table, spilling drinks everywhere. "Who?" The bearded man turned, agitated, to face Zhou Ping. Upon recognizing Zhou Ping's attire, the other demon hunters silently stood up, and the bearded man even dropped his knife in shock. "Sir, do you require something?" He forced a smile. "Your ruckus has disturbed my meal. Now be gone," Zhou Ping replied coolly. The group of hunters instantly understood and gathered their weapons, departing without uttering a word of protest. Zhou Ping glanced at his own attire, noting its effectiveness in averting trouble. Xiao Han gazed at Zhou Ping with admiration, his eyes unwavering. "Uncle, you are the esteemed officer of the Demon Suppression Division. Aren't you?" Zhou Ping returned to his seat, gesturing for Xiao Han to join him. He casually pushed his bowl of wontons towards the boy, who immediately devoured them with remarkable speed, barely chewing. "Uncle, can you teach me martial arts? I promise to be obedient," Xiao Han exclaimed between mouthfuls. Zhou Ping sighed. At merely 20, he was only a decade older than this child. Yet he had already assumed the role of uncle. "Why are you so insistent on practicing martial arts? Do you understand how arduous it is? Moreover, you are quite young. The Demon Suppression Division does not accept children." After Zhou Ping spoke, Xiao Han nodded silently, surprisingly accepting this outcome with ease. "What? Aren't you going to fight for it?" Zhou Ping countered. "Having already consumed your food, I do not wish to trouble you further. This is already quite sufficient." "Thank you, uncle." Xiao Han smiled lightly, revealing a maturity unexpected in such a young child. After finishing his meal in a frenzy, Xiao Han wiped his mouth and smiled at Zhou Ping. "If you are willing to take me as your disciple, I can gain entry into the Demon Suppression Division, but it is far more challenging within than outside," Zhou Ping remarked. Xiao Han was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that he could one day be associated with such an esteemed institution. With a thud, Xiao Han knelt before Zhou Ping. "Master, please accept your disciple, Xiao Han." Chapter 37. The End of Grudges, Rooting Out the Weeds Within the City of Qing Shui.in the Dungeons of the Demon Suppression Division. It was here that Zhou Ping had awakened his system, typically housing the most notorious criminals. Cheng Wu was locked away in a solitary cell, constructed from specially made materials that even a master of bone forging could not breach. Deputy Zhang, grinning, observed Cheng Wu, who was deeply concerned about the well-being of his younger siblings. "Cheng Wu, if you are willing to testify that Zhou Ping killed Captain Xiao and the Li family's young master, I will release you and your siblings immediately. Moreover, the position of Captain Zhou Ping will be yours as well. How does that sound? It's a position you could never hope to attain otherwise. Deputy Zhang leaned against the bars of the cell. Cheng Wu scoffed, unwilling to waste another word on such a man. Dream on. You are but a dog for the Li family, merely their errand boy. Do you truly believe you are impressive? When my boss returns, it will be you who finds yourself behind bars, Cheng Wu retorted with a smile. Wang Baihu and Li Hong refrained from appearing. Fearing misfortune, should they fail to pin the blame on Zhou Ping, they would simply kick Deputy Zhang aside. As long as someone took the fall, the rest would be inconsequential. Upon hearing this, Deputy Zhang's face darkened. He detested being referred to as a dog. After all, he had become a deputy to gain respect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths. It was intolerable for him to be perceived as worthless in others' eyes. Let us see how long you can keep up this bravado. When Zhou Ping is locked up with you, I'll see if you can still smile. With that, Deputy Zhang turned and left the prison. At the city gate, Zhou Ping rode a swift horse, Xiao Han behind him, having exchanged his tattered clothing for a new outfit that made him appear quite spirited, albeit slightly gaunt. Upon reaching the city gate, Zhou Ping deftly produced his badge, yet the guards, after inspecting it, did not permit him to leave. Instead, they hurried up to the city tower. This unusual behavior piqued Zhou Ping's suspicion. What is going on? Is there an issue? Zhou Ping inquired of the soldiers. Suddenly, dozens of arrows rained down from the tower. Zhou Ping swiftly shielded Xiao Han, the arrows bouncing harmlessly off him. His skin was now tougher than iron, rendering ordinary weapons ineffective. Master, look! Xiao Han pointed excitedly. A wanted poster of him was affixed to the side of the gate, proclaiming a bounty of 500 taels. Just as expected, trouble had arisen. Li family? Wang Baihu, you are courting death. Zhou Ping unleashed a palm strike, shattering the small door before galloping into the city. Quickly inform Lord Baihu. Zhou Ping has entered the city. Before the Demon Suppression Division's dungeon, Deputy Zhang stood high and mighty before the guards, constantly flaunting his badge. Suddenly, news arrived that Zhou Ping had stormed into the city on horseback, so Zhou Ping dares to enter the city. Men, follow me to apprehend him. Deputy Zhang bellowed, only to find the other officials unmoved. He had to reiterate, this is the command of Lord Baihu. It was only then that the members of the Demon Suppression Division sprang into action. But they could already see a swift horse approaching from a distance. Upon recognizing Zhou Ping, Deputy Zhang shouted, Criminal Zhou Ping, dismount and surrender. Without waiting for a response, Zhou Ping's horse sped past him. All Deputy Zhang could see was a flash of silver, followed by a chilling sensation at his throat, and then warm blood gushed forth. Zhou Ping rode on. Only a lifeless body remained behind. Upon entering the dungeon, no official dared to obstruct him. After all, the news of Zhou Ping slaying the pig demon king had circulated. Who would be foolish enough to provoke this harbinger of death? Zhou Ping approached Cheng Wu, his anger boiling over as he shattered the cell with a single strike. Boss, you've finally returned, Cheng Wu exclaimed excitedly. Zhou Ping nodded, then inquired, where are Cheng Yun and Cheng Yu? One of Zhou Ping's former subordinates replied, Fear not, my lord. I brought them back long ago. With that, both men felt relieved. Zhou Ping then turned to Xiao Han. This is my newly accepted disciple. Take him home. I need to handle some matters. Zhou Ping's tone was laced with intent to kill. All right, boss. Go ahead and do what you must, no matter what. I'll be by your side. At the Li family residence, Li Hong and Li Yi leisurely sipped their wine, completely at ease. My lord, you can rest assured now. Even if Zhou Ping were possessed by the audacity of a bear, he wouldn't dare to confront the Demon Suppression Division. Li Hong laughed heartily, calling out to the distance, Let us see how Zhou Ping escapes this time. If he dares to resist, the Demon Suppression Division of Qingyun Prefecture will deal with him. If he doesn't resist, he will be tortured to death. Two individuals engaged in conversation, believing that Zhou Ping could not possibly escape their intricate schemes. They were leisurely sipping wine when, unexpectedly, a servant burst in. "Master, someone intends to kill you." A steel blade plunged into the servant's chest, only to be swiftly withdrawn. Zhou Ping's visage appeared before the eyes of the two. "Aren't you supposed to be imprisoned in a dungeon?" Li Hong hastily retreated. "Humph, how could I allow that? At the very least, I should eliminate you before I enter." Tiny sparks of lightning crackled around Zhou Ping, enveloping the room in an instant storm of thunder and lightning. Half a stick of incense later, gazing upon the two charred corpses, Zhou Ping finally departed with a sense of relief. Chapter 38. Slaying the 100 Households, confronting the Law Enforcement Hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Wang Baihu trembled in fear. Upon hearing from his subordinates that Zhou Ping had gone to the Li family, he realized his doom was imminent. "Why did I provoke this fellow? He refuses to listen to reason. Damn it, am I going to be ensnared in this as well?" Wang Baihu muttered to himself, instinctively gripping a dagger, determined not to await his fate passively. Bang! The heavy door was kicked open. A tall figure, covered in blood, stood at the entrance, the scent of blood palpable in the air. "Zhou Ping, you've returned, just as I have something to discuss with you. You performed admirably escorting me. I intend to promote you to Deputy Baihu. What do you think?" Wang Baihu's instinct for survival surged, causing him to fumble with the dagger in his hand. "My lord, ever since I regained my life in the dungeon, I will not allow anyone to threaten me again. Let me tell you, I killed Xiao Zongqi and Li Wenjie." Upon hearing this, Wang Baihu's pupils dilated in terror, realizing that if he acknowledged this, his own death would be assured. In a panic, he kicked over a table and attempted to flee through the window. However, he was unaware that Zhou Ping was faster than he could imagine. Wang Baihu halted at the window. A long blade pierced through his chest. The agility he once prided himself on now rendered insignificant. "May you travel well. Remember in your next life to eradicate any threats completely." After speaking, Zhou Ping kicked aside his corpse. Subsequently, using lightning magic, he ignited the entire house, and amidst the roaring flames, Zhou Ping walked away from the Demon Suppression Division with an air of nonchalance. Having slain the local 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division, he anticipated that news would reach the higher-ups promptly, foreseeing considerable trouble ahead. Zhou Ping sighed. Despite the impending chaos, he resolved to act. Otherwise, these individuals would buzz around him like incessant flies, a source of great annoyance. In any case, Qingshui County was no longer a suitable place for his growth. It would be prudent to seize this opportunity to venture elsewhere. The only headache lay in the relentless pursuit from the Demon Suppression Division, filled with formidable experts, which troubled him greatly. Should he be captured, the punishments he would face were beyond his capacity to endure. The entire Qingshui County had descended into chaos, the prominently family obliterated, the 100 households and deputy 100 households of the Demon Suppression Division slain, leaving the city in utter disarray. The county magistrate had ordered the entire town to be sealed off, not daring to utter a word regarding Zhou Ping, fearful that he might be the next victim. He even ordered the cleanup of the scenes involving the Li family and the Demon Suppression Division. At Chang Wu's residence, upon Zhou Ping's return, he noticed many of his former subordinates gathered around the house. "The boss has returned," they cheered. Chang Wu quickly emerged from within, and upon seeing the three children following Zhou Ping, he felt a wave of relief. "Master!" Xiao Han gazed at Zhou Ping's blood-stained attire with deep concern. After wandering for so long, he had finally found a refuge, and Xiao Han did not wish for any harm to befall Zhou Ping. "You all go back. I need to speak with Cheng Wu for a moment." Zhou Ping plopped onto a stool. Cheng Wu ushered the three children back, and the nearby subordinates gathered around. "I have killed Wang Baihu. I suspect I can no longer remain here." Zhou Ping's first statement startled them greatly. "Then wherever you say to go, we shall follow." Cheng Wu readily agreed. However, Zhou Ping shook his head, saying, "No, this matter does not concern you. You must stay in Qingshui. The outside world is too chaotic, and your strength is insufficient to survive." Though these words stung, they were the harsh truth. All of them were merely in the body refinement stage. While they could scrape by in Qingshui County, they would be utterly insignificant in the outside world. Otherwise, they would end up like the previous group, reduced to the lowest tier of demon catchers, enduring a perilous existence. But boss, if that's the case, it could spell trouble. The Law Enforcement Hall of the Demon Suppression Division is not to be trifled with, especially cruel towards its own. Cheng Wu worried that Zhou Ping's departure would result in relentless pursuit. Zhou Ping was aware of this predicament, yet there was little that could be done. The dead were beyond saving. If he obediently followed the Law Enforcement Hall's personnel back, he would likely spend the rest of his life in a dungeon. "I have made up my mind. I will remain here to await the arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall. Then I will take the blame upon myself and escape. As for my newly accepted disciple, I leave him in your care." Zhou Ping looked at the crowd, confident that with the techniques of the Demon Suppression Division, Xiao Han would be fine here for a while. His training would not be hindered, and Zhou Ping would return to take him away soon. After all, he had the system on his side. As long as he roamed the outside world for a year or two, even 1,000 households lord would find it impossible to capture him. Isn't this too risky? After all, the Law Enforcement Hall members are no pushovers. What if you get caught? The others urged Zhou Ping to leave immediately for a safer option. However, if he did that, the Law Enforcement Hall would surely capture Cheng Wu and his group, making it imperative that he take full responsibility for the situation. Enough. Do not speak further. Qingshui County is too chaotic now. Return to your positions and remember, under no circumstances should you get involved. After Zhou Ping finished speaking, he sent everyone back. This was a matter they truly could not intervene in. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to go. Cheng Wu sighed helplessly, feeling he could offer no assistance. Inside the room, Xiao Han peered out the window, gazing at Zhou Ping with admiration. "My master is so formidable. I want to be just like him in the future." Cheng Yun pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, and declared, "I also want to take Zhou Duran as my master. I will definitely surpass you in the future." "Not likely. Master says I have the highest talent," the two children bickered within. And both Cheng Wu and Zhou Ping overheard, "Do not worry about Cheng Yun. When the opportunity arises, I shall take him to the Bai family. The Shin-level demon pill is already secured." As soon as Zhou Ping finished speaking, Cheng Wu seemed to have made up his mind and turned to enter the house, then emerged with Cheng Yun, who promptly knelt on the ground. "Boss, let my little brother take you as his master. His life was saved by you, and he possesses even greater talent than I. He will surely be of help to you in the future." As soon as Cheng Wu finished speaking, Cheng Yun quickly knelt down, bowing his head. "Master, please accept me." Observing Cheng Yun, Zhou Ping mused that since he was indeed a promising candidate, accepting him would pose no issue. "Very well, from now on, both you and Xiao Han shall be my disciples. He entered the fold first, so you shall refer to him as senior brother." After concluding his words, Zhou Ping slowly gazed toward the sky. Nightfall was approaching. Chapter 39. Bearing the Blame. Confronting the master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Deep in the night, several candles flickered within a room. County Magistrate Chen Zhong was trembling in fear, unable to sleep. "My lord, it is the hour of the rat. The higher-ups likely will not arrive tonight." A servant spoke from outside the window. Chen, nodding in agreement, was about to return to bed when he suddenly heard the sound of galloping hooves, accompanied by the clinking of bells. "Quick! It's the personnel from the Law Enforcement Hall of the Demon Suppression Division." Chen Zhong hurriedly rushed out the door, only to see a figure dressed in the official attire of the Demon Suppression Division, mounted on a tall steed, with a long spear slung across his back. He gazed down at Chen. "I am Chen Zhong, your humble servant." The county magistrate, terrified, fell to his knees, fearing that this matter would also implicate him. If so, his life would not suffice as compensation. The law enforcement hall master of the Qingyun Prefecture Division of the Demon Suppression Division, Song Ci, has come to investigate the case of the 100 households murder in Qingshui County. As the local official, you cannot evade responsibility. Song Ci's cold scoff paralyzed Chen Zhong with fear. My lord, this matter has nothing to do with me. It was all Zhou Ping. He is the one who committed the murders and even claimed he was unafraid of you. Chen Zhong hastily pleaded for mercy, but Song Ci paid him no heed. Suddenly, two individuals clad in the official garb of the Demon Suppression Division appeared by the roadside, their waists adorned with badges of the Law Enforcement Hall. Without any hesitation, they seized Chen Zhong and took him away. After resolving this matter, Song Ci coldly snorted and turned his steed toward the Demon Suppression Division. The current state of the Qingshui County's Demon Suppression Division was desolate. The officials within were aware that a significant event had transpired and had all returned home, leaving only a handful to stand guard. Upon seeing Song Ci's badge of the hall master, the remaining few immediately clasped their hands in greeting, exclaiming, "We welcome the hall master. Where, may I ask, did your esteemed Baihu suffer his demise?" Several individuals led Song Ci to the quarters of Wang Baihu. Although the body had already been removed, numerous traces at the scene still revealed much. Upon entering the room, Song Ci gazed at the bloodstains on the floor and silently approached the window. "If I recall correctly, your Baihu possessed strength at least equivalent to the third tier of qi and blood. How could he possibly be so frightened?" Song Ci had already deduced the circumstances of the moment. It was clear that Wang Baihu had attempted to flee but was ultimately caught and met with a fatal blow. "Master, this was the doing of Zhou Zongqi. He has also slain Deputy Baihu Zhang." "Oh?" Song Ci rummaged through his mind but had not heard of the name Zhou Ping before. "Where is he now?" "At the Red Moon Tower in Qingshui County. This is the very heart of the entire county, adjacent to a vast expanse of lake. To reach Cheng Wu's residence from the Demon Suppression Division, one must pass this location. However, the Red Moon Tower appears different today. The main entrance is tightly shut, and there is not a sound to be heard from within. A figure stands atop the roof, seemingly awaiting something. In the darkness, ordinary people could see nothing, but for them, it merely obscured their line of sight. A swift steed galloped below, carrying Song Ci, who was hurrying to Cheng Wu's home. Suddenly, he exerted force with his legs, guiding the horse to one side. Their previous position was struck by a rapid, slicing attack, leaving a massive gash in its wake. "Who goes there?" Song Ci dismounted, deftly drawing a long spear wrapped in cloth from the horse's back. The gleaming silver spearhead stood out starkly against the night, and Song Ci's renown as the Silver Spear Hall Master was well known within the Demon Suppression Division. "Did you not come seeking me? Why then question my identity?" Zhou Ping approached across the lake, with sparks of electricity dancing beneath his feet, as if walking on solid ground in the water. "Zhou Ping? How audacious! You dare not flee after killing Baihu and yet confront me. The Hall Master? You truly do not know the meaning of danger." Song Ci lightly flicked the spear's tip. In an instant, the entire lake erupted with a powerful intent from the spear, sending enormous splashes of water soaring. A straight line of water exploded, waves surging several zhang high as the entire lake roiled. Zhou Ping was compelled to temporarily vacate the lake and stepped onto the shore. "Ninth tier of transcendence. Impressive. No wonder you are the enforcement hall master of the entire Qingyun Prefecture. Your prowess is indeed extraordinary." Zhou Ping could not help but express his admiration as he stepped onto the shore. "Humph, flattery does not suit you. Return with me and await the judgment of Lord Qianhu. That is your only path forward," Song Ci declared with righteous indignation. Observing Zhou Ping's upright demeanor and imposing presence, he realized this individual was not one to be easily swayed. Yet, such a person also had the advantage of not wrongfully accusing others, making his intentions easier to achieve. "Master, did you come solely to handle this matter concerning me?" Zhou Ping inquired. "Certainly, I am solely responsible for internal matters of the Demon Suppression Division. As for others, you may kill whomever you wish. It is of no concern to me." With this assurance from Song Ci, Zhou Ping felt a sense of relief. "Well then, I can now unequivocally inform you, Master, that both Xiao Zongqi and Wang Baihu were slain by my hand. My actions were solely my own and unrelated to others." After Zhou Ping's declaration, he felt considerably more at ease. As long as this incident did not impact Chengwu, he could ensure his two disciples remained within Qingshui County. Upon hearing Zhou Ping's explanation, Song Ci found it somewhat perplexing, yet he did not wish to squander time. Out of course, whoever committed the act shall be captured. "Now, come with me." As Song Ci spoke, he moved to apprehend Zhou Ping. However, the latter swiftly evaded. "That won't do, Master. I have matters to attend to. Let us leave it at this for today." With that, Zhou Ping stepped onto the lake surface, intending to exit the city. Song Ci, infuriated, felt his face flush red. Was he jesting with him? Acknowledging his guilt and then escaping before Song Ci's eyes. Was this not a mockery? "You seek death." Just as Zhou Ping sped across the lake, he suddenly sensed something approaching from behind, and a glowing iron chain ensnared his hind leg. The chain extended back to Song Ci's hand. Zhou Ping chuckled. "In a contest of strength, your transcendence cultivators may not surpass me." A qi and blood cultivator. With a sudden exertion of force from his right leg, Zhou Ping yanked Song Ci off the ground. However, Song Ci was not to be trifled with, using the momentum to surge towards Zhou Ping. A long spear flicked upward, creating a massive wave of air intermingled with moisture. "It seems the esteemed Hall Master is unwilling to let me depart so easily." Zhou Ping swung his blade toward the iron chain, only to have it bounce back unexpectedly. He had not anticipated the chain's resilience. The gust of air swiftly reached him, enveloping Zhou Ping, but he managed to stabilize himself, albeit soaked and somewhat disheveled. The two stood on a lily pad, facing each other. "Ha ha ha, do not harbor such delusions. This cold iron is incredibly sturdy. It is utterly impossible to pry it open by brute force. You might as well accompany me willingly." Chapter 40. The Enforcement Hall Expert. Zhou Ping injured. Zhou Ping cast a glance at the chains. Indeed, the Enforcement Hall possessed its own unique advantages. However, since physical strength would not suffice, he would have to resort to magical prowess. The power within his spirit pearl surged forth instantaneously, coursing through the meridians as lightning. Fine arcs of electricity traveled along the iron chain towards Song Ci, who was caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. His entire body became enveloped in azure lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ping exerted force to break free from the chains. Unexpectedly, Song Ci, undeterred by the numbing effects of the lightning, drove his spear into the lake's surface. The water seemed to dance as if manipulated by unseen hands, and a wall of water suddenly appeared before Zhou Ping. Thunder technique. "I nearly met my end there. Who exactly are you?" Song Ci gasped for breath. Zhou Ping's lightning had indeed taken a significant toll on him. His right hand, which had grasped the chain, now hung limply, devoid of strength. The electric shock had rendered his entire right arm numb, and Zhou Ping had not even unleashed his full might. His intention was merely to escape, not to injure the Enforcement Hall personnel. Otherwise, the next individual sent to capture him would be even more formidable. Should the Enforcement Hall of Qingyun Prefecture deem themselves incapable of apprehending him, it would not be long before the Demon Suppression Division's Enforcement Hall in Qingzhou took action in such a case. Zhou Ping would likely find no opportunity to flee. "Master Song, your reputation as the Silver Spear Hall Master is indeed well-deserved. However, regrettably, I cannot accompany you. If you insist, then I must take offense." Zhou Ping drew forth his long blade. his entire being crackling with electricity. He could even hear the distant rumble of thunder in the air, as if answering Zhou Ping's call. With a single slash, the massive curtain of water before him was cleaved in two. The blue lightning struck the lake, causing the small fish within to leap out, some even flipping onto their backs. Impressive. But this is where it ends, men. Seize him, Song Ci shouted. Suddenly, four individuals clad in enforcement hall uniforms appeared on the lake surface. They were agile and each wielded a chain that appeared to be of similar material. Second tier of transcendence, fourth tier of transcendence, second tier of transcendence, third tier of transcendence. Zhou Ping merely cast a glance, and the four had already taken their positions, one each to the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. 4 chains shot toward Zhou Ping with great speed. He managed to deflect 2 with his blade, but 2 others ensnared his legs. The 4 coordinated seamlessly, and in mere moments, all 4 chains had bound Zhou Ping. Be cautious. This one wields lightning magic. Form a formation. As soon as Song Ci finished speaking, the 4 enforcers began to emanate a white light beneath their feet. Gradually, it enveloped their entire bodies. Zhou Ping, undeterred by the situation, unleashed the lightning coursing through him, directing it through the chains toward the ford. Surprisingly, the released electricity was redirected into the lake, indicating that the enforcers were quite adept at countering such techniques. Although I do not know where you learned your lightning magic, the enforcement hall possesses specialized methods to deal with various practitioners. Song Ci thrust his spear forward. Zhou Ping felt a sharp pain in his face and was compelled to use his considerable strength to throw all 4 enforcers away. Leaving the lake's surface, Zhou Ping unleashed his lightning once more, and the 4, having nowhere to redirect the energy, could only endure its full force. However, this was merely a minor manifestation of the Zhang family's lightning magic. Even transcendence experts could not withstand it, and the 4 were forced to relinquish their hold, their bodies tingling as they fell into the lake. Plop! For enormous splashes erupted. Just as Zhou Ping dealt with the 4, Song Ci had already prepared himself at the side. The moment he turned around, a tremendous force swept toward him. Then came the piercing pain, as Zhou Ping was hurled away by the immense force. Crashing into the nearby Red Moon Tower, the wooden walls shattering upon impact. Song Ci stowed his spear, and his billowing garments settled. Truly remarkable. It had been long since he had encountered such a troublesome adversary. Nevertheless, you shall not escape my grasp. After uttering these words, he turned to the 4 subordinates who had finally managed to crawl onto the shore and coldly snorted, "Enough! Bring him back to me." The 4 individuals were drenched, yet they respectfully responded, "We understand, sir." Inside the Red Moon Pavilion, Zhou Ping touched his left abdomen. Feeling a sharp pain, it appeared that despite having cultivated his physique to the pinnacle of the blood chi realm, it was still of no consequence against someone of Song Ci's caliber, who had attained the supreme level of transcending the mundane. If only I could reach the 9th tier of the transcendence realm, then his strikes would hardly hurt. Zhou Ping chuckled wryly. He endured the pain, though his abdomen was sticky with a considerable amount of blood. Pushing aside the shards of wood that pinned him down, he heard hurried footsteps outside and realized he may have overstepped his bounds. He had not anticipated how formidable the law enforcement personnel of the Demon Suppression Division could be, if only their leader had not arrived. Zhou Ping was certain he could have escaped. "Stop struggling. I have no intention of crippling you to bring you back. What punishment you face will be determined personally by Lord Qianhu," Song Ci shouted from outside. However, his threats seemed to have little effect. 4 stewards walked in shoulder to shoulder, and within mere moments, a cacophony of sounds erupted from within. Soon after, 4 familiar figures soared out through the 2nd floor window. Ouch! Zhou Ping also flipped onto the rooftop, clutching his abdomen with one hand while wielding a knife with the other. Seeming Zhou Ping elucidated, "Indeed, there exists a tome. Yet the cultivation methods of the realm are entirely distinct from those of the lower three realms. The elderly Zhang reminded him. Zhou Ping offered a subtle smile, fully aware of this fact. With Zhang's consent, Zhou Ping proceeded to a chamber accessible solely to those of the 100 household rank. Inside, an entire wall was dedicated to a singular martial arts manual, a tome of refining martial prowess. Chapter 42. The matter resolved, departure to the Bai family. That night, upon hearing the tremendous sounds of battle from outside, Changwu could only fret anxiously at home. Alas, he understood that even if he ventured out, it would be of little consequence, for those involved were of a vastly superior caliber compared to himself. Changwu observed Xiao Han and Cheng Yun crouched at the window, mesmerized by the distant flashes of lightning, exclaiming in awe, "Master is truly formidable, but can he prevail?" Cheng Yu approached and ushered them back. Leaving Cheng Wu alone in the courtyard, before long, the sounds of conflict outside ceased, and after a short incense stick's worth of time, Zhou Ping gently pushed open the door. "Big brother." Cheng Wu hastily rose. However, Zhou Ping pressed him back down. "All is resolved," Zhou Ping stated as he took a seat and recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing of Zhou Ping's intention to journey to the Wanyao forest, Cheng Wu's face filled with concern, lamenting his own inadequacy and inability to assist. "Very well, once my injuries have healed in a few days, I shall take both of them to the Bai family. This will address Cheng Yun's physical issues and provide them with foundational training," Zhou Ping concluded, producing a small pouch containing demon cores he had acquired while slaying demons at Hafeng Ridge. Several high-grade and mid-grade yellow-tier cores were included, which would serve as a lodging fee for the two little ones at the Bai family. Originally, he had another demon core, but he had given it to someone else. However, with this mid-grade core gifted by Wang Kaizhu, it should suffice. Zhou Ping scrutinized the vibrant red demon core, sensing its exceptional quality. After some time, it might even be nurtured to a high-grade state by the demon. Nevertheless, this was still adequate. "I have already conferred with Elder Zhang. Once I depart, you shall assume my position as the leader. Remember to take care of yourself," Zhou Ping said, patting Cheng Wu's shoulder. The latter nodded in acknowledgement. 3 days passed, and the order for Cheng Wu's promotion to leader had been issued, accompanied by the arrival of a new 100 household member, reportedly an associate of Master Song. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Ping felt considerably relieved, knowing he need not worry about their affairs any longer. His injuries had largely healed, and with time being of the essence in searching for the stone crystal, Zhou Ping resolved not to linger in Qingshui any longer. After arranging for his 2 young disciples, he set forth to Mingchuan Prefecture, as he remained uncertain about the situation within the Wanyao forest. Fearing he might plunge in without a shred of guidance on the official road to Qingshui County, Cheng Wu stood with Zhou Ping's former subordinates, alongside Cheng Yun and Xiao Han, each carrying a small pack and closely adhering to Zhou Ping. "All right, let us return. We must commence our journey soon," Zhou Ping declared, after which the 3 boarded a horse-drawn carriage. Cheng Wu and the others quietly awaited until the carriage vanished from sight before they silently departed. "Master, where are we headed?" Cheng Yun inquired. "We are going to visit that elder sister who treated you last time. Her family possesses numerous predecessors and martial arts manuals, where you may discover your own cultivation methods," Zhou Ping replied with a smile. Xiao Han immediately chimed in, "Master, I will surely train diligently, and when the time comes, I can assist you in slaying demons." Zhou Ping affectionately ruffled their hair, feeling the weight of responsibility for these 2 children destined for greatness. As they journeyed, the 2 little ones engaged in playful banter, making the time seem to fly. Since they were traveling by carriage, the pace was not particularly swift, and they journeyed for an entire day and night. Arriving at Qingyun Prefecture by noon the following day, after disembarking, Zhou Ping led them directly to the Bai family. At this moment, Zhou Ping had changed out of his official attire, now donning a simple black tunic that rendered him unremarkable. "Remember, you 2 must support one another at the Bai family. You are brothers, understood?" Zhou Ping advised before leaving them at the Bai residence. Both children nodded earnestly. "Excuse me, good sir, could you please announce my presence?" "I seek Miss Bai Ruoyao." Zhou Ping addressed the guards at the Bai estate. However, stripped of his previous garb, he appeared no different from an ordinary individual, and thus the guards dismissed his request. "Our young lady is not someone you can meet at will. Please leave your message." The guard's dismissive attitude left Zhou Ping somewhat exasperated, yet he comprehended the necessity of such measures to prevent incessant disturbances. Just as Zhou Ping was feeling troubled, a familiar voice called from behind, "Zhou Commander, what brings you here? And with 2 children?" Bai Liang greeted with a smile, having intended to report to the Bai family patriarch. "I brought Cheng Yun for treatment, as we were unable to complete it last time." Zhou Ping replied with a grin. Bai Liang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he inquired, "Have you found a demon core?" "Indeed," Zhou Ping affirmed. With Bai Liang guiding them, they easily entered the Bai residence. "You have arrived at the perfect time. An elder from our Bai clan in Tianqing City is here these days, and he can thoroughly examine Cheng Yun," Bai Liang added, much to Zhou Ping's delight. He led them to the Bai estate's rear courtyard. In the courtyard, Bai Ruoyao, usually icy, was now animatedly surrounding an elderly woman with silver hair. This elderly woman was Bai Ruoyao's mentor from the main family, known as Bai Ning, titled the Medicine Spirit, holding a revered position within the Bai clan. Beside her stood a grizzled elder, Bai Qiong, Bai Ruoyao's father and the head of the entire Bai family in Qingyun Prefecture. "Ha ha ha, I made a special trip to your Qingyun Prefecture just to see you, or else I would have returned long ago." The Medicine Spirit chuckled. Bai Qiong added, "Thanks to the care of our ancestor, Ruoyao's medical skills are nearly surpassing my own." The 3 shared a laugh when several individuals entered from the front courtyard. "Ancestor, Patriarch, Miss, Zhou Commander has arrived with the child, and upon hearing you were in the rear courtyard, I brought them over," Bai Liang announced, prompting Zhou Ping and the others to join them. Upon seeing the Medicine Spirit, Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Junior Zhou Ping pays his respects to the elder. Chapter 43. Innate Sword Heart, Sword Saint Gainye. The Medicine Spirit turned to Bai Ruoyao and inquired, "Is this the child with the uncertain constitution you mentioned?" Bai Ruoyao nodded, evidently having discussed this matter with her mentor and father previously. "Very well, let me take a look," the Medicine Spirit responded. Her mood evidently lifted. Bai Liang hastily nudged Zhou Ping, who promptly understood and led Cheng Yun forward. Little Cheng Yun stood at the center of the 3, with Bai Ruoyao, Bai Qiong, and the Medicine Spirit all diagnosing him. "Master, I truly couldn't discern at the time, but through mental energy, I detected that this child has a heart issue, though it does not seem like a simple one," Bai Ruoyao explained. Her father, Bai Qiong, nodded in agreement, as his own examination yielded a similar conclusion. Indeed, there exists an invisible force around the heart, capable of dispersing mental energy when it approaches, Bai Qiong remarked after checking the pulse. Noting that he had never encountered such a situation before, the Medicine Spirit did not respond to their inquiries, but instead enveloped Cheng Yun in her mental energy, akin to a translucent white veil draping over him. After a while, the white veil slowly dissipated. "Your assessment and approach were correct. This child is indeed fortunate to possess an innate sword heart. The last individual with such a constitution was none other than the legendary sword Saint Gainye during the last war between humans and demons." The Medicine Spirit's declaration elicited gasps of astonishment, as none had anticipated that Cheng Yun shared a constitution with a figure of legend. Do not rejoice too soon. Awakening this constitution is a daunting task. Even Sword Saint Gainye only achieved 90% awakening, which required a high-grade heavenly demon core and countless treasures from heaven and earth. While the Medicine Spirit's words instilled fear in the others, Zhou Ping's heart soared with joy, now fully confident that Cheng Yun was indeed destined for greatness. "So it turns out to be this remarkable. It seems my knowledge is still far too limited." Bai Ruoyao could not help but let out a sigh. the medicine spirit sovereign slowly descended the steps and approached Zhou Ping, inquiring, "This is indeed a significant matter for our human race. If it were to leak out, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. However, with a physique of this caliber, if we could cultivate it with the full resources of the entire human race, the growth would be the swiftest." Her implication was clear. Cheng Yun could only grow stronger with the support of powerful factions like theirs, as the resources required for each awakening layer were immense. "Senior, this child has already taken me as his master, and I shall naturally be responsible for him," she continued. "Moreover, it wouldn't be prudent for this matter to be made public, especially considering that the demon race has been watching closely." Zhou Ping's intentions were understood, prompting the medicine spirit sovereign to declare, "Today's events must remain known only to the five of us. It must not be divulged to anyone else. I can also provide the initial resources for this child." Surprisingly, before Zhou Ping could mention the arrangement with the Bai family, the medicine spirit sovereign preemptively addressed it. Zhou Ping, seizing the opportunity, said, "Senior, to speak candidly, I have other matters to attend to, and I intend to temporarily place these two disciples in the care of the Bai family for their cultivation." Upon finishing, Zhou Ping produced all the demon cores he had from his pocket. Bai Liang quickly took them, his eyes widening in delight as he discovered one of exceptional quality. "I see this other child is quite extraordinary as well, exuding an icy aura that can even block my mental probing. Your two disciples are truly remarkable." The medicine spirit sovereign then turned her gaze to Xiao Han. "Indeed, both are fated to be protagonists. If they can cultivate successfully, their future accomplishments will certainly be significant." Bai Ruoyao reassured, "Do not worry. With my master here, these two children will be well taken care of." Zhou Ping had great confidence in this, recognizing that specialized matters should be entrusted to professionals. After this journey to the Wanyao forest, Zhou Ping would undoubtedly return stronger than before, and by then, he would likely possess the ability to protect himself within the entire Qingyun prefecture. It was truly an unexpected gain. Both little ones were extraordinary, affirming his previous thoughts. "By the way, Senior, I wonder if you have heard any news regarding Shijing?" Zhou Ping suddenly inquired. "Shijing? What do you intend to do with it?" The medicine spirit sovereign's attention finally focused on Zhou Ping, realizing she could not perceive his cultivation level. "For certain reasons, I must locate a piece. This is also why I wish to place them in the Bai family." The medicine spirit sovereign nodded, considering Zhou Ping's identity, as she seemed to grasp the underlying reason. "This matter relies heavily on luck. Countless individuals have perished in the Wanyao forest each year in pursuit of Shijing. Some for themselves, others for others. If you decide to go, exercise caution," she advised before sweeping her sleeve and departing. Zhou Ping could only smile wryly. It appeared that inquiring about this matter was futile, and he would have to rely on himself to find it. Nevertheless, he had accomplished his purpose for coming here, clarifying Cheng Yun's physique issue and discovering that Xiao Han also possessed notable talent. "Master, you must return soon to find us," Cheng Yun exclaimed, clinging to Zhou Ping's left leg. Xiao Han immediately wrapped his arms around the other, saying, "Master, come back soon. We will be waiting for you here." Zhou Ping affectionately ruffled their hair before turning to Bai Ruoyao, saying, "Miss Ruoyao, I must trouble you with their care. I shall certainly repay the Bai family in the future, and no need for such formalities. You can rest assured and attend to your matters," Bai Liang interjected. Bai Ruoyao added, "You can go without worry. I will look after them." Zhou Ping nodded in relief, gently pushing the two little ones aside before turning to leave. Several pairs of eyes quietly watched him depart. Upon exiting the Bai family, Zhou Ping immediately headed to the merchant guild, needing to purchase a horse for the long journey ahead. Otherwise, he would reach Mingchuan Prefecture in an eternity. At the Blood Knife sect, the sect leader Yang Xiu gazed down at his disciples, troubled. The Blood Knife sect had recently received a peculiar task: to retrieve a fox demon raised by a wealthy merchant. A small demon at the body refinement stage had escaped while the owner was momentarily distracted. Originally, it was a straightforward task, so the blood knife sect dispatched 2 disciples at the bone refinement stage. But they not only failed to capture the fox demon but also lost track of it. The master of the task was not short on funds and had offered a handsome reward for its retrieval. Should they fail, they would be liable to repay tenfold, an exorbitant amount. The 2 disciples who had bungled the task knelt trembling on the ground. Humph! Fortunately, the master placed a curse on that fox. Otherwise, you 2 would never be able to repay this debt in 10 lifetimes. Yang Xiu was incensed. According to the talisman, the fox demon had already escaped into Mengchuan Prefecture, where the demons were far more ferocious than those in Qingyan Prefecture. Thus, the difficulty was significantly heightened. Yang Qing glanced around and spoke, "I am willing to lead a team to capture it." Chapter 44, Pursuit of the White Fox, entering Mengchuan Prefecture. Luqian County, a place considerably larger than Qingshui County, is situated on the easternmost side of Qingyan Prefecture, bordering Mengchuan Prefecture. To travel from Qingyan Prefecture to Mengchuan Prefecture, one must pass through Luqian County, making it a strategically important location between the 2 prefectures. On a little-known path leading to Mengchuan Prefecture, a group of demon catchers was traversing the route very close to Mengchuan Prefecture. They were all out hunting demons and had wandered into the territory of Qingyan Prefecture. "Brother, we still haven't found anything," one of them lamented. "If this continues, we might as well head back. We've come too far this time." "Indeed, brother, we can't even tell where we are anymore. Let's call it a day." A bald man, wearing an expression of distress, stood in place, a large scar on his forehead earning him the nickname Scarface. He had about a dozen brothers following him, and occasionally, if luck was on their side, they might catch a body refinement stage demon or 2 to sell at the market for a few taels of silver. However, on unlucky days, they would find themselves starving. Today was one of those days. They had been out for 3 days, journeying from Mengchuan Prefecture to Qingyan Prefecture, and had consumed all their provisions without encountering suitable demon beasts. Either they were too strong, like a blood wolf demon at the 9th layer of body refinement, or too weak, like some first-layer wild chickens, which were hardly worth anything. Moreover, these chickens were particularly tricky to capture. They were agile, and even a group of 3 to 5 men could easily let one escape. A careless moment could even lead to an eye injury from their pecking. For these demon catchers, encountering such chickens meant they would simply kill them and cook them on the spot. However, since entering Qingyan Prefecture, they had seen nothing. Scarface was doing fine, but his brothers were on the verge of breaking. "Just hang in there. We all have families to feed if we return empty-handed. How do we explain that?" Scarface urged his companions. They hesitated, and one of the more cunning ones pointed toward a distant village. "Brother, why don't we return to our old ways? It's quicker to rob than to catch demons. It takes a lot of effort and risk to capture one, and it only fetches a few taels. If we rob a few households, that would be worth much more." The others were captivated by the suggestion, their eyes gleaming with greed. After all, before they became demon catchers, they had been robbers for many years. As they aged, they gradually stepped back from that life, but their lack of strength made the business of demon hunting difficult, often leading their families to starve. Scarface paused, feeling a twinge of hesitation. "Brother, let's do it. After all, this is Qingyan Prefecture. Once we pull off a job, we can flee back to Mengchuan Prefecture. It would be nearly impossible for the authorities to track us down." "Exactly, brother. We've been hungry for so long. It's not like we have much food left even if we return home. Let's just go for it." The group buzzed with excitement, leaving Scarface feeling flustered. He was tempted to take action. After all, this was not a new endeavor for him. But now that he had a family, the risks of being hunted by the authorities were too great. Just then, the grass ahead rustled. A snow-white fox darted out from the thicket. Panicking upon seeing Scarface and his group, and quickly retreated into the woods, it was evident that the fox was injured, with fresh blood still visible on its hind leg. "Brothers, a chance has come." This fox's skin will surely sell for a handsome sum, Scarface bellowed, and his subordinates rushed into the forest. The white fox leaped about in the trees, causing them to miss their target. However, these men were seasoned demon catchers. A few quick-footed ones reached the front, tossing ropes skillfully, and a large net was swiftly thrown over the fox. The creature could not evade and became ensnared in the net. Everyone be careful. This fox's pelt is most valuable. It's so beautiful, wealthy patrons will surely want to keep it, Scarface exclaimed, patting his bald head as he approached. His subordinates surrounded the fox, marveling at its pure white fur and blood-red eyes. Clearly a fine specimen, brother. This fox looks promising. It should fetch a good price. Indeed, my dear brother, I distinctly recall the last time I encountered a fox pelt at the market, small, unappealing, and certainly not white. Yet, astonishingly, it managed to fetch 3 or 2 pieces of silver. This fox's skin ought to sell for at least 10 taels. Brother Scar delivered a resounding slap to the head of the vendor, admonishing him, "You lack vision. Let me tell you, those affluent ladies in our county, who doesn't fancy such a delicate creature? If we sell it to them, we could easily fetch 50 taels, 50. A dozen faces exchanged incredulous glances. These men had spent half a year wandering, barely earning that much. They never anticipated such an opportunity would present itself so readily. The little fox writhed in pain within the confines, her hind feet already raw and battered. "Gentlemen," she pleaded, "please, have mercy and let me go. If you do, I can offer you enough wealth to last 10 lifetimes." A sweet, youthful voice emanated from the little fox, brimming with indignation. Brother Scar, wearing a mischievous grin, retorted, "You little imp, you best behave. Once we sell you, I might even buy you something to eat. Otherwise, you'll suffer greatly." The white fox continued, "If you allow me to return home, I can offer you far more than 50 taels. Brother, she claims she can give us even more." One of the underlings exclaimed. In response, Brother Scar unleashed a powerful punch into the man's gut, cursing, "You fool! Do you really believe the words of a demon? Once we untie her, she'll flee at once." The younger man rubbed his abdomen, reluctantly acquiescing. Just as Brother Scar reached for the rope binding the fox, an arrow suddenly struck his arm. The arrow, like a ravenous beast, voraciously drained the blood oozing from his wound, eliciting a howl of agony from Brother Scar. Soon, several more arrows struck the other men. With no one holding the ropes, the net collapsed, and seizing the opportunity, the little fox, disregarding the pain in her hind legs, bolted towards the forest's depths. In the distance, Yang Qing, accompanied by several disciples of the Blood Blade sect, hastily pursued her. Enduring excruciating pain, Brother Scar yanked the arrow from his arm, tearing out a significant chunk of flesh, which was instantly consumed by the arrow. "Damn it, those wretched beings! Are they courting death?" Brother Scar bellowed. The men behind him quickly rallied to his side. "Brothers, this group is undoubtedly wealthy. If we let the fox demon go, we will demand their lives in return." After a mere 10 breaths, Yang Qing and her companions drew their long swords from the corpses, the blades swollen with the blood and flesh they had consumed. Emanating an eerie glow, she gazed into the distance and commanded, "Pursue," before departing from the scene. Chapter 45. The Wrath of the Emotai Demon Hunting Team. Mingchuan Prefecture, Luan County, is the largest county within the prefecture, boasting a vast population and extensive territory with a thriving economy. Several towns flourish due to their strategic locations along trade routes, since a portion of the Mingchuan Prefecture lies adjacent to the Wanyao Forest. The number of demons in the area is considerable, leading to substantial profits from the demon beast trade. Numerous demon hunting organizations exist within the Mingchuan Prefecture, forming a formidable alliance in other regions. This might lead to a chaotic struggle for dominance. However, here in Mingchuan, Ziyun Palace stands as the unparalleled leader, far surpassing other factions and families. This sect has extended its influence to several surrounding prefectures, effectively suppressing the demons within Wanyao Forest in the Great Liang Dynasty. A balance of power is paramount. In areas abundant with demons, human forces must also be stronger to ensure they can swiftly subdue local demon beasts during invasions from the savage continent. The largest demon hunting organization in Luan County is known as the Emotai Demon Hunting Team, which boasts not only immense power but also has developed numerous auxiliary squads. Every location within Luan County inhabited by demons has been designated by them, leaving other demon hunters with no choice but to either join their ranks or seek fortune in Qingyun Prefecture. Sanhu Town serves as the largest trading market within Luan County, where even the local authorities deploy soldiers to maintain order. Given that the demon beast market is a significant economic pillar for the county, goods from neighboring prefectures are sourced from this bustling hub, underscoring the prosperity of their demon beast industry. In Sanhu Town, before a modest stall, Zhou Ping tethered his horse to a wooden post and plopped down onto a bench. "Boss, 2 bowls of meat sauce noodles, and make sure the noodles are rinsed in cold water." Right away. Before long, the noodles were served. As Zhou Ping stirred his meal, he cast a glance at the nearby street, where large carts continuously passed, their tarpaulins concealing the corpses of demon beasts. "Your demon beast trade seems quite prosperous. With such a high output?" Zhou Ping casually inquired. The proprietor, as if a floodgate had opened, elaborated, "Indeed. If you travel 60 miles eastward, you'll reach the outskirts of Wanyao Forest, where demons abound." Zhou Ping nodded in understanding. They were engaged in the most menial of trades, relying solely on selling these pelts and remains for a meager profit. Higher-tier demons, such as demon cores, bones, and even certain body parts suitable for weapon crafting, were traded only in the more upscale segments of the demon beast market. Our demon beast business here far surpasses that of other locales. Different demons command varying prices. Dead ones are priced one way, while living ones fetch another. Certain rare demons even possess components suitable for medicinal use, internal organs, excrements, and the like, commanding quite a handsome price. As the proprietor rambled on, Zhou Ping found his appetite waning. "All right, enough already," he interjected, prompting the owner to reluctantly retreat. Before long, the street erupted in commotion. A horse caravan raced towards the town square, halting abruptly to unload a dozen lifeless bodies, those who had perished at the hands of Yang Qing and her companions. Brother Scar lay in the center, immediately recognized by the onlookers. "Isn't that Brother Scar? Just days ago, he led a team to hunt demons. How did he end up like this?" Brother Scar and his group belonged to an auxiliary squad of the Emotai Demon Hunting Team, assigned a specific territory for their hunts. However, due to their low status, their designated area rarely yielded substantial demon beasts, prompting them to inadvertently wander into Qingyun Prefecture's domain. The individuals responsible for bringing them back were led by Qin Tao, the second in command of the Emotai Demon Hunting Team, sporting a beard and a face full of blubber. These corpses were delivered by the officials from Qingyun Prefecture today. They were found on their territory. Reduced to these lifeless forms, I was summoned to identify them, and to my shock, they are our demon hunters. Qin Tao's face radiated fury. The Emotai Demon Hunting Team held considerable sway in Luan County. And though the slain individuals were marginal figures, the incident had escalated to a level that threatened the reputation of the entire organization. If they allowed this to pass quietly, how would the auxiliary members view them? They had monopolized all demon-infested areas within the county, relying on others' fear of them to maintain control. If they did not assert their dominance, how could they intimidate those beneath them? Most importantly, these bodies had been transported back from Qingyun Prefecture, necessitating a thorough investigation. The brutal state of Brother Scar and his companions was alarming. Had it not been for Brother Scar's distinctive features, they might have remained unidentifiable. The numerous cuts and arrow wounds scattered across their bodies indicated that their demise was not at the hands of demons, but by other humans. No one in Lewin County would dare to harm members of the Motai demon hunting team. This must be the work of forces from Qingyun Prefecture. Damn it, they are shitting on our heads. Qin Tao's fervent declaration stirred the emotions of those around him. The team member responsible for examining the corpses approached after an extended inspection and finally reached a preliminary conclusion. Second in command, these individuals have had all their blood drained. To my knowledge, only the Bloodblade sect possesses the capability to accomplish such a feat within a radius of several hundred miles. The examiner's words clearly incited Qin Tao's ire, as they felt like a provocation against the Motai demon hunting team. Upon hearing the name of the Bloodblade sect, Zhou Ping recalled the state of the pig demon corpses within the cave, reminiscent of these unfortunate souls. Before he could voice his thoughts, someone pushed through the crowd of onlookers, shouting, "Second in command. Our brothers report that a group of unknown individuals has invaded our territory." Qin Tao hurriedly stepped forward, seizing the man's collar, demanding, "Are they from the Bloodblade sect?" "I don't know, but they were all dressed in red and were covered in blood." Qin Tao tossed the messenger aside, inhaling deeply as he calmly declared, "Very well. Those who have slain my men dare to encroach upon my territory. Do they truly believe Lewin County is devoid of defenders? Vengeance, vengeance, vengeance." The members of the demon-catching team roared in anger, their emotions reaching a fever pitch. The old man conducting the autopsy remained relatively composed and pulled at Qin Tao's clothing, advising, "Second in command, should we not consult the leader about this matter? After all, the Blood Knife sect is no small faction." What if, before he could finish, the old man was brusquely pushed aside as Qin Tao, filled with rage, retorted, "They've already crossed the line. What is there to fear? If they retreat to Qingyun Mansion, that's not my concern. Now that they have come here, we dare not even show our faces. What does that make us?" Having spoken, he departed with a large contingent, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Chapter 46. A triumvirate battle. Besieging the Blood Knife sect, Zhou Ping observed the crowd dissipating, shaking his head in resignation. This affair had little to do with him. He had a task to fulfill and needed to manage his time wisely. After finishing his meal, Zhou Ping wiped his mouth and placed coins on the table. "I am off now." The proprietor helped him bring his horse, and Zhou Ping led it away, disappearing into the streets of Sanhu town. In the forest, a small fox exhibited remarkable agility, darting between the trees to evade the arrows that flew towards it. Yang Qing and her companions found it impossible to keep up on horseback, thus relying on their own legs to pursue the cunning creature. However, the dense underbrush and trees made it difficult. The fox was exceedingly clever, and since they needed it alive, they dared not employ other methods. They could only shoot arrows one by one, but the fox was too nimble to be struck. "Damn it! Encircle it! If necessary, we must injure it," Yang Qing commanded. They had been in pursuit for several days, trailing from Qingyun Mansion to Mingchuan Mansion, and if they ventured further, they would reach the Wanyao forest. If the fox truly escaped into the Wanyao forest, it would spell trouble. Just as they were about to unfurl their formation, the little fox suddenly shouted in the language of demon beasts. And a roar resonated from within the woods, startling their arrows mid-flight. "Sister, a bear demon?" One disciple pointed in alarm. This bear demon was covered in sharp spines on its chest and back, a high-level demon beast known as the evil tortoise bear, whose realm surpassed the transcendence stage upon maturity. The evil tortoise bear uprooted a nearby tree and hurled it towards them. The first few disciples of the Blood Knife sect in the front were struck and sent flying. Another tree came hurtling towards them, and Yang Qing unsheathed her long knife, cleaving the tree in two with a single stroke. The blade trembled in her grip, as she had not yet tasted blood. Leaving her weapon unsatisfied, "Do not fret, senior. You shall drink your fill soon," Yang Qing declared. However, the fox demon had already made its escape, and the evil tortoise bear stood between them, its spines glinting ominously. The bear slammed its paws into the ground, sending a shockwave that hurled the disciples of the blood knife sect into disarray. Damn! Why is misfortune always upon us? What manner of demon blocks my path? Yang Qing lamented, as they had been relentlessly pursued by various beasts along their journey. The evil tortoise bear was undoubtedly the strongest of them all, a confirmed transcendence stage beast. Just as they contemplated retreating, a cacophony of curses erupted from behind. There they are, damn it, we've finally found these rascals, brothers. Let us chop them to bits. Upon turning, Yang Qing saw a group of burly men charging towards them, led by a bald man with a bushy beard, none other than Qin Tao, the second in command of the Mo Tai demon catching team. With a large blade in hand, adorned with 9 circular rings, he approached with an imposing presence, flanked by dozens of fellow demon catchers, all possessing considerable stature. Yang Qing deftly evaded the attack of the evil tortoise bear, and although she was uncertain of the intentions of this new group, she realized it could serve to exhaust the bear's stamina. Disciples of the blood knife sect, fall back! Yang Qing shouted, and everyone ascended into the trees. The evil tortoise bear snorted dismissively, do not waste your efforts. I shall not allow you to pass. Yet, upon seeing the enormous bear, Qin Tao and his companions quickly regained their composure. We only seek to slay these individuals. You need not concern yourself with us, Qin Tao stated. The evil tortoise bear appeared pleased with this development, settling beside a tree, leaning against its trunk and watching intently. Yang Qing smirked slightly, surprised that both sides were communicating, but she saw it as advantageous. Her long knife felt as though it was on the verge of reaching its peak. This outing had yielded a significant amount of blood, and it seemed she would need to absorb even more. It seems I must indulge further, she remarked, causing the blade in her hand to quiver with excitement. Qin Tao laughed heartily. His formidable prowess at the 9th level of vitality was not to be underestimated, especially with so many brothers at his back. Brothers, let us slay them. As for the matter of negotiating with the blood knife sect, that is for the leader to handle later. Yes, in the woods. A narrow path leading into the Wanyao forest lay ahead. Typically, it was untraveled, as it bordered the outermost region of the Wanyao forest while still being within the boundaries of Luan County. Though not yet classified as part of the Wanyao forest, the area already boasted a considerable number of demon beasts. Those unfortunate enough to encounter a transcendence stage beast would have no choice but to flee. Even professional demon catchers. Riding along the path, Zhou Ping scanned his surroundings. Alas, where might I find the stone crystal? After inquiring with so many, their answers have been vague, as if this item exists solely in legend. Zhou Ping shook his head in frustration, though he felt fortunate to be venturing into the Wanyao forest. He possessed a technique for the transcendence stage, and with luck, he could hunt demons while seeking the stone crystal, thereby accumulating ample lifespan. Be why the time he envisioned returning, no matter the techniques or martial arts encountered, he would be ready to absorb them to the fullest extent. Just the thought was exhilarating. Before he could indulge in his musings, a small fox suddenly leaped from the nearby underbrush, clinging to his horse's neck, startling it into a frenzy. Zhou Ping focused intently and noted, "Ah, a 10th level body refinement demon. How audacious, to leap onto my face. Nevertheless, even a mosquito is still meat." While the lifespan of body refinement demons was limited, he had little else to occupy his time, and idleness was also unappealing. "Goodness, you are the first demon to approach me so willingly," Zhou Ping remarked with a slight smile. His good fortune suggested that he would soon locate the stone crystal. Just as he prepared to draw his blade, the little white fox quickly exclaimed, "Do not make a move. I can help you find the stone crystal." Zhou Ping's face was a tapestry of confusion. However, the fox had managed to approach him without detection. indicating it possessed some level of skill. Indeed, I overheard you talking to yourself. Otherwise, how would I have dared to show myself? Your scent is far heavier than those chasing me. The little white fox sighed in relief. Oh, what scent? And is it true that you can assist me in finding the stone crystal? Zhou Ping sheathed his half-drawn blade. After all, a body refinement demon offered little in terms of spoils. If it could help him locate the stone crystal, sparing it seemed a negligible loss. Seeing her gamble pay off, the little white fox eagerly explained, "My kind, the Songyue Fox clan, possesses a unique ability. Anyone who has slain demons will leave behind a trace of scent, I must say. You are the most fragrant I have ever encountered." Chapter 47. Yang Qing's Breakthrough, Mastery of Demonic Arts. Zhou Ping, hearing this, was left in disbelief. Have I truly slain that many demons? And yet, you dare to show yourself? Aren't you afraid I might dispose of you on the spot? The little white fox chuckled. I had no choice. My feet are torn to shreds. I can barely run. If no one helps me, I'm as good as dead. Only then did Zhou Ping notice the bloodstains on her body and inquired. Very well, I shall consider your gamble fortunate. Now, enlighten me, how can we find the stone crystal? I already mentioned. Our clan possesses a special ability. We can not only detect these crystals, but also have other uses. The stone crystal typically resides in places dense with elemental energy, which only we demons can sense. Thus, humans often say that areas with numerous demons may harbor stone crystals. The little fox's words resonated with a degree of truth, aligning with what Zhou Ping had previously learned. Fine. If you guide me to a stone crystal, I shall spare your life. Zhou Ping reasoned, the prospect growing increasingly appealing. Yet the little white fox interjected. I have no objections, but there are those pursuing me, so you must consider carefully. Very well, I shall escort you into the Wanyao forest. You will help me find the stone crystal, and then I will release you. We shall owe each other nothing. During this time, I will ensure your safety. That should suffice, correct? Zhou Ping's proposal was wholeheartedly endorsed by the little fox, who finally found the opportunity to rest comfortably upon the horse's back. After escaping from Qingyun Mansion in recent days, she had scarcely paused, constantly pursued by their relentless tracking. With this newfound assurance, Zhou Ping felt a significant alleviation of the burdens weighing on his mind as he rode towards the direction of the Wanyao forest. Within the forest, the clashing of blades resounded incessantly. The fallen leaves surrounding them were swept about by the sword qi, and countless corpses lay strewn across the ground, albeit in a strangely desiccated state. Yang Qing plunged her blade into the chest of a demon catcher, a burly man weighing over 200 pounds, and within mere seconds, he began to visibly wither. Accompanied by his anguished cries, his entire body gradually lost its color. With a thud, he collapsed, and Yang Qing slowly withdrew her gleaming long sword, now drenched in vivid crimson, as an unquenchable thirst for blood surged within her. As she absorbed this life essence, she felt a transformation within her dantian. Having digested so much blood, she finally broke through the barriers of her cultivation. Protect the senior sister. She is about to break through. The remaining 4 disciples of the Blood Blade sect shielded Yang Qing behind them. As they beheld her enveloped in a shroud of crimson mist, even the weary Qin Tao felt invigorated. Brothers, they are faltering. Let us strike while the iron is hot. Kill, with Qin Tao leading the charge. The remaining demon catchers surged forward. The 4 disciples advanced with their blades drawn, and thus the 2 sides clashed in a bloody confrontation. The malevolent tortoise bear, who had been a mere spectator, felt a twinge of trepidation witnessing Yang Qing's continuous consumption of blood. After all, such a technique was profoundly sinister, enabling her to breach the barrier between qi and blood and transcendence with such swiftness. Young one, I see potential in you. It would be wise to withdraw now. That little fox is not something you can contend with, the tortoise bear advised slowly, casting a wary glance at Yang Qing. However, she paid no heed to his words, scoffing coldly, "I am bound by my master's orders and dare not defy them. Your technique is merely at the innate level, capable of reaching at most the 9th layer of innate cultivation. Thus, your master cannot surpass that realm. However, the family behind that fox possesses members who would easily rival your master." Despite the tortoise bear's earnest counsel, Yang Qing remained unconvinced. She believed his persistent warnings stemmed from fear of her imminent breakthrough, unwilling to hinder her progress. The tortoise bear's cultivation was at best around the 2nd layer of transcendence. Once Yang Qing completed her breakthrough, she would certainly have the advantage. Qin Tao drove his blade into the last disciple of the Blood Blade sect, slashing his throat and causing blood to spurt forth. "You all revel in blood extraction, so let me provide you with more than enough," he snarled through gritted teeth. He then made his way towards Yang Qing, who was now shrouded in an increasingly dense blood mist, nearly isolating her from the outside world. Without hesitation, Qin Tao struck down with his blade. Clang! The massive sword met the blood mist, rebounding violently, though the mist appeared to thin slightly. "Brothers, she is nearing her end. All of you, charge!" As they rushed forward, before they could reach Yang Qing, they were engulfed by the rapidly expanding blood mist. Seeking death, within just a breath's time, the scene was left with only a few desiccated corpses, one of which belonged to the bald, bearded Qin Tao. After the slaughter, Yang Qing's eyes burned crimson, her red dress seemingly dripping with blood, and the dagger at her waist thrummed with excitement. Yang Qing's previous technique, the blood blade scripture of qi and blood, had fully transformed into the innate technique, blood-devouring demon art. Her power had multiplied manifold. "Alas, it seems I can no longer impede you. However, I hope my earlier words may yet sway you." The tortoise bear sighed, resigning himself to inaction. After all, Yang Qing's mastery of advanced techniques and martial arts clearly marked her as a direct disciple of the Blood Blade sect. The tortoise bear would be wise to avoid entangling himself in this murky conflict. "Ah, it appears the elder has no intention of engaging me," Yang Qing remarked with a smile. Despite the loss of several of her brothers, she did not feel sorrow. Rather, she relished this moment. The tortoise bear did not respond but quietly retreated deeper into the forest. Yang Qing chuckled softly, then retrieved a tracking talisman from her bosom, examining it closely. "Little fox, have you had your fun? It is time for you to return with me." Chapter 48. Frightening away Yang Qing. Heading towards Wanyao Forest, the horse trotted merrily along the path, but the little fox, who had just relaxed, now appeared tense once more, frequently glancing about as if worried about something. "What troubles you?" "We still have several dozen miles to the Wanyao Forest," Zhou Ping inquired. "Big brother, there is something I must tell you. Though I grew up in the Wanyao Forest, it does not mean I am devoid of danger within." The white fox replied with a grin. "What do you mean?" Zhou Ping scratched his head. "It means that even among our kind, relationships are not solely based on mutual aid. There may also exist hostile dynamics, which could lead to complications along the way," the little white fox said, burying her face into the horse's back. Zhou Ping chuckled, realizing that if someone were indeed pursuing them, it would pose quite the dilemma. The more enemies they faced, the better it would be against the demon beasts. Just as he prepared to comfort the white fox, she suddenly widened her eyes, glancing back with an unusual intensity. Even the horse halted, trembling in place. "What is happening?" Zhou Ping pressed down on the horse's head and nudged it with his legs, but it remained immobile. "She's coming. She's here," the white fox stammered, her teeth chattering. "Who is coming?" "The one who has been chasing me. I don't know why, but she has tracked me for a long time. No matter what I do, she always finds me," the white fox explained. Just as she finished speaking, a crimson figure emerged behind them, and with the horse paralyzed by fear, Yang Qing had ample time to catch up. "Run!" With a snort, Yang Qing was surrounded by a swirling crimson mist. Her blade felt increasingly heavy, to the point where it required both hands to wield effectively. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Ping turned sharply. Seeing Zhou Ping's face bewildered Yang Qing. This was indeed Mingchuan Mansion? Before Yang Qing could voice her thoughts, she noticed the flicker of electricity dancing in Zhou Ping's eyes. After contemplating for several seconds, she gritted her teeth, sheathing her dagger and fleeing into the depths of the forest. During this exchange, the little white fox dared not look back, burying her head deep within the horse's fur. "All right, she's gone," Zhou Ping declared. Indeed, Zhou Ping had once pondered whether the disciple of the Blood Blade sect had ventured this far for a specific task, never suspecting it was merely to capture this fox. Such coincidences were truly remarkable. The little white fox turned to glance back and confirmed that no one remained. Moreover, the horse had returned to normal. No longer trembling, Zhou Ping gently squeezed his legs, urging the horse to move forward once more. "You are incredible. That big bear I found couldn't even hold them off, yet you managed to frighten them away." The little white fox suddenly realized how fortunate she was to have allied with such a formidable companion. Zhou Ping smiled modestly, tightening the reins as the horse quickened its pace. He glanced up at the sky, hoping to reach the outskirts of the Wanyao forest before dusk, so they could find a place to rest. Otherwise, they would have to navigate the dark by feel. As Zhou Ping and his companion ventured far ahead, a small shadow remained behind, and soon, disturbances arose in the previously quiet area. Yang Qing emerged once more from the side of the forest. She had not fled but had chosen to avoid a direct confrontation with Zhou Ping. How perplexing! Capturing a mere refinement stage fox proved so troublesome, and now I find myself entangled with Zhou Ping. What is this fox's true identity? Yang Qing sighed, her suspicions regarding her master's concealment of the truth growing stronger. After all, how could an ordinary fox demon summon a transcendent stage beast? Such an anomaly was bewildering and difficult to comprehend. "Master, what else are you hiding from me?" Yang Qing bit her lip. If she failed to accomplish her task, the consequences would be dire. Thus, even though the presence of Zhou Ping rendered any forceful attempts futile, Yang Qing still yearned to employ her wits to outsmart her opponent. With this thought in mind, she withdrew a talisman from her bosom and vanished from her original spot. Several hours later, as dusk descended, the surroundings grew increasingly dim on the outskirts of the Wanyao forest. In a small basin, the area was already deemed the border of Luan County. Just a few paces forward and one would be outside the territory. The basin stretched only a few hundred meters. Modest in size, yet it was teeming with various herbs. There were even some rare plant fruits, known for their beneficial effects on the body. However, given that this place was part of the Wanyao forest, it was frequently prowled by demonic beasts. Generally, no one dared to forage here, as the sun hung low in the sky. A young boy was diligently gathering herbs within the basin, with each passing moment. As the sun threatened to dip below the horizon, the boy's movements grew increasingly frantic. He could hardly pay heed to the sweat trickling from his forehead into his eyes. The stinging sensation forced him to pause his actions. Setting his basket down, he wiped the sweat from his brow. "Grandma said I must hurry back before the sun sets," the boy murmured to himself till last. The tears in his eyes overwhelmed the sweat. He stood up and slowly opened his eyes. The once empty surroundings were suddenly filled with the sound of heavy breathing. He anxiously scanned the area, spotting a pair of green, glistening eyes drifting towards him from behind. Without hesitation, the boy grabbed his basket and bolted into the distance. Yet, the lurking wolf demon was not inclined to let him escape. A foul stench wafted through the air, growing ever more pungent. Just as the wolf demon lunged at the boy, a flash of silver light cut through the darkness. With a thud, the boy fell to the ground, but the wolf demon did not land upon him. Slayed a wolf demon of the bone-forging realm, gaining 42 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 215 years. Observing the scrawny figure, Zhou Ping was surprised at its longevity. With a swift motion, he sheathed his blade. Only then did the boy realize that the ferocious wolf, moments ago a threat, now lay cold and lifeless. "Hey, little brat, look at you, scared out of your wits." A proud little white fox leaped down from Zhou Ping's shoulder. The boy finally recognized that he had been saved by this tall brother before him. "Thank you, big brother. My name is Zhao Guo." After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Guo began to gather the herbs he had spilled, carefully placing them back into his overturned basket. Zhou Ping crouched beside him and asked, "Zhao Guo, why are you still in such a place when night is approaching? There are numerous monsters around here." As he collected the herbs, Zhao Guo replied, "Our village is nearby and my grandma usually brings me to gather herbs, but she has been ill lately, so I had to come alone. Otherwise, we would go hungry." Zhou Ping stood up, surprised to learn that a village existed in such a perilous area. The little white fox chimed in, "You didn't know? There are many such villages within the Wanyao forest." Zhou Ping nodded and squatted down to help Zhao Guo tidy up. Chapter 49. Huangling Village. 3 rogues. Once they finished tidying up, the darkness deepened, nearly to the point where one could not see their own hand. "Zhao Guo, is your village far? Can you lead us there for the night?" Zhou Ping inquired. Zhao Guo nodded, and thus the 2 boys, accompanied by a little white fox, ventured down a narrow path deeper into the forest. This path was clearly not meant for vehicles, but had formed from the frequent passage of foot traffic. Huangling Village was structured like a circular fortress, akin to the Hakka earth buildings Zhou Ping had seen in his past life. But here, all the villagers resided within a singular round earthen structure. The outermost layer featured thick walls, with the residential area nestled within. Living in such a place, they could only rely on these defenses against the occasional demonic beast. In front of the main gate, many villagers awaited anxiously. The village chief, Lu Laojin, gazed at the moon as it ascended, his heart heavy with worry for Zhao Guo, who had yet to return. "Chief, should we not go out to search? It is far too dangerous with so many beasts roaming at night," one villager suggested. "Indeed, how shall we explain to Grandma Wu if something were to happen?" Several others chimed in. Although they spoke as if urging the chief to make a decision, their gazes were directed towards 3 individuals who stood apart from them. These 3, noticeably out of place in their attire, consisted of a tall man, a short man, and a stout one, who were seated at a table. Feasting heartily, the women and children of the village watched silently from the upper floors, while the chief and the others at the gate deliberated their next course of action. It was evident that everyone hoped these 3 would accompany them to search for Zhao Guo. Nighttime was when the demonic beasts were most active. During the day, encountering 1 or 2 beasts of the body refinement realm was manageable for the villagers, who often trained in their own modest methods. However, the dangers of the night were profound. The possibility of encountering a body refinement realm snake demon or similar creatures posed a significant threat. Thus, traversing the Wanyao forest at night was particularly perilous. The 3 individuals were professional demon hunters, hired at great expense by the village. Their assistance would alleviate any fears associated with a nighttime journey to the basin. Observing their indulgence, Chief Lu Laojin felt at a loss for words. Yet, the villagers continued to press him, for the matter at hand was of utmost urgency. With a heavy sigh, he approached the trio. "Esteemed gentlemen, I humbly seek your assistance with a small matter." Before he could elaborate, the stout man interrupted, wiping grease from his mouth. "Lu Village Chief, you summoned us to deal with the demonic horde, and that is our sole obligation." The short man added, however, "Should you require our help for anything else? We operate on a clear pricing system. As long as you can afford it, we can discuss terms." Lu Laojin felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. To hire these 3 to confront a pack of demons had already depleted half the village's savings, leaving most households nearly destitute. The villagers relied on foraging for herbs to make a living, but the buyers often pressed prices down to rock bottom, making it difficult for them to save any money. Although everyone in the village practiced some form of cultivation, most were below the 7th level of body refinement, with only a select few possessing the talent to reach the 8th or 9th levels. In the perilous Wanyao forest, where demonic beasts roamed freely, they had contemplated slaying demons for profit. While this approach had yielded more income than before, the risks were simply too great. The beasts had formed their own groups, and should they provoke a formidable beast, the village's defenses would be useless against an attack from a blood chi realm monster. Thus, for now, the villagers continued to rely on foraging for their sustenance. Upon hearing the trio's insistence on payment, Lu Laojin turned to leave, only to notice the elderly Grandma Wu seated at her doorstep, her eyes brimming with tears. "Esteemed gentleman, please, have mercy. That child is still so young. He could face grave danger out there at this hour." The tall man, in a fit of rage, smashed his cup to the ground and exclaimed, "What more is there to discuss? Either pay up or get lost." Faced with their obstinate attitude, Lu Laojin felt cornered and reluctantly agreed to offer them more money. Only then did the stout man rise with satisfaction, patting Lu Laojin on the shoulder. "Now that's the spirit. Village chief, one must be decisive in times of crisis. Now, lead the way." As the trio rose from the table, a villager shouted from the entrance, "Zhao Gua has returned. Zhao Gua has returned." The silhouette of the two boys gradually appeared in the torchlight, and the villagers rushed to greet them. "This big brother saved me from a wolf demon," Zhao Gua exclaimed, bouncing back towards his home. Grandma Wu quickly wiped her tears away upon seeing her grandson return safely. Zhou Ping led his horse into the earthen structure, feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him. "Well, since the child has returned, it saves us the trouble of searching. However, since the village chief has already made a promise, the additional payment is still required." The stout demon hunter chuckled and settled back down. The villagers stared in disbelief at such shamelessness. Zhou Ping observed them. Among the villagers, only these three possessed the greatest strength, 2 at the 9th level of bone forging and 1 at the 3rd level of blood chi. They were undoubtedly the demon hunters hired by the village. Zhou Ping remarked, "Over there, Lu Laojin has been driven to madness." The 3 individuals rose from their seats and stuffed the money into their pockets. "Gentlemen," he exclaimed, "this is not how it is supposed to be calculated. I was referring to the additional funds for finding the children." No sooner had Lu Laojin spoken than the short man interjected, "But the children have returned, have they not? What more do you have to say?" The villagers were incensed. The lavish hospitality they had extended to these 3 was already the highest form of courtesy, yet these 3 continued to press their advantage. As the villagers began to encircle them, the tall man's eyes bulged like copper bells as he swiftly drew a gleaming blade from his back. "What do you think you're doing? Who dares to step forward?" The tall man's imposing stance intimidated the villagers into silence. Lu Laojin had no choice but to plead, "My lord, please show us mercy. It is not easy for us to earn a few coins." The stout demon hunter exchanged glances, and the tall man placed the blade against the village chief's throat. "Old fool, are you tired of living?" Chapter 50. The demonic cult of the 100 underworlds. Truly a clash with iron. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Ping comprehended the reality. These were not merely demon hunters. They were unequivocally bullies. The tall man, emboldened by the fear he instilled, declared, "What a bunch of ungrateful wretches." Just as he was about to utter more, his arm fell to the ground. Lu Laojin was shoved aside by Zhou Ping, leaving the tall man to howl in agony as he clutched his severed limb. The stout man smashed the table before him with a resounding slap. Bellowing, "You seek death." The 2 drew their weapons, launching a coordinated assault against Zhou Ping. However, Zhou Ping remained remarkably composed. As they drew near, he struck with sudden ferocity, instantly shattering the slender man's ulna. The sound of breaking bones rang out sharply. Following that, He thrust a finger into the stout man's chest, who was immediately assaulted by an overwhelming force, as if a colossal beast had collided with him. Rendering him breathless, he was sent hurtling backward. His sternum completely shattered, and his internal organs gravely damaged, likely suffering from a lack of breath. The villagers present could scarcely discern Zhou Ping's movements. They merely observed the trio, who had been so arrogant moments prior, now rendered utterly incapacitated. This hero, Lu Laojin quavered. Is he truly formidable? Zhao Gui shouted from above. He is incredibly powerful. Just now he dispatched a wolf with a single stroke. He is far more capable than those three. The little white fox whispered in Zhou Ping's ear. Zhou Darren, why do you seem so popular? Zhou Ping cast her a sidelong glance before turning his attention back to the demon hunters. Both the short man and the tall man had only sustained injuries to their arms. They approached the stout man and helped him to his feet. The stout man retrieved a jade vial from his robe, poured out 2 dark pills, and swallowed them, gradually regaining his composure. Who are you? How dare you lay hands on us? We are members of the 100 Underworld sect of Mengchuan Prefecture. You, boy, will die a most gruesome death. Despite his severe injuries, the stout man remained defiant. The villagers trembled at the mention of the 100 Underworlds. Having sought help to eliminate demons, only to find themselves entangled with such notorious figures. Oh? Is the 100 Underworld sect renowned? Zhou Ping inquired of the white fox. The little white fox replied, within Mengchuan Prefecture. Aside from the Purple Cloud Palace, the 100 Underworld sect is the most powerful. The sect leader, Cheng Ming, is exceptionally formidable. However, to my knowledge, it is rather a demonic sect. A demonic sect? Zhou Ping mused with a knowing smile. Initially, he had no intention of exterminating the trio, but it now seemed unnecessary to show them mercy. The tall man, witnessing Zhou Ping standing still, mistakenly assumed he was intimidated by their threats, boasting that the village would soon be littered with corpses. Yet, with a swift stroke, Zhou Ping severed the heads of the three, which rolled cleanly to the ground, an almost serene sight. Slaying a bone-refining realm evil cultivator grants 6 years of lifespan. Slaying a bone-refining realm evil cultivator grants 5 years of lifespan. Slaying a blood-chi realm evil cultivator grants 7 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 233 years. Zhou Ping sighed. The lifespan gained from killing was woefully meager, less than that acquired from a single body of a body refinement realm beast. Nevertheless, he could no longer contain his irritation. Zhou Ping despised pretentiousness above all else. And if such behavior was not met with retribution, what else could be done? Sheathing his long knife, he was surprised to find that the villagers exhibited no signs of astonishment. It appeared they had long since acclimated to such bloody spectacles. Lu Laojin cleared his throat a couple of times, and several young men nearby nodded silently, thereafter bringing shovels and a cart to remove the 3 corpses. Remember to dispose of them cleanly, Lu Laojin admonished. The little white fox, feeling frightened, climbed onto the horse's back and buried her head. Subsequently, Lu Laojin approached Zhou Ping respectfully, inviting him to take a seat, and instructed the villagers to prepare another feast. Thanks to the hero's presence, we would have been tormented by those 3 fiends, Lu Laojin said with resignation. Why did you seek demon hunters? With so many demons around, surely they cannot all be eradicated? Zhou Ping had been meaning to pose this question. The old village chief sighed and began to recount their circumstances. Originally, Huangling village was quite renowned in the vicinity, as all the villagers engaged in herbal gathering, attracting numerous merchant guilds to procure medicinal materials. Though the area was rife with demons, they were primarily of the body refinement realm, which the villagers could manage. The more potent beasts had been kept in check by a gray bear. The king of the region, who governed the nearby demons, in exchange for constructing a lair for the gray bear, the village chief had earlier established a pact, ensuring their protection. The entire village labored to create a comfortable and spacious den, and the gray bear honored his word, driving away any beast horde that threatened Huangling village. This arrangement continued for decades until last month, when an old tiger emerged from the depths of the myriad demon forest. Defeating the gray bear and usurping his territory, claiming his lair as its own. Thus, the agreement between the village chief and the gray bear was rendered null, and during this time, many villagers sustained injuries while foraging for herbs, including Zhaoguo's grandmother. Some even lost their lives, leaving the villagers no recourse but to seek the tiger's subordinates, hoping to negotiate a new arrangement. Unfortunately, the tiger had set its sights on their village, demanding a child be delivered each month in exchange for restoring the prior agreement with the gray bear. With no options left, Lu Laojin resorted to hiring help to eliminate the tiger, only to inadvertently invite disaster. Had Zhou Ping not intervened, the trio would likely have slaughtered the villagers and made off with their money. Upon hearing the village chief's account, Zhou Ping could only sigh in exasperation. This village, already struggling at the edge of the myriad demon forest, had now drawn the attention of a tyrant, making survival even more precarious. "Hero, we simply wish to live peacefully, but it is exceedingly difficult in such a place," Lu Laojin said. Wiping away tears, Zhou Ping empathized. The issue was far from simple. Even if he helped them slay the tiger, another demon would inevitably rise to power in its place. Thus, assisting them would not be an easy endeavor. The little white fox interjected, "Even if you hire someone to kill that tiger, what will that achieve? What if the next demon is of the same ilk? Can you afford to hire someone each time?" All eyes turned to the little white fox. Zhou Ping was taken aback that his unspoken thoughts were voiced aloud. Chapter 51. Resolving the Huangling Village Dilemma. A permanent solution. The little white fox's words rendered the villagers silent. Perhaps it was a matter of perspective. These villagers had never contemplated the issue. Now that it had been illuminated, it was as if a new world had opened up. Lu Laojin sighed deeply. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed that this was not a sustainable solution. Although eliminating the tiger demon was not a long-term strategy, it would at least address their immediate crisis. If action was not taken soon, the tiger might come for them any day, Lu Laojin asserted. Zhou Ping wholeheartedly agreed, but he also had a plan for the village's predicament. "I can help you eliminate the tiger demon, and I can assist you in finding a lasting solution to this issue," Zhou Ping declared, rekindling the villagers' hope. "However, I have one condition. You must assist me in locating something," Zhou Ping added. Lu Laojin replied, "Hero, whatever it is within our capability, we shall surely accomplish it. Have you heard of Shijing? I have come to the myriad demon forest specifically to seek Shijing." Upon hearing this, Lu Laojin fell silent. "Hero, you are seeking Shijing?" a villager asked Zhou Ping, appearing knowledgeable about the subject. "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Zhou Ping inquired. Lu Laojin responded, "Hero, to be candid, the number of people entering the myriad demon forest in search of Shijing each year is substantial, but most return empty-handed. As the crystal of stone would never manifest in our peripheral regions, it is only within the depths of the myriad demon forest, where the abundance of spirits lies, that one might find such a gem." The villagers nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that this request was beyond their capabilities. "I had already mentioned that locating this item relies heavily on fortune. However, I can certainly enhance your chances of finding it," the little white fox whispered into Zhou Ping's ear. Given this, Zhou Ping reluctantly relented, stating, "Very well, if you come across any information regarding the stone crystal, please notify me immediately. This task shouldn't be too difficult, should it?" Lu Laojin pondered for a moment before ultimately agreeing to Zhou Ping's request. "Rest assured, esteemed hero, our village shall designate a specific spot for inquiries regarding the whereabouts of the stone crystal," Lu Laojin assured. Zhou Ping was quite satisfied with this response and handed him 2 message talismans, which, once ignited, would convey their spoken words to the recipient. First and foremost, I can assist you in eliminating the tiger demon, thereby alleviating your immediate plight. Furthermore, I observe that your cultivation method is martial arts, which may not be particularly suitable for you. Given your frequent traversing of the mountains and forests, I can see that your physiques are quite robust. Thus, you may engage in body refinement. Zhou Ping's words did not incite much of a stir, for in the eyes of the villagers, such techniques were exceedingly precious. Their current passive state, following the disturbances caused by the demons in the forest, was largely due to their inherent weakness. In a realm dominated by beastly spirits, weakness is indeed a transgression, and there exists no other recourse but to empower them. Body refinement is the least reliant on innate talent. With diligence and perseverance, even those of modest aptitude can attain formidable strength. Esteemed hero, you raise valid points. However, where might we procure such techniques? If we remain merely at the body tempering stage, engaging in body refinement would merely serve as fodder for those beasts. Yielding little utility, Lu Laogan's somewhat coarse words carried a degree of truth. Zhou Ping smiled lightly and produced a tome of body refinement techniques suitable for the bone-tempering stage from his robe. As techniques from the lower three realms are compatible, those at the body-tempering stage can indeed cultivate the bone-tempering methods. I obtained this from the wealthy landlord Wang, and had yet to find a use for it. Little did I know it would prove invaluable here. The villagers gazed at the body refinement tome with eyes wide open, their excitement palpable. Good heavens! This tome could fetch at least 700 or 800 taels of silver in the market. Esteemed hero, is this truly for us? Lu Laojin trembled as he cradled the book. This body refinement technique does not impose stringent requirements on talent, yet it demands considerable effort. Zhou Ping's words did not deter them. Rather, they ignited the villagers' fervor. For they feared not hardship, as long as strength could be gained. Should more individuals in the village attain the bone-tempering stage, even blood essence realm demons would think twice before approaching. One would come, and we would slay one. Indeed, at that point, we shall no longer fear these demons. The villagers chattered excitedly, and thus the matter was resolved. You are quite generous. Such a technique is simply given away? The little white fox remarked. This tome holds no value for me any longer. Perhaps such an act will yield unforeseen rewards, Zhou Ping replied with a smile. The little white fox did not comprehend. Yet she cautioned Zhou Ping. However, assisting them in slaying the tiger demon brings you no benefits. I must forewarn you that the demons in the myriad demon forest possess some degree of blood relation. Eliminating one is akin to disturbing a nest. The little white fox's words certainly bore some merit. Yet Zhou Ping was no ordinary man. Well then, the more that come, the better. The more that come, the more I shall slay. What a peculiar fellow! The little white fox remarked before leaping away. Beside them, Lu Laojin, filled with excitement, urged Zhou Ping to sit, as the villagers began to serve their meal. Once Zhou Ping had slain the tiger demon, it would create a window of opportunity for this region. During this period, Wangling Village would undoubtedly face little danger. Esteemed hero, we are immensely grateful to you. Rest assured, the news of the stone crystal will be firmly etched in the minds of all villagers. Should any information arise, we shall inform you without delay. Lu Laojin appeared to be quite earnest, and Zhou Ping placed his trust in his words. With Zhou Ping's presence, it felt as though the surrounding beasts had diminished considerably. A towering stone mountain stood, its height stretching several tens of feet. At the midway point, a vast cavern yawned. The interior space was remarkably expansive, divided into several intricately carved chambers, unmistakably the handiwork of the human race. A golden-hued tiger reclined upon a stone platform, its chest and shoulders adorned with a layer reminiscent of soft armor, gleaming in gold. Elder brother, there are demons outside seeking you. A crow fluttered in from outside. Alighting upon a rock, Hution leisurely turned around, only to see a massive tiger sauntering in. Hution, It is time for you to return, is it not? The clan leader has been awaiting your ascension to his position, Hu Yun remarked. Second uncle, spare me your words. I am quite content here, free to pursue my desires. I have no intention of returning. Hu Tian turned away once more. Hu Yun shook his head and departed. The little crow chirped cheerfully. Old boss, you are truly carefree. Hu Tian dismissively waved a paw and then inquired. By the way, what of the child Huangling village was supposed to send me? I have been eagerly anticipating that treat for quite some time. Chapter 52. Demons surround the village. General Hu Feng. The little crow responded. Old boss, they scarcely regard the matter. The lower demons have mentioned something about inviting demon hunters to deal with us. Instantly, the drowsy Hu Tian was wide awake. Since arriving in this place, none have posed a challenge to his status. What nonsense! Is there truly someone bold enough to confront me? I shall see what demon hunter possesses such prowess that Hu Feng would lead demons to besiege Huangling village. Upon finishing his words, the little crow flitted away, chattering incessantly. Early the next morning, Zhou Ping was roused from slumber by the roars of the beasts. The cacophony was a symphony of various demon sounds. Igniting a fire within him, Big brother, Zhao Guo pounded on the door from outside. The little white fox, curled upon the table, lethargically lifted its head and called to Zhou Ping, hurry outside. Let me sleep a little longer. Zhou Ping gathered his belongings and pushed the door open, only to find the villagers assembled below, their faces etched with terror as they gazed outside. What is going on? Are you slaughtering pigs this early in the morning? Zhou Ping was irked by the raucous noise. Lu Laojin pointed outside. Esteemed hero, it's that tiger's minion who has come, preparing to launch an assault. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping ascended to the second-floor windowsill, peering outside to behold a golden tiger standing among the throng of demons, howling skyward toward the village. This is Hu Feng, the general under Hu Tian. They belong to the Gungjian tiger clan, and it was they who drove away the gray bear. Lu Laojin explained from behind at the fifth level of transcendence. No wonder it possesses some strength. Yet they have encountered me. Regardless of their clan affiliation, it matters not. Zhou Ping declared as he retrieved the tome of transcendence techniques. Such bloodline-imbued demons often unleash strength surpassing their apparent realm. Thus, Zhou Ping was resolved not to confront them with mere blood essence realm power. System. Initiate the simulation of transcendence. Yin-Yang Qiankuan technique. Year 1. You open the Yin-Yang Qiankuan technique, seeking to unravel the secrets of Yin and Yang. However, due to your limited aptitude, you gleaned nothing. Year 17. You began to shift your techniques, gradually transforming your internal energy through the operation of the Yin-Yang Qiankuan technique, albeit at a sluggish pace. Year 33. Having completed the conversion of your internal energy, you attempted to break through for the first time. However, the barrier between blood essence and transcendence did not yield as expected, resulting in a failed breakthrough. Year 67. This time, you utilized the Xin-grade demon core you had long prepared, cleansing your body with its pure energy. After decades of accumulation, you once again attempted to breach the barrier, ultimately succeeding in breaking through to the first layer of transcendence after a year of seclusion. Year 121. You entered a new realm, signifying your complete departure from the lower three realms of this world, emerging as a high-tier combatant. You began to operate the Yin-Yang Qiankuan technique with ease, smoothly advancing to the second layer of transcendence. Year 174. Within your dantian, your internal energy, akin to yin and yang transforming into fish, suddenly manifested two small entities, one black and one white. Swimming about and continuously refining your internal energy, breaking through to the third layer of transcendence. Year 231. The two entities grew larger, and upon closer inspection, they began to exhibit the characteristics of small fish. Moreover, the flow of internal energy commenced circulating between them, akin to a cyclone, breaking through to the fourth layer of transcendence. Pause simulation. Remaining lifespan, 2 years. Martial refinement level, fourth layer of transcendence. A sense of relief washed over Zhou Ping. Akin to a sudden enlightenment, he felt warmth within his dantian, where previously stagnant internal energy now flowed like a vibrant spring, ceaseless and invigorating. Hu Feng had already noticed Zhou Ping above, and the surrounding demons recognized that his aura was distinctly different from that of ordinary villagers. Second brother, that must be the demon hunter they hired, right? Indeed, second brother. Let us tear him apart today and see if this village dares to hire anyone again. Several pig demons incessantly encouraged Hu Feng, who nodded in agreement before bellowing at Zhou Ping. You are the demon hunter they summoned? You look so emaciated. I wonder if you are enough for me to devour in one bite. Ha ha ha! The myriad demons beside Hu Feng erupted into raucous laughter, yet Zhou Ping remained unperturbed, viewing them merely as digits in his mind, indifferent to their mirth. Village chief, you seldom indulge in meat? Do you? Zhou Ping remarked nonchalantly. Lu Laojin immediately replied, Indeed, the villagers can scarcely fill their bellies, let alone spare food for livestock. Very well, today I shall ensure you feast to your heart's content. Without a moment's pause for Lu Laojin to comprehend, Zhou Ping vanished from the second floor. The multitude of demons outside, upon realizing his absence, were immediately engulfed by a colossal wave of energy. Even Hu Feng only grasped the situation a moment too late. Dodging the impending strike, Hu Feng comprehended that Zhou Ping was no ordinary demon hunter. He possessed formidable prowess. Though he evaded the attack, the previously boastful pig demons were not so quick to react, and were cleaved in two at the waist. The sudden splash of blood jolted the remaining demons into awareness. This demon hunter was beyond their league. Slaying a bone-forging realm pig demon gained 32 years of lifespan. Slaying a blood vitality realm pig demon gained 61 years of lifespan. Slaying a blood vitality realm pig demon gained 73 years of lifespan. Slaying a blood vitality realm pig demon gained 67 years of lifespan. Slaying a bone-forging realm pig demon gained 44 years of lifespan. Slaying a blood vitality realm pig demon gained 9 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 288 years. Zhou Ping observed that the last pig demon only granted 9 years of lifespan. He scrutinized his surroundings and eventually spotted a pig demon with thoroughly white fur lying on the ground. Old chap, at your age, what business do you have here? Zhou Ping remarked, somewhat incredulous. With only 9 years left, why not enjoy them rather than courting death? Hu Feng stood tall, while a diminutive demon beside him brandished a long blade that appeared to weigh several hundred pounds. Grasping the massive sword with one hand, he swung it through the air a few times before aiming it at Zhou Ping. I haven't used a weapon against others in ages. It seems you're destined to meet your end today. Hu Feng scoffed. The other demons parted to create space. In a confrontation between two beings of the transcendent realm, unless one was an extraordinary blood vitality realm entity, they would be unable to intervene. Do not fret. None shall escape. Can I truly disregard this opportunity for experience? Zhou Ping smiled faintly, his eyes sparking like electric fire, pulsating with energy. Azure lightning emanated from his eyes, gradually enveloping his entire body before ultimately coalescing upon his weapon. The flickering lightning left the observing demons paralyzed with fear, for thunderous magic was the nemesis of all beasts. Chapter 53. Lifespan over 1,000. The 4 elders of the 100 Underworld sect. Is this thunder magic? Hu Feng, possessing considerable knowledge, mused. Zhou Ping's earlier strike had indeed struck him, yet their Gungjian tiger clan was distinct from ordinary tiger demons. Their bodies were saturated with gold elements, and upon reaching the transcendent realm, a golden armor would manifest on their skin, capable of withstanding powerful assaults. However, their sole fear lay in magical attacks. The damage inflicted by divine cultivators could not be mitigated by their golden armor. I did not expect you to possess such insight. I wonder if my thunder magic can melt the golden armor upon your chest. Instantly, lightning erupted, illuminating the daylight with stark contrasts. The azure lightning danced through the air like serpents, devastating the ground where the demons stood. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous strikes rained down, scattering the previously orderly demons into disarray. Some even reduced to charred remains. Hu Feng was struck by a bolt of lightning the thickness of an arm. His chest instantly blackened as though struck by a tremendous force, sending him hurtling back. Slaying a blood vitality realm bear demon, gained 77 years of lifespan. Slaying a blood vitality realm tiger demon, gained 56 years of lifespan. Slaying a body refining realm wolf demon, gained 17 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 882 years. Though many demons had fled, Zhou Ping had no intention of pursuing them. After all, having arrived at the myriad demon forest, would he ever lack demons to slay? The villagers within the earthen building were left in awe. The thunder magic was beyond what mere mortals could achieve. Akin to that of a deity, truly remarkable, Lu Laojin quietly remarked, "We must cherish the deeds of the hero. To forge benevolent ties with such a figure is indeed our fortune." Zhou Ping strolled over to Hu Feng, who was struggling to rise, the massive sword still resting diagonally before him. "I never anticipated I would meet my demise in such a manner. Who exactly are you, so I may perish with some semblance of satisfaction?" Hu Feng, gravely wounded, realized escape was futile. Zhou Ping, from the Qingzhou branch of the Demon Suppression Division of the Great Liang Dynasty, Zhou Ping stated calmly, his sword shimmering with electric light as he delivered a decisive strike. Hu Feng trembled all over before crashing to the ground. Slaying a transcendent realm tiger demon, gained 143 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 1,025 years. Finally surpassing 1,000, Zhou Ping was astonished to have amassed so much lifespan so soon after entering the myriad demon forest. It seemed fortune had favored him amidst adversity. He knelt to begin searching for demon cores. Before long, he extracted a pale yellow demon core from Hu Feng, which appeared to be of the initial grade of the mysterious tier based on its quality and size. Alas, having just arrived, I have already offended two factions, the 100 Underworld sect and the Gungjian Tiger clan. However, they shall soon find it impossible to keep pace with my growth, Zhou Ping mused before turning to depart. The villagers, witnessing Zhou Ping's effortless resolution of the demons outside, rushed out as the doors swung open. "Big brother, you are truly amazing," Zhao Guo exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Lu Laojin, eyes brimming with tears, approached Zhou Ping, ready to bow in gratitude, but Zhou Ping promptly stopped him. "Enough. I promised that your village would have plenty of meat. However, some has already been charred. Be sure to take the good pieces back." Zhou Ping instructed, prompting the villagers to joyfully gather the demon meat and return to the village. "Benefactor, you are indeed our village's savior. In the future, whatever requests you may have, do not hesitate to voice them." "We villagers are not ones to forget kindness," Lu Laojin declared. Zhou Ping smiled, wishing to avoid lingering any longer. "I will tidy up and deal with that tiger demon before departing, as I have other matters to attend to." Just as Zhou Ping finished speaking, Hu Tian, lying on a stone bed in the distance, suddenly shivered, as though sensing an impending doom. The 100 Underworld sect, situated in the desolate northern region of Mingchuan Prefecture, exuded an aura of decay. Within a 100-mile radius, there were scarcely any villages or signs of life. A few disciples were seen sporadically cleaning the sect's square, contributing to the pervasive silence. Inside the main hall, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat in the principal seat. His brow was dark, and his complexion was ashen, resembling a living corpse. This man was the sect master, Cheng Ming, known as Zuan Mingzi. Damn the Ziyun Palace! They have driven us to this god-forsaken wasteland, devoid of even a shadow. Chengming bellowed in fury. The four elders below, clad in black robes, bore grim expressions. The four elders exchanged glances. They had discussed this issue numerous times, yet their strength was vastly inferior to that of the Ziyun Palace. It is truly laughable. We are a distinguished sect, and our ancestors contributed to the war between humans and demons. Now, merely due to a deviation in our cultivation methods, we are hunted like dogs. How absurd, Elder Gue remarked. Elder Bo echoed, we have been far too accommodating. Why must our vast sect yield to the Ziyun Palace's demands to relocate? As the four elders conversed, Chengming's mood gradually eased. Enough, since we have already relocated, there is no need to dwell further on it. Let us focus on that significant matter concerning our sect. Seeing the atmosphere improve, Chengming swiftly redirected the conversation. The four elders nodded in agreement, having no objections. This matter pertains to whether we can restore the former glory of the 100 Underworld sect. Therefore, it must remain confidential. We cannot allow the Ziyun Palace or the Demon Suppression Division to uncover it. Otherwise, the decades of effort would be in vain, and should they seize the opportunity, the 100 Underworld sect would plunge into an endless storm. Chengming concluded, prompting the four elders to wear solemn expressions. Elder Yun spoke, Master, we currently find ourselves in this geographical predicament, making it exceedingly difficult to procure the necessary materials. Dispatch more individuals. Do not limit your search to Mingchuan Prefecture. The neighboring Qingyun Prefecture is also viable, Chengming replied impassively. Just as the discussion reached its conclusion and the elders prepared to depart, a disciple suddenly entered the hall. Greetings, Master and esteemed elders. Chengming inquired, what is the matter? The disciple raised his head to answer, Master, our representative in Luan County has gone missing. This morning, their soul tokens shattered completely. Oh? Chengming's brow furrowed. The loss of a few disciples is trivial. However, these disciples were dispatched to prepare for that matter. If this information were to leak, it would be serious. Could it be that the Ziyun Palace has caught wind of something? The elder Jew inquired. And the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Chapter 54. A man ascends the mountain to slay the tiger. The four elders exchanged glances. Chengming rested his chin on his hand, seemingly deep in thought. This matter is of great importance, Elder Bo. You shall personally investigate it, Chengming declared, and Elder Bo naturally took it upon himself. Rest assured, Sect Master, I shall take my disciples over immediately. We will certainly uncover the truth. Elder Bo stood and clasped his hands respectfully. Very well. Remember that the Eastern Palace Conference of Ziyun Palace is imminent. No mistakes must occur during this period, Chengming instructed. The four elders responded in unison. We shall diligently obey the sect master's command. In the forest of 10,000 beasts, oh come on, if you're going to kill, just do it. Why drag me along? The little white fox lay on the horse's back, utterly exhausted. Zhou Ping led the horse below. The forest was filled with rugged paths, making it impossible for the horse to run. Therefore, they could only proceed at a slower pace. We're almost there. After this outing, do you still wish to return to the village? Don't forget your promise to me. If we cannot find the stone crystal, I will perish, and you won't escape either, Zhou Ping said without looking back. The little white fox covered her head, shaking it as she replied, All right, enough already. It's not that easy to find. We haven't even entered the forest of 10,000 beasts yet. Half a stick of incense later, Zhou Ping's vision suddenly brightened as they entered an expansive area. Ahead loomed a towering stone mountain, soaring dozens of zhang high, with birds occasionally flitting by. Suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed, like a king proclaiming his dominion. The little white fox and the horse immediately prostrated on the ground. Akin to subjects bowing before a sovereign, yet soon the red markings on the fox's forehead began to glow. Gradually, they grew increasingly heated, prompting the white fox to rise once more. Zhou Ping cast a sidelong glance. Having long suspected that this little fox was no ordinary creature, so there are members of the Tsangyue fox clan here. Shouldn't your kin reside in the wild continent? After the tiger's roar, a golden fierce tiger emerged from the stone cave. Step back, Zhou Ping commanded. The little white fox tapped the horse, and they swiftly took cover behind a tree. The tiger's gaze shifted to Zhou Ping, who felt a shiver run down his spine. This was the threat of death. Are you the demon hunter summoned by Huangling village? Do you dare to tread in such murky waters, unaware of how many lives you possess? As soon as the tiger finished speaking, Zhou Ping shifted his foot away from the spot he had been standing on, which instantly erupted. Countless grains of sand and stones flew in all directions. While the tiger stood silently atop the stone cave, showing no reaction, half-step innate. What? This tiger is even stronger than Song Ci. Zhou Ping silently drew his long knife. To his surprise, the tiger merely sneered at Zhou Ping's actions. Showing no sign of concern, I am surprised that you managed to kill Tiger Foam. He was my childhood companion. For that alone, you must die today. With that, a small sword, no longer than a palm, flew out from the cave, emitting a resonant sound before hovering in mid-air. Be careful, that's his life weapon. The little white fox warned from a distance. Life weapons are imbued with extraordinary power through special methods. With such assistance, one can often battle beyond their own level. Innate level life weapon? To think a half-step innate would already wield an innate level life weapon. I suppose your ancestors aided you in refining it? Zhou Ping scoffed. Had he known this would be such a formidable task, he would have declined, preferring to return and engage in a fierce battle with the law enforcement hall of Qingyun Mansion. So what? It doesn't matter. As long as it is usable, that's sufficient. The forging techniques of you humans surpass those of demonic beasts by far. Members of those great families often acquire life weapons 2 or even 3 ranks higher than their own level. In this regard, we can only feel inferior. Zhou Ping was somewhat uncertain about Tiger Tian's words. After all, since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter those of high status, in terms of life weapons. Human forging indeed surpassed that of beasts. However, cultivators of the lower 3 realms typically cannot wield life weapons unless they are particularly strong spirit-refining cultivators, who might grasp them at the qi and blood level. Thus, life weapons are generally more common among cultivators of the middle 3 realms, but the materials required for their creation are immense, far beyond the reach of ordinary families. With no alternatives, Zhou Ping thought that without the system, he might truly falter here, but now he would not. He began to deduce the Transcendence Yin-Yang Qinkuan technique in the first year. He resumed his cultivation, feeling somewhat rusty, yet he still awakened the fish swimming within his dantian. In the 75th year, the technique flowed smoothly. The white fish began to sprout scales, and the inner forces of yin and yang began to show signs of merging, breaking through to the 5th layer of transcendence. In the 163rd year, the black fish, after years of cultivation, started to grow scales. The 2 fish began to clash, with the inner forces of yin and yang continually intermingling and transforming. Breaking through to the 6th layer of transcendence in the 245th year, the technique reached fruition. He understood the transformations of yin and yang Qinkuan, and his entire body began to undergo significant changes. With the inner forces constantly shifting between meridians, breaking through to the 7th layer of transcendence, in the 321st year, his inner force surged dramatically. Unlike before, the 2 fish could even combine their inner force with the essence within the spiritual pearl. Breaking through to the 8th layer of transcendence in the 401st year, the yin and yang fish no longer confined themselves to the dantian, beginning to roam through various parts of his body. They could transform into any form of energy, seemingly linked to everything, breaking through to the 9th layer of transcendence. The deduction concluded, remaining lifespan, 624 years. Martial cultivation, ninth layer of transcendence. Zhou Ping opened his eyes once more, his left eye white and his right eye black, emanating a smoky aura. His entire presence had transformed. How strange! Why have I suddenly grown so powerful? Tiger Tian's expression shifted dramatically. However, given the circumstances, he could not easily retreat. With a thought, Tiger Tian sent the small sword flying toward Zhou Ping, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Clang! The clash of blade and sword was as raw and brutal as it could be. Zhou Ping deflected the small sword with the blade of his knife, and black and white mist began to envelop his body. With a punch, the black and white mist surged toward the sword, encasing it. What a joke! Do you think my sword can be trapped by you? The ensnared sword suddenly went berserk, releasing a sharp sword intent that sliced through the black and white mist. Zhou Ping had already vacated the spot, and as Tiger Tian focused, he saw a figure had reached the foot of the stone mountain. His expression changed dramatically as he leaped out of the cave. A tremendous slash emanated from the mountain's base, cascading up to the summit, leaving a massive scar on the once unyielding stone. Even the cave collapsed from the force of the strike, rocks sealing the entrance tightly. Tiger Tian watched his home being ravaged in such a manner, his fury reaching its zenith. Very well, I underestimated you, but it will be a long way before you can kill me. P.S. One update today. Brothers, good night. Chapter 55. Tiger Tian escapes. Zhou Ping gains an innate life weapon. Tiger Tian struck the ground with both palms, unleashing a force akin to a golden statue, pressing down beside Zhou Ping. The small sword then leaped in the air, instantly appearing behind Zhou Ping. Why can't I move? Zhou Ping realized that although Tiger Tian was merely a half-step innate, the power he unleashed far exceeded the limits of his ninth layer of transcendence. Break! Lightning surged from Zhou Ping's body, shattering the surrounding golden force before the small sword could reach him. He molded the lightning into a mirror. The small sword plunged into the inner realm, ensnared by the raging thunder, severing its connection to Tiger Tian. Thunder Law? Tiger Tian remarked, and in response, a bolt of thunder shot forth, which he grasped with his hands, absorbing it into his body. Impressive. You are the only beast I have ever seen brave enough to withstand the Thunder Law. If you can endure what's coming next. Zhou Ping shaped a lightning sword with his bare hands, and with a mere flick, hundreds of bolts of lightning surged toward Tiger Tian, entwining around him. However, innate beings possess an innate aura that forms around their bodies. Although Tiger Tian was only a half-step innate, he had already begun to master this innate aura. A faint golden energy manifested around his body, fully formed before the lightning could strike. Boom! Hundreds of lightning bolts converged, resulting in a violent explosion, their brilliance flickering through the smoke. Zhou Ping sensed that the magical power within his spiritual pearl had been completely expended. It seemed that the magical power of the Qi and Blood realm was utterly insufficient to sustain the Thunder Law. The next focus must be on enhancing his spirit-refining strength. Impressive, Zhou Ping. The little white fox and the horse cheered for Zhou Ping from the rear, as his earlier display of prowess had been nothing short of magnificent. The lightning blade gradually dissipated, indicating that Zhou Ping's magical energy had been completely exhausted. Even the small sword within the thunder mirror fell to the ground, producing a crisp sound that was anything but ordinary. As the dust settled, Tiger Tian was nowhere to be found, prompting Zhou Ping to search anxiously. Suddenly, he felt a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. He swung his blade and struck down 3 slender golden-hued swords. The right side of Tiger Tian's body was already charred black, evidently suffering significant injury. Even the whites of his eyes were tinged with a hint of crimson, the thunderous energy within him roiling as if on the verge of eruption. Zhou Ping, is it? I shall remember you, as long as you remain within the Wanyao forest. The relentless pursuit of the Gung Jin tiger clan will forever shadow you. After uttering these words, Tiger Tian fled into the distance. Zhou Ping shouted back, "The type of person I despise most is one who relies on the power of others." His voice, laced with inner strength, echoed through the forest, yet no response came from Tiger Tian, leaving Zhou Ping uncertain whether he had been heard. Nevertheless, the situation seemed to have been resolved. The cave lay in ruins, and the injuries inflicted on that fiend would not heal in a short span of time. Given this unexpected turn of events, Zhou Ping was confident that Tiger Tian would not easily break through to the innate stage. Surely, this beast could not rise anew from such a defeat? Such coincidences were improbable. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Zhou Ping exhaled deeply. Just as he prepared to leap down the mountain, he suddenly recalled that Tiger Tian's magical artifact had been left behind. He hurriedly began to search the ground. In no time, he spotted a glimmering silver sword lying quietly on the earth. Initiate magical artifact, 6-form sword, accompanied by the 6-form sword technique. To his surprise, there was a corresponding technique as well. It seemed that Tiger Tian had only recently acquired this artifact, as he appeared to have utilized it merely for basic attacks. Had he fully developed its potential, a half-step innate warrior wielding an innate magical artifact would be capable of contending with even a formidable innate master. The 6-form sword? Excellent, I shall keep it for now. This item must be worth a considerable sum. After securing the artifact, Zhou Ping jumped down the mountainside. The little white fox, watching from a distance, was drenched in cold sweat. "You truly are frightening. When Tiger Tian launched that sneak attack, I thought you were done for." The little white fox leaped onto Zhou Ping's shoulder and remarked. Zhou Ping affectionately stroked the horse's mane, smiling as he replied, "Well, the task is mostly complete. If we don't hasten, that fellow Song Ci will be hot on our heels." Thus, the trio, a man, a horse, and a spirit, followed the narrow path toward the western part of the Wanyao forest. Their current location was merely the outermost western edge. They would need to travel several days further to truly enter the depths of the Wanyao forest. In Huangling village, the villagers were huddled inside the earthen buildings, occasionally peeking out to glance below. What had once been an ordinary village was now disrupted by the presence of 3 oddly dressed individuals. At the forefront stood an elder clad in black robes, one of the 4 great elders of the Bai Ming sect. Elder Bo behind him were his 2 personal disciples, Qin Zheng and Qin Feng, both dressed in black attire and armed with blades, standing resolutely at his sides. Remarkably, Elder Bo and his companions had located this place in just a day. "Speak. Who killed those 3 from the Bai Ming sect? If you confess, you may find some mercy," Elder Bo said coldly. Lu Laojin gritted his teeth and replied, "I did it. If you wish to settle the score, come at me." Qin Zheng kicked Lu Laojin aside, drawing his sword and pressing it against the old man's neck. "Nonsense. You, an old fool, capable of killing them? If you remain silent, I shall resort to the soul search technique." Elder Bo extended his right hand, a swirl of black mist coalescing above it. The soul search technique would extract memories from even the most deeply buried thoughts, yet it would also inflict damage upon the soul, should one's spiritual strength be insufficient. It could even result in the soul's fragmentation, leaving the victim in a state of folly. As Qin Zheng sneered, he seized Lu Laojin by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "You old fool, utterly ungrateful." Qin Feng expressed concern. "Master, senior brother, didn't the sect leader instruct us to avoid drawing too much attention?" Before he could finish, Elder Bo's expression shifted abruptly. He sensed another presence nearby. Suddenly, a surge of blood mist rushed toward Qin Zheng, its speed so swift that he could barely react. Upon its arrival, a blood-red long knife sliced through the air, severing Qin Zheng's arm. "Ah!" he yelled in agony, having sensed someone approaching but unable to evade the overwhelming speed. Elder Bo's expression hardened as he reached out with one hand. A massive black hand materialized above Yang Qing's head, poised to crush her. Blood blade slash. The accumulated vitality surged forth with this strike, momentarily countering the black hand. However, it was but a fleeting moment before the blood blade was shattered. Yang Qing deftly evaded the attack as the black hand grasped at nothingness, gradually dissipating. The blood blade sect? Elder Bo recognized Yang Qing's technique. Indeed, it was I who killed them. Should any matters arise, feel free to seek me at the blood blade sect. Yang Qing, drenched in perspiration, had barely withstood Elder Bo's unremarkable attack, nearly on the verge of collapse. Qin Zheng, now missing an arm, was supported by Qin Feng as he gazed at his severed limb. He realized that Yang Qing's blood blade strike had drained his vitality, leaving his arm utterly desiccated, thus rendering it impossible to reattach. "Master, you must kill her," Qin Zheng shouted in despair. Elder Bo's already pale face turned even graver. He had planned for this disciple to shine at the Eastern Palace Conference. Yet this unforeseen incident had arisen. "Do not think that invoking the Blood Blade sect's name will deter me. Harm my by Ming sect's people, and even if your sect leader comes, you shall still face consequences." After speaking, Elder Bo lightly tapped the ground with his cane, causing a multitude of black chains to emerge beneath Yang Qing's feet. "I regret to inform you that today, I cannot accompany you. Should you seek vengeance, feel free to come to the Blood Blade sect." Yang Qing produced a talisman and instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. The black chains intertwined, yet nothing was ensnared. As the blood mist dispersed, Yang Qing had vanished completely. Blood escape talisman? Who is this girl to Yang Xiu? Elder Bo furrowed his brow, realizing that possessing such a talisman indicated her significant standing within the Blood Blade sect. As Yang Qing made her escape, Qin Zheng, now crazed with rage, sought to vent his frustration on the nearby villagers. However, Elder Bo intervened. "Are you mad? This village is too peculiar. If you act recklessly, it will surely be discovered and jeopardize our sect's affairs. You wouldn't have enough lives to repay for such folly." Afterward, Elder Bo produced a compass, calculating the direction in which Yang Qing had escaped. Before stowing it away, to his surprise, the girl had fled deeper into the Wanyao forest. However, such talismans generally did not allow for great distances, and with their speed, they would soon be able to catch up. After saying this, Elder Bo lightly tapped the ground with his cane, and the three figures transformed into shadows, vanishing underground. Once they had departed, Lu Laojin finally regained his senses. "Quickly send a message to my benefactor, urging him to be extra cautious in the western part of the Wanyao forest, although still within the territory of Mengchuan Prefecture. Advancing further would lead beyond Qingzhou. After all, the Wanyao forest spans several states, and merely the western portion had already surpassed the borders of Qingzhou." Yang Qing was teleported to the bank of a small stream. Over 100 miles from Huangling village, the limit of the blood escape talisman. "Damn it, I hope my gamble pays off. I've helped you, Zhou Ping. I wonder if it will matter in the future." She was indeed gambling on Zhou Ping's identity. Despite his mysterious nature, Yang Qing sensed he was anything but ordinary. Thus, she resolved to assist him. With a sigh, Yang Qing decided not to pursue the white fox any longer. Intending to navigate a wide detour within the Wanyao forest before returning to Qingyun Prefecture. Once she reached the Blood Blade sect, she would be safe, yet traversing the Wanyao forest remained perilous. "That old man wouldn't dare follow me, would he? If he possesses any tricks up his sleeve, it could become troublesome." Yang Qing suddenly recalled the matter, and a cold sweat broke out in her heart. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had glanced at the tracking talisman and realized that Zhou Ping and the others were not too far from her position, so she decided to follow them. Given what had just transpired, perhaps she could still benefit from Zhou Ping's protection. Otherwise, she would find herself rather unsafe in the forest of 10,000 demons. With this thought, Yang Qing no longer hesitated and hurried towards Zhou Ping's direction. In the western mountains of the forest of 10,000 demons, tigers adorned in pale yellow golden armor roamed freely. At the highest peak, a grand hall loomed majestically. This place likely belonged to a certain sect in the past, but it had now been seized by the Gungjin tiger clan. A middle-aged man sat in the main seat, looking down at the assembled tiger demons below him. This man was Hu Feng, the demon king of the Gungjin tiger clan, a powerful demon at the foundation establishment stage, capable of walking through the air and transforming into a human form. Demons at this stage are not of ordinary caliber. Without the support of their bloodline, it is exceedingly difficult to break through. The demons kneeling below had fewer of their beastly traits, having mostly taken on human forms. Generally, as these demons cultivate, their appearances become increasingly human-like, as humans are the most suited for cultivation. However, demons possess the advantage of a stronger physique and longer lifespans. Yet, when it comes to cultivation, humans are still the most suitable due to their bodily structure and meridians, which align with the principles of heaven and earth. In contrast, demon beasts cultivate against the natural order, which is why only those demons who have undergone lightning tribulations can form golden cores and transform their demonic bodies into human forms. Typically, once a demon embarks on the path of cultivation, they begin to exhibit human characteristics, and upon reaching the transcendence stage, their features become even more human-like. After the innate stage, demons have largely shed their beastly forms, retaining only a few essential traits of their kind. The true mastery over both their demonic and human forms is achieved only after reaching the foundation establishment stage, having undergone the purification of the lightning tribulation. Allowing for a seamless transition between the two, how is it with Hu Tian? Does this child still refuse to return as an elder? Hu Feng inquired, casting a glance at Hu Yun below. Hu Yun had already transformed into human form and clasped his hands in respect, replying, "Clan leader, I observed yesterday that Hu Tian is on the verge of breaking through to the innate stage, and there are no significant sect forces in that area, so it should not pose any issues." That Hu Yun, as Hu Feng's second brother and Hu Tian's uncle, held a status just below Hu Feng within the Gungjin tiger clan. Hu Tian truly embodies the hope of our clan. At such a young age, he is already half a step into the innate stage. Indeed, I remember when you, clan leader, were of such youth, you had only just reached the transcendence stage. Hu Tian is truly commendable. May heaven bless our Gungjin tiger clan. With Hu Tian among us, our clan shall undoubtedly dominate the western region of the Forest of 10,000 Demons. The elders below began to extol Hu Tian, acknowledging him as a rare talent in their clan over the past millennium, and Hu Feng was immensely pleased with his son. Very well, if that is the case. Let him be. What news do we have regarding the Xuehu clan? Hu Feng asked. An elder with a white beard stepped forward, cupping his hands. Clan leader, the ancient spring at Luoyan Mountain has been completely seized by the Xuehu clan, and today all our warriors have retreated. At this revelation, Hu Feng shattered the stone table beside him in fury. What? That fox seeks death, does she? Hu Feng seethed with rage. For centuries, the two clans had battled over the ancient spring, and now the Xuehu clan's leader had personally taken action to claim it. Chapter 57. The Ancient Spring of Kuanyan. A clash among three clans that Vixen truly believes our Gungjin tiger clan fears her? Hu Feng glared at the demons below. Currently, he could not leave, for his clan needed his presence. Otherwise, this territory would be swiftly claimed by other demon clans. Clan leader, I am willing to lead our demons into battle. Hu Yun volunteered when no one else spoke up. Hu Feng nodded, preparing to announce Hu Yun's mission when a humanoid tiger-faced demon entered, supporting the door. Hu Tian? An elder hastily stepped forward to assist Hu Tian, whose body bore the scars of lightning strikes and whose spirit seemed diminished. What happened? Hu Feng pointed at Hu Tian, whose form was enveloped in a faint golden light. Gradually, the golden armor reappeared on his body, and his injuries eased somewhat. Seeing that the situation had stabilized for the moment, Hu Feng ordered, take him to the ancestral cave for proper recuperation. Several demons carried Hu Tian away. Hu Tian's injuries were caused by lightning magic. Could it be that the Zhang family has also begun to meddle in the affairs of Luoyan Mountain? Hu Feng pondered. The elders exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Hu Qi, I entrust this matter to you. Our Gung Jin Tiger clan cannot simply swallow this grievance, Hu Feng declared after naming him. A middle-aged man with blood-red tattoos on his face stepped forward from the ranks. Rest assured, clan leader. I will handle this matter with utmost diligence. Good. Once you return, each of you must fulfill your duties. Our Gung Jin Tiger clan has occupied the western region of the Forest of 10,000 Demons for nearly 1,000 years. We cannot let it be lost on our watch. Hu Feng's voice rose, and a chorus of tiger roars erupted from the hall, startling the birds from the cliffs. By a small stream. After a day and night of travel. Although Zhou Ping felt little fatigue, both the little white fox and the horse were nearing their limits. Upon discovering the stream, the horse and the little white fox immediately rushed to drink deeply. We've been out from Huangling village for almost 2 days. If you're not hungry, we certainly are. Upon finishing her statement, the little white fox saw the horse lying down to graze. Zhou Ping surveyed his surroundings. The ordinary demon beasts had sensed the thunderous power within him and fled long ago. After a day and night of travel, he had yet to encounter any reckless demons. Just yesterday, Zhou Ping had received word from Huangling village that someone from the Bai Ming sect was investigating the deaths of the 3 individuals. However, the matter had somehow been redirected to him by a girl from the Blood Knife sect. What exactly is Yang Qing trying to accomplish? Wasn't she pursuing you? Zhou Ping had sensed Yang Qing's presence trailing them from the onset, but since she had not revealed herself and had been preoccupied with dealing with the tiger demons, he had chosen not to confront her. He never expected that his oversight had inadvertently led Yang Qing to assist him. I have no idea, but I sense that this woman is quite clever and rather ruthless. The little white fox recalled Yang Qing's murderous demeanor, causing her fur to bristle in fear. Using blood and flesh to enhance her cultivation. How does that differ from a demonic cultivator? What if she was merely putting on a show for the villagers, setting a trap for you to fall into? The little white fox held a strong opinion against Yang Qing, having narrowly escaped death at her hands. Zhou Ping sighed, unwilling to waste time pondering these matters. His foremost goal was to find the stone crystals, accumulate longevity within the forest of 10,000 demons, and then seek out more formidable cultivation techniques. Enough of this. Where exactly can we find stone crystals within the forest of 10,000 demons? You can't keep leading me around aimlessly. Zhou Ping interrupted the little white fox. She pointed toward a massive mountain range ahead, saying, that is the Luoyan mountain range, which stretches across half of the western region, nearly exceeding the boundaries of Qingzhou. Zhou Ping gazed into the distance, where indeed a continuous range of mountains lay, though they were still quite far from their location. This mountain range was primarily inhabited by 3 types of demon beasts, the Xuehu clan, the Gungjin Tiger clan, and the Yin Wolf clan. The 3 clans had divided the mountain range into 3 sections and routinely engaged in conflict. However, the most intense rivalry and severe discord among the 3 clans centered around the ancient spring of Kuanyan. As the name suggests, the spring is known to enhance one's internal yang energy, and the long-standing disputes among the 3 clans have primarily revolved around this site. Zhou Ping was deeply engrossed in listening when he suddenly interrupted the little white fox. Wait a moment, enhancing internal yang energy. That seems particularly beneficial to the Gungjin Tiger clan, doesn't it? The little white fox nodded, acknowledging Zhou Ping's insight. The tigers, often referred to as the true lords of pure yang, possess greater yang energy than humans. The spring water would naturally expedite the Gungjin Tiger clan's cultivation. Correct. While the spring water may not significantly aid the other 2 clans, the area surrounding the ancient spring is a natural medicinal garden, which is a considerable allure for demon beasts. However, The most crucial point is that the Yin Wolf clan and the Xuehu clan do not wish for the Gungjin Tiger clan to occupy this place. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the balance among the three clans would be disrupted. Thus, the Yin Wolf clan and the Xuehu clan have allied to vie for the ancient spring. Zhou Ping couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that the conflicts among demon clans were not any less than those among humans, as long as they could hinder the advancement of other clans. It was akin to their own progress. This ongoing strife would not only deplete their own clan's strength, but also prevent the other two clans from flourishing, ultimately proving detrimental to all three clans. As their energies were squandered on internal conflict, Zhou Ping chuckled softly. Merely by listening to others' accounts, he could discern that the current state of the three clans was rather precarious. The little white fox added. Indeed, thus, in the vast expanse of the myriad demon forest, aside from the central region, the western part is the weakest area. If the Gungjin Tiger clan were to utilize the pond's waters, the nearby herbs might supply the other two clans. And before long, all three clans could potentially cultivate demons exceeding the golden core stage. Zhou Ping sighed, seemingly lamenting for them. Yet, he suddenly recalled that this had little to do with Shijing. Wait, weren't we discussing Shijing? How did we stray so far? The little white fox replied. Oh, do not be hasty. Consider this. There are countless demons around the ancient spring pond, and moreover, it is a treasure trove. Wouldn't you agree that the probability of finding Shijing is quite high? Zhou Ping suddenly came to a realization. Generally speaking, such places are prone to yielding valuable treasures. It seems he truly ought to pay a visit. Chapter 58. Yang Qing's plea for help. Zhou Ping confronts the innate elder. I must warn you first. The demons of the three clans have been keeping a close watch on this area. If you, a mere human, venture in, you will undoubtedly be besieged. The little white fox's well-meaning caution transformed in Zhou Ping's ears into an encouragement. What is there to fear? I shan't interfere in their conflicts. Zhang Lao has mentioned that as long as I approach Shijing, the talisman he provided will grow warm. I merely need to take a brief stroll within. Zhou Ping smiled, grateful for Zhang Lao's talisman. Otherwise, even if Shijing lay before him, he might not recognize it as the horse finished its meal. Zhou Ping declared, All right, we must set off. There is still a considerable distance to the Luoyan mountain range. The little white fox promptly jumped onto the horse's back, having no desire to run after being pursued so far last time. The path beside the stream was relatively flat, and thus they followed the current upstream. In the forest, a bear demon was indulging in a meal, having climbed a nearby tree in search of honey. Suddenly, a fleeting red shadow zipped past him, and before the bear demon could react, the shadow had vanished, soul-devouring palm. Following this was a large black hand, trailing faint wisps, which instantly engulfed both the bear demon and the tree. The tree, embraced by three men, was swiftly consumed by the black substance, its crown crashing to the ground. The bear demon was left with naught but dust, as if he had never existed. Soon after, Elder Bo and his companions arrived nearby. Qin Zheng's severed arm had already healed. Being a master of qi and blood realm, his recovery ability far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Damn it! That girl possesses so many talismans. We've been chasing her all day without success. Elder Bo sighed. Each time they nearly caught up to Yang Qing, she would use her talismans to create distance, and this cycle repeated numerous times. Master, let us pursue. I refuse to believe her stock of talismans is endless. It should not take long before she exhausts them. Qin Jing exclaimed frantically, consumed by the desire to tear Yang Qing apart. Having lost an arm had undeniably limited his path of cultivation. With a compromised body, his innate talents were significantly diminished. He had felt on the verge of breaking through to the transcendence realm, yet now, recovering to his peak state would require much time. Finding another opportunity for a breakthrough would not be an easy task. Elder Bo nodded, and the three set off in pursuit of the direction Yang Qing had fled. Zhou Ping, do not hurry away. Observing the location of Zhou Ping and the others via the talisman, Yang Qing felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, for Elder Bo and his companions were hot on her heels. She glanced at her remaining talismans and realized she had but one left, signifying she had only one chance to escape. If she could reach Zhou Ping before then, she would have a glimmer of hope for survival. In the next moment, Elder Bo's ominous laughter echoed behind her. Hee, little girl, stop struggling. You cannot escape. Elder Bo, sensing the diminishing distance, smirked coldly. Old fool, is this never-ending? Yang Qing gritted her teeth and used her final talisman. Instantly, she transformed into a crimson shadow, darting away at an astonishing speed, leaving Elder Bo and his companions behind. This girl only used her talisman now. It seems she is truly running out. Elder Bo's excitement mounted, and his speed reached its peak. Meanwhile, Zhou Ping and his companions were en route, the little white fox lying dejectedly on the horse's back. Once we locate Shijing, I shall let you go, Zhou Ping assured her. However, the little white fox rolled her eyes and cleverly inquired, could you possibly return me to the wild continent? My family resides there. What nonsense! You think I would venture alone into your demon realm? What are you implying? Did we not agree on this? Zhou Ping exclaimed, startled. The little white fox stuck out her tongue before continuing. All right then, help me obtain the moonlight power from the Silver Moon Wolf clan, and we shall consider our debts settled. Now, little fox, are you trying to be unreasonable? Zhou Ping found himself both amused and irritated. If I do not assist, then so be it. I had thought of you as a friend. I am merely at the body refinement stage. If you abandon me in the myriad demon forest, it would be akin to condemning me to death. The little white fox buried her head in the horse's back once more. Zhou Ping shook his head, refocusing on their journey. Yet, not long after, he sensed someone approaching from behind. A red shadow suddenly appeared not far away. Yang Qing, propped up by her long knife, appeared somewhat exhausted. Yang Qing? What brings you here? The little white fox, upon seeing Yang Qing, hurriedly hid behind Zhou Ping. Someone is pursuing me. Please help. I was targeted solely for the sake of rescuing the people of Huangling Village. Yang Qing collapsed onto the ground, beginning to circulate her energy to recover. Hee, little girl. You can no longer run. Elder Bo's loathsome voice reached them once more. Soul prison? Elder Bo, upon noticing Zhou Ping in the distance and unable to discern his strength, dismissed him as a threat. Suddenly, numerous black bars appeared beneath Yang Qing, forming a dark cage that ensnared her. Master, we finally caught her. Let me handle this. I will make her pay dearly. Qin Zhang cackled maniacally. Elder Bo stood by, tacitly permitting it. Just as Qin Zhang approached Yang Qing, a chilling voice rang out. Release her, and then leave. Zhou Ping had drawn his blade, fixing his gaze upon the first layer of innate. Ninth layer of qi and blood. Ninth layer of qi and blood. So, a spirit refinement cultivator. Elder Bo's earlier actions were indeed a form of sorcery. Zhou Ping, realizing that the 100 Underworld sect specialized in spirit refinement, felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this old fellow possessed some spirit refinement techniques. With this thought, Zhou Ping's enthusiasm grew. Youngster, this matter pertains to our 100 Underworld sect. Leave now if you desire to avoid trouble. Elder Bo, unable to fathom Zhou Ping's cultivation level, remained cautious and refrained from attacking immediately. Qin Zhang, however, disregarded Zhou Ping's words and reached for Yang Qing. The next instant, a bolt of azure lightning enveloped Qin Zhang. Ah, you insolent wretch! A stream of dark energy sought to disperse the lightning, yet it seemed that the lightning countered their techniques. Elder Bo's sorcery was shattered upon contact with the lightning, leaving him to watch helplessly as Qin Zhang was reduced to a charred heap. Subsequently, Zhou Ping, wielding a small lightning blade, swiftly reached Yang Qing's side, slicing through the prison and whisking her away. Within mere breaths, Yang Qing found herself atop the horse. "Are you from the Zhang family?" Elder Bo pointed at Zhou Ping, inquiring. Zhou Ping offered a cold smile, choosing not to respond. Chapter 59. Slaying the Innate Elder, 6 Forms of Sword Qi Innate Realm Cultivator. It seems I am truly facing a formidable challenge. Zhou Ping pondered internally. Elder Bo, witnessing Zhou Ping's silence, waved his sleeve to gather Qin Zheng's ashes. Based on the previous encounter with Hu Tian, Zhou Ping's chances against a genuine innate realm practitioner remained slim. However, Zhou Ping's lightning techniques countered the 100 Underworld sex sorcery, providing him with an opportunity. "Since you choose silence, I have no choice. You shall all accompany me." Elder Bo raised his hand, and instantly, numerous black hands emerged, reaching towards Zhou Ping and his companions. Yet, these shadows were obliterated upon contact with Zhou Ping's lightning. As long as the spiritual energy within him remained, Elder Bo could not harm them. Considering he would soon venture into the ancient spring pond, where every adversary would be stronger than this elder, it was clear that Zhou Ping could not evade this confrontation. Thus, he resolved to wield the sword gifted to him by Hu Tian and initiated the 6 forms of sword control. Commencing the analysis of the 6 form sword control technique. In the first year, you embarked on the journey of mastering the art of sword control. However, despite numerous attempts, your mental focus remained elusive. Fortunately, the small sword exhibited a slight movement, serving as a modest acknowledgement of your efforts. By the 23rd year, through continual adaptation to the 6 form sword and a deeper comprehension of the sword control technique, you finally attained the ability to command the 6 form sword to fly, marking the threshold of proficiency in the 54th year. Harnessing your mental power, you discovered a means of communication with the 6 form sword, enabling the execution of various fundamental maneuvers. It was only after you commanded the sword to unleash its energy to cleave through a massive boulder that you grasped the formidable power of a congenital magical artifact. Achieving mastery in the 95th year, after further delving into the sword control technique, you unearthed additional methods to synergize with your abilities, thus enhancing your effectiveness in battle and reaching a minor success. By the 141st year, following years of refinement, you had essentially achieved a harmonious unity of thought with the 6 form sword, even gaining the capacity to utilize a broader array of techniques and sword styles. Breaking through to a grand success in the 193rd year, you had completely mastered the sword control technique and uncovered all the sword moves contained within, fully unleashing the potential of the congenital magical artifact, thereby attaining a state of perfection. By the 266th year, your mental power had completely fused with the 6 form sword, allowing for a synergistic attack that yielded remarkable results, to the point where it felt as if the sword had become an integral part of your being. Achieving a state of ultimate perfection, the analysis concludes. Remaining lifespan, 358 years. Zhou Ping withdrew his thoughts and instantly sensed the presence of the 6 form sword within his bag, even perceiving its low humming, as if it were engaging in conversation with him. "Young man, you are as inexperienced as this girl." Elder Bo felt the lightning summoned by Zhou Ping weaken slightly, and his aura surged with newfound strength. Just as Elder Bo believed he had regained control, a small sword shot forth from Zhou Ping, emitting a resonant metallic hum. Bang! A wave of sword energy severed Elder Bo's spellcasting. He was instantly rebuffed by the backlash, forcing him to stifle a mouthful of old blood. Observing this, Zhou Ping drew his blade and struck, thinking, "Why hesitate? Seize the opportunity. Master, be careful." Qin Feng, who had remained motionless, now positioned himself in front of Elder Bo. Witnessing this, Zhou Ping unleashed a dog-shaped punch, sending Qin Feng to his demise. As Zhou Ping's long blade approached, Elder Bo finally managed to suppress the tumultuous force of magic within him. Demon Spirit Technique. A swirling mass of inky fog emanated from beneath Elder Bo, gradually enveloping the surroundings. Zhou Ping's blade struck forward, but it felt as though an invisible barrier obstructed him, and he was immediately thrust back by a tremendous force. Chirp, 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 an eerie sound reverberated in his ears as the surrounding verdant trees withered and turned yellow under the influence of the dark fog. It appeared that the life energy had been completely siphoned away, and the sinister laughter grew increasingly grating. Suddenly, a large, hairy hand emerged from the ground before Elder Bo. Soon, that bizarre monkey began to crawl out, piece by piece, seemingly summoned from the fog. The atmosphere felt decidedly ominous, causing Zhou Ping to break out in goosebumps. Yet, he was not foolish enough to simply watch the monkey emerge. Humph, let me demonstrate my newly refined sword control technique. As Zhou Ping spoke, the flying sword had already positioned itself behind Elder Bo. Elder Bo turned abruptly, but the sword had already activated, forcing him to plunge into the black mist. Consequently, the sword pierced through the monkey's body, and the creature, struck by the congenital artifact, experienced immense pain. Zhou Ping enhanced the strike with lightning magic, ensnaring the monkey in a chain of electric currents. Within mere moments, the monkey's form began to dissipate. Once it vanished entirely, the once pervasive black fog also began to dissipate. Hiding within the fog, Elder Bo suffered from severe backlash, rendered incapable of wielding magic. As the fog cleared, only Elder Bo remained, lying in agony on the ground, unable to move. Who exactly are you? I have dedicated many years to breaking through to the congenital realm for the sake of my sect. Yet I have never possessed a congenital artifact, while you, a mere fledgling of the transcendence realm, can wield one. Elder Bo's hair was askew, resembling a malevolent specter, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. That is simply due to your inferior talent. Your sect fails to recognize your potential, rendering it unnecessary to invest effort in one destined for demise. You? Elder Bo was left speechless with rage. But with his summoned monkey slain, he found himself devoid of options. The primary issue was that lightning magic was particularly restraining against their techniques. Without it, Zhou Ping's possession of a congenital artifact might have made for a fair contest. However, it appeared that such a contest was no longer necessary. A flying dagger zipped past him, a flash of silver, accompanied by the system's notification sound. Slaying an evil cultivator of the Qi blood realm. Gain 5 years of lifespan. Slaying an evil cultivator of the Qi blood realm. Gain 6 years of lifespan. Slaying an evil cultivator of the congenital realm. Gain 15 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 384 years. Surprised that this old fellow, despite his age, could still live for over 100 years, Zhou Ping mused that congenital beings likely enjoyed a longer lifespan. With this in mind, he felt invigorated. After all, having expended so much of his lifespan, it was time to accumulate some more. Otherwise, upon returning, he would be unable to cultivate any excellent techniques, hindering his progress. Seeing Zhou Ping dispatch Elder Bo and wield a congenital artifact, Yang Qing's suspicion regarding Zhou Ping's identity deepened. Who exactly is this person? He seems to be from the Zhang family, yet why does he bear the surname Zhou? Yang Qing gazed at Zhou Ping. Chapter 60. Discovering a manual for cultivating divine energy. Setting off to seek stone crystals. Earlier, Yang Qing had merely been recovering her internal energy and had not fainted. Therefore, she was fully aware of every action taken during the battle. Zhou Ping crouched down, beginning to rummage through Elder Bo's belongings, hoping to unearth something of value. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a manual for cultivating divine energy at the congenital level. Though it appeared to be Elder Bo's own, Zhou Ping was reluctant to practice demonic techniques. Observing Elder Bo's withered appearance, he surmised that such cultivation would undoubtedly come at a steep price. Forget it. Even if I remain in the Qi blood realm, I refuse to transform into something like that. Zhou Ping sighed and tucked away the manual. After all, It was a manual for cultivating divine energy at the congenital level. Even if he chose not to practice it himself, selling it to others would fetch a handsome sum, and he could not allow it to be squandered. Once he had stored the manual, Zhou Ping continued to sift through Elder Bo's possessions. Occasionally, he encountered peculiar items that appeared rather unsightly, which he promptly discarded, having no interest in investigating them. After a lengthy search, he finally unearthed a manual deep within Elder Bo's storage pouch. A manual for cultivating divine energy in the Transcendence realm? The True Origin Sutra? This manual, by its name, seemed akin to those of reputable sects, yet it was inexplicable how it had come into the possession of an elder from the Bai Ming sect. Zhou Ping began to examine it carefully. This sect's manual is meant exclusively for inner disciples. It must never be disseminated. The disciples of Tianli sect are to remember this. This is the manual of the Tianli sect, a formidable power from decades past in Mingchuan Prefecture. The Tianli sect fell into conflict with the Bai Ming sect, igniting a sectarian war that ultimately led to their annihilation, resulting in their manuals falling into Bai Ming's hands. Yang Qing elucidated, at this point, her internal energy had mostly recovered, and she was no longer in dire straits. A few days of rest would restore her to her former state. Upon hearing Yang Qing's explanation, Zhou Ping realized the situation. If the Tianli sect had been powerful enough to engage in warfare with the Bai Ming sect, it likely concealed other congenital-level techniques within its confines. With that in mind, practicing this manual seemed more appropriate. Zhou Ping smiled, stowing the manual away. Indeed, I heard that the Tianli sect's ancestor of the Golden Core realm perished during a tribulation, prompting the Bai Ming sect to dare declare war. Even so, the conflict left the Bai Ming sect severely weakened, while the two top forces in Mingchuan Prefecture suffered losses, allowing the external Purple Cloud Palace to seize the opportunity to rapidly grow. Yang Qing continued narrating, while Zhou Ping listened intently, much to the irritation of the little white fox. Wait, you are so easily conversing with others. Just days ago, she was pursuing my life. Noticing the little white fox sulking, Zhou Ping chuckled lightly, realizing that now was not the time for further discussion. Any prolongation could lead to significant trouble. You assisted me in resolving the matter in Huangling village. I'm aware of that. In the future, I shall repay this favor when the opportunity arises, Zhou Ping stated, to which Yang Qing quickly shook her head. Lord Zhou, you jest. Your reputation for slaying 100 households has already spread throughout Qingyun Prefecture. Who remains unaware of your renown? I merely hope to receive some consideration for my blood knife sect in the future. Surprised that this incident had circulated so widely, Zhou Ping sighed in resignation. He had not anticipated that such matters would spread so quickly. Killing 100 households was no trivial feat. It had been many years since anything of such magnitude had occurred in Qingyun Prefecture. As the two engaged in conversation, the little white fox cleared her throat. Aren't we supposed to be searching for stone crystals? Zhou Ping has recently acquired a tome on the art of refining divine energy. And in a state of exuberance, he decided to bring along Yang Qing, who still appeared somewhat weak. Thus, the two, accompanied by a spirit creature, made their way toward the Falling Rock Mountain Range. In the central region of the Falling Rock Mountain Range, near the ancient spring pool of Quanyang, lay a pond with a diameter of 2 zhang, its surface perpetually bubbling. A thick mist of steam wafted above, while various roots and leaves floated across the crystal-clear water, allowing one to discern the bottom of the pond with ease. This water body was nestled within a valley, which was currently teeming with snow-white fox spirits, seemingly fearful of the heat below. As none dared to venture into the valley, beneath a peach tree reclined a languid noblewoman, her gaze fixed on the delicate pink petals drifting downwards, which she gently caught with her hand. This noblewoman was none other than Shui, the queen of the Snow Fox clan, accompanied by a tall, ethereal young lady named Shui, her younger sister, whose disdainful gaze instilled a sense of subjugation in others. Uncertain whether Yin Song could hold back Hu Feng, Shui pondered that if the elder were to come in person, She would have no choice but to retreat with her kin and await the old wolf's resolution. As she absent-mindedly tore at the petals, she mused aloud. Shuiyu, standing nearby, interjected, "The Gung Jinhu clan has been on a decline for years. Currently, the only demon kings left are Hu Feng and his brother Hu Yun." Shuiyu nodded, acknowledging that in terms of combat prowess, their Snow Fox clan could not rival the Gung Jinhu clan. However, should only Hu Yun arrive, the situation would be vastly different, for the two sisters, united, could easily overpower him. Meanwhile, Hu Feng's side was always under the watchful eyes of the Yin Wolf clan, with Yin Song and Yin Lan, both formidable demon lords in their own right. While Hu Feng might be the strongest among the 6 demon lords of the western region, Hu Yun would undoubtedly rank second. Yet, the alliance of the other 2 clans would not be easily subdued. Just as Shuiyi wore a smile, her thoughts darkened upon recalling Hu Tian, who was on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm, leaving her unsettled. Though we currently hold the advantage, that son of Hu Feng is indeed a stumbling block. It is said he is about to achieve the innate realm, Shuiyi declared with a furrowed brow. Their greatest concern lay with the younger generation capable of disrupting the balance. Such a scenario would inevitably lead to chaos in the falling Rock Mountain range. As Shuiyi wore a frown, Shuiyu suddenly burst into laughter. "Sister, you may not be aware, but Hu Tian has sustained severe injuries, possibly even damaging his foundation. The Gung Jinhu clan has been concealing this news. Is this true?" Shuiyi stood up in alarm. Upon seeing her sister's firm expression, she let out a cold laugh. "This may serve us well. The Gung Jinhu clan, in their quest for resources, has taken on so many vassals. Those demons, flying their banner, will surely face dire consequences in due time." After their exchange, the sisters felt a surge of optimism, eagerly awaiting Hu Yun and his demons. Should they be victorious, at least for the next decade, the Gung Jinhu clan would remain firmly suppressed by their 2 clans. A sight Shuiyi longed to witness. Chapter 61. Contest for the Quanyang Ancient Spring Pool. A clash among the 3 demon kings 3 days later. Near the Quanyang Ancient Spring Pool, numerous powerful breaths began to intertwine and echo. At the forefront stood Hu Yun, flanked by several members of the Gung Jinhu clan. His closest subordinates had begun to take on a more humanoid form, although their hands and eyes still bore the traits of tiger demons. Hu Lai, the mightiest general under Hu Yun, boasted a strength at the 9th layer of the innate realm, ranking among the elite of the Gung Jinhu clan. Hu Lai, what is the situation? Hu Yun inquired, glancing at his subordinate. The ancient spring pool teemed with Snow Fox clan demons, including Shuiyi and Shuiyu. Yet there was no sign of the Yin Wolf clan. Hu Yun nodded. With his strength at the 4th layer of the nascent soul realm, he could contend against the 2 of them, who were at the 2nd and 1st layer of the nascent soul realm. Respectively, the Snow Fox clan had never been known for their combat skills, hence Hu Yun's confidence. However, should the Yin Wolf father-son duo arrive, they would be at a significant disadvantage, for Yin Song and Yin Lan were formidable foes. One-on-one, Hu Yun would not fear them, but in a brawl, they would struggle. The demon lords of their caliber, lower-tier demons were akin to ants, hardly worth consideration. Even a powerful innate 9th-layer demon like Hu Lai would stand little chance against a demon king. "Scatter! I will handle Shuiyi and her sister. The rest is up to you," Hu Yun commanded, and in an instant, dozens of tigers dispersed. Hu Lai stealthily maneuvered to the opposite side, preparing to leap down into the valley. "Almost there, we have arrived," exclaimed the little white fox, spotting the valley ahead, certain it was indeed near the Quanyang Ancient Spring Pool. They had wandered through the falling Rock Mountain range for quite some time, avoiding the fox demons to prevent alerting them. "I'm telling you, if we go in there looking for something, we'll inevitably be discovered. It would be better to simply attack." Zhou Ping frowned, his impatience palpable. "The discipline within the Snow Fox clan is strict. If we act here, we won't even reach the valley, though you think you can handle a demon king." The little white fox shot him a disapproving look. The group bickered as they reached a solitary hill, granting them a clear view of the valley below. Surrounded by fox demons, it was evident that the three clans were poised for action once more. The little white fox shook her head. "You're a fox demon too. Why not go down and negotiate with them to let us in?" Yoping suggested. The little white fox trembled with anger. Pointing at herself, "Remember, I am a Tsangyu fox, my lineage far superior to theirs. They would be eager to capture me and siphon my essence to enhance their own bloodline." Zhou Ping was taken aback by the malevolence exhibited among the demons. Yang Qing pointed toward a distant hill. "My lord, it appears there are others here." Following Yang Qing's, they spotted a dignified middle-aged man floating in midair, surveying the demons below. Stepping through the void, a powerful being of the nascent soul realm. Zhou Ping gasped. Hu Yun, observing from afar, noted the presence of these human youths, whose inability to conceal their own auras was surprising. He merely scanned them briefly before retracting his consciousness. At that moment, Shui Yi and Shui Yu in the valley also sensed Hu Yun's presence. He has arrived, and it appears to be only one. Shui Yi's heart brimmed with joy. "Sister, there are a few young ones over there. I wonder where they came from," Shui Yu remarked, glancing at Zhou Ping and the others. Shui Yi, however, paid them no heed, recognizing that the younger generation from prominent clans often ventured into the myriad demon forests. It was not an uncommon occurrence. "What if they have protectors with them?" Shui Yu mused, referring to the guardians assigned to safeguard these young cultivators, generally possessing considerable strength and holding significant positions within their sections. "Who cares? Aside from the Ziyun Palace, no one else matters." Shui Yi waved her hands dismissively. As if responding to her command, all the snow foxes simultaneously directed their gazes toward Hu Yun's position. A resounding tiger roar echoed through the air as numerous tiger demons emerged from various directions, their fierce countenances aimed at the Snow Fox clan. With a cold smile, Shui Yi took a step forward, instantly covering several dozen zhonged. "Hu Yun, since you have come, why hide? If you can seize the Quanyang ancient spring pool from my clan today, my Snow Fox clan shall never again interfere in the affairs of the Falling Rock mountain range." A hearty laugh reverberated throughout the valley. "Indeed, the queen of the Snow Fox clan possesses remarkable resolve," Hu Yun declared, pointing a finger. The entire valley trembled as a massive hand, composed of spiritual energy, materialized before Shui Yi, nearly enveloping the entire valley. In the next moment, the temperature in the valley plummeted. Even the dew on the flowers froze solid. As Shui Yi raised her hand, a colossal ice barrier formed above the valley, encasing everything within. Striking the ice barrier, the immense force of their demonic powers clashed, sending shards of ice flying, shattering nearby trees. The piercing sound resonated through the skies, causing lesser demons to writhe in pain. "Is this the nature of combat among demon lords?" Zhou Ping silently observed the fierce battle above, his heart filled with myriad emotions. As Hu Yun exerted more force, thick cracks began to appear in the ice barrier, spreading from the center to the outer layers. Seeing this, Shui Yu brandished an ice spear, soaring above the barrier. She first unleashed a palm strike, showering the ice barrier with an endless chill, repairing the nearly shattered structure. Xin Bing Spike. Snow Jade was surrounded by a multitude of icy spikes, thrusting forward in unison with her spear towards Hu Yun. The three demons engaged in a fierce battle above the valley, while the multitude of creatures below had already descended into a brutal melee near the pool. The scene a tableau of carnage. Hu Lai galloped ahead, leaving the snow foxes far behind, who were no match for his prowess. The three ethereal snow foxes, with their graceful figures, retained only the features of their kind in their ears, while their overall appearance was unmistakably human. United, they aimed to confront Hu Lai, and the icy spikes they conjured demanded his utmost caution. A moment's inattention could result in grave injury. Despite the frigid temperature plummeting within the valley, the ancient spring of Quanyang continued to emit steaming vapors, untouched by the cold. Observing that the moment was ripe, Zhou Ping declared, "You all stay here. I shall descend and scout for any crystal stones, my lord. Allow me to accompany you. The expanse below is vast. Searching alone would consume too much time," Yang Qing implored. Zhou Ping shook his head. The creatures below were at least at the transcendence level, while those at the blood chi level were engaged in peripheral combat, too distant to be of assistance. Yang Qing would be of little help, and besides, Zhou Ping could sense the presence of crystal stones the moment they appeared nearby. "Very well, take care. I shall proceed." With that, Zhou Ping unsheathed his long knife and leaped into the chaotic fray. A transcendence-level tiger demon swung a paw towards Zhou Ping, but it found nothing to grasp, instead being met with the sharp edge of a small sword that pierced its chest, sending it instantly to its demise. Slaying a transcendence-level tiger demon grants me 104 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 462 years. Just as Zhou Ping sheathed his flying sword, two fox demons charged towards him. He naturally welcomed their approach. A flash of silver lightning signaled his departure from his original position, leaving behind the lifeless bodies of the two snow foxes. Slaying a transcendence-level fox demon grants me 113 years of lifespan. Slaying a transcendence-level fox demon grants me 99 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 674 years. At this juncture, Zhou Ping found that beings at the transcendence level, unless possessing outrageously formidable strength, could not withstand even a single strike from him. He did not delve deeper into the tumult, but instead circled the outer perimeter, exploring continuously. Gradually, he inched inward, determined not to overlook any territory, thus allowing himself peace of mind. With such a plethora of beasts around, the likelihood of discovering crystal stones should be quite high. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, charging through the fray. Any beast that dared to approach him would find themselves met with a swift and lethal flying sword, or a cleanly executed long knife, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Zhou Ping had traversed the outermost circle entirely. Remaining lifespan, 1,645 years. Throughout his journey, whether fox or tiger demon, any that ventured too close were swiftly dispatched. Upon surveying the remaining area, he noted an increasing number of innate-level beasts. He had just encountered a transcendence-level tiger demon. After a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage and, unwilling to waste time, chose to disengage. With so many years of lifespan remaining, what purpose does it serve to linger? He began to cultivate the transcendence, the true origin of one. In the first year, you commenced your training in the true origin of one, yet struggled to grasp the concept of one, making slow progress. By the 25th year, transforming the spirit pearl into true essence proved exceedingly challenging, yet you persevered tirelessly, deepening your understanding of the technique. In the 69th year, a moment of enlightenment shattered the barriers, successfully converting your magical energy into true essence, significantly augmenting your internal reserves, and breaking through the first layer of transcendence. In the 131st year, you continued to delve into your training, feeling the true essence circulate within your body, growing ever stronger, and breaking through the second layer of transcendence. In the 194th year, your familiarity with the technique allowed you to diligently practice in seclusion, effortlessly reaching the next level, breaking through the third layer of transcendence. In the 275th year, after years of accumulation, you sensed the profound heritage of the Tianli sect. Merely practicing the technique allowed you to grasp the sect's intent, breaking through the fourth layer of transcendence. In the 351st year, as you continued your studies, the former glory of the Tianli sect appeared before you, engaging in a fierce battle against malevolent forces. A moment of immense honor that caused your true essence to surge, breaking through the fifth layer of transcendence. in the 433rd year. After years of rigorous training, you felt a moment of confusion regarding the technique. Yet, through your unwavering persistence, you finally comprehended the essence of true essence, breaking through the sixth layer of transcendence, in the 527th year. You realized that true essence was the embodiment of the vast energies of heaven and earth. Only by establishing this foundation could one wield greater magical power and unleash their potential in combat against dark forces. Thus, the source of true essence was revealed, breaking through the seventh layer of transcendence. In the 612th year, with prior insights and consistent dedication to your training, another breakthrough became inevitable. However, the storage of true essence seemed to reach its limit, breaking through the eighth layer of transcendence. In the 705th year, the concept of one was to shatter previous restrictions, transforming the spirit pearl into true essence. Simply put, it was the process of creating something from nothing. From unity came duality. Duality birthed Trinity, and Trinity gave rise to all things, achieving the perfection of true essence and breaking through the ninth layer of transcendence. The deduction concluded. Remaining lifespan, 940 years. Cultivation level, transcendence, ninth layer. Zhou Ping immediately sensed a heightened control over his flying sword. His consciousness now enveloped the entire valley. Before he could continue his exploration, a resounding clash erupted from above, followed by colossal ice blocks plummeting downwards. Some demons, unable to evade in time, were struck by the falling ice, and in such a chaotic battle, injury often equated to death. Hu Yun's eyes transformed into a radiant gold. Emanating a blinding light. It was as though a pair of golden eyes had manifested in the heavens. Both Shui Yi and Shui Yu felt an immense pressure, for the Snow Fox clan was not particularly adept at combat. Shui Yi, henceforth, my Gung Jin Tiger clan shall be at odds with you until death. A deafening roar from Hu Yun shattered the massive ice barrier, sending Shui Yi and Shui Yu staggering back. Seizing the moment, Hu Yun struck down with tremendous force. The sisters exchanged glances, then retaliated with their own powerful strikes. The three formidable forces of demon energy coalesced above the valley, profoundly affecting the tranquil waters of the ancient spring below. The once placid waters of the ancient pool began to churn violently as if awakened from slumber. Zhou Ping realized he could not linger in this place any longer and hastened his search in the valley below. Encounters with weaker demons were swiftly concluded with a single strike, while he avoided entanglements with the more powerful ones. His reckless charge soon captured the attention of Hu Yun and his companions. Who on earth is this? Hu Yun mused inwardly. Yet, he was too occupied to intervene, merely watching Zhou Ping's rampage from afar. Before long, Zhou Ping found himself near Hu Lai. Suddenly, as Zhou Ping moved at high speed, he felt a powerful gust of wind approach. Glancing aside, he saw Hu Lai's fist barreling towards him. With a tremendous sound, Zhou Ping dodged Hu Lai's blow, and his flying sword lunged towards Hu Lai's body. However, it was deflected by the golden armor upon his back. What a formidable shell, Zhou Ping thought, unwilling to engage further. Yet, Hu Lai was intent on pursuing Zhou Ping, preventing him from wreaking havoc in the valley. How absurd, a human cultivator daring to wreak havoc here, Hu Lai proclaimed, slamming down a palm. Zhou Ping immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, his form stalling as he fell to the ground. The disparity in strength was vast. Even his flying sword proved ineffective against Hu Lai's defenses. Seeing Zhou Ping restrained, the surrounding fox demons surged forward, wielding icy blades aimed at him. Damn it, have you all banded together? He shouted, lightning crackling across his body. The previously suffocating pressure dissipated, and several fox demons, failing to reach Zhou Ping, were pierced through by the lightning. Slaying a transcendence-level fox demon grants me 105 years of lifespan. Slaying a transcendence-level fox demon grants me 115 years of lifespan. Slaying a transcendence-level fox demon grants me 103 years of lifespan. Slaying a Transcendence-level fox demon grants me 131 years of lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 1,394 years. Lightning techniques? From the Zhang clan? Hu Lai paused, halting his movements as he prepared his weapon. Zhou Ping offered no explanation. Instead, he formed a sphere of lightning and hurled it towards Hu Lai. Before Hu Lai could react, the lightning net ensnared him, sending jolts of pain throughout his body. Seeing this, Zhou Ping turned to leave. There was no need to waste time on an elite foe. Dispatching lesser creatures granted him lifespan without the accompanying risks, an effortless endeavor. As he ventured further, the system alerts multiplied, and his lifespan continued to rise, soon surpassing 2,000. Damn it! Hu Lai's hands glowed a pale gold as he tore apart the lightning net that ensnared him. Capture that human brat! With a resounding roar, Hu Lai commanded all the tiger demons present to converge upon Zhou Ping. Unperturbed, Zhou Ping was on the verge of thoroughly searching the valley. However, the talismans on his person exhibited no reaction whatsoever. An occurrence that struck him as exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that after taking such immense risks, there were no stone crystals to be found here? Casting his gaze upward, Zhou Ping realized that the only place he had yet to explore was the expanse above the pool of water. With determination, he leaped from the edge of the pool and soared above it. Upon landing, the talismans remained unresponsive, and a singular thought consumed Zhou Ping's mind. He was doomed. Yet, beside the ancient spring of the Yuanyang pool, he felt a warm current swirling within his dantian. Seemingly influenced by the waters of the pool and the skies above the valley, the battle between the three demon kings had reached its zenith. Hu Yun, gazing at his frostbitten right arm, suddenly shook it with vigor, dislodging the ice shards that clung to it. Humph, Hu Yun. I see you cannot hold out much longer. Today, my sister and I shall slay you here. And let us see if your Gungjin tiger clan will not be forever confined to that insignificant place. No sooner had Shui Yi spoken than Shui Yu directed an ice spear toward the heavens. Summoning a gentle snowfall. In such an environment, Hu Yun's Gungjin power would be exceedingly difficult to wield. Shui Yi then produced her core formation artifact, the Yun Hu Pan. A snow-white jade disc slowly ascended, expanding in size until it obscured much of the valley below. The snow foxes beneath sensed the presence of the Yun Hu Pan, and their inner demon power surged as if ignited. You have even brought out your clan's treasured artifact. Do you fear that others will invade your lair? Hu Yun fought against the pressure exerted upon him, knowing that should his spirit falter, it would spell disaster. Shui Yi stifled a chuckle, while the immense jade disc began to descend ominously. Hu Tian summoned his true form, a towering tiger standing 3 meters tall, revealing his ethereal spirit behind him. Thus, they maintained a stalemate beneath the looming Yunhu Pan, awaiting which side's demon power would falter first. Zhou Ping, observing from below, was engrossed in the spectacle, when suddenly, the lightning energy within him surged uncontrollably. The abundance of yang energy in this place was overwhelming, and considering that his Zhang family lightning technique belonged to the Yang 5 Thunder of Longhu Mountain, practicing the lightning arts here would indeed yield extraordinary results. Surrounded by crackling lightning, the tiger demons dared not approach him. He glanced at his remaining lifespan. 2,606 years. Never before had he encountered such a lucrative battle. How could he possibly complain? Initiating a simulation of the Zhang family lightning technique. In the first year, you cultivate near the Yuanyang pool, significantly amplifying your inner yang energy, making it the ideal fuel for your lightning arts. However, advancing further will come at a greater cost in the 163rd year. After reaching a bottleneck in your lightning cultivation, progress becomes increasingly difficult. Yet, bolstered by the yang energy of the ancient pool, your ability to unleash lightning grows ever more formidable. In the 337th year, your cultivation speed surpasses expectations. With but a thought, Boundless lightning descends, its intensity escalating, in the 527th year. During a day of practicing lightning arts, you attain a moment of enlightenment, realizing that this seemingly chaotic lightning can be released in accordance with your will. Feeling a connection to the heavens in the 865th year, you finally grasp a deeper understanding of the Zhang family lightning technique, and from countless experiences of unleashing lightning, you create a new spell that harmonizes with the lightning arts. Name the 9 mysterious heavenly thunder call. Upon its use, you can commune with the heavens to manifest extraordinary phenomena, breaking through to a higher realm. Simulation paused. Remaining lifespan, 1,741 years. Just as the simulation concluded, a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky above the valley, shadowing a significant portion of the Luoyan mountain range. The clouds coalesced ominously, settling over the valley. The 3 demon kings engaged in combat took note of the strange phenomenon above. Only moments ago, the sky had been clear and bright. What had caused such a sudden transformation? What is happening? Why has the sky changed so swiftly? Shui inquired, her voice grave. With their advantages mounting, she knew they could not afford any unforeseen incidents as Hu Yun's spiritual essence teetered on the brink of collapse. After a couple of breaths, the previously tranquil clouds erupted with thunderous roars, flashes of dark clouds intermittently illuminated by lightning. It was as if heavenly thunder had descended. How could this be? Could there be other formidable demons undergoing transformation and tribulation nearby? As Shuiyu spoke, she concentrated all her demon power into the Yunhu Pan. Below, Zhou Ping was enveloped in crackling lightning. The azure bolts surrounding him emanated a faint purple glow. This purplish lightning was far more fearsome than the blue bolts that had preceded it. Hu Lai, who had previously withstood the lightning attacks, now found even a mere touch scorching his golden armor. With his innate strength at the 9th level, he dared not approach the lightning, and the other demons fled in haste. Fearing they would be reduced to cinders before they could even react. P.S. One update for today, brothers, get some rest early. Chapter 64, The Eastern Palace Conference, Stone Crystals in Sight. Ignoring the commotion, Shuiyi and Shuiyu channeled all their demon energy into the Yunhu Pan. Should they eliminate Hu Yun, the Gungjin Tiger clan would be utterly vanquished in the ensuing conflicts among the 3 clans. Boom! The clouds rumbled with thunder, and flashes of faint purple lightning danced within. A bolt of purple lightning struck the Yunhu Pan, which was positioned directly above the valley, absorbing the descending thunderous force. The 3 demon kings, their energy reserves nearly depleted, were unprepared for the sudden onslaught of heavenly lightning. The pristine Yunhu Pan instantly cracked under the pressure, unable to withstand the overwhelming forces colliding. The immense disk rapidly shrank, shattering into fragments that rained down upon the valley. The surrounding demons scrambled to seize the remnants. For even a tiny shard bore value surpassing that of a transcendent artifact. All 3 demon kings coughed up blood, grievously wounded. Cursed be this. There are formidable beings present. Retreat. Shuiyi grasped her sister. Fleeing towards the stronghold of the Snow Fox clan, Hu Yun cast a reluctant glance at the ancient pool but, under the oppressive weight of the heavenly lightning, had no choice but to retreat momentarily. The remaining demons, witnessing their departure, hastily fled the valley. However, the Yunhu Pan had not absorbed all the lightning. Residual currents surged into the valley, incinerating the remaining fox and tiger demons who had not yet escaped. Zhou Ping retracted the lightning enveloping his form as the system's notifications buzzed in his ears. Remaining lifespan, 3,861 years. Good heavens! An additional 2,000 years of lifespan accrued in an instant. This excursion proved remarkably rewarding. Who on earth is he? In the distance, a small white fox gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom how Zhou Ping managed to injure all 3 demon kings at such a critical moment. Yang Qing shook her head, if only she knew Zhou Ping's true identity. Just days prior, she had nearly driven him into a corner, only to realize that he had merely been concealing his prowess. Relieved she had refrained from engaging him, she mused that even her master would likely be no match for Zhou Ping. The display Zhou Ping had just exhibited was nothing short of terrifying. Withstanding the assaults of such formidable demons and summoning such powerful heavenly lightning at a crucial juncture was extraordinary. Could he be a prodigious talent nurtured in secrecy by the Zhang family? Yang Qing speculated, even suspecting Zhou Ping might belong to the younger generation of Longhu Mountain or Wudong, as his displayed strength was overwhelmingly formidable. From all indications, Zhou Ping did not exhibit signs of attaining the innate realm. Yet his mastery of both techniques and martial arts was nothing short of transcendent. You humans are truly remarkable, able to cultivate both spirit and martial prowess simultaneously. We demons cannot hope to achieve such feats. The small white fox observed, flitting about. Is that so? But surely such individuals are in the minority. I have only ever encountered Zhou Ping as a practitioner of both. Yang Qing sighed softly. From a young age, she had dedicated herself to rigorous training under her master's guidance. Having swung a blade thousands of times beneath the scorching sun, she never anticipated that Zhou Ping could master so many martial arts with such ease. Truly, comparison breeds resentment. Yet, had she known that Zhou Ping had devoted even more time than she to mastering these arts, her envy might have waned. Well then, all the demons have fled. Let us descend? Yang Qing said, leading her horse into the valley. The small white fox quickly climbed onto the horse's back. Upon reaching the valley floor, they overheard Zhou Ping muttering to himself, "Strange, why is there nothing here?" Turning to look, he found the small white fox gazing at him with wide, watery eyes. "You mean to say, why are there no stone crystals?" The small white fox paused for a moment before quickly explaining. "I am not sure. Perhaps they are nearby. Shall we search elsewhere?" Zhou Ping sighed, realizing that he was not the protagonist of this world, and that fortune would not always favor him. Just as they were preparing to depart, the communication talisman in his possession suddenly grew exceedingly warm. "Dear benefactor, urgent. At the recent East Palace conference of the Ziyun Palace, the first prize includes a crystal stone, and the event will commence in 3 days. My benefactor, please come swiftly. This message is from Huangling Village, and it appears they are truly invested in this matter. Ziyun Palace? East Palace Conference. What does this mean? Can I participate as well?" Zhou Ping turned to the little white fox. Yang Qing explained, "The East Palace Conference is organized by Ziyun Palace primarily to allow the younger generation to showcase their talents. In other words, it is an opportunity for their disciples to shine at the event. Anyone under the age of 30 is eligible to participate, with no restrictions. The East Palace Conference is held every 4 years, and its scale continues to grow. In the past, the first place was invariably claimed by disciples of Ziyun Palace. But during the last event, even the Song family, one of the 4 major clans of Tianqing City, took part. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping recalled Song Ci. Frank, that fellow seems quite young, likely only a few years older than Zhou Ping himself. Logically, he should still be under 30. Indeed, the prodigies of the Song family swept the top 3 places at the East Palace Conference, leaving Ziyun Palace unable to hold its head high. However, Ziyun Palace, despite being one of the top forces outside the 4 major clans, is determined to reclaim its honor this time, Yang Qing remarked. Given her talent, if she had participated in the previous editions of the East Palace Conference, she would have had a chance to compete. But now, smaller families and sects can only attend as spectators. They do not dare to send their juniors to compete. Regardless, as long as we can obtain the crystal stone, it is far better than aimlessly searching. Having made up his mind, Zhou Ping and his companions no longer wished to linger in the myriad demon forest. With only 3 days remaining, they had to hasten their journey to the outside world. At the 100 Ming sect, sect master, Elder Bo's soul tablet has shattered. Crack! Cheng Ming abruptly stood up, smashing the stone chair beneath him with a single palm. What? What exactly happened? Elder Yun hurriedly reassured Sect Master. Do not be anxious. Elder Bo transmitted a message before his demise, indicating that this matter is related to the Blood Knife sect. If that is the case, then it cannot be the doing of Ziyun Palace. The Blood Knife sect. We have no grievances or enmity with them. Why would they kill an elder of our sect? Chengming seethed with rage. This can only be interpreted as a declaration of war. Killing a sect elder is an irreconcilable enmity. No matter where it occurs, Sect Master, in my opinion, with the East Palace Conference approaching, we should temporarily set this matter aside and deal with it after the event, Elder K suggested from the side. Chengming nodded in agreement. During the conference, numerous factions would converge upon Ziyun Palace, and the multitude of eyes could easily lead to disastrous outcomes. Very well. How is the preparation for that matter coming along? Chengming inquired. Turning to Elder Quebec, Elder K smiled. Sect Master, it will take no less than 3 days and no more than 5 days for the grand endeavor to be accomplished. Chapter 65. Two Extraordinary Prodigies. Young Master Ning went that night at the Qingyun mansion by family. Xiao Han and Qingyun sat on the doorstep, leaning against each other as they gazed at the moon. Senior brother, when do you think Master will return? Cheng Yun asked, resting against Xiao Han's embrace. Xiao Han replied nonchalantly, What's wrong? Isn't it enough that your senior brother is here with you? As they conversed, Bai Ruoyao emerged from the house, her footsteps light, and for a moment, neither of them noticed her presence. What? Were you two thinking of Master? Bai Ruoyao's voice startled them, prompting both to stand upright. Xiao Han scratched his head and said, Miss, why have you come here? How have you both been progressing in your cultivation? Have you been diligently practicing the techniques imparted by my master? Bai Ruoyao asked, her eyes gleaming with a bright light as she looked at the two. Cheng Yun, possessing an innate sword heart, had swiftly grasped various sword techniques and manuals, prompting the swordsmanship expert they had invited to leave after just a few days, claiming he could not teach this child at all. With the aid of the medicine spirit master, Cheng Yun's innate sword heart had reached 30%, and his realm had instantaneously advanced to the 10th layer of body refinement, truly a remarkable talent. Of course, Xiao Han was no ordinary individual either. The pure ice energy within him was so intense it was breathtaking. Even the medicine spirit master had never encountered such a refined constitution. Thus, a book on ice-type qi and blood cultivation was specially sourced from the Bai family for his training. In just 5 days, Xiao Han surged forth like a flood, desperately striving to make up for the years he had fallen behind. Having just broken through to the 7th layer of body refinement today, his pace was astonishing. Zhou Ping, your two disciples truly are monsters. I wonder how much longer you, their master, can maintain your lead over them? Bai Ruoyao mused with a faint smile. In this world, there is no shortage of geniuses. Even though she was merely 20 years old, her medical skills had already surpassed her father's, and her realm had also broken through the qi and blood stage. She was considered a prodigy, yet compared to these two youngsters, she felt somewhat inadequate. All right, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, new instructors will arrive to teach you both, specifically invited by my master from Tianqing City. Bai Ruoyao gently patted their heads as Cheng Yun pulled Xiao Han up, and they both bowed to Bai Ruoyao before returning to their rooms. Watching their retreating figures, Bai Ruoyao could only smile wryly. At Ziyun Palace, Palace Master Ning Tian cast a somber glance at the visitor. You say Ning Li and Li Mingyun are unable to return? Ning Tianen inquired. The elderly man with white hair wore a troubled expression. He was Elder Yi, one of the elders of Ziyun Palace. Palace Master, I searched for them for quite some time. When I finally located them near Qingyun Mansion, I found they were in the midst of breaking through to the Transcendence Realm. Therefore, I left my life-protecting treasure to safeguard them and returned first, Elder Yi explained. Ning Tianen nodded. Ningli was his most beloved youngest son, and he had sent Elder Yi to accompany them on this journey, only to be unexpectedly outpaced. Fortunately, it was not long before he found them again, and even if they could not return for the East Palace Conference, it was not a matter of great concern. Ning Li's qualifications were still immature. Even if he missed this East Palace Conference, he would not exceed the age limit for the next one. Seeing Ning Tiannan's demeanor, Elder Yi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, has there been any news from the Song family? Who is the young person coming? Ning Tianan asked. Elder Yi replied, I do not know yet, but this time, Song Yi from the Song family should be of appropriate age. He was only 23 during the last event. 4 years have passed, and his strength should have significantly improved. Alas, inform Ning Wen to prepare well, as long as they have not surpassed the Transcendence realm. The first place in the conference should not be taken by the Song family, Ning Tianan instructed. After giving his orders, Elder Yi tactfully took his leave. Once outside, Elder Yi circled around the outer hall and soon spotted a figure. Dressed in a short azure robe with a hint of dirt on the hem, the young man appeared dignified, reminiscent of a lad in a wheat field, had this not been within the sect. Elder Yi, you have worked hard from your travels, Ning Wen greeted with a bright smile, making one feel as if they were basking in a gentle spring breeze. However, Elder Yi was astute enough to perceive Ning Wen's intentions and would not be deceived by his seemingly harmless smile. Oh, young master, what words do you have for me? Elder Yi asked, squinting his small eyes at him, devoid of any emotion. Observing Elder Yi's demeanor, Ning Wen was momentarily taken aback, yet his smile remained unwavering. It's nothing much. I merely wish to inquire when my younger brother will return. Otherwise, I find myself rather outnumbered when facing the talents from various regions of Qingzhou. Ning Wen's words might give the impression of humility, but those who were aware would not be easily misled. This matter is known only to the palace master. Perhaps I should inquire on your behalf? Elder Yi also wore a smile, mirroring Ning Wen's demeanor. Upon hearing Elder Yi's response, Ning Wen could only force a few dry laughs, concocting an excuse to slip away. After Ning Wen had completely distanced himself, Elder Yi let out a sigh. Originally, he seemed to be a suitable heir. Yet his intentions were impure, making him unworthy of great responsibility. At this moment, Ziyun Palace was adorned with vibrant flowers and bustling with activity. Many sects had already arrived from afar. The internal atmosphere of the sect was filled with a variety of individuals, some of whom were rather dubious. Ning Wen's face darkened upon failing to acquire the information he sought. He navigated through the throngs of people within the sect and made his way towards a secluded area on the back mountain. Before long, Ning Wen arrived at a rocky area, ensuring no one was around before stepping further inside. Finally here, how goes the task? Elder Yun emerged from behind the stones. Ning Wen, visibly impatient, replied that old Coot is tight-lipped. Extracting information from him is utterly impossible. However, I sense that the people sent by the Song family this time are not to be underestimated. Noticing the hint of fear in Ning Wen's tone, Elder Yun could not help but chuckle. Young Master Ning, I did not expect you to fear your contemporaries so. Perhaps you realize that if this conference fails to bring you fame, the position of Palace Master of Ziyun Palace will inevitably fall to your younger brother in the future? Elder Yun astutely articulated the thoughts lingering in Ning Wen's heart. With no pretense left, Ning Wen acknowledged that his talent surpassed that of Ning Li, yet he had been overshadowed by his father's unwavering preference for Ning Li, leaving him in a state of neglect. Ning Wen had long desired to alter this dynamic, but opportunities had been scarce. Last year's Eastern Palace Conference had seen their generation of youth still lacking in experience. Ning Wen had only just broken through to the Transcendence realm, barely qualifying for participation, and thus found himself unable to engage in the fierce competition amongst the prodigies. It was primarily the younger generation of uncles who had shouldered the burden. However, this time, many of those uncles had aged out, presenting Ning Wen with a prime opportunity to shine. Should he succeed, even if his father continued to dote on Ningli, he would hold greater weight in the eyes of the elders. Chapter 66. The Frenzied Ningguan. The three clans in mutual vigilance. Since you are aware of what I desire, there is no need for further pleasantries. Speak. What must be done? Ningguan said flatly. Appearing indifferent to the process, Elder Yun felt a surge of joy within. This was precisely the response he sought. You need not undertake any particular tasks, simply perform well at the conference, regardless of whom you face from the Song clan. Give it your all. Ningguan let out a cold laugh. Such words were unnecessary. Even without reminders, he would exert his utmost effort. Seeing Ningguan's disinterest, Elder Yun directly stated, the sect leader requires you to incapacitate one individual from the Song clan, preferably to eliminate them entirely. What? Ningguan was taken aback by the idea that the 100 Spirits sect would contemplate such an action. To kill a member of the Song clan was tantamount to declaring war against them. No, as this thought crossed his mind, Ningguan couldn't help but find his naive notions amusing. How could his biased father possibly offend the Song clan on his behalf? The likely outcome would be that he would be handed over to the Song clan, resulting not only in a lack of benefit for himself, but potentially jeopardizing his life as well. Are you jesting? You wish for the Purple Cloud Palace to provoke a conflict with the Song clan, only for you to reap the benefits? Your aspirations are commendable, but you overestimate my standing in Ning Tiannan's eyes. Ningguan scoffed. Initially, he believed he had discerned Elder Yun's intentions, only for the elder to shake his head. Do not forget that it will not be solely your father who holds sway in this matter. If you follow my instructions, I assure you that you will secure the first place in this event. Elder Yun produced a snow-white pill, round and plump. What is this? Ningguan inquired, examining it closely. This is a shimming pill, a remnant from before. Consuming it will temporarily grant you the strength of the innate realm. With your abilities and this pill, you could even triumph against experts from the Song clan's innate realm. Ningguan's face lit up with excitement. Have you succeeded in your endeavors? Of course not. If we had succeeded, you would have been our first choice for testing. There is no one more suitable than you. This is merely an alternative version, but it will suffice. After saying this, Elder Yun sensed the time was right and left him with a final remark. Consider this carefully. Only by collaborating with us can you aspire to the position of Palace Master. Ningguan remained silent for a moment, and once Elder Yun had completely vanished, he tucked the pill into his pocket. Given his age and current realm, if he could enter the innate realm in a short period and engage with the internal affairs of the sect, it would be exceedingly difficult for Ning Tiannan to continue supporting Ningli. In that case, Ningguan would eventually reclaim power. Father, little brother, this is your last opportunity. Do not let me down. I am the territory of the Gungjin Tiger clan, Hu Feng paced restlessly within the grand hall, which was otherwise deserted save for a solitary demon. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Clan leader, Elder Hu Yun has returned. Hu Feng swiftly made his way outside, spotting Hu Yun approaching from a distance. Shortly thereafter, Hu Yun landed heavily on the ground, and Hu Feng quickly caught him. Elder brother, we failed to seize the Spring Sun ancient pool, and our clan's demons suffered significant losses, Hu Yun reported, revealing frostbite on his arm and traces of lightning dancing across his body. What transpired? Did Shui Yi bring forth the Cloud Fox plate? Hu Feng asked. Hu Yun hastily shook his head, clarifying, while it is somewhat related to the Cloud Fox plate, that is not the crux of the issue. Although the Cloud Fox plate was retrieved, I was not directly defeated. Both our clans retreated from the territory of the Spring Sun ancient pool due to the intervention of a human cultivator, leaving us without control over the ancient pool. Upon hearing that the Shuehu clan had also failed to secure the Spring Sun ancient pool, Hu Feng initially felt relieved, but upon learning of the human cultivator's involvement, his expression turned grave. A human cultivator? Which faction? How many were there? I do not know. He never revealed himself, merely observing us from the shadows. when I was locked in a fierce battle with the sisters Yu. He suddenly unleashed a bolt of heavenly thunder, catching us all off guard and inflicting severe injuries. Hu Yun recounted, drawing in a sharp breath. Hu Feng commanded Hu Yun to recuperate while he leisurely returned to his quarters. Human beings, heavenly thunder? Had they also taken notice of the ancient pool? Hu Feng's primary concern was not the fate of the Spring Sun ancient pool, but rather the extent of injuries sustained by the two demon kings. Yi Yu, with many capable demons injured within the clan, if the Xuehu clan allied with the Yin Wolf clan, the Gungjin Tiger clan would find itself in dire straits. Relay my orders. The Gungjin Tiger clan is to close its mountains. No clan demon is to step outside the mountain range. On the northern side of the Luoyan mountain range, a towering white wolf howled mournfully at the sky, its anguished cries echoing throughout the mountains. Moments later, Shui appeared before him. The white wolf transformed into a composed young man, exuding an air of friendliness, entirely unrecognizable as a wolf. Lan, is this your scheme? You nearly led to the extermination of the Xuehu clan. Now, our clan's foundation establishment artifact is lost, and for the Gungjin Tiger clan, extinguishing us would be as easy as squashing an ant.in response to Shui's accusations. Lan appeared unfazed, his gaze lingering on Shui's alluring form. Observing Shui's weakened aura, Lan sensed that the Xuehu clan had indeed suffered a significant blow. I have grasped the situation to some extent. What can I do? Who could have foreseen that a human cultivator would intervene? It suffices that he refrained from slaughtering all three of you, Lan replied, retracting his gaze. Taken aback by Lan's response, Shui felt a surge of anger. Are you suggesting that this matter has nothing to do with you? Is the Yin Wolf clan withdrawing from the Luoyan mountain range? Very well, then cede all your territory to us. Shui sneered, knowing that she was gravely injured. Without suitable pills for recovery, she would be unable to reappear for at least a year or more. Her words elicited laughter from Lan, who, despite the Yin Wolf clan preserving their strength in this conflict, remained cautious regarding the human cultivator's intentions, thus refraining from immediate retaliation. Enough, had I not been here, that fellow Hu Feng would have likely rushed out long ago. There is no need to rush. Focus on your recovery for now, and I shall temporarily handle the matter of the Spring Sun ancient pool. After speaking, Lan produced a glowing wolf fang. The pristine white wolf fang floated gently toward Shui, whose eyes brightened noticeably. Chapter 67. The Sword Cultivators of the Song Clan. The four great families. Is this the Hao Yue Fang? Your foundation establishment artifact? Shui initially accepted it before turning her gaze to Lan. The Yin Wolf clan differed from the Xuehu clan, as they possessed both a demon and a foundation establishment artifact, while Shui's sisters had to share one. How about this? I will leave this artifact with you. Now you should feel reassured. Lan remarked with a smile, and the previously furious Xuehu now bore a hint of a smile. All right, in that case. You should investigate thoroughly. We shall seal the mountains for the time being. After Snow Knight finished speaking, he did not wait for Lan's response and turned to leave. Watching Snow Knight's retreating figure, Lan couldn't help but lick her parched lips, lingering for a moment before departing from the place. Tianqing City, the central metropolis of Qingzhou, is also the largest city in the region. Within its bounds, even the third-rate sects are formidable powers in the subordinate prefectures. However, aside from the Qingzhou government and the Qingzhou Town Protector's office, only the four prominent families, Zhang, Bai, Song, and Wang, can share equal standing. Other factions might well find themselves reduced to vassals of these four families. Unlike the Zhang and Bai families, the Song family primarily consists of martial cultivators, with a particular affinity for swordsmanship. Their creation, the Law Tribulation Sword of the Law Enforcement Hall, exemplifies their expertise. Sword cultivators typically possess an innate pride, standing tall against the heavens, which endows them with a fervent passion for battle. The East Palace Conference, while ostensibly a local affair, saw only the Song family participating after they learned of it. while the other three families refrained from involvement. This indicates the uniqueness of the Song family's swordsmanship, characterized by strikes that are as swift and powerful as thunder. If they could synchronize their techniques with the Zhang family's lightning methods, it would be an exquisite combination. However, the challenge lies in mastering both martial and spiritual cultivation to perfection. A misstep could lead to diluting one's progress due to excessive diversions. A heavy rain began to fall upon Tianqing City. A figure clad in a raincoat and conical hat strolled along the path, the hat obscuring his face, leaving only the token of authority hanging from his waist to hint at his identity. Song Ci walked leisurely despite the torrential downpour, as the streets remained bustling with pedestrians. Perhaps the population of the prefecture was simply too vast, far surpassing that of the subordinate cities. It had been 3 years since he last returned to Tianqing City, and it seemed remarkably unchanged as Song Ci gazed upon the grand estate before him. A swirl of emotions enveloped him. Having grown up here, he should have felt a profound familiarity, yet now it felt exceptionally alien. Who goes there? A middle-aged man hovered in midair, quietly observing Song Ci. In the entirety of the Great Liang's 9 provinces, only the imperial city forbade flight. Elsewhere, no such restrictions applied. Song Ci removed his conical hat and looked up at the newcomer. "Third uncle, it's been years. You haven't forgotten me, have you?" Song Wen's face lit up with joy as he swiftly approached Song Ci. "My boy, 3 years away, and I hear you've become the head of the law enforcement hall in Qingyan Prefecture." Stepping into the Song family estate, Song Ci felt a surge of excitement, which gradually subsided as he acclimated to the familiar surroundings. By the way, where are my parents?" Song Ci inquired, glancing towards Song Wen. Song Wen gestured ahead. "The family is currently deliberating on the candidates for the East Palace Conference. Time is of the essence, as it commences in just a few days." Song Ci nodded, aware of this matter. The last East Palace Conference took place 4 years ago, and back then, he was merely at the Blood Qi realm, unqualified to participate in such competitions. Time indeed flies. It was less than a year after the last conference that he left, and now the next one was approaching once more. Song Ci chuckled helplessly. "However, you're not too late. When you left, you were at the Blood Qi realm. Now you've reached the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm. I suspect it won't be long before you attempt to break into the innate realm," Song Wen remarked, patting him on the shoulder. This observation was strikingly clear to someone of Song Wen's cultivation level. A core formation expert, by the way. "Do you know which cousin the family intends to send this time?" Song Wen's expression turned serious as he replied ambiguously, "It's still unclear. But the only 2 fitting the criteria of age and strength are likely to be just 2 individuals." As he spoke, Song Wen cast a meaningful glance at Song Ci, who had gained considerable experience in the outside world over the past few years, and immediately understood the implication of that gaze. "Third uncle, please, don't jest. I am only 22 this year. How can I possibly compare with my older cousins? If it were for the next conference, I would be more than willing to participate," Song Ci replied with a calm smile, seemingly indifferent to such fame and fortune. Hearing this, Song Wen appeared somewhat surprised. The sword cultivators of the Song family were known for their stubbornness, often requiring a physical confrontation to settle disputes regarding strength. Thus, the family maintained a dedicated arena for daily sparring, aimed at honing their swordsmanship. Yet, from Song Ci's words, Song Wen detected a hint of humility, a trait rarely found among the Song family members. "Having spent so long in the law enforcement hall, you must have dealt with many nefarious individuals. I trust your swordsmanship has greatly improved. How can one gauge their true strength without a trial? The family is currently promoting your cousin Song Yi, who recently broke through to the innate realm just a few months ago and has now emerged from seclusion." Song Wen revealed critical information to Song Ci. Nonetheless, Song Ci did not seem particularly surprised. After all, Song Yi had already reached the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm 3 years prior, and his breakthrough to the innate realm was a foregone conclusion. However, Song Ci had not anticipated that it would take him so long. A thought he kept to himself. What's the matter? You seem rather unconcerned. Why not have a sparring session later? After all, we have ample time. Song Wen suggested, sensing an opportunity for amusement. Song Ci shook his head. Although the gap between the transcendence and innate realms was not as vast as that between the blood chi and transcendence realms, they practiced the same sword techniques and skills, thus the difference in realms still posed a significant challenge. As they conversed, they arrived at the Song family's conference hall. The entire hall was constructed of wood, exuding an air of dignified antiquity, fitting for their identity as sword cultivators. At the head sat a middle-aged man, flanked by two elderly gentlemen, while the two rows of grandmaster chairs were occupied by the mainstay of the Song family. A glance around revealed that all were clad in white, with not a single stout figure in sight. Clearly, those who practiced swordsmanship possessed an ethereal demeanor. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, a young man, having shed his youthful naivety yet still brimming with determination, stood confidently in the center. Patriarch, esteemed elders, and uncles, I, Song Yi, shall not fail my mission and will secure the top position at this East Palace Conference. Chapter 68. Song Yi feels the pressure as the East Palace Conference approaches. After internal discussions within the family, it became evident that the most suitable candidate in terms of age and strength was none other than Song Yi. Thus, he effortlessly claimed the opportunity to represent the family. At 27, he had already broken through to the innate realm and was exceptionally proficient in the sword techniques passed down by the Song family. Having mastered the Law Tribulation sword to a significant extent, it could be said that some of the core formation elders present might not rival him in swordsmanship. Patriarch Song Shinting nodded approvingly. After all, achieving the innate realm by the age of 30 and mastering the Law Tribulation sword to such a degree was an impressive feat. In the last century, fewer than 10 individuals had accomplished such a milestone. Those 10 had since become the backbone of the family, with the youngest, Song Wen, now also a core formation cultivator, ushering in a promising era for the Song family. Indeed, however, the Ziyun Palace is not an ordinary force. Should they relocate to our Tianqing city, they would certainly be considered a top-tier power, so do not underestimate them, cautioned the Grand Elder, Song Qiuji. The second elder, Song Qiuping, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the rapid rise of Ziyun Palace in recent decades was indicative of their exceptional capabilities. Song Yi respectfully bowed to the elders and assured them, I will certainly uphold the title claimed by my cousin. If I fail, I shall enter seclusion for 3 years in pursuit of enlightenment. No sooner had he spoken than applause erupted from outside. Upon looking up, he saw Song Wen leading Song Ci into the hall. Patriarch Song Shinting was aware of Song Ci's return, as he was the head of the law enforcement hall in Qingzhou and was well acquainted with the movements of his subordinates. Song Ci has returned? Song Shinting beamed at him. He had always been rather pleased with his son. When Song Ci expressed a desire to venture out and gain experience, Song Shinting wholeheartedly supported him. To his astonishment, in just 3 short years, Song Ci had transformed from an ordinary enforcer into the head of the hall. Father, esteemed elders, uncles, and brothers, I have returned. Song Ci greeted everyone present with a bow. As the elders warmly inquired about Song Ci's well-being, the previously vocal Song Yi found himself overshadowed, prompting him to grit his teeth and ask, Cousin, after your arduous journey, how long do you intend to stay this time? Song Ci smiled gently and replied, I hadn't planned to return just yet, but I have been reassigned to the Qingzhou Town Protector's Law Enforcement Hall as an elder. This revelation sent shockwaves through the room. All eyes turned to Song Shinting, who remained impassive, as if unperturbed by the news. At merely 22, Song Ci's promotion to elder of the Law Enforcement Hall was astonishing, as the position typically required one to be at least at the innate realm with considerable experience. Given Song Ci's current status, both in terms of qualifications and strength, It was evident he did not meet the usual criteria for such a role, since the patriarch was so evidently supportive of his son. Most present, despite harboring some reservations, refrained from voicing their dissent. "Splendid, cousin. You truly are a prodigy. I see your cultivation has already reached the 9th layer of the transcendence realm. It seems your gains over the years have been substantial." In the presence of numerous esteemed elders, Song Yi could only engage in polite conversation with Song Ci. After all, he was merely an external member of the clan, with his father only having reached the Dan realm, thus unable to penetrate the core of the family. Well then, since Song Ci has just returned, let him rest adequately. I suggest you accompany Song Yi to the Eastern Palace Conference, proposed the Grand Elder. Naturally, no one opposed this suggestion, although Song Yi's expression grew somewhat displeased. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing any dissent due to his position. "Since the Grand Elder has spoken, you shall go with him. This time, let the third brother lead. It should pose no issues," stated Song Xianting. Following his words, Song Wen nodded, and the elders began to depart the hall. Song Yi cast a significant glance back before ultimately turning to leave. Once everyone had exited, Song Wen turned to Song Ci and said, "Let us go." 3 days later, at the foot of the Ziyun Palace stood the bustling city of Mengchuan. As the Eastern Palace Conference approached, Mengchuan was teeming with a diverse crowd, though most lacked qualifications to participate. The age limit of 30 years or younger was manageable, as many young individuals populated the area. However, the requirement of being above the transcendence realm proved more challenging. Yet, if one had a cultivator of the Dan realm vouching for them, participation was still possible. In essence, the message was clear. Without strength or backing, one should not even consider attending on the road. Zhou Ping followed closely behind a companion and a horse, accompanied by a white fox, drawing considerable attention. What a lively scene! Mengchuan truly surpasses Qingyun in vibrancy. If it were Qingyun, one would struggle to find so many young individuals at the transcendence realm, remarked Yang Qing as she observed the street filled with youth. Although she spoke thus, she herself was only 23, indicating that her talent was already considerable. "Aren't you also among those who meet the criteria?" Zhou Ping inquired. Yang Qing shook her head helplessly, explaining, "Our Blood Blade sect has long been controversial. We were nearly exterminated under the misconception of being a demonic sect. It was only when our focus shifted to combating beasts that the public opinion began to settle." "Ah, but they cannot exclude you, can they?" Zhou Ping chuckled lightly. They soon arrived at an inn, already bustling with patrons. "Who do you think will claim the first prize this time? Song Yi from the Song family, or the palace master's son, Ningwen?" One patron speculated that, of course, it will be Song Yi. His family is one of the 4 great families of Tianqing City. Although Ningwen is a rare talent from Ziyun Palace, he still falls short compared to the Song family. You only bolster his reputation. Ningwen has been stuck at the 9th layer of the transcendence realm for quite some time. He is assuredly confident against anyone below the innate level. The patrons engaged in lively discussions, making the Eastern Palace Conference the most talked-about topic in all of Mengchuan. Zhou Ping smiled slightly, as this was an opportune moment to gather intelligence. A waiter approached to lead their horse away for feeding. "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order?" Zhou Ping surveyed the crowded hall and replied, "We seek lodging. Please prepare 2 rooms for us." The plump proprietor, Zhou Fusheng, smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid we have no vacant rooms at the moment. Perhaps you could try another establishment." This inn, Fusheng Inn, was the largest in all of Mengchuan. If there were no rooms here, it was doubtful any other place would have availability. "Good sir, we can negotiate on price if necessary. We can offer more. Perhaps someone would be willing to relinquish their room," Zhou Ping remarked casually, revealing a demon core from his pocket. Zhou Fusheng was instantly taken aback. In fact, we do have 2 rooms reserved for your arrival. Quickly, prepare the rooms. Chapter 69. The Wang family of Taiyan Prefecture, Clown Wang Yunlong witnessing the proprietor's rapid change of demeanor, The little white fox couldn't help but whisper to Zhou Ping, "You humans truly are driven by greed." Yang Qing retorted from behind, "Aren't your kind equally motivated by profit?" Zhou Ping interrupted, pulling out a 50-tael silver note and slipping it into Zhou Fuxing's hands. "First, find us a table to dine at. We can discuss the rooms later." After accepting the silver note, Zhou Fuxing promptly arranged a table for them in a quieter corner of the hall, where they could still overhear the ongoing discussions. "Have you heard? The first prize not only includes crystal stones but also a manual for the innate realm. It's said to be a technique for body refinement. Indeed, it seems related to the Buddhist golden body, known as the Wuxiang golden body technique. However, the Song family members are martial practitioners. Setting aside whether they even need this technique, as one of the four great families, they likely have access to Dan realm techniques at their fingertips, let alone innate realm techniques." The patron's conversation stirred excitement within Zhou Ping, causing him to inadvertently snap his chopsticks. Yang Qing quickly offered him another pair. Realizing he had lost his composure, Zhou Ping smiled sheepishly. This manual for innate realm body refinement was precisely what he required. Having accumulated so many years of life, he was now eager for a technique to cultivate. Zhou Ping's body refinement cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the Qi and Blood realm, which was a considerable hindrance. He had initially sought a Transcendence realm technique in Mingchuan, but this serendipitously presented him with an innate realm manual instead. "My lord, are you not cultivating all three methods? This manual should still hold some value for you," Yang Qing remarked. "Please, do not refer to me as my lord. Simply call me Zhou Ping," he replied with a smile. However, given the crowd, he felt he could not use his lightning techniques. After all, the Zhang family believed they had eradicated all lightning practitioners. It should not be known that one existed in the outside world. Zhou Ping was not yet strong enough to confront the Zhang family, so he preferred to remain inconspicuous. The little white fox, growing impatient, exclaimed, "From now on, do not call me little white fox. My name is Long Yi." "Remember that, Long Yi?" Zhou Ping chuckled, amused by the formidable name the little creature had chosen, which sounded quite impressive. As the three engaged in their conversation, a shrill laugh suddenly pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. Turning to look, they saw two individuals at a nearby table, one of whom wore a yellow long robe and a black hat adorned with jewels. Fanning himself frivolously, he resembled a spoiled rich kid, causing Zhou Ping to furrow his brow. Beside him sat an elderly man with white hair, presumably his protector. The 5th layer of transcendence and the 3rd layer of innate. "Are you all joking if you think you can claim the first prize?" Lu Xian sneered, mocking Zhou Ping and his companions for their perceived audacity. Yang Qing scoffed, "A frog in a well? It's good for you to come out and see the world, lest you believe yourself to be a prodigy." With a loud crash, the solid wood table splintered under the force of the young man's palm, drawing the attention of the entire hall. "What did you say, you lowly creature?" "I am Wang Yunlong, the eldest son of the Wang family in Taiyan Prefecture. You should inquire about our family's status in Taiyan. It is not something you are worthy to discuss." Wang Yunlong's face flushed with rage, evidently struck a nerve. Such spoiled youths, though often at a higher cultivation level, usually relied on their families or sects' backing. Their abilities could be inferior to those who had genuinely earned their strength through hard work. Yang Qing, having risen through sheer determination, was not intimidated even by those 4 minor realms below her. As Wang Yunlong hurled insults, Yang Qing's gaze shifted from bemusement to one filled with murderous intent. The old man beside him subtly shifted his eyes, as if to warn Yang Qing so. It was the Wang family of Taiyan Prefecture. No wonder they were so formidable. Rumor had it that the Wang family had extended its influence throughout Taiyan, with nearly every notable power being a vassal of theirs. Indeed, this must be the Wang family's prodigy. Wang Yunlong that I've heard he once sparred with a master of the innate realm and held his ground for 3 exchanges. Truly impressive for one so young. It seemed these 2 young individuals had stirred up significant trouble. And it was a pity that this beautiful young lady had such a fiery temper. The onlookers continued to praise Wang Yunlong, which only inflated his ego further. With a smug look, he addressed Zhou Ping, feigning a sigh. What a shame. Such a lovely beauty is wasted on you. Now, you two should bow and apologize to me. I might show you some mercy. Unable to contain herself, Long Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, how can one encounter such a ridiculous person? Zhou Ping, please send him away. I can hardly bear it. Wang Yunlong, feeling humiliated by being laughed at by a demon beast, retaliated with a punch. A body cultivator? After a prolonged silence, Zhou Ping finally spoke up. Upon observing Wang Yunlong's physique, he surmised that the Wang family were all practitioners of body refinement. However, witnessing his disordered gait and the awkwardness of his attacks, it was evident that his foundation was unstable. It seemed unlikely that he could withstand even 3 strikes from a master of the innate realm. Perhaps this expert had refrained from earnest engagement out of respect for the Wang family. Meanwhile, Yang Qing had drawn her blood knife, and the previously indifferent elder's countenance shifted dramatically. Bang! The blood knife struck the elder, producing a dull thud, yet it surprisingly failed to even breach his skin. Subsequently, with a casual lift of his hand, Yang Qing was sent flying by an overwhelming force. Fortunately, Zhou Ping was there to catch her. Uncle Kuei, why are you standing in my way? Wang Yunlong said, retracting his fist, visibly displeased. Wang Kuei turned to him and replied, that girl is rather peculiar. You should conserve your strength before the tournament and refrain from acting rashly. With this concession, Wang Yunlong nodded in agreement. The innkeeper, Zhou Fusheng, was nearly beside himself with anxiety as he surveyed the destruction. With a forced smile, he urged, gentlemen, please calm your tempers. How about this? Let your expenses here be charged to my account. After all, harmony brings prosperity. However, his entreaties bore little fruit. Suddenly, Wang Kuei sensed a gust of wind approaching. Wang Yunlong, who had been hiding behind him, was now seized by Zhou Ping by the neck and lifted into the air. What? I couldn't even sense you. When did this happen? Wang Kuei pointed at Zhou Ping. From what had just transpired, it was clear that Zhou Ping's strength surpassed that of Wang Kuei, and he realized he had provoked a formidable opponent. Chapter 70. Elder Yi intervenes. Yang Qing under suspicion. Zhou Ping observed Wang Yunlong's futile struggles and sneered, you resort to a mere innate third-layer individual for protection. It seems the Wang family is not as formidable as I presumed. You would do well to release him. Otherwise, you shall find no place in Qingzhou, Wang Kuei warned. Long Yi regarded the two with an expression of bemusement, chuckling, are you both truly foolish, or is this but an act? Shouldn't you be begging for mercy by now, unless you wish to prolong your existence unnecessarily? The crowd erupted in laughter, while Zhou Fusheng, the innkeeper, was in a frenzy, anxious that any death here would spell trouble for him. My lord, please show mercy. Let him go, and I shall cover all your expenses at Mingchuan Mansion from now on, Zhou Fusheng pleaded cautiously. Seeing Wang Yunlong on the verge of being choked to death, Wang Kuei could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to unleash a punch. An explosive sound reverberated, causing the entire inn to tremble, prompting many guests on the upper floors to flee in alarm. However, that punch was effortlessly intercepted by a gaunt elder, who displayed an impressive ability to diffuse the force. This elder was no ordinary individual. Clad in a purple robe, he was unmistakably an elder of the Ziyun Palace. Elder Yi, indeed. It was Elder Yi. It was unexpected that he had been disturbed. Some bystanders recognized his identity. Elder Yi smiled slightly and addressed Zhou Ping, young friend, harmony fosters wealth. This is the territory of my Ziyun Palace. Once you leave Mingchuan Mansion, I shall not concern myself with your quarrels. However, during the Eastern Palace tournament, private duels are strictly prohibited within Mingchuan Mansion. I kindly ask you to extend my Ziyun Palace this courtesy. Zhou Ping smiled faintly, casting Wang Yunlong aside, who was promptly assisted by Wang Kuo. I appreciate your assistance, Elder Yi. He instigated the conflict. We meant no offense, Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. Elder Yi nodded, well aware of the events that had transpired. He had refrained from intervening earlier as he could not gauge Zhou Ping's depth. However, it was now evident that Zhou Ping's strength was indeed considerable, having efficiently subdued Wang Yunlong, who was at the 5th layer of the Transcendence realm. Given that Wang Yunlong was merely a spoiled young master, even a freshly initiated practitioner of the Transcendence realm would hardly be inferior to him. What astonished Elder Yi the most was Zhou Ping's ability to keep Wang Kuo in check. Wang Kuo was a genuine master of the innate realm, suggesting that the upcoming Eastern Palace tournament would be anything but ordinary. Since the matter is resolved, I shall not intrude further. I presume you all are here for the Eastern Palace tournament? Elder Yi inquired, glancing at Yang Qing. Her previous strike had already revealed her affiliation with the Blood Knife sect. It appeared that Elder Yi harbored little fondness for members of the Blood Knife sect. Indeed, the Eastern Palace tournament should not impose any regional restrictions, correct? Zhou Ping countered. Elder Yi laughed heartily, replying, of course. However, I gather that this girl is from the Blood Knife sect. Recently, a significant incident occurred in Luan County. I wonder if you are aware of it? Elder Ye's words carried veiled implications. Are you implying that you are investigating the connection between those exterminators killed in Luan County and her? Zhou Ping interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Yang Qing. Observing Elder Ye's 8th layer of the innate realm, Zhou Ping hesitated to assert that he could defeat him, yet he felt confident in escorting Yang Qing and Long Yi away. Elder Yi waved his hand, indicating he bore no ill intentions. These matters fall under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Division and the local authorities. I merely inquired. In that case, you should rest early. We shall meet on the mountain tomorrow. As he spoke, he made his way toward the exit, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Only Wang Yunlong remained on the ground, still shaken, having distinctly sensed Zhou Ping's fleeting intent to kill him. Zhou Ping and his companions paid no heed to this theatrical figure and ascended to the 2nd floor. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zhou Fuxing hurried over to assist Wang Yunlong. Young Master Wang, are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face, fearing that this spoiled young master might harbor resentment and seek revenge from his family. Seeing his own disheveled state, Wang Yunlong wished to avoid further entanglements here. Departing with Wang Kuo. Once they had completely vanished from sight, Zhou Fuxing gestured for the waiter to clean up the mess. The uproar of this farce did not last long, given that the most significant news in Mengchuan Mansion was the upcoming Eastern Palace tournament. Song Ci stood on the 3rd floor, observing the scene below. Initially, he did not recognize Zhou Ping, but upon hearing his voice, he confirmed his identity. Curious, he pondered how, since their last encounter merely a month ago, Zhou Ping had grown significantly stronger. He was well aware of Wang Yunlong's capabilities. While not exceptionally powerful, he possessed some combat prowess. Anyone who could so effortlessly subdue him must possess at least the strength of a 5th-layer practitioner of the Transcendence realm. However, when they parted ways, Zhou Ping's strength had barely surpassed the Blood Qi realm. How could he have improved so rapidly? The only plausible explanation was that Zhou Ping had concealed his true strength all along. What could his intentions be? Song Ci felt a twinge of confusion. Given Zhou Ping's seemingly ordinary display of power earlier, had he unleashed his full strength, Song Ci and his companions would have been in grave danger. They would have been fortunate merely to escape from Zhou Ping's grasp. Cousin, what are you watching? Song Yi approached from behind, having crept up unnoticed. Nothing of significance, merely observing the commotion below, Song Ci replied. Their eyes met, and Song Yi's gaze brimmed with unrestrained fighting spirit. Cousin, tomorrow is the Eastern Palace tournament and I wonder if we will cross paths, he said, a broad smile adorning his face, using this ambiguous statement to probe Song Ci's sentiments. Oh, that depends on their arrangements. As for me, I am merely here to broaden my horizons. Achieving a ranking will rely on your efforts, cousin, Song Si replied. Song Yi's face twisted with delight. Members of the Song family seldom lowered themselves easily. Interpreting Song Si's words as a sign of submission, he felt immensely satisfied. Placing a hand on Song Si's shoulder, Song Yi locked eyes with him and remarked, "You are still quite young, cousin. The next tournament will undoubtedly be your time to shine. Allow me to uphold the prestige of our Song family this time." Song Si chuckled awkwardly, offering no response. Satisfied, Song Yi nodded and turned to return to his room. Chapter 71. The Wayward Son. The scheme of the 100 Underworld sect in the dead of night. Ning Wen sat cross-legged on a stone seat within a cave on the back mountain, immersed in his cultivation. With the Eastern Palace tournament set for the morrow, he felt an intangible pressure as he observed the influx of talents from various regions into Mingchuan Mansion. The 12 prefectures of Qingzhou had sent their best, far surpassing the previous Eastern Palace tournament in grandeur, likely due to the Song family's participation last time, which had elevated the event's status considerably. Ning Wen retrieved a snow-white pill, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though he coveted the position of Palace Master, involving the Song family would inevitably impact Ziyun Palace. If he did not act decisively, Ning Tiannan's character would assuredly lead him to pass the position to Ning Elam. Why, dear younger brother? Why does father show such favoritism? What do I lack compared to you? Ning Wen wore a bitter smile, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Originally, he intended to achieve a breakthrough into the innate realm within the next few days, but the Eastern Palace Conference had thwarted his plans. He was willing to sacrifice certain things for a chance to prove himself, yet Ningli, indifferent to such sacrifices, seemed to believe he could simply break through at will. Ning Wen had long understood that some achievements must be fought for on one's own accord. It appeared that this was his final opportunity. Father, do not blame me, for all I desire is to claim what I rightfully deserve. Disturbed and restless, Ning Wen stored away the elixir and exited the cave. Outside, the chirping of insects and the songs of birds conveyed an air of poignant beauty. Observing the swaying branches, Ning Wen's mood finally lightened somewhat. Should Ningli achieve a breakthrough into the transcendent realm, bolstered by the resources of the sect, attaining the Golden Core stage would pose no problem. Only the barriers between the lower and middle three realms were entirely reliant on innate talent. Other realms could be enhanced through external resources. A slight deficiency in talent might require additional resources. Ning Tiannan's attitude towards the two brothers had become glaringly apparent, barring any unforeseen events. The position of the Palace Master would undoubtedly be passed to Ningli. They were not full-blooded brothers. Ning Li's mother was Ning Tiannan's legitimate wife, while Ning Wen's mother was merely a concubine. This alone had subjected Ning Wen to numerous burdens he should never have had to bear. Clenching a stone, he recalled the suffering he had endured, and with a sudden surge of strength, he crushed the boulder into dust. For many years, Ning Wen had striven for his father's approval. He had traversed mountains and rivers alone, slaying monsters to hone his skills, and had surpassed his peers in cultivation from a young age. To hasten his breakthrough, he had lived in solitude on the back mountain for several years, enduring profound loneliness and pain. Yet, in the end, he realized that all his efforts had been in vain. Nothing had truly changed. Father, all I seek is your acknowledgement. Why can you not show me a little more concern? Ning Wen rose, frantic with emotion. He had completely relinquished the notion of altering Ning Tiannan's views and now wished only to pursue his goals in his own manner. With a final sigh, he resolved himself and began his ascent up the mountain, alone, just as he had many years ago. Fuxing in, Zhou Ping carefully calculated that competing against these young individuals would pose little challenge. You ask why I killed an elder of the 100 Underworld sect at the innate level, and yet they have shown no reaction? When I eliminated 3 of their disciples, they dispatched someone to investigate, Zhou Ping remarked, glancing at the lethargic Long Yi beside him. Long Yi responded weakly, who cares? Perhaps we frighten them if they don't come. It means we can wrap things up sooner and return home. Return where? Long Yi suddenly turned to Zhou Ping, questioning. Of course back to your place. Are you suggesting we go to mine? Would you dare? Zhou Ping chuckled, taken aback that a little fox demon had latched onto him. Living in the human realm with me is perilous. You could be taken at any moment. Long Yi appeared unfazed, seemingly untroubled by such threats. She leaped onto the table, curling up lazily, and said, if you lack even a modicum of strength, I wouldn't bother following you. Unexpectedly becoming a bodyguard, Zhou Ping moved to the window, gazing at the bustling street outside, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he could discern how to acquire the stone crystals, he was unconcerned about securing first place. He felt no fear even in contests against those at the innate level. Not to mention these youngsters at the transcendent realm, Zhou Ping would completely overwhelm them. He hoped this would be a straightforward competition without any complications. 100 Underworld Sect. The vast stone hall now felt desolate. 3 figures clad in black robes stood at the entrance. After a long pause, another individual, similarly robed, approached them. Is everything in order? Cheng Ming inquired. Elder Yun stepped forward and whispered closely to Cheng Ming, rest assured, Sect Master. I have delivered the elixir to Ningguan and instructed him to consume it during the competition. Cheng Ming nodded, and the 4 of them proceeded into the stone hall. Upon entering, they arrived at a concealed door in the right wing. The enigmatic elder approached and struck the stone door with his palm. With a resounding boom, the great gears began to turn, and the heavy stone door gradually lifted. Cheng Ming descended into the passageway, navigating the slick steps downward. Shortly, they entered a vast cavern where numerous disciples of the 100 Underworld Sect stood in orderly rows along the edges. The cavern soared to great heights, forming a semicircle. The ground was adorned with various symbols painted in red, as though a ritual were underway. At each intersection of the crimson lines, a small altar was placed, from which faint sounds of weeping emanated. This colossal formation exuded an air of eerie strangeness from every angle. Is it complete? Cheng Ming asked, glancing at the enigmatic elder. The latter smiled serenely, clapping his hands gently, causing the altars to erupt with the sounds of infants crying, albeit in an unsettling manner. In such an environment, the multitude of infant cries was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, the corners of their mouths curled into smiles. Excellent. It seems you have succeeded splendidly. Such abundant life energy indicates that the formation will indeed function. Cheng Ming praised earnestly. The other 3 elders bowed in unison, proclaiming, Sect Master is indeed wise. Ha ha ha. I eagerly await to see how Ning Tiannan will explain this to the various factions. Chapter 72. The Eastern Palace Conference begins. The next day, the Eastern Palace Conference commenced. Dressed in new attire, Ning Tiannan, accompanied by several elders and Ningguan, stood at the mountain gate to welcome the various factions attending. The towering stones on either side resembled 2 lions, watching over the crowd below. Palace Master Ning, it's a pleasure to see you, Master Zhang. You appear quite spirited. Ning Tiannan greeted with a beaming smile the representatives from 5 or 6 nearby prefecture cities. Noting the increased number of young participants compared to the previous gathering, which delighted the members of the Purple Cloud Palace. The greater the influence of the Eastern Palace Conference, the greater the prestige of the Purple Cloud Palace. In Mengchuan Prefecture, Zhou Ping and his companion had just exited the inn when they encountered Song Ci and his group emerging as well. Captain Zhou Master Song. Zhou Ping had yet to reach the designated time, so meeting Song Ci posed no issue. Moreover, given Song Ci's current standing, he held little chance against Zhou Ping. His gaze drifted past Song Ci to a middle-aged man behind him, a 5th-layer golden core expert. Likely of considerable standing within the Song family, Zhou Ping mused. Oh? And who might this be? Song Yi inquired. Song Ci chuckled awkwardly while Zhou Ping introduced himself. I am Zhou Ping. the captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Qingyan Prefecture's Qing Shui County. I've met Master Song a few times. Initially, he had assumed Zhou Ping held a more significant position in the prefecture, but to discover he was merely a captain in a county-made Song, he chuckled lightly. So, you are an acquaintance of Qing Shui County's friend. It seems your brother has found a worthy companion. After saying this, he chuckled to himself. However, Song 1, standing behind them, let out a cold snort, causing Song Yi to immediately suppress his smile. Are you also attending the Eastern Palace Conference? Song Ci asked. As they walked up the mountain together, Zhou Ping replied, Indeed. I heard the first place prize includes stone crystals. I naturally wish to try my luck. Ha, quite bold indeed, Song Yi remarked. Zhou Ping paid him no mind, instead exchanging a few words with Song Ci before continuing his ascent. Watching Zhou Ping's retreating figure, Song Ci felt an odd sensation. Ever since Zhou Ping had been saved by Elder Zhang, Song Ci had ceased to concern himself with Zhou Ping's affairs, so he was surprised to learn that Zhou Ping was still pursuing stone crystals. At the mountain gate of the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhou Ping and Yang Qing entered, and Elder Yi, who had been standing beside Ning Tiannan, suddenly directed his gaze towards Yang Qing, although Yang Qing remained unaware. Zhou Ping sensed the elder's formidable spiritual awareness. Damn that old man. Does he never tire? Zhou Ping turned to face Elder Yi. Long Yi, perched on Yang Qing's shoulder, also noticed the elder's attention, her keen senses alert to the situation. Upon seeing Zhou Ping's gaze, Elder Yi smiled and nodded. After Zhou Ping departed, Ning Tiannan inquired, What is it? Do you know those two children? I have met them once, Palace Master. This conference may bring some unexpected developments. Elder Yi replied, his tone laden with significance. Before Ning Tiannan could ask further, Song 1, accompanied by Song Yi and Song Ci, approached the mountain gate. It was surprising to see Song when leading the group. Not long ago, he had dominated all the younger generation, and now he had already reached the Golden Core stage. Such a young Golden Core cultivator. It was enough to make one envious. Why was it that I lacked such talent? Among those who had come were Song Yi and Song Ci. The latter had recently been appointed as a law enforcement elder in the town guard office of Tianqing City, a true prodigy. It appears that a thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. I wonder whether the prodigy of the Song family or Ning one of Ziyun Palace will seize the coveted title this time. As soon as the three members of the Song family made their entrance, a continuous murmur of discussion ensued, as if they had instantly become the focal point of the gathering. Song 1 was the first to clasp his hands in greeting, saying, Ning Palace Master, it's been a while. You still look as spirited as ever. Young Song seems even more impressive than before. Thankfully, you've surpassed a certain age. Otherwise, the younger generation would stand no chance of claiming the top spot. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Song 1, accompanied by Song Yi and Song Ci, made their way up the mountain. Along the path, Ningwen fixed his gaze intently on Song Yi, as if there existed a special bond between them. At the mountain summit's plaza, the throng below bustled with activity. Zhou Ping and his companion arrived at a high platform, observing the crowd beneath. What troubles you? Zhou Ping inquired, noticing Yang Qing's pensive demeanor. Mistakenly believing she was concerned about potential ostracism. Unexpectedly, Yang Qing pointed out Wang Yunlong below, the rotund youth boasting to others. Let me tell you, in our Taiyan prefecture, what I say is law. No one dares to contradict me. Our Wang family reigns as the local emperors. Wang Yunlong declared solemnly, while behind him, Wang Kue remained expressionless, seemingly immune to such bravado. The bystanders were quick to extol him, almost elevating him to the heavens. Wang Yunlong, exhilarated, inadvertently glanced at the high platform, locking eyes with Zhou Ping, who was smiling at him. Startled, he shuddered and quickly averted his gaze, attempting to retreat with Wang Kue, closely followed by those who had been listening to his boasts. Young Master Wang, what troubles you? The assembly is about to commence. Yes, young Master Wang, do share more. the more they pursued. The faster Wang Yunlong fled, ultimately blending into the crowd, leaving even Zhou Ping unable to pinpoint his location. Outside the mountain gate, Ning Tianan observed that the crowd had gathered sufficiently and prepared to leave, only to be met by an unexpected visitor. "Ning Palace Master, do you not welcome our presence?" Cheng Ming floated in, accompanied by a frail youth who appeared no older than 17 or 18, yet whose eyes lacked the vibrancy typical of youth. "Cheng Ming, what brings you here?" Ning Tianan feigned unwelcoming sentiments. For Cheng Ming represented the demon sect, which had previously driven them to the fringes during past conflicts. It was astonishing that Cheng Ming dared to approach Ziyun Palace, seemingly unafraid of Ning Tianan's potential wrath. "Cheng Sect Master, I believe we did not extend an invitation to your 100 demon sect," Ning Tianan replied coldly, his disdain palpable. Were it not for the Demon Suppression Division's concern over Ziyun Palace's dominance in Mengchuan Prefecture, they would have long since dealt with the 100 demon secto. I recall there were no restrictions put in place. "Are you worried my disciples might overshadow your own?" Cheng Ming remarked, pulling a specter named Ming Yao to the forefront. A wave of ominous energy surged forth, igniting Ning Tianan's ire. Elder Yi promptly interjected, "Enough, Palace Master. Their presence is inconsequential." With that, Ning Tianan refrained from further conflict, casting a glance at Ning Wen before entering the mountain gate. Chapter 73. The arrival of Song Yicheng Ming, unfazed, exchanged knowing glances with Ning Wen before leading Ming Yao through the mountain entrance. "Well, it seems most have arrived. Let us prepare," Elder Yi sighed. Turning to follow suit, the plaza was filled with a diverse assembly of individuals. Elder Yi took center stage, bowing to the surrounding crowd. "Esteemed guests, as in previous gatherings, this East Palace Conference welcomes participants under 30 years of age with strength above the transcendence realm." As soon as Elder Ye's words left his lips, numerous young individuals rose. Zhou Ping scanned the crowd and recognized several faces from Qingyan Prefecture. "Aren't those members of the Qingyan Chamber of Commerce? I remember seeing them at their auction house," he remarked to Yang Qing. Yang Qing scrutinized them closely and confirmed they were indeed talented youths nurtured by the Qingyan Chamber of Commerce. She had heard of their efforts to cultivate promising young individuals by providing resources and techniques, attracting numerous aspiring talents. It was impressive to see how far they had come. Yang Qing mused silently, acknowledging that those already at the transcendence realm would undoubtedly break through again within a few years, potentially yielding several innate or even core formation experts from the Qingyan Chamber of Commerce. Wealth truly has its advantages, enabling such achievements. After Elder Yi outlined the necessary precautions, he began announcing the competition's rules. A total of 49 participants would compete, divided into groups of 10 for a free-for-all battle, with only the top 3 from each group advancing. Zhou Ping gazed at the number that materialized in his hand, astonished by Ziyun Palace's methods. Point 3. Could it be the third group? He wondered, glancing at the transparent stone at the front of the platform, beside which lay a volume of techniques. Both items were among his most desired possessions. "The first group will now commence elimination," Elder Yi declared, prompting many to descend from the high platform. Facing him, Song Yi flashed a slight smile at Song Ci and announced, "Cousin, Uncle One, I shall take my leave." Song Wen nodded in acknowledgement, and Song Ci mirrored the gesture. The crowd erupted in excitement at the sight of Song Yi, a formidable contender, elevating the anticipation surrounding the event, a Song family prodigy. This promises to be entertaining. The other participants in this group were truly unfortunate. While others vied for 3 spots, they could contend for only 2. Song Yi unsheathed his Fengqi sword and descended the steps with measured grace, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The 9 competitors in his group instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of him, and one particularly timid individual leaped from the platform in fear. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos as the young man's father lamented from the high platform, slapping his thigh in frustration. After traveling so far, My son refuses to even fight. What a disgrace. Zhou Ping and Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. It appeared that the mere presence of Song Yi was enough to instill fear. Even before any blows were exchanged, it seems they truly fear this Song Yi to abandon the match without a fight. Zhou Ping remarked casually. Yang Qing explained, Song Yi has wholly inherited the essence of the law robbery sword. When he strikes, it is either death or injury. Just 10 days prior, he felled a formidable innate beast in the Wanyao forest. Oh? That indeed indicates considerable power, Zhou Ping acknowledged, finally intrigued. A 20-something innate first layer would rank among the elite in all of Qingzhou, presenting a significant asset. His ability to slay an innate beast signifies his dominance over opponents within the same realm. As Zhou Ping concluded his thoughts, Elder Yi announced the commencement of the match. In that instant, no one made a move. All eyes were anxiously fixed on Song Yi. Seeing that no one approached him, Song Yi leisurely settled onto the ground, positioning the Fengqi sword horizontally before him. This sword was unmistakably an innate artifact, having transcended the realm of ordinary weaponry. Zhou Ping considered his own blade, which had failed to keep pace with his growth, and resolved to acquire a proper artifact. He had amassed enough demon cores to afford one, he hoped. Above the plaza, several elevated platforms were occupied by Ning Tianan and Ning Wan, who were situated at the center. Ning Wan's gaze remained fixed on Song Yi. Possessing greater insight into him, he felt more prepared for their impending duel. However, given the current atmosphere, it seemed unlikely they could compel Song Yi to act. Are you feeling anxious? Ning Tianan queried, glancing at Ning Wan, who promptly donned a smile. Rest assured, father, I have prepared extensively for this. There is no cause for concern. Our Ziyun Palace suffered a significant defeat last time. Consider this, if we fail to secure first place again, we shall become a laughingstock. Though Ning Tianan's words were indirect, they were laced with pressure, prompting Ning Wan to nod in agreement. Across from them, Cheng Ming wore a knowing smile, indifferent to the outcome of the day's competition, for he awaited a grand performance. Ming Yao, how do you assess Song Yi's strength? Does he pose a threat to you? Ming Yao snorted dismissively, responding, if he can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall concede victory. Cheng Ming erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of those around him. Why has the 100 Demon sect appeared here? I thought they had been relegated to remote corners, indeed. How can this demon sect participate in our gathering? Quite perplexing. The palace master hasn't objected. Why should you fret? Enough. Let's keep our voices down. The battle has already begun. The people around were still engaged in conversation, while below, the fighting had already commenced. Song Yi remained seated, with others too intimidated to approach him. Apart from the one who had jumped into the fray, the remaining 8 participants were entangled in a chaotic melee, making it nearly impossible to discern one from another. Some even launched simultaneous attacks on a single individual, nearly inflicting severe injuries, only for Elder Yi to suddenly intervene and rescue them. His speed was such that it barely affected the others. Observing this scene, it was evident that only 2 or 3 appeared to possess any real strength, likely acquired through their own diligent cultivation. The rest were essentially mere bystanders, and within less than half a stick of incense. 4 or 5 had already been eliminated. Zhou Ping shook his head in disbelief. Although regulations stated that those below the Transcendence realm could not register, the disparity in strength among the competitors was still astonishing. It seems Song Yi might not even need to lift a finger to advance, Yang Qing remarked. Zhou Ping, however, shook his head in disagreement, stating, not necessarily. Their gaze returned to the square point. One of the Qingyun chamber members had taken advantage of the chaos to stealthily approach Song Yi from behind. Damn it, after coming all this way, what's the point if I don't challenge the strongest? He suddenly sprang to his feet and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, swung a massive blade downward. The blade appeared to be enveloped in flames, stirring up a cloud of dust. However, the blade did not strike Song Yi. Instead, It crashed into the ground, cracking the earth within a few meters. Just before the blade reached him, Song Yi had already evaded. Yet, before the wielder could lift the blade again, a voice rang out from behind. "Very good, you possess courage, but your strength leaves much to be desired." In the next moment, the individual was sent flying. Fortunately, Elder Yi managed to catch him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Elder Yi regarded the young man's chest, marked with a black handprint, and said with a complex expression, "Someone, take him away to recuperate." Upon seeing this, Song Yi offered Elder Yi an apologetic smile, but Elder Yi merely sighed, lamenting the ferocity of Song Yi's actions. The brief interlude passed, and the crowd's attention returned to the arena, where only Song Yi and his two companions remained. "Elder Yi, does this mean the three of us have advanced?" Song Yi inquired. Elder Yi nodded, and the trio descended from the platform. "That fellow Song Yi is quite ruthless." That last strike was clearly intended to kill. Zhou Ping furrowed his brow, marking Song Yi on his blacklist. Should they cross paths again, Zhou Ping vowed not to show mercy. Song Ci shared similar sentiments. When Song Yi returned to his position, he couldn't help but ask, "Cousin, it was merely a contest. Was it really necessary to take a life?" Song Yi shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "I simply miscalculated my strength. Such a heavy accusation cannot justly be placed upon me." Observing Song Yi's utter lack of remorse, Song Ci chose not to pursue the matter further, deeming it futile. With the first round concluded, the second round commenced. 10 more individuals gradually descended from the high platform, 3 of whom were from the Qingyun chamber, leaving only the earlier contestant unassigned to a match. To Zhou Ping's surprise, the disciple of the 100 Underworld sect, Ming Yao, was also placed in this group. Initially, no one paid him much mind, as Ming Yao had not been particularly renowned, nor had any rumors circulated about him. Thus, his strength remained an enigma. It seems this is Ming Yao's first appearance before such a large audience. "I had never even heard of him before," Yang Qing observed. "He appeared somewhat peculiar, evoking an indescribable feeling within me." Nonetheless, the 100 Underworld sect had once been the foremost sect in Mingchuan Prefecture. Even a withered camel is larger than a horse, so I suspect Ming Yao's prowess won't be lacking. First layer of innate realm, Zhou Ping rubbed his eyes, astonished to find he had not been mistaken. How curious! This Ming Yao seems even younger than Song Yi. Is it possible that the 100 Underworld sect has concealed a prodigy all this time, waiting for the East Palace Conference to reveal his brilliance? Such occurrences are genuinely unpredictable. It was now up to the 3 members of the Qingyun chamber to leverage their teamwork. On the main stage, Ning Tianan's brow furrowed upon seeing Ming Yao. What is the origin of this Ming Yao? When did Cheng Ming take on a disciple? Ning Tianan sensed something unusual about Ming Yao, to the point where he seemed almost unhuman. Moreover, Elder Yi had previously mentioned Zhou Ping. This East Palace Conference had unveiled an array of peculiar individuals, making the pursuit of first place increasingly challenging. Ning Wen quietly listened from the sidelines, tightly clutching a pill in his palm. Initially, he had hesitated over whether to resort to such measures. Now, it seemed the situation had become too tumultuous. Without external assistance, it would be difficult for Ning Wen to contend with the extraordinary talents present. As Elder Yi announced the commencement, the 3 members of the Qingyun chamber positioned themselves back to back. With their stance clear, the others, motivated by self-preservation, quickly formed alliances. In the blink of an eye, 3 distinct factions emerged. Yet the 2 opposing groups were far from trusting, remaining vigilant of one another. Ming Yao sneered, finding their actions a complete waste of time. What could be resolved swiftly was unnecessarily complicated by their antics. "Stop your futile efforts. None of you will leave here alive." After uttering this, Ming Yao clasped his hands in front of his chest, a surge of black mist erupting from his palms. "What is this?" Ming Yao's display shocked everyone present. The black mist rapidly enveloped the feet of the other 9 competitors, unleashing a chorus of anguished cries. They endeavored to break free from the clutches of the black mist. Yet the more they struggled, the tighter its grip became, simultaneously siphoning their inner strength. Some succumbed to the pressure and collapsed, while others continued to fight in vain against the binding mist. Is there anyone skilled in spirit cultivation? Do something. Are we to simply watch as we are consumed? A voice cried out, and a crimson flame shot towards Ming Yao, leaving ripples in its wake as it soared through the air. Ming Yao smirked, thinking it a futile endeavor. How laughable to strike at a tree with an ant! He slowly raised his right hand, and a black mirror materialized before him, absorbing the oncoming flames entirely. Is this the nether secret technique? Elder Yi, who had been observing intently, recognized the method Ming Yao employed, a technique that required exceptional talent to master, the signature technique of the 100 Underworld sect. Even each generation's sect leader might not be able to learn it. The last individual to master the nether secret technique was Cheng Ming's master, the former sect leader of the 100 Underworld sect, who perished in battle against the Tianli sect many years ago. Since then, no one from the 100 Underworld sect had mastered this secret technique for nearly a century. The other 9 competitors turned pale and their breaths grew shallow. Elder Yi did not hesitate. He intervened to disrupt Ming Yao's incantation. The black mirror crumbled under the weight of Elder Ye's overwhelming inner strength, indicating that there was a limit to the power Ming Yao could absorb. Elder Yi lightly stepped onto the ground, shattering the black mist entirely, rescuing the 9 contestants. Seeing Elder Yi thwart his plans, Ming Yao clenched his fists, nearly provoking a confrontation with Elder Yi, but ultimately, he restrained himself. All but Ming Yao were eliminated in the second round. Only one advanced. Ning Tianan's expression darkened, muttering a few words. Nether secret technique? Innate realm? The weight of these 2 attributes on a young individual was staggering. They were sworn enemies of the 100 Underworld sect, having previously driven them into the remote outskirts, a rivalry that had reached an irreconcilable point, with the Ziyun Palace having previously held a secure advantage over the 100 Underworld sect. Ning Tianan had only agreed to spare them due to interference from the Demon Suppression Department. Now, the balance had shifted. With a prodigy like Ming Yao emerging from the younger generation, it was only a matter of time before the 100 Underworld sect produced another master of the core formation realm. This core formation realm was no ordinary achievement. In terms of combat prowess, it was significantly superior. Simultaneously, Song Yi's demeanor also darkened. Initially, he believed his presence here was merely a formality, as he was the only one in the innate realm. He hadn't anticipated that the previously overlooked 100 Underworld sect could produce another innate realm expert. It appeared this competition was bound to be intriguing. Adjusting his mindset, Song Yi resolved that if he won too easily, it would render the victory meaningless. This was the philosophy of their sword cultivators. Victory was assured, yet the manner of triumph, swift and resounding, was of paramount importance. Many on the high platform expressed dissatisfaction with Ming Yao's tactics. However, due to the 100 Underworld sect's looming threat, no one dared to voice their objections. Elder Yi sighed helplessly, having sensed Ming Yao's murderous intent. Had he hesitated any longer, those few individuals might have met their demise at his hands. Very well, the third round of contests is about to begin. Upon hearing Elder Ye's proclamation, Zhou Ping slowly rose and said to Yang Qing, "I'll be ready shortly." As the upcoming match approached, Zhou Ping suddenly noticed Wang Yunlong rising not far away. The latter, upon spotting Zhou Ping, exchanged a fleeting glance, after which Wang Yunlong shuddered violently. What a remarkable coincidence! Once inside the arena, the 10 individuals remained on high alert, each keeping a considerable distance from one another. Wang Yunlong, in particular, positioned himself at the farthest edge, clearly still rattled from their previous encounter. Before the match even commenced, 2 or 3 individuals approached Wang Yunlong. Zhou Ping discerned that these were the very ones who had been listening to Wang Yunlong boast moments earlier. Young Master Wang, what do you say? With 3 spots available, shall we collaborate to deal with the others? One suggested. Indeed, our group should be the easiest. Unlike those groups, which all feature a monster, we can contend for 2 spots. Another chimed in. Listening to their conversation, Wang Yunlong forced a few dry laughs. In truth, their group harbored individuals far more formidable than those he had just mentioned. All right, you must protect me. Each of you will receive a mystic-grade monster core. But remember, do not provoke that person. Following Wang Yunlong's gesture, the trio's gaze fell upon Zhou Ping, who wore a disarming smile. This one? I don't recognize him. Young Master Wang, you might be overthinking it. Beyond those few major powers, there shouldn't be anyone particularly formidable. Wang Yunlong's warning had some effect. The 3 decided to ignore Zhou Ping and focus solely on the others. However, Zhou Ping was not an idle observer. As soon as the match began, someone charged at him. With a nimble step, Zhou Ping effortlessly repelled the assailant, sending him tumbling off the stage. Elder Yi inspected the fallen contender and confirmed there were no serious injuries, just some superficial bruises. Others soon converged on Zhou Ping, and suddenly, 5 or 6 blades were aimed at him. Yet, when these weapons struck Zhou Ping, it felt akin to mere tickling. Refining the body? The crowd was perplexed. This individual was indeed exceptionally resilient. A burly man strode forward, paling palm. A gust of energy surged forth, yet Zhou Ping stood unfazed, his hair merely tousled. Break! Zhou Ping bellowed, and in an instant, several contestants were knocked off the stage. Within just 10 breaths, Zhou Ping had swept the arena clean, leaving only Wang Yunlong and his companions standing. Who would have thought there would be such a powerful contender? This tournament was proving to be quite extraordinary. Song Yi turned to his cousin Song Ci, pondering how much more his cousin might be concealing. Cousin, is this friend of yours not just an ordinary standard-bearer? This level of strength is hard to come by. Even among the average 100 households, Song Ci smiled, though he harbored many questions himself, none of which he would voice to Song on the main stage. Ning Tianan immediately instructed the elder beside him. Investigate this person's identity. Most present were unfamiliar with Zhou Ping, leaving them astonished at the emergence of this unexpected dark horse in the arena. Zhou Ping grinned and posed a question. So, will you descend on your own? Or shall I assist you? Wang Yunlong was drenched in sweat. The most terrifying aspect was this unpredictable smiling tiger. Though outwardly appearing harmless, he could strike at any moment. Brothers, you too should jump down. My sincerest apologies, Wang Yunlong said with a bow to the other 2. Clearly, they were reluctant, wishing to persuade Wang Yunlong to join forces against Zhou Ping. Young Master Wang, what jest is this? If the 3 of us defeat him, won't we secure all 3 spots? Why should we jump down? One protested. Noticing their stubbornness, Wang Yunlong sighed in exasperation and raised 3 fingers. Each of you will receive 3 mystic-grade monster cores, along with a transcendent-grade artifact. You may decide for yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, a stir swept through the crowd. Such extravagance, truly, the wealthiest family in Qingzhou. The Wang family was indeed impressive. Young Master Wang had just casually tossed out a fortune of 100,000 taels. Simply the 6 mystic-grade monster cores alone would fetch 40 to 50,000 taels, while a transcendent-grade artifact would conservatively cost over 20,000 taels. Nearly 100,000 taels, just like that? The other 2 contemplated for but a fleeting moment, and without further discussion, they leaped down in unison. The 3rd match concluded with this unexpected outcome, leaving Elder Yi astonished. However, it seemed there was no violation of the rules, so he could only announce their advancement. After Elder Yi's declaration, Wang Yunlong bowed to Zhou Ping, saying, Brother Ping, I previously failed to recognize your might. I hope you can forgive my ignorance. He managed to force a rather unappealing smile. Zhou Ping, taken aback by the man's newfound humility, mused, No matter, just remember to choose your words wisely in the future. With that, Zhou Ping exited the stage, while Wang Yunlong, who had been rooted in place, finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 76. The Clash of the Titans. Keep a close eye on Zhou Ping. Although we've yet to uncover his background, we must remain vigilant against other forces that may be disguising themselves. Ning Tianan cautioned. Ningwen nodded in agreement. Across from them, Mingyao displayed a subtle smile. I find this individual quite intriguing. I hope to encounter him in the next match. Oh, Cheng Ming responded in surprise, having not observed such enthusiasm from Ming Yao during Song Yi's entry. Did this mean that in Ming Yao's eyes, Zhou Ping posed an even greater threat than the innate level Song Yi? Upon returning to Yang Qing's side, Zhou Ping felt a small creature leap onto his shoulder. Hey, a multitude of eyes have already fixed upon you. Just a heads up, there are many formidable figures at the core formation stage here. So tread carefully. Zhou Ping surveyed the elevated platforms around him, a shiver running down his spine. Hopefully, should anyone attempt to take action, it would be after he secured that body-refining technique. Otherwise, he could be in serious trouble. Although Zhou Ping felt no pressure facing innate-level masters, the core formation cultivators were already deemed earthly immortals, a wholly different caliber. In the subsequent fourth match, Song Ci showcased his prowess with a standard transcendent grade artifact, the Thunderstorm Sword, engaging 3 opponents at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. Ultimately, he secured a decisive victory. Upon witnessing Song Ci's performance, Song Yi was taken aback, though it did not exceed his expectations. As Song Ci sheathed his sword and returned to the platform, it was clear that the fourth match had been the most spectacular combat of the tournament thus far. The evenly matched battles were undoubtedly the most entertaining. Cousin, it appears you have learned quite a bit during your time away. Your strikes are efficient and powerful, Song Yi complimented without reservation. If both of us were in the Transcendent Realm, I would be certain I could not best you. Song Ci replied. Cousin, you jest. When dealing with those fugitives, one must employ cunning. Otherwise, I would find it difficult to stand before you. Although Song Ci's display did not match the earlier spectacles, it nonetheless captivated the audience. In the fifth match, the long-anticipated Ningwen took the stage, instantly drawing the attention of the entire crowd. Father, I am going, she declared, to which Ning Tianan nodded in acknowledgement. Ningwen, under the scrutiny of all, proved herself no less impressive than her predecessors, for as the host, Xiun Palace's true strength was formidable. The fifth match commenced. With Elder Ye's command, the final 9 contestants plunged into chaos. Ningwen moved through the throng like a tiger among sheep. With few able to withstand even a single blow, as the contest began, competitors were sent flying from the stage one after another, leaving the spectators in a daze in less than 10 breaths. Only 3 remained on stage. Ningwen stood at the center, unruffled, her garments pristine, having yet to unleash any techniques, dominating the arena with overwhelming presence. She reveled in the admiration of the crowd, almost intoxicated by it. As the fifth match concluded, 12 individuals advanced, and the elimination rounds commenced. Once all had exited the stage, Zhou Ping exhaled deeply, for among the 12 who had advanced, the lowest realm was Wang Yunlong. He had relied on wealth to ascend. If removed, the least powerful among them would still be at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm. What a grand battle among the prodigies! It appeared that even a few prefectural cities could yield such talent. One could only imagine the astonishing figures that would emerge should the strongest prodigies from the entire Great Liang step forth. Zhou Ping remarked with a smile. Yang Qing chuckled softly, though she contemplated Zhou Ping's identity all the while. After all 5 matches concluded, Elder Yi returned to the stage to announce that the next 6 rounds would consist of one-on-one battles. Use of artifacts was permitted, and the methods were unrestricted. In the first match, Zhou Ping faced Wang Yunlong. Zhou Ping glanced at Wang Yunlong, whose expression was now a tight grimace that, oh dear, I really shouldn't have come this year. What a stroke of bad luck. Wang Yunlong let out a resigned sigh. At least he had managed to pass the first round, thus fulfilling the task set by his family. Zhou Ping had yet to rise, but Elder Yi in the audience had already received the message. He first cast a glance at Wang Yunlong before announcing, in the first match, Wang Yunlong concedes defeat, allowing Zhou Ping to advance. What is happening? Why did Wang Xiao concede without even stepping onto the stage? Surely, the opponent must have no interest in money, as among so many, there are bound to be a few who are indifferent to his wealth. Indeed, withdrawing now allows him to save face. Although Zhou Ping's origins are unknown, his strength is undeniable, likely on par with Song Yi and Ning Wan. Following this, Song Yi, Song Ci, Ming Yao, and Ning Wan also encountered no opponents. It remains uncertain whether this was a deliberate arrangement by Elder Yi. But the next round will leave only 3 contenders, which means they must inevitably clash in the third round. The first match features Zhou Ping against Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan is a wandering cultivator who has reached his current level through sheer effort and talent, with his 9th tier of the Transcendence realm attesting to his prowess. Fang Yuan cupped his hands towards Zhou Ping and said, "I humbly accept your challenge." He then unsheathed a steel sword, which turned out to be a weapon of the Qi blood realm, drawing laughter from those around. Liu Bi on the verge of breaking through to the innate realm, yet wielding a mere Qi blood realm weapon is quite the spectacle. Hearing the mockery, Fang Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, "Fellow cultivator, please do not take offense. Treasures of the Transcendence realm are exceedingly rare, and I cannot bear the costs of their maintenance." Zhou Ping merely smiled. Showing no concern for such matters, he casually drew his own blade, which was astonishingly an ordinary knife. It seems Zhou Ping is also a man without sect or affiliation, wielding nothing but a common knife. Forsaking all magical artifacts, Song Yi remarked with a chuckle. Song Ci remained silent, as he was not well acquainted with Zhou Ping. Cheng Ming wore a delighted expression, contemplating the potential of recruiting Zhou Ping. And with the genius Ming Yao alongside him, the balance of power in Dream River Manor could shift dramatically within a decade. Could it be that Zhou Ping is also a genius among wandering cultivators? It would be splendid to investigate further. Such talent would be a tremendous asset for my Ziyun Palace. Ning Tianan, too, entertained similar thoughts. Witnessing his father's concern for a stranger ignited a fierce anger within Ning Wan, which simmered without resolution. "Fellow cultivator, it appears we truly share a kindred spirit."